Chapter 691 Death Guard. After killing Typhus, Duanmu Huai has been thinking about a dilemma. That is, should we destroy the Chaos Fleet brought by Typhons outside the Crystal Wall system of the Pharaon world? In the game, Duanmu Huai would just fight. But not here. Duanmu Huai is the only player in this world. The fleet of the Inquisition has suffered heavy losses in the 2 rounds of wars against the Reapers and space monsters, and has not yet replenished many warships. Considering the grievances between the Chaos Space Marines and the Empire, if I show up, won't I pull the hatred to the end? During this period, Duanmu Huai has been asking Iko to closely monitor the fleet. Fortunately, as of now, the other party seems to have not noticed that their boss has been killed, and is still wandering around leisurely outside the Crystal Wall, obviously waiting for the Crystal Wall to break and then rush in to cause trouble. But dragging it on like this is not a solution. Although the Chaos Space Marines were not very normal because of the corruption of Chaos, they were not idiots. If they delayed for too long, they would definitely find something unusual. At that time, the situation would be more difficult to deal with. However, if they were to attack this dirty fleet of the corrupted stain here, if they accidentally alerted the enemy, they would be besieged by other Chaos Space Marine legions almost instantly. After all, the Inquisition represents the Empire. Although the Empire is finished, the biggest question now is, who is in charge of this fleet? It can't possibly be Mortarion. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. MP. Looking at the huge, corrupted, green flagship in the center of the fleet, Duanmu Huai wanted to curse. To be on the safe side, he brought Tutu with him. But this was the result? Was his luck so bad? Why was it Mortarion? If you were Magnus, I would just go up and do it without saying a word. But Mortarion, hasn't he always stayed at home on his own planet? Why the hell are you messing around here? Staring at the flagship in front of him, Duanmu Huai's face was gloomy. In the early human empire, the Emperor used the power of the warp to create 20 Primarchs to fight for his great crusade to rule the human world. However, in the subsequent Horus heresy, except for the 2 Primarchs that disappeared, half of the other Primarchs betrayed the Emperor and became running dogs of the Chaos God. If the Chaos God is the final boss, then these corrupted Primarchs are basically equivalent to characters like the 4 Heavenly Kings. So the question facing Duanmu Huai now changed from whether to fight or not to how to fight. This was the first corrupted Primarch he had encountered since he came to this world. Although Duanmu Huai had killed him 180 times in the game copy, this was not a game, and there was no chance to start over after the whole team was wiped out. All he could rely on now was his own power from the Soul Walker. Among the corrupted and fallen Daemon Primarchs, Mortarion can be considered one of the most capable. Well, maybe there isn't one. After all, they believe in the stain of corruption. Apart from other things, their health bars are really long and their defenses are really strong. If Duanmu Huai hadn't been the god of destruction, he would have wanted to turn around and leave. In the game, the biggest features of this group of stinky cans and their boss are their high health, high defense, and regeneration. If your attack is not high enough, they will recover their health in a few minutes. But fortunately, the ability of the predestination of death to reduce the upper limit of HP is the best to use against these bastards. No matter how good you are at recovering health, how much can you recover if I reduce your upper limit? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand, looked at the soul cards in his hand, drew cards, shuffled the cards, drew cards again, and shuffled the cards again. If you think about it carefully, there is nothing that cannot be fought. The Grey Knights were able to exile Mortarion. So can't I defeat him? That doesn't make sense. Duanmu Huai clenched his hands tightly, and then looked at the fleet in front of him. This was a whole fleet of plague fleets. If they were to fight them on the front battlefield, the Inquisition would definitely suffer heavy losses. But fortunately, Duanmu Huai still had a killer move. That is the web way. He could. Duanmu Huai reached out and tapped the command desk in front of him, staring at the star map ahead. Yes, Uncle Inquisitor. I require you to lead the fleet and teleport directly into the enemy fleet. You must also destroy the other warships in the shortest possible time. I will bring 500 Night Sentinels to board the Endurance and strike it face to face. We will inflict the greatest damage possible in the shortest possible time and completely destroy the fleet's manpower. Having said that, Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked at Iko. Can you do that? After hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Iko also fell silent. She certainly understood what Duanmu Huai meant. He asked the expeditionary fleet to jump directly to the center of the enemy fleet through the webway, and then destroy and eliminate the enemy ships as quickly as possible. This order seemed simple, but it was very difficult because Iko needed to control all the warships. Just like the commander of an RTS game needs to micro-manipulate the skills of each combat unit. If Iko can do it, then she can win. If not, then she will be directly surrounded and annihilated by the enemy. Yes? Or no? Able. Finally, Iko nodded vigorously. I can do it. Uncle Inquisitor. Very good. Hearing Iko's answer, Duanmu Huai reached out and touched her head, then clenched the warhammer and turned away. And Iko turned and looked forward, then gave the order. Army attack. At the same time, on the dirty, ugly throne, a tall giant was sitting there, his whole body swollen, and a pair of tattered, corrupted wings spread out behind him. The blowholes behind him emitted a rotten and smelly smell along with the giant's breath, and countless flies were flying around him. The metal around him had long lost its original appearance, and the smelly meat wrapped every corner of the steel battleship, turning it from cold metal into a disgusting monster made of some kind of flesh and blood. The aroma of the real world. Mortarion closed his eyes and breathed in the air filled with stench and bacteria. But his mind was elsewhere. After so many years of blockade, the door that was originally closed opened a crack for them again. Looking at the planet in front of him, Mortarion remembered the past, the grand expedition, and the ending that ended in failure. And now, they are about to start an expedition again. Just like the Empire at that time. The difference is that this time they will once again spread the Father's love to every corner of this universe. When this universe once again becomes what it should be, a corrupt world filled with bacteria and beautiful life, where only those who work hard are allowed to survive, and where the fittest survive. And this time, no one can stand in his way. Nobody. Report. The sudden roar of the avian chief, which sounded like a broken bellows, interrupted Mortarion's thoughts. He opened his eyes. At the same time, the avian chief in front of him turned his head and looked at his respected Legion commander. Subspace fluctuation reaction detected. Oberon-class battleships, several Moon-class cruisers, and at least 5 squadrons of frigates have been detected. Dark gods. We have encountered a main fleet of the Empire. What? This is impossible. Upon hearing the report from the chief augur, Mortarion stood up in anger. The Empire has long been destroyed. The Astronomicon has long been extinguished. And the false emperor is dead. How can the Imperial fleet still exist? Where are they? They are right next to us. With the wailing of the bird chief, Mortarion opened his eyes wide and turned to look at the porthole next to him. Then he saw a large warship shining with golden light quietly appeared next to his flagship. The moment he saw this warship, Mortarion was even a little absent-minded for a moment. As if at this moment he had returned to the past. Back to the time when the Emperor led the human expedition. And they led the fleet to attack cities and conquer planets one after another. No! Mortarion was stunned for a moment, then immediately came to his senses. Why were these warships in their fleet? And why did no one notice? This is wrong. But at this moment Mortarion had no way of getting an answer, because at the same time, the macro cannon in front of him had already aimed at the target. Then, flames broke out. The Endurance trembled violently, and the huge impact force caused the entire battleship to topple over. Many corruptors screamed and flew out from the deck, crashing into the bloody wall next to them, adding a bit of brilliance to them. At the same time, the wall of the command room suddenly broke open, and several boarding torpedoes almost hit Mortarion's bridge. When Mortarion came to his senses, he saw Duanmu Huai leading the night guards, grasping the thunder hammer and leaping down to him. Looking at the skull and sky eagle symbol on Duanmu Huai's body, Mortarion gritted his teeth and clenched the sickle in his hand. You running dogs of the false emperor. The empire has been destroyed. And you are still hanging on here? Facing Mortarion's roar, Duanmu Huai just laughed. Hey, isn't this Mortarion, the captain of the 1st Company of the 14th Legion's Death Guard? I haven't seen him for so many years. But he's still the same? Court Death. Seeing the Imperial emblem already made Mortarion furious. And hearing Duanmu Huai's ridicule made him even more furious. Mortarion roared, clenched his sickle, and swung it hard at Duanmu Huai. After his fall into evil, Mortarion was nearly 10 meters tall. Compared with him, Duanmu Huai was just a tiny man. facing the attack of the sickle that was bigger than himself. Duanmu did not retreat but advanced. He roared, tightly grasping the thunder hammer with both hands. Black flames exploded under Duanmu's feet. Then he raised the hammer and swung it violently, smashing it hard on Mortarian's sickle. A huge psychic impact instantly erupted on the bridge, and both sides were shaken and stopped in place. At the same time, the Death Shroud guards beside Mortarion also rushed over with sickles in hand. And at the same time, the corrupt and foul-smelling corrupted Fisher demons were also unwilling to lag behind. However, do you think you're the only one who can shake people? Duanmu's body shook, and the soul card in his hand flashed. The next moment, and Gulia, Faeline, Ojas, Jiawei, and others appeared behind him. Duanmu raised his war hammer and pointed it at Mortarion. There's no need to talk about chivalry when dealing with this evil heretic. Let's all attack together and kill him. Chapter 692 times have changed. According to Duanmu's idea, the next step would be for everyone to rush forward and start a righteous fight. However, ouch. What's that smell? It stinks. It smells terrible. Disgusting. Most of the girls, who had just been summoned, had just come to their senses when they were dizzy by the stench that hit them. Fortunately, and raised his hand and quickly made a gesture, and the magic light emerged, which made everyone feel much better. Mr. Knight, could you please tell me first next time? Wow, what kind of monster is this? It looks scarier than Mr. Knight. Thank you so hacking much. Hearing Anne scream, Duanmu sighed. Then he looked up at the fat, swollen demon in front of him, with tattered wings, and pus filled everywhere on his body. Okay, at least I look better than him. MMB. What happened? Looking at the girls who suddenly appeared, even Matrion was stunned for a while. This is not to say that he has never seen a woman on the battlefield. But the problem is, the stench that Maiden and the others complained was not just stench. In fact, even if you completely sealed the armor and completely circulated it, you still couldn't block this stench. This was not just a gas in the physical sense, but a curse from the warp. Whether it was a mortal or a space marine, once they inhaled this horrible poison gas, their whole body would soon fester. The blessing of the loving Father would spread throughout their body, making them feel the most terrifying power from the depths of pain and life. Logically, the same should happen to these girls. Their fair skin should gradually swell up in the presence of their own poisonous gas, forming large blisters, which then fester. Then countless flies and insects should swarm out of them. They will absorb the nutrients from their skin and flesh, turning these fragile mortals into rotten flesh and blood. But now, they are standing here safely, and even have the mood to complain about the environment here. Come on! With countless experience in defeating bosses, Duanmu naturally did not miss Mortarion's moment of surprise and distraction. He understood why Mortarion was surprised, because strictly speaking, and the others were subspace creatures like Mortarion, and they were protected by their own world fragment rules. So this is why the Soul Walker is more valuable than quantity. Space Marines and mechanics can recruit 1,000,000 soldiers, but there will be none left to stand in front of Mortarion. Although Duanmu can only summon less than 10 companions, they are completely immune to the evil power of chaos. Duanmu roared, and the black flames on his body instantly erupted, enveloping the girls. The black flames washed over the entire bridge deck like a tide. Even the spreading stench and spores suddenly dispersed under the impact of the black flames, becoming much lighter. Black flame protection. Black flames burst out from the girls' bodies, forming shields to block the external threats. At the same time, Duanmu jumped up, holding the thunder hammer in his hand, roaring and rushing directly to Mortarion, hammering him down. Call. Mortarion raised his sickle, and icy cold air burst out from his air intake, even condensing the surrounding walls. The sickle swept across and chopped at Duanmu's body. Then it collided directly with the war hammer, emitting thunder and flames. Boom! Logically speaking, given the height difference between Duanmu and Mortarion, Duanmu should have been knocked out by now. However, in reality, both sides only trembled slightly. Even the deck was not spared by the huge force confrontation, and it sank suddenly with a creaking sound. I don't know if it was the wailing from the battleship itself, but at the same time, others also began to take action. Yulia jumped up. Her right hand turned into a dragon claw, the blazing flames boiling on it, bursting, tearing through the icy breath, and blasting towards Mortarion's face. on the other side, and raised his hands high. And as the magic circle took shape, a huge fireball fell from the sky and hit the huge body directly. However, Mortar Ion was not fighting alone. Several figures flew out like ghosts and rushed towards the battlefield of the girls. They were wearing copper green, corrupt and smelly armor, holding sickles in their hands. They were Mortarian's personal guards' death shrouds. When their primarchs had served the Empire and the Emperor, they were Mortarian's most loyal swords and shields. Even though they had now surrendered to the evil god, their loyalty remained unchanged. The shining sickle swung past, fighting with the oncoming enemy. Ogus's fingers trembled slightly, and the invisible puppet thread was wrapped around the sickle full of corruption and germs. Then she threw down the suitcase beside her, and the next moment, a huge puppet with a white mask, like a cold-faced killer, flew out of it and pounced on the enemy in front of her. On the other side, Lorena also held the holy book tightly in her hand, in front of the huge, bloated and strong body of the Death Shroud. The petite girl was just like a baby, but she was able to easily avoid the whirlwind-like attack of the Death Shroud. The Death Shroud swung its sickle, bringing up hurricanes that were enough to tear anything that dared to enter into it into pieces. However, Lorena slipped into the gap in the airflow like a butterfly, and rushed to the front of the Death Shroud lightly and flexibly. Then she stretched out her flawless white jade right hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched out with a delicate shout, hitting the swollen belly of the Death Shroud. This seemingly childish attack produced an unexpected effect. The corrupted armor of the Death Shroud shattered under this blow, and turned into pieces like a porcelain doll smashed by a stone. The huge body of the Death Shroud flew backwards like a bowling pin hit by a bowling ball, and then smashed into a puddle of mud on the bloody wall. While the girls were fighting, the Night Sentinels did not stop. They had no bodies, and their souls were protected by the Inquisition and the predestined death. So the deadly poison gas and spores were meaningless to them, even if the swarms of poisonous flies spun and drilled into the armor of the Night Sentinels. They could not find any flesh and blood that they could infect. All they were greeted with was cold steel and scorching artillery fire. Bang, 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 bang. The Death Guard had rich combat experience, and so did the Night Guard. The two sides fought back and forth, and the battle was fierce. Gunshots rang out, and the core of the battlefield was still the fight between Duanmu Huai and Mortar Ion. Mortar Ion swung his sickle, and the roaring psychic power flew everywhere, while Duanmu Huai held his warhammer tightly, using his tiny body to resist the attack of the sickle that was as big as his own body. At the side, an Angu Lia burst into dazzling flames, dispelling the oncoming psychic waves and wind of death again and again. You will never win. Duanmu Huai waved his warhammer, roared loudly, and moved forward. You betrayed the Imperium. You betrayed the Emperor. You attacked Terra, but you still failed. Bang! The Imperium lost its Emperor, and you launched 13 Black Crusades. Yet you still failed. Boom! And now, you will still fail. Just like before. There is no difference. You will fail in the end. This time, it will be complete destruction, and your failure will bring about the final demise. Accept your fate, traitor. Your fate was decided the moment you betrayed the Empire and betrayed humanity. Shut up, Mortar Ion roared, panting, and swung the sickle in his hand violently, forcing back Phaelin, who had transformed into an ice dragon and rushed forward again. The Empire has fallen, and the false Emperor has long since perished. This time, we will win. We will rebuild our own world on the corpse of the Empire. You can only say such things after you win once. Duanmu Huai swung his hammer, hitting the whistling sickle and knocking it away. At the same time, he rushed forward, and the jet pack behind him exploded. At the same time, Duanmu Huai turned his right hand silently, and a holy sword appeared at his side, with almost no brilliance. Then Duanmu Huai jumped up with a shout, and the hammer in his hand hit Mortarian's forehead directly. Go to H.L. Mortar Ion seized this moment. His power burst out again. The twisted, broken wings spread straight out. The shrill screams and the sound of psychic energy breaking through the air at this moment were like exploding thunder and lightning, completely engulfing Duanmu Huai in midair. Mortar Ion was sure that this blow was enough to destroy any enemy who dared to stand in his way. So when he saw Duanmu Huai emerge intact from it and come in front of him, Mortar Ion felt uncontrollable shock and surprise. In the name of the Inquisition, in the name of humanity, die. Mortar Ion, The thunder hammer hit Mortarian's face heavily. The respirator and mask he had been wearing for a long time, which were almost integrated with his flesh and blood, were completely shattered at this moment. The surging power almost penetrated Mortarian's body and knocked him to the ground like an invisible giant hammer. Mortarion howled. For the first time, he felt the power that filled his body was fading, like a deflated ball. His huge body, which had been transformed after ascending to the devil, seemed to gradually decay and shrink. However, Mortarion did not give up. He had always been persevering. No matter what kind of pain he encountered, he could always endure it. Just like now, or even forever. Duanmu Huai fell heavily to the ground. In the previous battle, his body seemed to have gradually grown a little bigger, as if the shrunk part of Mortarion was absorbed by Duanmu Huai. He raised his head, and the scarlet eyes on the helmet shone with the same inorganic brilliance as always. And the thunder hammer in his hand was still shining, with lightning flashing. The Empire is dead. Mortal. Mortarion raised his head, and his twisted, ugly, and mutated face was completely exposed to the air. He took a deep breath and stared at Duanmu Huai. Why are you fighting? The false emperor has long since disappeared. The light of the Astronomicon has been extinguished, and the remains of the empire are in pieces. Don't you understand that the false emperor's lies are just a deception? Of course I know the emperor is an idiot. But what does it have to do with me? Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer again, and the surging power of the god of destruction surged through his body. At this moment, Duanmu Huai was like an engine that had been run to its limit, full of unimaginable power. It has to be said that after hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mortarion was completely stunned. Although he also felt that the emperor was not a good person. He had never imagined that a man wearing imperial armor, holding a thunder hammer, and fighting for the false emperor could so lightly say such vulgar words as the emperor is an idiot. Well, even Mortarion would never have thought that there are such players. The Inquisition fights to protect humanity, and we fight to protect ourselves. Are we going to follow your example? Kneel before the stain of corruption, and turn into a talking pile of shit? Sorry. I'm not interested. Duanmu Huai clenched the war hammer again and raised it. Sorry. I'm trying to be a good person. The next moment, the two sides fought again. Chapter 693 Past and Future. Pre-March. The strongest human created by the Emperor to serve him. But in fact, as a character similar to the four heavenly kings, the Primarchs are not completely loyal to the Emperor. This is actually easy to understand. And many players also believe that it was a mistake for the Emperor to create the Primarchs. According to historical records, when the Emperor first unified Terra and created the Empire, Space Marines and Primarchs did not appear. At that time, the Emperor's subordinates were a group of super genetically enhanced warriors called Thunder Warriors and the Legio Custodes. After the Emperor unified Terra, he began to create Primarchs. In fact, players are very confused about why the Emperor created the Primarchs. It is understandable that the Thunder Warriors were eliminated because they were the first generation of enhanced humans, and their mental and physical instability caused them to be eliminated. However, the Custodes are different. Each Custodes is almost a perfect human being, and their strength is extremely strong, no less than that of the Space Marines and the Primarchs. The only drawback is that the technology to manufacture the Imperial Guards is quite expensive and difficult to mass produce. Logically speaking, when the Emperor unified Terra and prepared to launch the Great Crusade, it would have been more reasonable to seek technology that could mass produce the Custodians, even if they could not reach the level of the Custodians. As long as they could mass produce half of their strength, then sweeping across the galaxy and rebuilding the human empire would not be a problem at all. Moreover, the Custodians were isolated from psychic energy, which meant that they would not be contaminated or affected by the warp at all. However, the Emperor seemed to have been kicked in the head by a donkey, and turned around to create a Primarch that was a fusion of his own genes and mixed with the dark forces of the warp. At that time, no one knew what was in the Emperor's mind except the Emperor. Even Constantine, the Grand Marshal of the Guards, who was extremely loyal to the Emperor at the time, was very opposed to this plan. You know, his famous saying is, "My only weakness is my complete trust in the Emperor." As a result, even he had complaints about this plan. This shows that no normal person would understand this plan to create the Primarchs. This is also why players do not believe in the Emperor. The Emperor claimed that everything he did, including the Webweight Project and the Imperial Truth, was to keep humans away from the warp and completely isolate the influence of the warp. However, You turned around and created a group of Primarchs with the power of the warp. This is simply a contradiction, collusion, and letting the wolf into the house. Anyway, in the player's view, the Emperor either has a mental problem or is plotting something. In short, his goals are definitely not as lofty as he says. This is actually how the traitorous Primarchs viewed the Emperor, and Mortarion was one of them. Before the rebellion, Mortarion was a pure materialist. Well, that doesn't seem quite right. It should be said that he was a fanatical believer in the imperial truth and did not believe in or even hate the existence of unnatural forces such as magic and psychic power. To repeat, materialism represents the emphasis that the unity of the world lies in its materiality. But it does not deny the reaction of consciousness on matter, and believes that this reaction is very huge. In other words, in the Emperor's world, the imperial truth he promoted was not materialism, but pure idealism. In essence, the imperial truth was no different from religions like Catholicism. It denied the existence of real matter and judged reality purely from an idealistic perspective. Therefore, Mortarion is naturally not a materialist, but simply a paranoid who hates psychic power. So Emperor, you still have the nerve to say that you hate religion the most. But in fact, what you do is no different from those religious lunatics. Or even worse. After all, those religious lunatics really heard some voices and then went crazy. But the imperial truth is completely a castle in the air. An illusion without any foundation. It's like a bubble. Once it's punctured, it will explode completely on the spot. Just like the Emperor sitting on the golden toilet. If it weren't for the emergence of the state religion, the empire would have perished long ago and would not have lasted for 10,000 years. Therefore, it is only natural that lies like imperial truth are thrown into the trash. Therefore, it is natural for a rebellious Primarch like Mortarion to hate the empire and the Emperor. But the court is different. And Duanmu Huai is also different. The life and death of the empire has nothing to do with them. Duanmu Huai's Inquisition has only one goal, which is to protect humanity. Apart from that, they don't care about anything else. The trivial matters between the Primarchs and the Emperor are their own affairs and have nothing to do with the Inquisition. Emperor? Even if he was an emperor, if he dared to order the dissolution of the Inquisition, the next moment Duanmu Huai would label him a heretic and smash him with his thunder hammer. Anyone who dares to stand before the Inquisition, whether it is the Primarch or the Emperor, is an enemy and must be destroyed. Just like now. Boom! The two huge figures trembled suddenly and retreated away from each other. Duanmu Huai clenched his war hammer. His face cold. Thunder and lightning roared on the black armor, and the shining black flames exuded the power of the god of destruction, swallowing up all the white frost that dared to approach. On the other side, Mortarion's figure was getting thinner and smaller. His body, which was originally 10 meters tall, had now shrunk by half, although it was still slightly bigger than Duanmu Huai. Its appearance was becoming more and more decadent. A sticky yellow liquid flowed out from the gaps in Mortarion's armor, and the poisonous gas sprayed from the jet holes on his back began to become thinner. What kind of power is this? Mortarion clenched the sickle in his hand and stared coldly at the enemy in front of him. He could feel that every fight and every attack between the two sides would weaken the blessing from the loving father in his body. Originally, under the great power of the loving father, his body was strong and resolute, and he was not afraid of any attack at all. Even if it was his own brother, who was also a Primarch, he would never be able to kill him. However, Mortarion shook his head vigorously. He didn't know when it started, but a strange whispering sound gradually emerged in his ears. At first, Mortarion thought it was the sound of a swarm of poisonous flies, but he soon discovered that the sound did not come from the outside world, but echoed in his own mind, as if an invisible hand was sweeping his brain with a feather, making him feel extremely irritated, and even wanted to reach out to open his skull and scratch out his itchy brain. What's the matter? Is this all you have, Mortarion? Duanmu Huai straightened his body and clenched his hammer. The corrupted Primarch was no joke. He had hoped to end the battle quickly, but Mortarion's physical fitness was beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. At this moment, a large number of death guards were rushing towards the bridge, while his night guards and Ojas had all gone to resist the enemies behind them. The sound of gunfire, explosions, the flash of fireballs, and the roar of dragons were all fading away. Duanmu Huai stared at Mortarion, as if at this moment only their world was separated by a thick glass, and the sounds around them were gradually fading away. Duanmu Huai felt that during the battle with Mortar Ion, something in his heart seemed to have begun to sprout and grow. His spirit began to spread around like water, and his thoughts gradually intertwined with everything around him. He could hear the roar of the corrupted machine spirits, the ever-painful and hateful roars from the Death Guard, and the endless silence in the starry sky. But all this had no effect on him. He was like a monarch sitting on the throne, overlooking his subjects below. They were whispering to each other, but nothing they said could change his thoughts and decisions. That is the secret of the stars. That is the murmur of the sky. That is the past of the universe. The ruler of the universe that once existed. The ruler of the old days. Mortar Ion resists the whispers of the old. Failure. Mortar Ion loses 35 sanity points. Mortar Ion goes into a frenzy. It's now. Duanmu Huai suddenly opened his eyes, and the spiritual power of the old god at this moment turned into a spear that whizzed through the battlefield and pierced straight into Mortarian's heart. No! Mortarian's eyes widened, and he let out an angry roar, which even made the Death Guard, who were fighting fiercely, pause. Then, Mortarian's smelly, twisted, swollen head began to swell, and under his festering skin, something like a giant snake was moving around, as if looking for an exit. Puff! The next moment, Mortarian's eyes suddenly popped open, and two twisted, sticky, black tentacles like rotten meat emerged from his swollen eye sockets. They shook instinctively, swaying like leaves dancing in the wind. Damn Mortar Ion! Duanmu Huai shouted loudly, raised the thunder hammer high, jumped up, drew an arc in the air, and smashed it hard on Mortarian's head. No, you can't kill me. Mortar Ion waved his sickle desperately, trying to resist Duanmu Huai's almost unavoidable attack. However, at this moment, he fell into frenzy. Tentacles emerged from Mortarian's nostrils, ears, and mouth. They were like an army of earthworms entangled together to form a giant meatball, breaking through Mortarian's defense. The sticky tentacles squirmed and twisted, rolling out of his throat like vomit, stretching Mortarian's mouth open. If Mortar Ion were immortal, then all this would be at most an illusion. However, Mortar Ion is no longer immortal. He surrendered to the filth of corruption and became a demon prince. He is now a pure creature of the warp. In the warp, any will become reality. Even the will from the old days is the same. What is this? Mortar Ion raised his hands. On his arms, slender tentacles emerged from the cracks in the armor and the holes in the festering flesh, swinging and shaking mischievously. Now, Mortarian's body no longer belonged to him, or even to the loving father he worshipped, but to an indescribable existence from afar, from the depths of the universe. Your era is over. Ghosts of the past. At the same time, Duanmu Huai fell from the sky and smashed Mortarian's head with a thunder hammer in his hand. The swollen and ugly body of the former leader of the 14th Legion, the demon prince of corruption, trembled suddenly under this blow, and the exploding force tore through his armor, his body, and even his soul. The cold black flames rushed into Mortarian's body mercilessly, destroying everything he had once insisted on. Violent explosions and flashes instantly filled the entire bridge, and the violent energy storm completely destroyed Mortarian's flagship. Akkad raised his head and looked at the flagship not far away in surprise. The huge green battleship exploded completely in the universe, and a dark green object like an exploding fireball emerged from it. It twisted and struggled, turning into an ugly face with its mouth wide open, as if it was about to make some kind of roar. But then, it disappeared into the dark universe, and the flagship turned into broken fragments floating among the stars. Uncle Inquisitor! Seeing this scene, Icode screamed, but at this moment, a huge iron hand stretched out from behind and pressed Icode's shoulder. She turned her head and saw Duanmu Huai standing there. Okay, Ikot, the mission is over. Prepare to clean up the battlefield and withdraw the troops. Yes. Chapter 694 The Unknown Future. The stars are shining. Duanmu Huai sat on a chair, staring at the sky outside. Just now, Ikot had reported to him that all enemy ships had been destroyed. But this was not the end, but the beginning. The gears of fate began to turn, and the battle between the Inquisition and the Chaos God would begin again. He had no choice. Duanmu Huai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This unfortunate world, this unfortunate identity. If possible, he also hopes to find a beautiful garden world to retire. Unfortunately, this is impossible. The seal has begun to loosen, And those bastards trapped in the Eye of Terror have begun to try to escape from the prison one by one and return to the free Milky Way. They are like hungry beasts and will devour all living things. But what does this have to do with me? Duanmu Huai opened his eyes and glanced at the system information in front of him again. He was just a player. Maybe he would die and that would be it. Maybe there would be other heroes in this world who would stand up to fight against chaos. Just like in the Iron War, Horus Rebellion, and Black Crusade when justice finally triumphed over evil. Maybe even without him, there would be others who would continue to fight against chaos and win. But maybe he's just good at this. Duanmu Huai admitted that although this world looked hacked up and dangerous, he felt that he seemed to be more suitable for this world. Because here, he could pick up the war hammer without hesitation and smash the heads of every guy who dared to stand in his way, and smear their brains on the ground. Maybe he was born to do this. After all, even in the original world, he couldn't do any ordinary job. And extraordinary work. Well, there was no way to do it. So maybe it's better this way now. Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts and looked at the information bar again. Mortarian's death brought a lot of experience points. However, for Duanmu Huai now, he did not consider the harvest first, but focused on the battlefield information records. Only through these records can he review everything on the battlefield and find better countermeasures. After all, fighting a boss as a player is different from fighting a boss as a god. It is impossible for a player to fight Mortar Ion alone in the game. And in reality, well, Duanmu Huai is not really a one-on-one fight. Taking a look at the battle information bar, the first thing you see is the various halos of both sides fighting each other. Mortar Ion successfully resisted the aura of fear. Duanmu Huai successfully resisted the death plague. Mortar Ion successfully resisted the whisper of the old. Duanmu Huai successfully resisted the sound of crying. From the system information, the two sides started to fight with auras at the first moment. And then, there were all kinds of uninterrupted mutual resistance and immunity. Just like mortals who entered Mortarian's poisonous gas field would be corrupted into bloody chaos monsters. Mortals who walked into Duanmu Huai's fearful aura would also die directly due to extreme panic. If this happens on a large battlefield, both sides can do nothing but release halos, which is enough to clear out all the soldiers around them. But at their level, it is difficult to break each other's defense by releasing auras. The only reason why Duanmu Huai was able to win a great victory in a short period of time, this time was the love from the Dice Girl. Mortar Ion resists the whispers of the old. A huge failure. That's right. If Mortar Ion hadn't failed miserably in resisting the whispers of the old in this round, he wouldn't have been able to break through his defense so easily. And then Duanmu Huai would have seized the opportunity and killed him instantly. Mortarian's experience was divided into two parts. The God of Destruction was still level 15 and had not been upgraded, but the experience bar increased by more than half, which was higher than when he killed Rose. The Will of the Old Gods was upgraded to level 7, raising the level of the aura ability Whisper of the Old to level 3. At the same time, he also gained a new ability. The long-awaited summoning. The Old Ones were here. The Old Ones are always here. And the Old Ones are always here. They wander silently and primitively. Not in the universe we know, but in the universe between. Not in the dimension. Not visible to humans. Open your mind and call the Old Ones at the other end of the universe to come. This move is really a powerful weapon. Duanmu Huai twitched his eyes as he looked at the skill introduction in front of him. If he got tired of living one day, he could try to use this to summon Azathoth. Then, no matter if it was the Chaos Evil God or something else, they would all be eaten by Azathoth. If we have to die, we will die together. Well, this skill is still good as a final insurance. However, Duanmu Huai also gained something in the battle with Mortar Ion. He was surprised to find that among the 3 priesthoods he held, except for the God of Destruction, the Will of the Old Gods was the most restraining against these demon princes. If you think about it carefully, it is normal. The demon princes are all the original genes of the ascended demons. More than half of their bodies do not belong to the real world, but to the warp. If it were other gods of order, they might not be able to fight against these warp demons. But it is different for the old gods. They are higher and stronger, and they are more fierce in fighting for the influence of the warp. This is why Mortar Ion was completely defeated with just one big failure. If Duanmu Huai could improve the level of Old God Will, then there would be no problem in dealing with other demon primarchs. He could use Old God Will to break the opponent's defense, and then use God of Destruction to harvest the opponent's soul. As for the God of Joy, alas, This level is too low. And I guess it has no other use except to steal some souls. Duanmu Huai checked the battlefield records again and confirmed that everyone else was normal. Then closed the information bar and closed his eyes. The benefits of destroying a demon Primarch were basically negligible, because of Mortarian's characteristics. His spoils were of no use to Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai would not accept those things full of germs, poison gas and death infection even if they were given to him for free. Not to mention that if he used them, wouldn't it be equivalent to indirectly spreading the love of his father? Who knows when that fat otaku will come to me with a smile on his face. In fact, all Daemon Primarchs are killed like this, with a large amount of experience. But other than that, there is basically no loot. Or if it is dropped, no one dares to use it. Players who use the loot are basically also contaminated by chaos later, and then attacked by the crowd. Since these loots have a chance to drop only when killing the Demon Primarch boss, no one would have nothing better to do than start an alt to search the corpse. Players with a level and equipment high enough to attack the Demon Primarch naturally wouldn't want to waste an account for such a trivial matter. In other words, for Duanmu Huai, it was a good thing that Mortarion didn't drop anything. If it dropped some equipment, he would have to worry about whether his father had begun to pay attention to him. At least for now. Everything seems to be fine. As expected, I still need to find a way to increase the level of Old God's will. But I can't do it in Faerun. Well, maybe I can try in Botwar? Anyway, the devils and demons there have nothing better to do than fight each other all day long. Duanmu Huai stood up, stretched his body, opened the door, and walked out of the room. At this moment, he saw An walking towards him from the other side of the corridor. Ah, Mr. Knight. When An saw Duanmu Huai, he ran to him angrily and complained as if he had found his target. Next time, can you please tell us the situation in advance when you summon us? It stinks in there. I spent a whole hour in the bathroom. I shouldn't smell any more. Right? As he spoke, and sniffed his body from side to side and raised his hands to Duanmu Huai, who also lowered his head and sniffed. No. It's normal. That's good. To be honest, the stench was so terrible that I thought I would never be able to get rid of that horrible smell in my life. And breathed a sigh of relief. Where's Yulia? Ah ha ha ha. When An heard Duanmu Huai's question, her face turned red. Yulia fainted from the soaking and is resting now. Hee hee. Did you do something to her again under the pretext of checking if she was clean? Hee hee. Looking at An, who was smiling awkwardly, Duanmu Huai shook his head helplessly. He couldn't figure out what the relationship between An and Leia was. If they were just best friends, and was sometimes too affectionate to Leia. And if you said there was a deeper relationship between them, it didn't seem to be like that. At least as far as An was concerned. She seemed to just like to take advantage of Leia by taking advantage of her identity as a girl. Looking at the magic princess in front of him, Duanmu Huai suddenly thought of something. Install. What's up? Have you ever thought about the future? Future? Yes. In the distant future. 100 years? 1,000 years? Or maybe even longer? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, and frowned and thought for a moment. I've never thought that far ahead. I think I can think about future matters later. So do you think that in a few decades, you and Leia will still be the same as now? Of course I hope it's still like this. But who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Speaking of this, and chuckled. I don't know what you think, Mr. Knight, but in my opinion, as mortals, we can only expect the future and then work hard to realize our expectations. As for whether the future can really meet our expectations, we will have to wait and see. You said that like a princess. What do you mean by like? I am a princess. Okay. Looking at An's puffy cheeks, Duanmu Huai smiled and reached out to touch her head. Indeed. I'll think about the future later. Duanmu Huai nodded. Let's go back to Arkham first. Then, he spoke. Chapter 695 Autumn Rest. After this, Duanmu Huai had a rare period of leisure time. Mortarion was dead, and Toriel was no longer a threat for the time being. Of course, this was only in the near future. But for Duanmu Huai, it was a good time to have some time now. Although Duanmu Huai is like a salted fish in Arkham Castle at the moment. In fact, the entire tribunal has begun to operate in an orderly manner. Lumiere and Eclair are responsible for monitoring the situation of the Star Alliance. Lumiere has been lurking in the Star Alliance network, looking for signs of possible chaos invasion. while Eclair will be responsible for investigating in person. They originally did similar work and are very skilled at it. In addition, other members also took similar actions. Pupil, this astropathic slave, who was originally bought by Duanmu Huai from a wandering merchant, had almost always been a transparent person. This was normal. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Duanmu Huai had strictly prohibited Tong from using her innate astropathic ability to sneak into the Sea of Souls. But now it is different. The seal is gradually weakening. Mortar Ion is the first, but not the last, demon Primarch who will try to counterattack the material world of the galaxy again. Therefore, Duanmu Huai also lifted the ban on Tong. The current job of this girl is to meditate with her eyes closed in the astropathic court to detect abnormal fluctuations from the subspace. After all, even after so many years, the means of communication between the Chaos fleets have not changed. Therefore, as long as they can grasp the psychic reaction from the depths of the Sea of Souls, they can almost guess what the other party wants to do. Tong also showed great enthusiasm for this task. Since she came to the tribunal, she has been studying most of the time. Of course, Duanmu Huai also let Lani be the teacher of the astropath. The former has a deep understanding of the magic of the universe and the stars, and is also very interested in the extraordinary talent of the astropath. Therefore, Lani taught Tong the magic of the stars while studying the special psychic power of the astropath. Unfortunately, according to Tong, she did not see the astral torch light that shook people's hearts and illuminated everything in the Soul Sea. The entire Soul Sea was still dark and silent, just like the sea under the gloomy night. The network and psychic monitoring were fully activated. Although the current Inquisition was unusually calm, it was more like the calm before the war. Once any party discovered any unusual movement, this war machine would start without hesitation, open fire, and blow all targets into pieces. The Inquisition also seized this opportunity and began to manufacture warships in large quantities again to make up for the losses of the Reapers in the battle with the space monsters. Of course, there were some changes. For example, Duanmu Huai ordered that the energy cores of all destroyers be changed from antimatter reactors to degeneration furnaces. Although the energy supply of degeneration furnaces is relatively limited, Duanmu Huai is interested in the micro-black holes produced when the degeneration furnaces undergo degeneration reactions. Simply put, if you can't win, send a few destroyers to sneak into the webway, rush directly into the enemy fleet, and then retreat to create a micro-black hole. Judging from the previous results against space monsters, this thing is still very good when used as a weapon. Of course, it is not easy to manufacture a reduction furnace. Even with the strength of the Inquisition, it is difficult to mass-produce it. However, Duanmu Huai does not need to mass-produce something that can blow the center of the universe into a large black hole. Considering that just in case, maybe I should try to build one myself? After all, facing chaos, no amount of firepower is excessive. Duanmu Huai sat on the balcony, overlooking the scenery below. It was already early autumn. Looking around, the trees in Arkham City were already a mixture of red and green. Many people were walking on the streets, and it looked very peaceful and lively. That looks good. Duanmu Huai picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. Oja sat beside him, staring at the book in his hand. At the same time, melodious violin music echoed in their ears. The sound was not from a stereo or a phonograph, but from a girl playing the violin on the other side. Mary closed her eyes. Her fingers gently plucked the strings, playing a melodious and gentle tune. It has to be said that as a rich lady, Mary is indeed versatile in this regard. Soon, the song was over, and Duanmu Huai raised his hand and clapped. Nice playing, Mary. Thank you, Mr. Duanmu. Mary put down the violin and smiled embarrassedly at Duanmu Huai. It's been tough, but I think I've found the rhythm. Well, it's a talent. I just can't get this thing, Duanmu Huai said as he spread out his hands. Mary is playing here not just on a whim. In fact, she is now trying out her new career. Traveling poet. This is a more interesting profession in Faerun. Its combat power is average, but it is very comprehensive. But the most interesting thing is that the bard can release magic and skills by playing music. To be honest, this kind of middle school and cool way really fits the idea of the literary girl Mary. Therefore, after seeing the performance of those bards, Mary can't wait to become one of them. After all, a profession that can perform gracefully during battle, release magic to confuse the enemy, and at the same time be able to fight in close combat looks very elegant and beautiful. Duanmu Huai had no objection to this. There happened to be many bards living in Arkham. So he introduced a respected female bard to be Mary's teacher. And Mary learned very quickly. The only flaw is, unfortunately, I can't use illusion spells. Mary seemed depressed when she said this. Her favorite thing about bards was that if they used illusion spells when they played, they could create lifelike illusions and turn the music into reality for the audience. This ability made Mary very jealous. Unfortunately, Mary cannot use any illusion spells. Duanmu Huai certainly knew the reason. Mary's golden eyes were simply an enhanced version of the true vision, and all illusions did not exist in front of her. So Mary was immune to illusion spells, and there was nothing that could be done about it. And naturally, she was also unable to cast illusion spells. But aren't you great at evocation? Wow, I don't really like the shaper type. Seeing the depression on Mary's face, Duanmu Huai laughed. He certainly understood why Mary would complain like that. The transmutation system was called the Five Fireball Cult, or the Transmutation Barbarians by players, because of its simplicity, directness and roughness. The so-called barbarians among mages refer to the transmutation system. Of course, Mary would not simply set off a fireball, but she was also very proficient in sound waves, and could break rocks and iron by playing the violin. Well, if we just look at the literal meaning, we can understand why Mary was bothered by this aspect of herself. After all, isn't it like saying that her playing was beyond imagination? Just like Fat Tiger whose singing can break glass. By the way, Mr. Duanmu, after complaining a few words, Mary seemed to have thought of something and looked at Duanmu Huai somewhat embarrassedly. What's up? I would like to ask. Can I invite Shirley and Angelica to come to the court? Mary felt somewhat uneasy when she spoke of this. You're two good friends? Why did you suddenly think of talking about this? Because when I was having tea with them before, they both thought I had changed a lot. So they wanted to see what kind of work I was doing. Having said this, Mary looked down at herself in confusion. But I feel like I haven't changed at all? It's hard for people to look at themselves objectively. Duanmu Huai laughed. He certainly understood what Mary was wondering about. In Mary's opinion, she was still herself. Cautious, elegant and polite. And most of the time, there was no change. But Duanmu Huai knew that this was not the case. In any case, Mary had followed him through several battlefields, faced the old ones, and destroyed the core of the Reaper. If such a person said that she was an ordinary person, then the real ordinary people were basically a group of bugs. Maybe Mary herself didn't realize it. But in fact, she already had some of the iron-blooded flavor and temperament of the Inquisition. You have to know that Mary is different from an Angulia. She comes from a relatively peaceful world that has not experienced war, and people don't encounter danger. Now Mary is already a veteran who has experienced many battles. Even if her behavior is the same as before, the aura she exudes is still easy to make people feel different. It's like an ordinary person standing in front of a tough soldier. Even if the other person is smiling, he or she will easily feel nervous. Maybe on weekdays she would still smile and behave politely when drinking tea and chatting with friends. But when danger came, her friends might be so scared that they would tremble and collapse to the ground, while Mary would be able to calmly draw her sword to deal with it. This is the difference. It doesn't matter. It's up to you. It wouldn't be bad to show them Arkham City. I still think the name City of 1,000 Towers sounds better. Hearing this, Mary immediately complained. Duanmu Huai had clearly agreed to let Mary name the city, but Mary racked her brains to come up with a bunch of names. But Duanmu Huai rejected them all. In the end, Mary had no choice but to accommodate Duanmu Huai and still use the name Arkham City. It's just a name. It doesn't matter. But Mr. Duanmu, that's not what you said before. Mary complained a little when Duanmu Huai gave her this task. He said that the name was the face of a city, and asked her to think carefully and not bring shame to the tribunal. In the end, when I used the one I came up with, it just became a name. And it's not important. Sometimes this gentleman's ability to cheat really amazed her. Report. Just when Duanmu Huai and Mary chatted, Miss Rena came in. She first gave a gift to the two, and then said, "What's the matter, Mr. Rena?" Looking at the forest princess in front of him. Duanmu Huai also restrained his expression slightly, and sat up again. After the initial period of chaos, Arkham City has now been put on the right track. Because the rules of the tribunal are very clear. The laws are very strict. and with the dual deterrence of the night guards and the angels. There are basically no people who dare to cause trouble here. So after Duanmu Huai decided on the general direction, Miss Trina could handle many things on her own. There is a report from the Blade of Judgment. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai perked up. After the Inquisition acquired this territory, it naturally needed locals to maintain law and order, patrol and fight. Therefore, Duanmu Huai formed a force called the Blade of Judgment based on the structure of the Inquisition, which is similar to the role of the Imperial Auxiliary Army. Their main task is to assist in guarding Arkham City and the entire Inquisition territory, while investigating the surrounding situation and eliminating all evil existence that threatens humanity. This army is basically composed of people from Faerun, most of whom are soldiers from other territories, as well as some adventurers, paladins, priests and priests from various temples. After all, although the Inquisition looks like a religious institution, they do not believe in gods, and Duanmu Huai does not need to draw strength from faith, so he has no essential conflict of interest with the gods of Faerun. This troop seems to be competent at the moment. The pressure from the Inquisition is not just talk. Besides, there are really gods in this world, and no one wants their soul to be dragged into hell after death. In addition, the reward for the Judgment Blade troop is very high, so everyone is willing to stay here. However, for Duanmu Huai, this force is more like a scout, scouting around and seeing what events can be activated wherever they are. Now it seems that this has paid off. The 15th Judgment Blade Squad has discovered a strange cult in the nearby mountains. They believe their strength is limited, so they requested support from the Inquisition. What exactly? It is highly likely that they are facing a true god. Oh, that's interesting. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. Then I'll go and take a look myself. Chapter 696, Blade of Judgment. It rained heavily. Gray lurked in the bushes, holding his breath carefully. He held a longbow in his hand and used the cover of the forest to hide his tracks. However, a hand suddenly appeared from behind and pressed on his shoulder, almost making the ranger scream. He turned around and saw an old face with a beard looking at him with a mean smile. Hey, Ben! Can you please stop being so damn scary? I almost screamed. That just shows that you're not good enough. Kid. Ben curled his lips and walked silently to Gray's side with the agility unique to a rogue. This old man seemed to be showing off his skills. But Gray was speechless. Rangers and rogues are both good at concealment. And in fact, his own skills are indeed not up to par. How is it going? No one came out. Gray lowered his voice and spoke. What about the rest? Stand by in the back. I just checked around and no one has spotted us. It looks like we can really catch a big fish this time. Ben covered his mouth to prevent white air from escaping, and answered almost in a mumbling manner. His voice was mixed with the sound of the cold early autumn rain, making it difficult to hear clearly. This Judgment Blade team set out a week ago. The Judgment Blade team is similar to an adventure team, basically consisting of 5 people. Their main task is to investigate the commissions and requests received by the Inquisition from all over the world and complete them. For example, if a village is suffering from goblins, or a hag in the swamp is stealing children. Similar situations are within the scope of the Inquisition's attention. Although there were no problems within the territory of the Inquisition, it was another matter outside the territory. After all, most of the villages in this world were remote bases. For example, some villages were simply built and were not within the scope of any territory. Moreover, since these places were generally remote, the Lord's guards would not travel long distances to help. Therefore, if such remote villages encountered any problems, they could only rely on themselves. But now that we have the tribunal, the situation is different. The trial court is an organization that exists to protect human beings. So as long as it threatens everything of human beings, it will be born in the trial. Time has a land attacking village, hoping that the trial court can send people to support. So the team set out from the city and went to the village to investigate the situation. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. When they arrived, the village had been destroyed. Some of the villagers were killed, and others were missing. Fortunately, goblins are not a smart race that can erase their own footprints. As a ranger, Gray still captured their footprints, then found the goblin camp and launched a successful raid. The goblin camp was defeated, but the battle was not over. According to the goblins, the villagers had been sent as captives to a being called the Supreme True God. Their souls would merge with the Supreme True God and become more powerful beings. At first, Gray didn't take this so-called supreme god seriously. Goblins are a weak, evil, and very rogue race. As long as they see a powerful being, they will regard the other party as a god. Maybe today their so-called god is a dragon, and tomorrow it becomes a wizard. But no matter what, they want to save those villagers. So they went all the way and came here, although they were mentally prepared. The scene before them still surprised them. In the valley, a dilapidated fortress stood. It looked like a dwarf fortress, but it was abandoned. Even so, the fortress was still well preserved. However, the problem was not here. The problem was that there were hundreds of goblins, mountain giants, and even orcs gathered in the fortress. They formed an army, and it was not known who led them. But it is certain that it is not a small character that can gather these brutal monsters and let them obediently exist. So the team encountered a problem, and they began to think about what to do next. Should they sneak in, find out the other party's situation, and then report back? Or should they report immediately and wait for support from the rear? I have to apologize to you first. Ben dropped his smile and stared at Gray. What's wrong? I have sent a report to the Inquisition. You? Gray was shocked to hear Ben's answer. He subconsciously reached out to grab the other person. But fortunately, his remaining sanity made him know the consequences of causing trouble here. But even so, the anger in his heart was still burning. Why didn't you discuss this with me? Gray is the captain of this team, and Ben is the vice captain. Although Ben is about 10 years older than Gray, Gray is young and strong, and has rich experience as a ranger. Plus, it always feels a bit wrong to have a ranger as captain. So in the end, Gray became the captain of the team, and Ben became the vice captain. Don't be so quick to lose your temper, young man. Ben seemed very calm, even when his clothes were grabbed. He stared at Gray and shook his head. You also know why I do this. Gray loosened his hand, then turned his head away angrily, looking at the fortress below in silence. Ben, on the other hand, straightened his clothes. Believe me, kid, I've seen a lot of young people like you and heard a lot of heroic epics, thinking that they can single-handedly turn the tide and save the world like the Mithril Four or the heroes of Neverwinter. But understand, we don't have that ability. We can't deal with so many goblins and mountain giants. I know you're eager to show your merit, and being motivated is a good thing. But not knowing how to live or die is another matter. Are you married? Hearing this question, Gray nodded depressedly. My daughter is already 1 year old. Then you should also understand that for the sake of your wife and children, you must try to stay alive. The Inquisition has given you such good conditions, but it is not to let you die. Gray was speechless for a moment after hearing what Ben said. Gray was a ranger. He and his wife lived a peaceful life in a small village. But later, the village was attacked by bandits. Although Gray protected his wife, the whole village was destroyed. For Gray, those were the most painful days. They were homeless and had to sleep in the open air. His wife was pregnant. In this situation, Gray was powerless. In the end, they chose to go to the court. In Arkham City, Gray decided to give up his identity as a free ranger and join Judgment Blade as a soldier. The treatment of the Inquisition was better than Gray could imagine. After becoming a Judgment Blade, he was given his own house, which was totally unimaginable to Gray. Generally speaking, soldiers would live in a large bunk bed, a large room with dozens of bunk beds squeezed in, where a group of sweaty men would rest. Only those with some spare money could rent a house. And it was even more difficult to buy a house. In fact, when Gray first came to Arkham City, he was thinking of using his savings to rent a house here and then find a way to live. But to his surprise, after he completed the formalities, the clerk who processed the formalities for him gave him a completely new option. You can rent in an apartment building if you want. According to the staff, the so-called apartment building is a high-rise building. As long as Gray is willing to sign the agreement, they can move in. Of course, the monthly rent will be automatically deducted from the salary. But compared to the rent outside, it is already quite cheap. Gray didn't have much choice but to nod in agreement. I have to admit that at first, Gray was not used to this strange architectural style. In the world of Faerun, every household builds a house by enclosing a piece of land and building whatever they want. Especially in those remote villages. If you have the ability, you can enclose an entire mountain and no one will care. But it was different in Arkham City. Gray rented a standard room with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Although there was no furniture, It had all the necessary facilities such as kitchen and bathroom. It was quite convenient. When he woke up every day, he could even enjoy the scenery outside through the colorful French windows in front of him. However, as a ranger, Gray still prefers a house with his own courtyard. Although the current apartment is well equipped and comfortable to live in, it always makes him feel like he is living in a luxurious birdcage, which makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, Gray knew that he was too greedy. Being able to give such good treatment to a new soldier was enough to prove that the Inquisition treated them very well. So he wanted to make achievements as soon as possible and repay the Inquisition. Don't think too much, kid. Ben slapped Gray on the back of the head, interrupting his thoughts. Remember? We are soldiers now. You are no longer the free-spirited ranger. Do you remember what mission we received before we set out? Investigate the specific circumstances of the village attacked by the goblins. Respond as appropriate. And report back. That's right. We have investigated to this point, and have done everything we need to do. So we need to report to the tribunal, and wait for the next step. This is the duty of a soldier. Ben reached out, and pointed to the ruins of the fortress below. You know what, Gray? I have explored similar ruined fortresses several times before, and I often saw some corpses inside. Then I would wonder who they were, where they came from, and why they came here. But I can't find the answers because they are already dead, and there is no record to explain. Ben spread his hands. You see, we don't want to suffer the same fate ourselves. If we go in, we may find something, or we may not. We may be killed and leave our bodies behind. Then people who come later will stand in front of our corpses and wonder why we came here. But we are already dead, and the dead cannot speak. Gray said nothing. Remember, Gray, it's a good thing to make achievements. But first you have to understand your responsibilities. We are the Blades of Judgment. We were told on the day we joined that we are the mortal troops of the Inquisition. We fight for the Inquisition and to protect humanity. Or do you think your current body is not cool enough and plan to become an Iron SHL? At this point, Ben patted Gray on the shoulder. Almost everyone in Arkham City knew the situation of the Night Sentinels. They were the most loyal warriors of the Inquisition during their lifetime. After death, their souls possessed iron armor and transformed into immortal warriors to continue serving the Inquisition. Of course, if it were somewhere else, even if this was said, it would not be recognized by most people. Not to mention that the armor of the Night Sentinels looked so evil. It would be easier to accept if it was said that this was a necromancer who used magic to extract the souls of the living and sealed them in steel armor to serve as slaves. The reason why everyone accepted the night guards was that even during the day, these iron guards would patrol the streets tirelessly, not caring about the sun at all. And people often saw them talking with the priests or paladins of the church. And because of this, everyone accepted the Inquisition's statement. After all, so many churches of gods are here, including Lathander, the Lord of the Dawn, who hates undead creatures the most. If it were just one church, it could be said that it might have been deceived or bribed by the Inquisition. But it is impossible that all gods are blind. That's good. Hearing Ben's joke, Gray reached out and touched the Inquisition emblem on his collar. If I die, my soul can be returned to the Inquisition. And then I can come back to watch my daughter grow up, get married, and have children. I think that would be great. So you're unwilling to leave your daughter even if you die. Your daughter is so miserable. However, before Ben could finish his words, suddenly, a black shadow flashed across the sky, and a howling wind blew up. In just a moment, an unspeakable fear and trembling broke out in the hearts of the two men, making them feel as if they had lost all the strength in their bodies. They could only sit on the ground like a puddle of mud, staring with horror at the shadow that flashed across the sky and landed in the fortress. It was a giant dragon. Oh my god! Oh my god! What on earth did we see? Ben's eyes widened. His mouth trembled, and he almost shouted. Fortunately, the goblins and giants in the fortress were not in a good condition at this moment. They knelt on the ground trembling, completely unaware of the two people who were watching not far away. Hurry! Get out of here! Ben bit his tongue hard, and the severe pain diluted the fear. He grabbed Gray and wanted to take him away. However, Gray shook his head. No, I can't go. Are you crazy? That's a dragon. I know it's a dragon. Gray also turned around now and stared at Ben. But this is an opportunity. Where exactly is this place? Why did a giant dragon appear? What exactly do they want to do? I don't believe that these people went to so much trouble to capture the villagers just to feed the dragon. Having said this, Gray stood up again. I'm going to investigate the situation. Maybe I can get some valuable information. You? Ben reached out his hand and pointed at Gray. Are you trying to kill yourself? That's a giant dragon. But Gray said nothing more. Just stared at Ben, who shook his head. I won't go and die. And there are other people who need my care. If you want to die, go ahead. Anyway, the pension from the Inquisition is enough to support the orphans and widows. After saying this, Ben snorted coldly, turned around and disappeared into the bushes. Gray withdrew his gaze, looked at the fortress in front of him again, and took a deep breath. Then he bent down and groped his way towards the fortress. Chapter 697 Investigation. The rain is getting heavier. Gray cats sneak around the fortress. Fortunately, it may be because of the dragon just now. At this moment, the fortress was chaotic, and the goblins shivered and ran away. The situation of others was not good. As a mature ranger, Gray's accomplishments in sneaky are still good, although it is not as good as the Wanderer. He also easily sneaked into the fortress while this chaos, and then came to an abandoned tower. He carefully avoided the shouting ground essence patrol team and looked down in the shadow. I saw a red dragon lying in the square, and on top of the red dragon stood a strange humanoid creature. Its skin was yellow like a toad with black spots. It had no nose, only two nostrils facing upwards. The Githyanki. Gray immediately recalled the information he had obtained during the Judgment Blade teaching. In order to let the Judgment Blade team distinguish between humans and aliens, the instructor at that time took out a lot of racial information. Among them, elves, dwarves, tieflings and Aasimar were all classified as subhuman races, while Githyanki were alien races, because their skulls are more slender than humans, and their teeth structure is also different. Well, the standard of the Inquisition to distinguish between humans and non-humans is so simple and crude. As long as they meet the human skull shape, they are humans and subhumans, and all others are aliens. At this moment, the Githyanki man stood on the top of the red dragon, looking at the mountain giant leader in front of him. They were arguing loudly, and seemed to be talking about something, but because of the heavy rain, it was hard to hear clearly. Gray hesitated for a moment, slowly lurking in the shadows, and once again came to the edge of the other side. It was obvious that the two men were arguing louder and louder. Although the rain was heavy, as Gray got closer, he was still able to hear their conversation. The true God is very unhappy with your offering. Stupid bastard. He needs more sacrifices. This is not my fault. The mountain giant leader was also angry at the accusations of the Githyanki. There aren't any stinky humans here. The ones that should be there have all been captured. The area around here has been cleared out. You must offer your loyalty to the true God. Or do you wish to become a walking corpse like your predecessor? It's not our fault. In response to the accusations of the Githyanki envoy, the mountain giant roared in anger. If he had not been afraid of the red dragon under him, he would have wanted to grab this little man with his nostrils in the air, literally, and bite him into pieces. No. That's it. At this time, even Gray could hear that the mountain giant was on the verge of hysterical anger. He had no doubt that the next moment he would clench the club in his hand and smash it at the arrogant Githyanki. Do you want us to attack human cities? That's a good idea. Hearing the mountain giant's roar, the Githyanki suddenly calmed down. He stared at the mountain giant in front of him with a smile on his face, as if he had heard some good news. That's right. You will attack Baldur's Gate, completely destroy the city, and then capture all humans as sacrifices. Impossible. The mountain giant leader suddenly swung the wooden stick in his hand that was as thick as an ancient tree. The huge stick was past the head of the Githyanki, but the Githyanki did not move. It is unknown whether the mountain giant leader showed mercy or the Githyanki had already expected that he would not dare to attack him. Human. The city is huge and difficult to capture. Don't worry. I will give you strength. The Githyanki's voice is suddenly soft. The Supreme True God has decided to give you an incomparable honor. You will not be tired or afraid, and will fight for the true God until death. This is an honor. You? Hearing this, the mountain giant leader seemed to have thought of something, and his originally full-bodied voice actually trembled. At the same time, Gray also found that the situation seemed to have changed. The cold air around him was getting heavier. He originally thought it was because of the rain, but soon Gray found that the coldness exceeded the range that it should have on a rainy day. Then, A scene that shocked Gray appeared in front of him. Suddenly, countless dark, cold tentacles emerged from the dark shadows on the square, tightly wrapping around the goblins, mountain giants, and orcs in the square. These monsters screamed in pain, struggling desperately and trembling to break free from the tentacles. But to no avail. Even the mountain giant leader roared and swung his stick, seeming to have decided not to give in anymore, and swung it at the Githyanki and its pet red dragon. The mountain giant leader's angry stick suddenly fell to the ground weakly, and his sturdy and powerful arms hung limply at his sides. Not only him, but all the monsters in the square were like this. They stood there stupidly with dull eyes, as if their struggle and resistance just now were all fake. What is going on? Seeing this scene, Gray felt a little dizzy, and he even began to doubt his own eyes. Because Gray saw it clearly. Just now, those monsters were still screaming, jumping and picking up weapons to try to fight to the death with the Githyanki under the leadership of the mountain giant leader. But the next moment, they stood there in an orderly manner, just standing there, motionless with their heads down, like well-trained guards, as if the chaotic farce just now had never happened. Is it that I am dazzled? Something is wrong. Very wrong. A chill ran up Gray's spine, and he felt fear. At this moment, he really felt a certain fear. Perhaps he really shouldn't be here. He should leave as soon as possible. In fact, this information alone was enough. He suddenly felt that Ben was right. Soldiers should do what soldiers should do. Now he is no longer a lone ranger. He has the Inquisition and the Judgment Blade behind him. He can report this matter to his superiors and ask them to send someone. Gray stepped back cautiously, but his luck was not good. The dilapidated tower seemed to have reached its limit in the storm. With a slight crash sound, the tower under Gray's feet suddenly collapsed the next moment, and Gray screamed and fell heavily. Fortunately, his mind was still clear, and he rolled over and stood up almost the moment he landed on the ground. However, at this moment, he found himself in the most desperate situation. I didn't expect there was a little mouse here. The Githyanki stared at Gray coldly, and the red dragon under him had opened its bloody mouth and fiercely locked its lock on the prey in front of it. I don't know who you are, but that's it. As the Githyanki spoke, the red dragon opened its mouth, and then a stream of flame spewed out, blasting towards Gray. At this moment, Gray felt hopeless. He could feel the heat wave coming towards him, which was enough to turn him into charcoal. However, he could do nothing but stand there and watch the flames gushing towards him. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared, and a shining shield appeared in front of Gray, blocking the breath from the red dragon. At the same time, Ben's voice sounded in Gray's ears. Run, boy! Gray's body recovered much faster than his consciousness. When Gray came to his senses, he had turned around and rushed into the forest. The hard thorns scratched his clothes and body, but the burning pain made Gray more awake. He opened his eyes and looked forward, soon seeing Ben and the rest of his team. You? Why would you? Idiot. Do you think you're the only one who wants to make a contribution? Let's go! If we don't leave now, we're really going to become a pile of barbecued meat. As if to verify Ben's words, the Githyanki's angry roar came from the air. You damn bastards. Don't even think about leaving here. Catch them. Following the orders of the Githyanki, monsters such as mountain giants and goblins, who were standing blankly in the square, quickly moved and rushed into the forest. Gray and his group ran in a desperate situation. The red dragon hovered over their heads, spewing flames from time to time, burning the forest. Behind them, the mountain giants and goblins didn't care about the flames at all, and chased them like a death squad. Damn! What's up with these goblins? Another warrior killed a goblin that was rushing towards him with a backhanded sword and complained at the same time. If they encountered something like this on a normal day, they would definitely run away. How could they be so brave? I don't know either. But I saw that they seemed to have turned into something else. I don't know what something did to them. Gray also turned around and shot an arrow, piercing the eye of a mountain giant. But the mountain giant remained steady, and did not even pull out the arrow from his eye, as if it did not exist at all. Well, at least you got something. And it wasn't like we took a risk for nothing. Ben complained while pushing the wizard in front of him. Send a signal quickly. Send a signal quickly. The wizard raised his staff, and soon a firework shot out from the staff, rushing into the sky and turning into a dazzling skull symbol. They quickly left the location where the fireworks were released, because the next moment flames fell from the sky, turning the ground where everyone was originally located into a sea of fire. This place is several days away from Arkham City. They can't even see it. I submitted the report a long time ago. Logically, the reinforcements should be on the way. Having said that, Ben raised his head again and looked towards the sky subconsciously. And then his face suddenly brightened with joy. Hey, they're coming! Hearing Ben shout, Gray also raised his head. And then he saw through the gaps in the leaves a figure shining with bright red flames, crossing the entire night sky like a meteorite, and then crashing into the Red Dragon. Chapter 698 Target Lock. Duanmu hit the Red Dragon head-on, and the latter screamed and fell to the ground, hitting the forest heavily. It shook its body desperately, trying to stand up and fight back. However, Duanmu just hit it on the head with a hammer, and the head, which was bigger than Duanmu, broke like a ball and turned into a pool of blood. At the same time, melodious music sounded, and the vibrating sound waves turned into thunder that gathered and exploded in the air. Boom! With a roar like an explosion, the scattered sound waves directly shattered the goblin team that followed the crowd, and their bodies were shattered into bloody fragments. At the same time, the silver-haired girl fell from the sky. Her fingers twitched slightly and stretched forward. The mountain giants, who had strode across the sea of fire, suddenly changed. They crossed the sea of fire, roaring and rushing forward. And then, their entire bodies separated from the waist, and the running legs of the lower body were completely misaligned with the upper body. And then they fell into the fire like slices of ham. We are saved? Gray stopped in surprise, looking blankly at the army behind him consisting of nearly 100 goblins, mountain giants, orcs, and even Githyanki and red dragons. How could such an army be destroyed in the blink of an eye? Not only Gray, but everyone else looked at each other in bewilderment, speechless. If it weren't for the burning forest, the corpses scattered all over the ground, and the bloody smell, they would have thought they were dreaming. Then, they saw a tall, dark figure slowly walk out of the flames. The figure was like a demon, and the cranial label on the chest flickered under the light of the flame, and the double eagle on the shoulders covered blood. But at this moment, seeing its existence made Gray extremely at ease. However, Ben next to him had a changed expression. My lord. He quickly knelt down and saluted the iron warrior in front of him. Lord? Get down on your knees. Idiot! Looking at Gray, who was standing there in a daze, Ben cursed and shouted in a low voice, then grabbed him and forced him to kneel down. In this era, the Lord still had the power of life and death over his people. Of course, the lords of each territory had different styles. For example, the Lord of Silvermoon City, Illustrial, was easier to talk to. But the Inquisition, it's clear from the looks of it that they are not good men and women. Okay, no need to bother. Duanmu glanced at the adventurers in front of him, who were wearing the Blade of Judgment uniforms, and waved his hand. I came here after receiving the news. Well, your signal was sent in a timely manner. Okay, now who can tell me what happened? Hearing Duanmu's question, Gray stood up hesitantly. Now, it's his time to show off. After listening to Gray's report, Duanmu fell into silent thought. Ajis and Mary had also finished extinguishing the forest fire and returned to his side. Looking at Duanmu, you said that the Githyanki used some weird magic, and the goblins and mountain giants stopped moving? Yes. Yes. Sir. They were like puppets all of a sudden. They were still shouting and yelling, but suddenly they just stood there motionless. Duanmu thought about it and realized that if that was the case, then there were actually many ways to achieve similar effects, such as the Mind Flayer's mental storm, or some magic, such as command shock, which would be very convenient to deal with these lower creatures. But Duanmu knew that this matter was not that simple. There was only one reason. He looked at his system information bar, and there was no experience value displayed on it. That's right. The system information showed that Duanmu killed the Red Dragon and the Githyanki. Mary killed the goblins, and Ojas killed the mountain giants and orcs. And all of these were recorded. But the experience gained is 0. According to the reason, this is impossible, even if the level of the two parties is too large. At least there is the most basic 1 point of experience. However, it is 0. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. This shows that this matter is not normal. And why the Githyanki? In Dwanmu Huai's memory, the Githyanki people have a high opinion of themselves and rarely obey other beings. The so-called Supreme God is a fake name. No god would give himself such an embarrassing name. It's like your nickname is Gooden. If you find out when you grow up that your nickname Gooden has been recorded, it would be so embarrassing. It seems that this matter needs to be investigated. Thinking of this, Dwanmu Huai made a decision. Just notify Jiawei and ask her to send people to search the entire area. If they find any clues about the Supreme God or something, report to me immediately. Yes. Sitting on Dwanmu Huai's shoulder, Ajis nodded. As for you guys, after giving the order, Dwanmu Huai looked at his team members, who were looking at him eagerly. You guys go back and rest first. You completed your mission very well. Mary, write them down and give them to Ms. Trina along with the report. We will discuss them after the investigation is completed. Okay. Mary took out her notebook, wrote it down quickly, and nodded. Dwanmu Huai reached out and patted Gray on the shoulder. Well done. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Gray was already sweating profusely at this moment, and his mind felt blank. When he saw Dwanmu Huai turn around and leave, Gray suddenly thought of something and asked, Please, may I ask, Lord, is this cult very important? Why do you ask? Because you, Lord, came in person. Gray didn't know what to say at the moment. At first he thought that only the night guards came, until Ben reminded Gray beside him. He realized that it was actually the Lord who came. He thought that the Lord must have encountered something very important. So he came out in person. It wasn't until he twisted his back hard, and Gray found that he was out of words. This didn't seem to be a problem that he should worry about. But fortunately, Dwanmu Huai didn't care. Maybe not. Regardless, you have triggered an interesting mission. As for whether it is important or not, we will know when the time comes. After saying this, Dwanmu Huai snapped his fingers, and then a portal appeared out of thin air. Then he led the two of them into the portal. Gray didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the tall figure disappeared from their sight. Then he was kicked hard by Ben. You idiot! Who do you think you are? How dare you ask such silly questions? Are you tired of living? I was just asking, okay. It's my bad. Facing the angry Ben, Gray wanted to say something, but finally lowered his head. Indeed, what the big shots above wanted to do was not something a small soldier like him could care about. But Gray still didn't understand what the Lord meant by triggering the task. Gray certainly didn't understand that Dwanmu Huai was actually using these teams as players. There are often similar plots in games. For example, the player initially accepts a mission that requires him to investigate a manor. Then the player goes there and eliminates the undead creatures there. And generally the mission ends here. However, if the players are bored and rummage around in it, they may find a mysterious secret room and find information from the dead props in it. When they report this information when handing in the task, the next new task line will be opened. Such as, oh, adventurers, I didn't expect there is such a secret behind this. We need to conduct further investigation. Then the further task will start, and the player will continue to investigate the situation of the dead prop. Then they will find a cult organization, and then investigate again, and fight with the cult. After the battle, they will report with the task prop. Then the NPC says, Oh my god, I didn't expect it to be this. It's really hard to imagine, and then starts telling the player a bunch of so-called sealed history, and then asks the player to go and check the seal. Then the player went to check the seal, and found that it was opened, and the boss was gone. So the next task for the player was to find the boss. Of course, in order to take care of the player's gaming experience. All of this is done by the players. During the entire mission, lords and kings don't show up like idiots. It is not until the final boss comes to the door that they ask the players to save the world. It's a game after all, so it's understandable. But the reality is simply not like this. It's like a few auxiliary police officers discovered important clues about drug distribution channels. But instead of transferring the case to the anti-drug brigade, a few auxiliary police officers were left to solve the case. Just think about it, and you know this is impossible. What Dwanmu Huai is doing now is to let the Judgment Blade team act as players, and go around to open quests. If it is just an ordinary quest, let them solve it themselves. If it is an epic quest, then he will be embarrassed to just grab it directly. Isn't this much more convenient than going around everywhere to activate quests by himself? Moreover, the reason why the target is set on cults is very simple. Most cults worship gods of the evil camp. Duanmu Huai is now thinking of finding a few gods to practice his skills and teach them a lesson. This is basically equivalent to actively trying to make trouble for others. He is just waiting for the chance to uncover an underground gang organization. At that time, Duanmu Huai can bring the tribunal to kick down the door directly. Like now, Duanmu Huai has found an excellent goal. The Githyanki. Staring at the corpse of the Githyanki in front of him, Duanmu Huai's expression was very grim. He did not forget that he needed to destroy 3 civilized races in order to unlock the second stage of his incarnation of the Scourge. The Githyanki obviously met this condition. They were aliens, evil astral creatures, and posed a threat to humans. This was enough for the Inquisition to exterminate them. After confirming this, Duanmu Huai made a decisive decision. Let's go to the astral world, Duanmu Huai said to Mary. The Justerius kills humans and uses them as a sacrifice. This is absolutely unbearable. We must completely eliminate these aliens. One will not stay. Saying here, Duanmu Huai clenched his fist tightly, with a touch of killing in his eyes. They must give me an explanation. Otherwise they don't need to explain it. Chapter 699 Invitation. For Mary. This is a different afternoon tea time. Are you really willing to take us to see? Mary? Axelica. Petite and cute Axelica's eyes, staring at Mary sitting opposite the table. And Xiao Li stared at her uneasily. Yes. Haven't you been worried about me? I have talked to Mr. Duanmu, and he thinks it's okay for a few people to come and visit. After all, we are not doing anything shameful. At this point, Mary was a little hesitant. Do they really see what they do? It doesn't seem so. It seems like it. After hearing Mary's answer, Angelica and Charlie looked at each other and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As Mary's friends, they also knew that Mary had been taking leave frequently under the pretext of internship inspection during this period. On the surface, it was for work, but Mary never told them what the specific work was. Not only that, they also found that Mary's temperament had changed a bit. Originally, Mary was the strongest and most active among the 3. But during these tea parties, they found that Mary's temperament seemed to have become more unique. I don't know how to put it. It feels like Mary seems to have an aura, as if what she says is difficult for others to refuse. This also made Charlie and Angelica hidden a little curious. Until one time, Angelica's fiancé Howard came to meet the 3 at the tea party. After seeing Mary, he was surprised. Has anything happened to Miss Mary recently? No. What's wrong? It's quite strange. Howard hesitated for a moment, but still whispered his feelings to Angelica. I can feel that Miss Mary has a unique aura on her body, as if it is similar to a soldier. Soldiers? But Mary didn't serve as a soldier. Did they mean training and defense technique? No. Howard shook his head. It's not the temperament of a new soldier, but a veteran. I once met a veteran who returned from overseas battlefields. Miss Mary's temperament now is very similar to his. There is an indescribable majesty. That's right. Howard used the word dignified. Although Mary was still a well-mannered middle-class lady in the eyes of outsiders, and her gestures and words were still so soft and gentle, which was completely in line with the behavior of a lady. Even a businessman like him would feel a little nervous when standing in front of her. It was not that a man felt nervous when seeing a beautiful woman, but more like he instinctively felt that the other party was a person of a different class from himself. Just like he would be at a loss when facing a big man like a duke or a general. Even if the other party seemed very approachable, it would still make people feel uneasy. This was the feeling Mary gave Howard. After listening to Howard's explanation, Angelica was also uneasy. She found Xiao Li. The 2 discussed and decided to ask what Mary did, after all. Such a big change has been made in a short time. It is not like Mary's performance. That's why they asked Mary in the afternoon tea time. But they got an unexpected answer. Sure enough, I knew it had something to do with that man. When Angelica heard the name Mr. Duanmu from Mary's mouth, she slapped the table and jumped up, grimacing, not knowing whether it was because her hand hurt or because she was angry. So, Mary, you were deceived by that man after all? Hey! No. This is really not. Hearing Angelica's question, Mary waved her hands hastily. Mr. Duanmu is just more fierce, and it is still good for himself. Yes. Yeah. You can't judge a person by his appearance. At this moment, Xiao Li, who had been listening quietly next to her, said, and then she put down the teacup in her hand and stared at Mary with a smile. After all, it is too much to get people from the appearance. Although the gentleman looks poor and evil, it is like a murderer. But maybe he is a weak man with a slender girl. Maybe a weak man who dares not kill. Maybe. Right? Faced with Charlie's questioning, Mary was speechless for a moment. She really couldn't deny that she had killed people like crazy. Even Angelica had a weird expression when talking to Xiaoli. How could a man who looked so fierce and so tall and strong have a delicate girlish heart? How awkward is that? So Mary. However, Xiaoli stood up on her own. Can we go see your work now? Now? It has to be said that Charlie's answer really surprised Mary. She realized that her friend could be so strong. Well, it can't be said that she just realized it. Ever since Charlie cried and shouted that she wanted to kill her and be with her forever in Antarctica, Mary found that her friend was quite extreme in some ways. Fortunately, Charlie has lost her memory of what happened at that time. Otherwise, Mary doesn't know how she will face herself after she wakes up. After all, in Mary's opinion, Charlie was the real model of a rich lady. But after that incident, how should I put it? Mary felt that her good friend was really impressive. In every sense. Is there anything inconvenient? No. But your afternoon classes. I can take leave, Xiaoli said lightly. And Angelica froze, looking at her like Xiaoli again, and then nodded. Axie can also take a leave. All right. Now that he has said this, Mary can only nod with helplessness. Then follow me. After leaving the restaurant, the girl and his group came to Queen's District by the subway. And then Xiaoli and Angelica followed Mary to the house of Duanmu Huai in the mist. Seeing this scene, Xiaoli and Angelica's eyes were straight. Mary actually took them to a man's house. And she even had the man's key. Shouldn't this be living together? Of course, Mary didn't know what her friend was thinking. She opened the door and walked in. And at this moment, the maid also came out to the door. You're back, Miss Mary. The maid is his agent who stayed in this world. He is responsible for dealing with most of the problems about the world. Of course, because of the circulation of the weapons in the trial court, investigators have become increasingly rising. So that most of the time, Duanmu Huai does not need to take the shot to solicit customers and wait for those investigators to die. Hearing this, Charlie and Angelica exchanged glances. What the maid said was not welcome. But you're back. Which means, Mary, you are not living here with that gentleman? Charlie looked at Mary cautiously, not knowing whether to speak out for a moment. Even Angelica didn't dare to speak. After all, in this world, in their country, the mainstream trend of women is still very conservative. For example, although Angelica is engaged to Howard and has a fiancé, the intimacy between the two is limited to kissing during dates. Girls like Mary who have not yet married live with men, which is comparable to unmarried immorality. Who are these two? The maid looked at the two behind Mary and asked in doubt. And Mary hesitated. They are my good friends. They want to go with me to see the situation over there. Having said that, Mary quickly added, Mr. Duanmu has agreed. No problem. The maid nodded and then turned away. Come in. Led by Mary, the two walked into the room. Faced with this unexpected situation, Charlie and Angelica were obviously a little nervous. What's going on here? Mary? Didn't you say you were going to show us where you work? Xiaoli looked around anxiously. But this is that gentleman's home. Right? You can say it is, but you can also say it is not. Anyway, follow me. As she spoke, Mary went up the stairs, and her two friends followed her. At this time, their hearts began to beat violently. Charlie stared at her friend's figure, always having a bad feeling. Why was Mary here? Did she fall in love with that man and live with him here? Then what was her job? As a noble lady, Charlie knew a lot of dirty secrets of the upper-class society. Some high-ranking officials and nobles would keep lovers and make them the playthings of their desires. This was no secret to Charlie. But her best friend would also become one of them. She gave up her dignity and wisdom and became a plaything for men to tease? Charlie couldn't believe it. But no matter how she looked at it, this possibility was very high. She stared at Mary's back, and even that chaotic fantasy emerged in her mind. For some reason, Charlie suddenly felt a dry cough. She swallowed subconsciously and forced herself to look away from Mary. What was wrong with her? Mary was her childhood sweetheart and her best friend. But she actually looked at her best friend in this way? and even made Xiaoli feel a little excited? Mary shuddered. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little uneasy. Perhaps it was because she was nervous? Mary thought for a moment, then stopped thinking about the question. She came to a room on the second floor, took out the key again, opened the door, and walked in with Charlie and Angelica. This looked like an ordinary bedroom. There was nothing special about it. Angelica looked around curiously, while Charlie was in a trance. This was just a bedroom. But what did Mary mean by bringing them here? Did she become a slave to that man, and now she wanted to push her best friend into the fire pit? Did she want herself and Angelica to become the man's guests? Thinking of this, Charlie suddenly felt her heart start to beat violently. Not because of fear, but nervousness. Because when she thought that she might be able to sleep in the same bed with Mary, she suddenly had some special expectations. Unfortunately, what happened next was not what Charlie had expected. Mary just took out another key and opened another door. The door was located on the wall and looked like the door leading to the balcony. Then Mary opened the door in front of the two of them and motioned them to come forward. Go in. Go in? Looking at the door in front of them, Charlie and Angelica looked at each other in confusion, not knowing why Mary asked them to go to the balcony. But they still listened to Mary and went through the door. And the next moment, everything they saw made them dumbfounded. Chapter 700 Star Language. Before stepping through this door, the two had imagined many scenarios. But none of them would be more shocking than what they saw before them. The dome shining with golden light, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the burning stars outside, and the dark universe. This left the two stunned. They just stood there, staring at everything in front of them, almost unable to believe their eyes. This is the Inquisition. Surely. Angelica. Mary also spoke beside the two of them at this moment, and there was a hint of pride in her voice. Welcome to the tribunal. The two did not speak. They slowly shifted their gaze and looked around. Then, they stretched out their hands and rubbed their eyes. Then, they turned their heads to look at Mary in horror, as if the person next to them was not their friend but a stranger. What's going on? Mary? Are you really Mary? Where are we? Of course it's me. Yeah. Looking at Angelica's pale face, Mary smiled slightly. Believe me, I was just as surprised as you were when I first came here. So, you work here? Charlie blinked and looked around. Yes. Mr. Duanmu said he needed my strength. And I also need strength. Your power? Mary, what power do you have? In response to her friend's question, Mary pointed to her right eye. That golden eye? But isn't that a disease? It's not a disease. And I don't know how to describe it. But it does have a unique power. Mary smiled bitterly at this point. Anyway, let's talk as we walk. Mary led the two out of the teleportation room. In the corridor, she told them about her experience of joining the tribunal, of course, omitting the part about Charlie. Charlie and Angelica could hardly believe what they heard. But the shocking scene in front of them, and the cold steel floor under their feet reminded them that they were not dreaming. So, this is a cosmic organization? Angelica was the first to come to her senses. Then she leaned forward to the window and looked out. So that's the sun? Are we in the solar system now? Where is the Earth? This is not the solar system. We are currently in the Jieshan system, a place far away from the solar system. Jieshan Galaxy? Hearing this, Charlie was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and looked at Mary. Isn't that the world in your novel? Is everything in your novel true? That's right. After publishing the first edition of the novel about the followers of the old gods, Mary's second novel is about the story of the Inquisition and the alliance against the Reapers. This novel caused quite a stir as soon as it was published. First of all because in the field of science fiction, most of the time it is still dominated by men. And it is rare for Mary, as a girl, to be able to write a best-selling science fiction novel. Secondly, some of the concepts used in Mary's science fiction novels have enlightened many scientific experts who study the interstellar universe. They believe that this is an interstellar sociology that can guide future human interstellar travel. Well, this is nonsense, because Mary basically uses the rules and systems of the Star Alliance for her settings. And the Star Alliance is a pure human civilization. It can be said that if Mary's world also enters the era of interstellar travel in the future, they might use Mary's novels as a reference to formulate rules and regulations. Of course, where there is red, there is black. Many book reviewers have pointed out that the Inquisition, the protagonist of the book, is too exclusive. That human supremacy is an evil and authoritarian ideology in the universe. And that they therefore believe that Mary has some evil and authoritarian tendencies. But Mary didn't care about it, because she was in the tribunal most of the time. Apart from following Duanmu, Mary wrote the manuscript in the tribunal, and then took it back to her own world to give it to the editor. As long as there were no major changes, she basically didn't care. As for royalties, well, Mary is indeed very rich now. But it's a pity that her money is of no use in the tribunal. Certainly. Hearing her friend's question, Mary nodded. Strictly speaking, what I write is not science fiction, but non-fiction. What I actually do is to follow Mr. Duanmu and record every move of the court, and then process it into literature before publishing it. You see, it's almost the same as Watson beside Sherlock Holmes. Non-fiction literature. Upon hearing this, Charlie was also greatly shocked. As Mary's best friend, she was the first to read every novel Mary published. Of course, Mary's writing style was delicate and gentle, needless to say, but the content about the Inquisition was indeed too cruel, and even brutal in Charlie's opinion. For example, facing the threat of an enemy called the Reapers, the Inquisition did not choose to overcome racial differences and unite to fight against foreign enemies, like in many novels. Instead, it waited for the Reapers to eliminate the other interstellar races of the Citadel Council before launching an attack to resist and eventually eliminate the Reapers. This paragraph is also a major cause of controversy. After all, most similar works are about uniting together to fight against the outside world. Plots like allowing the enemy to eliminate one's competitors are usually done by villain organizations. When the book was published, Ciali still remembered that the Fog City Times published book reviews almost every day. Basically, there were two camps. One camp believed that the ending of Mary's novel was a bit too cruel, and did not conform to the mainstream values. Moreover, if they acted according to these values, the organization called the Inquisition would eventually be destroyed. The other group scoffed at this, praising Mary for interpreting the concept of human beings and the universe from a new perspective. After all, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. We are all on the same planet, and it is okay to look similar. But why should we be so polite to those alien races who look different and have completely different bodies? Moreover, it was a matter of survival for the race. If we don't protect humans, will we sacrifice humans to protect alien races? Gradually, the scope of this discussion became wider and wider. At first, it was just a discussion among book fans and science fiction literature. But gradually it became a serious topic about how humans coexist with other races in the universe. And more people were involved. Even in the graduate school, many professors and teachers argued about this. Reporters also wanted to find Mary, the original author, and ask her what she thought. But unfortunately they couldn't find her. Of course they couldn't find her. While reporters were searching the entire Fog City, Mary was taking risks with Duanmu and didn't care about what the paparazzi thought. At that time, Charlie and Angelica were also very worried about Mary. After all, many people would take out their anger on the original author when they lost the debate. In addition, Mary was a woman and was in a weak position, so all kinds of sarcasm and dirty water were thrown at her. At that time, just reading the newspaper every day could make the two of them so angry that they wanted to jump off the building. They were afraid that Mary would be so depressed that she would choose to commit suicide. At that time, Mary said that she was fine, and because she would call them every once in a while to report her safety. The two thought that Mary might have hidden somewhere else. Now it seems that she did hide somewhere else. But this place is really unexpected. But if this is all true, then the Inquisition. Charlie looked at Mary with some worry. From Mary's writing, she could see that the Inquisition was a cold, cruel and powerful organization. They regarded humans as the most supreme existence, and regarded all races different from humans as threats and potential threats to humans, and did not hesitate to exterminate them by any means. To be honest, Charlie only felt fear and terror when she was reading. But now, when she was in this magnificent hall, Charlie suddenly felt a feeling similar to enlightenment. It was as if my eyes were suddenly opened and everything in front of me seemed different. Even the Inquisition, which he had originally thought to be rough and cruel, now looked so sacred and solemn, as if their existence itself represented the truth. Charlie? What's wrong with you? Seeing her friend in a daze, Mary asked curiously. And when Charlie heard Mary's voice, she was stunned for a moment, then came back to her senses. Oh, Nothing. It's just that this is all so unexpected. Yes, the Inquisition does look grand and magnificent. Mary didn't think much about her friend's strange behavior. After all, Charlie was not the first one to be shocked by the grandeur of the courtroom. So, Mary, what do you do here? Charlie coughed lightly and asked as if to change the subject. While Mary thought about it. Most of the time I am collecting materials and organizing them for my next novel. And then I will go on an adventure when Mr. Duanmu asks me to join him. Adventure? Hearing this, Ashelika's eyes widened. What kind of adventure? Dangerous? Well, there are still some dangers. But when I'm with Mr. Duanmu, I don't have to be afraid of those threats. Mary smiled slightly when she said this. Besides, I also learned a lot of new knowledge. Next novel? At this time, Ashelika became excited. Are you still going to tell an interstellar story? This time it's a fantasy adventure story. And we're currently fighting in a world with dragons, demons, and gods. Mary also didn't mind sharing this knowledge with her friends. When this is all over, I'll write a book about it. Dragons and magic? As expected, Ashelika's eyes lit up when she heard this. Can we go to that world, too? I haven't seen what real magic is like yet. I can take you there to have a look. Mary certainly understood the two people's impatience. In fact, this was no different from her original mood. Any child who grew up in the foggy city would have heard similar stories. When such a world really appeared in front of them, they would definitely want to experience it. But just as Mary was about to take the two to the portal leading to Arkham, a burst of hurried footsteps were heard. Miss Mary. Is that Miss Mary? Mary and others turned around and saw a young girl jogging towards them. She looked like a child, with her eyes closed and covered with bandages. But she did not look like a blind person at all, as she was running forward very quickly. This is Miss Tong, a star talker. Mari whispered an introduction to the two, then turned to look at Hitomi. Hitomi, what can I do for you? Please report to the judge. Hitomi gasped and clenched her hands. I received a message from the Sea of Souls. Duanmu Huai didn't know where he had heard this sentence before, which was that in places like the police station, fire station, or hospital, you can't say that you are too idle. Otherwise you will be busy as H.L. next time. Well, now he found that he really couldn't have a few days of leisure. A signal from the warp? Yes, Your Honor. Standing in front of Duanmu Huai, Tong lowered her head. I received a signal from the depths of the Soul Sea. A forging world was attacked by aliens. Please provide support. I can confirm the time. Well, that's impossible. Duanmu Huai was stunned when he heard this, then shook his head and said, You must be kidding. Talking about time in the subspace is simply a fantasy. But the forging world. Duanmu Huai began to think. Sir, do we need to attack? Akot looked at Duanmu Huai and asked. And Duanmu Huai shook his head. Don't worry yet. Not in a hurry. But there is no concept of time in the subspace. It is true that Tong did receive the message for help. But this does not mean that the message was just sent. It could have been sent several years ago, decades ago, hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, or even thousands of years later. Duanmu Huai made a decision when he said this. Well, a forged world is still worth a visit. Let those Githyanki bastards live a little longer. Although it's unlikely, it would be nice if I could find something good in the forged world. Although Duanmu Huai didn't think that a forging world could survive after the Empire had been destroyed for so long. Even if it was a destroyed forging world, it was still a forging world, and maybe they could get some good stuff from it. Prepare a scouting fleet. Duanmu Huai made a decision. I'll go and take a look at the situation myself. By the way, Mary, what's the situation with those two? Duanmu Huai curled his lips towards the gate, while Mary felt a little embarrassed. Well, I told you before that they were worried about me, so I wanted them to see. Can we go to Arkham City? Of course. Just be safe. Duanmu Huai didn't care. He just said a few words, and then turned and walked out of the hall. Mary didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Duanmu Huai left. And then she came to Ashelika and Xiaoli again. Okay. I'll take you around Arkham City. Surely? Surely? It was not until then that Mary realized that her friend was staring blankly at Duanmu Huai's receding figure. And she couldn't help but shout out in confusion. When Xiaoli heard Mary shout, she was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. Ah! What is it? What happened to Mr. Duanmu? No. Nothing. I just wanted to say low to him, Mary. What happened? Where is Mr. Duanmu going? It's just to scout another world. It's not a big deal. After hearing Mary's answer, Charlie was silent for a moment, then raised her head and looked at Mary. Can we go together too? Why? This sudden proposal from Charlie not only surprised Ashelika, but also Mary. This won't work. Although it's a reconnaissance mission, there might be danger in fighting. I don't think Mr. Duanmu will agree to your request. Is that so? After hearing Mary's answer, Charlie lowered her head in disappointment. Mary and Ashelika looked at each other in bewilderment at Charlie's appearance. What's wrong with her? Chapter 701 The Lost World. Duanmu Huai stood on the bridge, staring at the Webway River flowing in front of him, his fingers tapping gently on the seat. The appearance of Typhons, Mortar Island, and Chaos Space Marines was like a prelude, completely opening the prelude to the eternal war between chaos and order, evil gods and humans in this universe. But he was always a little uneasy in his heart. Of course, this nervousness was normal, because this time, they were going to a forging world. Wait, is it really a forging world? Why is it a forging world? Suddenly, such a question emerged from Duanmu Huai's mind. There are so many worlds. Why is the Foundry world the only one that survived? He could understand it better if it was the Garden world. But the Foundry world? Could those hive cities that produce machinery and equipment really exist for more than tens of thousands of years? Duanmu Huai was suddenly stunned for a moment, then looked at Tong again. Tong, continue to look down at the Sea of Souls. What do you find? Lonnie, assist her. Okay. The astropath began to meditate again, while Lonnie stood beside Tong. And then she was stunned for a moment. Huh? What's wrong? Noticing Lonnie's tone, Duanmu Huai also frowned. Something has distorted the colors of this starry sky. Please wait. Tong, focus. As she spoke, Lonnie reached out and placed her hand on Tong's shoulder. Then an endless starry sky unfolded behind her, and Tong's thin body began to tremble. And then beads of sweat began to seep out of her forehead. Lady Ronnie, Judge, focus. Hitomi, don't lose your will and spirit. Duanmu Huai didn't know what Lonnie and Tong were doing, but it was obvious that something was wrong. So he waved his hand and signaled the fleet to slow down. It was obvious that Tong did feel something, but from her appearance, it didn't seem to be a good thing. After a moment, Lonnie suddenly raised two of her hands, and dazzling starlight emerged from her hands, enveloping Tong's body. And the Star Speaker's body softened, and he fell to the ground. Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Bathed in the starlight, Tong now looked like a poor abandoned puppy. Me. Calm down. What happened? Tell me straight out. The starry sky blinded my perception and misled me about everything I saw. So, the distress signal doesn't exist? Duanmu Huai frowned, and Tong shook his head. No, the distress signal exists, but it does not come from that forging planet. It comes from a completely different message. I can sense the bloody and terrifying aura of destruction coming from that galaxy. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, please forgive me for my stupid behavior that almost led the fleet to an irretrievable place. So what you mean is that the distress signal exists, but it does not come from the original Forge world. It is just disguised as a distress signal from the Forge world in order to mislead us to go to another galaxy. Tom remained silent, nodded, and knelt on the ground. I'm sorry, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. I'm not capable enough. This isn't your fault. I can guess what trick this is. It's no surprise that you fell for it. Fortunately, Lonnie is here. Duanmu Huai was not furious because of this. He only had Tong as an astropath, and Tong's ability was barely developed. Although Duanmu Huai could use psychic power, he was not an astropath. He could only rely on the rules of the tribunal to restrict Tong's actions, but he could not instruct Tong on how to use his astropath ability. Those evil gods are veterans who have been in the subspace for who knows how many years. So it is normal that Tong cannot see through their conspiracies and tricks. So now, you have captured the original signal? Yes, Your Honor. Tong lowered her head. The signal came from a star system called Isfin. Its third star sent a distress signal, claiming that the Imperial Governor had rebelled and requested fleet support. So, this is a rebellion, not an alien invasion. Duanmu Huai frowned when he said this. For some reason, he always felt that the name of the Isfin galaxy seemed very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Would you like to continue moving forward, Master? Looking at Duanmu Huai, who fell into silence, OGC asked. But Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Wait a minute. This galaxy sounds familiar to me. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Duanmu Huai began to think and recall. First the copies he had experienced, and then some familiar worlds in the game. However, he could not find the name. But he was really familiar with the name, as if he had heard the name somewhere before, and felt that this galaxy was very important. Not the Eye of Terror, nor the 500 worlds, nor Terra. Isfin. Rebellion. At this moment, a piece of information flashed through Duanmu Huai's mind like lightning, and immediately reminded him of something. Horus Heresy, the source of this rebellion that destroyed the entire Imperium, which was launched by the Emperor's Primarch Gene and the War Master of the Great Crusade, was Isfin III. According to historical records and player research, Horus summoned a large number of Primarch legions to quell the rebellion under the pretext of the Isfan Rebellion. But this was just an excuse. The Isfan Rebellion was a bait to purge those Space Marines who were still loyal to the Imperium and the Emperor. Horus used the Isfan Purge to clear all opposition forces in his legion and began the counterattack on Terra, the first step of the betrayal war against the Emperor. Of course, from a purely personal perspective, Duanmu Huai could understand why Horus rebelled. Facts that proved that the Emperor was a real idiot. If Horus had not chosen to submit to the Chaos God, but had instead marched back to Terra with great momentum, Duanmu Huai would have just watched the show from the side. It would be like the change of dynasties in history. Horus would step into the holy palace of Terra under the flower petals, then come to the Great Hall, smash the Emperor's dog head with a hammer, and then declare that he would inherit the throne. Well, is that a problem? No problem at all. In fact, from a political standpoint, it was very reasonable for Horus to want to rebel. He took over the title of War Master given by the Emperor and continued to serve as the commander of the Great Crusade. However, Terra did not support Horus. The Terra Council took away most of the War Master's political power, which made Horus extremely annoyed. This was normal. The Great Crusade had not yet ended. Logically, since Horus wanted to continue the Great Crusade, he naturally needed all political and military command rights. However, after the Emperor returned to Terra, he deprived Horus of most of his political rights and handed them over to the Terran Council. As a result, Horus was in the Great Crusade to conquer planets, and the Terran Council was dragging him down. There is an example that can prove how stupid the Terran Council is. Horus led an expeditionary force and conquered countless worlds, making them surrender to the glory of the Empire. Logically, the next step is to appease the people of these obedient planets so that they can live a relatively normal life. In this way, most planets will not rebel, but will obediently bathe in the glory of the Empire. But the Terra Council did not think so. As soon as Horus conquered the planet, they sent an army of tax collectors to conquer the planet and collect taxes. And they imposed heavy taxes. This is intolerable no matter which planet you are on. So many people died before, and we finally chose to surrender. But now you impose heavy taxes on us. Aren't you forcing us to rebel? If you oppose, you will die. If you don't oppose, you will also die. So why not oppose? As a result, the planets that many Space Marines had conquered with great difficulty rebelled again, forcing the expeditionary force to stop and return to quell the rebellion. Horus was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He appealed to Prime Minister Malkador and the Emperor, but it was useless. Once again, it proves that the Emperor is a complete idiot, except that he lived a long time. If you want to kill the donkey after it has done its job, you should wait until the Great Crusade is over. The Great Crusade is not over yet. But you are so anxious to reduce the political power of the Space Marines and the expeditionary forces. Your stupidity is comparable to that of Song Dozong. You are simply an idiot of the same lineage. Makadu might just be a Qin Hui character. In fact, from a historical perspective, the two of them are similar to the idiot emperor and his ministers, who were so anxious to kill Yu Fei and strip him of his military power before they even defeated the Jin army. Therefore, it was perfectly normal for Duanmu Huai to think that Horus wanted to rebel and mutiny. Besides, the world would eventually be divided after a long period of unity. And the idiot emperor had ruled the human empire for so long, and it was time for him to end his rule. If Horus really chose to raise the banner of rebellion simply for this reason, Duanmu Huai would not stop him at all. That is, Provided he doesn't get bewitched by a stupid-ass sword or a few twisted, idiotic evil gods. Yes, that's the reason. It's normal for you to want to learn from Yang Guang and Li Shimin to kill their father and brother to seize the throne. History is a cycle. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. What's so difficult to understand? There are so many similar emperors in history, and some of them are famous throughout the ages. But the problem is, you can't hack and collude with the evil god. You want the throne. You want to seize power. You want revenge. That's fine. But if you turn around and join the Turks, the Jin people, and the Mongols, then the nature of the situation changes. Therefore, at the moment when Horus was conniving with the evil god, he could not be the second Li Shimin, but only a traitor Wu Sangui who let the Qing army enter the pass. Even if he had 10,000 reasons, he could only end up like Wu Sangui. Players' attitudes towards the Horus heresy are basically clear. Horus's rebellion is inevitable, and chaos corruption only accelerates the process, even if chaos does not corrupt. With the Terran Council's outrageous operations and the Emperor's stupidity, it is only a matter of time before Horus is forced to rebel. By then, even if the Emperor builds the webway, it will be useless. Your webway can stop chaos demons, but can you stop Horus's rebellion? Horus is not a creature of the warp. Put yourself in the shoes of the War Master. Outside is a galactic world full of dangers, and in the rear there is the Terran Council holding it back, causing rebellions everywhere and people's lives are miserable. Wouldn't they just shout that the heaven is dead and the Lotus Heaven should be established? It seems that the Terran royal family is doomed. Of course, if it was Sanguinius, it might be better. After all, he has full charm and can persuade Max. But now, what does it mean that this signal came from the Ispan system? Is this going to be a repeat of history? Another rebellion? Were we going to retreat? Seeing that Duanmu Huai didn't speak for a long time, Lonnie also asked, and Duanmu Huai shook his head. No. Gather the first fleet, and we'll go to Ispan to see what's going on there. You are playing dirty tricks on me. Right? Hey. If I get desperate, I will summon Azathoth for you. Let's see who can play a bigger trick. At worst, we can die together. Why would I be afraid of you? Chapter 702 Ispan 3. The scene before my eyes was fleeting. Duanmu Huai stood on the bridge. Their fleet passed through the turbulence of the subspace and appeared silently not far from the planet Ispan 3, where the signal was sent. At this moment, the planet was shrouded in a fog that looked poisonous, and there was a fleet docked in the orbit of the surrounding planets. The next moment, Duanmu Huai and others saw a sudden flash of fire in front of them, and in the blink of an eye the entire planet Ispan 3 turned into a burning fire planet. Wow! This really is a remake of the Horus heresy. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai whistled. In history, Horus used this trick to purge the space marines loyal to the Emperor in his own legion and other legions. He sent them all to the ground to attack the rebels under the pretext of suppressing the rebellion, and then stabbed them in the back and released a virus bomb to turn the entire surface of the planet into a terrible world filled with deathly poisonous gas, and then ignited the poisonous gas again to burn the entire planet completely dry. Well, Duanmu Huai also has this kind of weapon, but he rarely uses it. After all, when you can blow a planet up, this kind of surface disinfection work is a thankless task, and it can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Although this attack did purge a portion of the Space Marines loyal to the Emperor, most of the Space Marines had received warnings before the attack and hid in sealed bunkers underground, thus escaping the disaster. As a result, it took Horus a long time to completely clean up the rebellion. So you see, there wouldn't be so much trouble if we just blew the planet into pieces. I don't know who is replicating Horus's stupid operation this time. Report. Just when Duanmu Huai was curiously playing to go over to see what was going on, the communications officer in front reported to him. We have received communication instructions from the opposing fleet. Oh! Who are they? They call themselves the Sons of Horus, and ask which Primarchus fleet we are from, and why we are here. Huh? Son of Horus? Hearing the message from the communicator, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Are CS players so professional nowadays? Even burning planets is being reproduced? Are they also going to reproduce a wave of backstab loyalist space marines? Wait. Duanmu Huai looked at the enemy fleet, and then his eyes suddenly narrowed, because he saw a very familiar, huge crimson warship in the bombing position of the planet's high-altitude orbit. And this warship was Horus' flagship. The spirit of vengeance. Did I travel through time? Well, even though I have traveled through time. After a careful glance, Duanmu Huai soon discovered that something was wrong. These warships were undoubtedly imperial warships. But they were all from the early empire and the Great Crusade. Even if Duanmu Huai's warships were of the same model, they were from the Inquisition period, which was already the late empire. Of course, warship design has been evolving. But there are also major differences. The warships of the Great Crusade were purely military weapons, without too many complex designs. However, the Inquisition was affiliated with the state religion, and the religious atmosphere of the warships was particularly obvious. It was said that each warship was a moving church, which was basically the characteristic of the Inquisition's fleet. In other words, did he really travel to Ispan III? To the time when Horus betrayed him? Is this a historical copy? No matter what. When he thought of this, Duanmu Huai's eyes suddenly lit up. Beating up Horus is the dream of all players. No matter if it's a dungeon or something. Just beat him up first. If the history I heard is correct, Horus has been bewitched by the Chaos Gods and has become their lackey. In this case, as the Inquisition, there is only one thing they have to do. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai sneered. Connect me to the spirit of vengeance. Soon, the screen flickered, and then a huge bald man appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. He was wearing armor made of platinum, and the one-eye symbol on his chest was extremely eye-catching. His fair, perfect face now revealed an incomparable gloom and hideousness, and he looked like a twisted, violent madman. Duanmu Huai folded his arms and stared at him. You are War Master Horus. Who are you? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Horus' face darkened. Are you one of Lorger's subordinates? Considering that Lorger is a fanatical religious lunatic, the pure church style of the Inquisition fleet is indeed, how to say it? Well, you really can't say that it has nothing to do with Lorger. After all, he was the first to write the Word of God and advocate the state religion that claimed that the Emperor was the true God. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but laugh. Lorger was also one of the Primarchs. After the Emperor brought him back, he regarded the Emperor as the true God and worshipped him madly and desperately. However, the Emperor promoted the imperial truth that did not allow any monsters and demons. The Emperor had no good temper towards this son, who dared to blatantly defy the truth. He directly sent people to burn down Lorger's home planet, and burned all his crazy missionaries, churches and scriptures to ashes. As a result, Lorger began to hate the Emperor and eventually joined the rebel camp. But in the end, Lorger was the one who laughed last. 10,000 years later, the Book of Holy Words written by Lorger was known to everyone and even became the state religion of the empire, while the imperial truth had been thrown away to who knows where. If the Emperor knew about this, he would probably be angry to death again. I don't know how it feels to be slapped in the face by my own son. If I could meet the Emperor, Duanmu Huai would definitely ask him, what do you think when you see that all the people of the empire have become Luojia believers? How do you feel? It must be interesting. Is Erebus there too? Duanmu Huai ignored Horus's question and asked directly. Seeing his appearance, Horus' expression became more ferocious and angry. At this moment, a man with runes painted all over his head and face, who looked very distorted, appeared on the screen. He carefully avoided the war commander and looked at Duanmu Huai. I am Erebus, and you are? Very good. Since the other party admitted it voluntarily, Duanmu Huai didn't want to waste any more words. His face suddenly darkened, and he looked at Horus. War Master Horus, your betrayal of the Emperor. I do not care. But you are so audacious that you dare to collude with the Chaos God. And Erebus, as a lackey of the Chaos God, you wantonly spread the filth of chaos. Your crime is unforgivable. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai clenched his war hammer, raised it suddenly, and pointed it at the two of them. I, in the name of the Inquisition, declare that you are heretics who have fallen into chaos. Any heretics who dare to threaten humanity must be completely eliminated. Prepare to be purified by the Inquisition. Damn heretic scum! Having said this, Duanmu Huai cut off the communication and quickly gave the order. Everyone open fire. Target the sons of Horus' fleet. Night Sentinel, follow me and prepare to airdrop to Ispan III. Ekit, take charge and beat these bastards back. After realizing that something was not right, Duanmu Huai went back and called for the entire First Fleet, and specifically called on Icode. Now it seems that he was right. Duanmu Huai did this because he remembered that according to historical records, There was a reason why the rebellion was delayed for so long. Horus originally intended to use virus weapons to completely kill the loyal Space Marines. But after the first round of bombing, some World Eaters cursed their Primarch as a traitor. Amran, the Primarch of the World Eaters Legion, who had fallen into chaos and started the rebellion with Horus, was originally a hot-tempered person. He could not stand this, and went out to fight in person. So Horus could only watch helplessly. He couldn't possibly blow up his companions to death. What else could I do? I had no choice but to send someone to fix the problem. However, the problem that could have been solved in one day ended up being delayed for a long time. Maybe this is Angren's curved loyalty? At the same time, the battle began. Under the command of Ekid, the First Fleet changed direction without hesitation and launched a massive bombardment on the Spirit of Vengeance fleet. And the latter. What exactly is going on? War Master Horus steadied his position, his face as cold as ice. When he first saw this mysterious fleet that suddenly appeared, he thought it was Lorgar who had arrived. After all, the fleet had a strong religious style. And in the Empire, Lorgar was the only one who dared to believe in religion in front of the Emperor. As a result, what is the Inquisition? What made Horus even more furious was that the strange man actually pointed at his nose and cursed him, which made Horus almost crazy. Who is he? He is the War Master. He is Horus. He is the man of destiny who will defeat the Emperor and retake the entire galaxy. And now, this bastard who came out of nowhere actually called himself a heretic bastard. I must kill him and completely destroy this fleet. Open fire. I want to turn this fleet into a pile of scrap metal in the universe. Fires flew everywhere, and the two fleets engaged in battle in an instant. Under the command of Ekid, the Inquisition fleet turned into a sharp blade and stabbed directly into the center, while the Horus fleet's reaction was obviously a beat slower. As soon as their first wave of attacks was launched, the light spears and macro cannons from the Inquisition exploded on the Void Shield, completely destroying the Void Shield in the blink of an eye. They use the same technology as us, the gunner shouted, but their firepower is stronger than ours. And their Void Shields are stronger. We are no match for them. Damn it. Damn it. Horus's face turned pale as he watched the warship in front of him explode in the raging fire. Looking at the fleet that suddenly appeared in front of him, he already had an idea. After all, those beings in the void had told Horus that the Emperor longed to become a god. Could it be that this fleet was the fleet of the church that belonged to the Emperor? Thinking of this, Horus was furious. Sure enough, everything was a lie. The Imperial truth was a lie. And the Great Crusade was also a lie. The Emperor wanted to become a god, abandon us and the Empire, and become a god by himself. And he never trusted me. Maybe this fleet was just under the Emperor's order to monitor me. Otherwise, how could it appear by such a coincidence? It's all the Emperor's fault. No. It's all the fake Emperor's fault. We must retreat temporarily. Erebus didn't know if he was thinking of the same thing. His face changed drastically at this moment, and he looked at Horus hurriedly. The enemy's firepower is fierce. We are not strong enough to fight them with our own strength. We must gather other fleets and completely blockade the Isthvan system. I know. Get lost. Word bearer. Horus pushed Erebus away and stared at the star map in front of him with clenched teeth. He knew that what Erebus said made sense. Although Horus had gathered 4 rebellious Primarchs including him, Amran, Mortarion and Fulgrim, the fleets of the other 3 did not meet here. The enemy had fierce firepower, and his fleet alone was probably no match for them. But, Father! Horus clenched his fists. His eyes filled with pain, and slammed the table in front of him hard. You've never trusted me. Never. No one spoke. Everyone looked at the extremely angry War Master in silence. After a moment, Horus raised his head and gave an order coldly. Bring Amran back. Prepare to evacuate immediately. We will gather other fleets to block the jump point of the Isthvan system. Prevent them from transmitting the information. At the same time, on the surface of the planet Isthvan 3, the battle was still extremely brutal. The poisonous gas and fire killed all the creatures on the surface. Now there are only the wreckage of the buildings. The Space Marines who were loyal to the Emperor and betrayed by their own Primarch united together and began to resist. Of course, they knew that this resistance might be futile. After all, they had nothing. No war preparations. No warships. The steel warships they originally relied on have now become a death warrant hanging over their heads. If it weren't for the mentally ill Primarch Aron leading his army to charge down, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold out for much longer. But now, at least they have a glimmer of hope for survival. Or just postpone death a little. Just a little. The godlike Primarch Onron, holding a chainsaw axe in his hand, led his world eaters forward like a raging wave. He swung his battle axe down fiercely, chopping down the loyalist world eaters' warriors who stood in front of him. The latter were as violent, angry and unstoppable as he was. Until they met Onron. There was a chaotic fight between the two sides. But the loyal Space Marines were clearly no match for the Primarch, and were almost completely slaughtered. Until the pitch-black landing capsule dropped from the sky like a cannonball, and slammed heavily into the battlefield. Boom! The landing capsule smashed down with great force, directly turning a world eater into a meat paste. Then, with a bang, the twisted and deformed hatch was kicked open, and Duanmu Huai, holding a warhammer, strode out of it. Onron! His roar echoed across the battlefield, naturally drawing the attention of the crazed and furious Primarch, who was killing people madly. You betrayed humanity and joined chaos. Your crime is unforgivable. In the name of the Inquisition, I will kill you here. Heretics must die. Roar! Hearing Duanmu Huai's roar, Onron also howled to the sky. Then he suddenly turned around and rushed towards Duanmu Huai like an angry bull. Duanmu Huai also raised his war hammer and strode forward to meet him. Then, the chainsaw axe and the thunder hammer smashed together heavily. Chapter 703, Crazy Battle. There was nothing fancy about the battle with Onron. If it were Fulgrim, he might have pursued a perfect combination of magnificence and elegance in sword skills. But Onron was different. He just wanted to swing the battle axe in his hand and bring destruction and pain to those around him, whether it's your own or someone else's. Coincidentally, Duanmu Huai thought so too. Boom! The hammer and the chainsaw axe collided heavily. And then Duanmu Huai roared, holding the hammer tightly and slamming it into Angren's chest, while Onron also shouted and raised the chainsaw axe, chopping it hard at Duanmu Huai's head. Neither side had any intention of dodging. And at the same time that Duanmu Huai's hammer hit Angren's chest, Angren's axe also chopped Duanmu Huai's helmet. I hack your ancestors! Feeling the severe pain caused by the impact on the head, Duanmu Huai suddenly became furious. He took another step forward and swung his war hammer at Angren's knees. Onron did not retreat either. He roared as if to vent his anger at being hit in the chest by Duanmu Huai. He swung the battle axes in both hands down suddenly and chopped at Duanmu Huai's shoulders. Bang! Duanmu Huai's hammer smashed directly into Angren's knees, smashing the Primarch's knees to pieces. And Angren's chainsaw axe swung down, knocking Duanmu Huai down and kneeling on the ground. However, Duanmu Huai stood up from the ground with a red face and gnashed his teeth, and hit Angren's head directly, causing Onron to stagger backwards. Come on! I can't kill you! Duanmu Huai cursed loudly. And at the same time, he grabbed Onron tightly and hit his head hard. Onron not only did not dodge, but also raised his head directly. And the two of them hit each other again and again like angry bulls. Hold! As Duanmu Huai cursed, his helmet hit Angren's head again, smashing the Primarch's face into pieces. At the same time, Onron swung his axe and hit Duanmu Huai directly in the chest. Duanmu Huai endured the pain of his armor being broken and swung his hammer back. The whistling thunder hammer drew a 180-degree circular arc in the air and hit the Primarch heavily. Boom! The violent explosion of this attack directly shook the surrounding ground to the ground. Smoke and dust rose up, and the violent tremors even made the world eaters, who were fighting around them, shake their bodies to try to keep their balance. Then, the thick smoke and dust in the battlefield suddenly exploded, and then Onron flew out like a cannonball and hit the ground heavily. Duanmu Huai had a gloomy face and followed closely with big strides. He held a war hammer in his hand, and half of his helmet was broken. But Duanmu Huai was not in the mood to repair it. He just came in front of Onron and hammered him again. But Onron still didn't give up. He roared and swung his axe, chopping Duanmu Huai's leg, causing Duanmu Huai's body to sway. And the thunder hammer in his hand also deviated and hit the ground next to Angren's head. Onron also hurriedly reached out and grabbed Duanmu Huai's thunder hammer, holding it tightly and refusing to let go. Duanmu Huai did not play the boring tug-of-war game with Onron. He directly let go of the thunder hammer, opened his hands like eagle claws, and grabbed Angren's head directly. Duanmu Huai's fingers were like iron rods, piercing Angren's eyes directly. His fingers penetrated into Angren's eye sockets and ear holes, and grasped his skull tightly like an iron clamp. This made Anran even more furious, and his strong body began to struggle. However, the next moment, Duan Muhui suddenly shouted. Then he pressed his knee against Angren's chest, and raised his hands upwards to pull Angren's head out. Puff! Blood spurted out from the broken neck wound like a fountain, and Angren's body twitched a few times before there was no movement. At the same time, the world eaters around him seemed to have pressed the pause switch, and they all turned their heads to look at Duan Muhui and the hideous head of Anran held high in his hands. Blood. Damn. That was a close call. Duan Muhui was about to open his mouth and almost said blood sacrifice to the blood god. Skull sacrifice to the skull throne. But fortunately, he reacted quickly and shut up. Then Duan Muhui stood up and raised his head high in his hand. Anran, the Chaos Lackey, is dead. Accept your purification. Heretic bastards. Your souls will forever burn in the wrath of the Inquisition, until the moment of complete destruction. While shouting, Duan Muhui clenched his right hand tightly, and then Angren's head grabbed him hard, and he burst like a balloon. Boom! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Brains burst, and blood splattered. And just like that, the battle came to an end. With the death of Anran, the battle on Ispan 3 came to an end. The Inquisition gathered the loyalist space marines scattered all over the planet and quickly left. The Horus fleet quickly retreated and regrouped its forces. Both sides knew that this was not the end, but the beginning of a bigger battle. But for Horus, the loss was heavy. This is impossible. Horus roared and slammed his fist on the table, staring fiercely at Abaddon in front of him. How could Anran die? Why did he die? This must be a false alarm. It is true. Horus. Standing next to him was another Primarch, who had also raised the banner of rebellion against the Emperor. Fulgrim was not as furious as Horus, but he also lowered his head, a look of sadness emerging on his beautiful face. The World Eaters saw with their own eyes that their Primarch was killed on the battlefield. It was not a conspiracy or a trick, but a fair fight. And then he was killed. To be honest, if there were no battlefield records, I would not dare to believe it. Fulgrim looked at the screen in front of him with shocked eyes. It recorded the scene of the battle between Duan Muhui and Anran. The violence and terror of both sides frightened Fulgrim. Anran and his descendants, the World Eaters, were known for their violent and terrifying style. Although not all of the Primarch brothers appreciated Angren's fighting style, they had to admit that Anran was indeed unique in this regard. However, Anran, who was famous for his violence, was defeated by an even more violent being. That's no ordinary space marine. Fulgrim stared at Duan Muhui. The pitch-black paint, the skull, the sky eagle, and the Warhammer patterns were clearly visible. I don't think any of our legions have this kind of painting. Among the 18 legions, this is the case. Mortar Island spoke calmly, and Fulgrim understood the meaning of his words. They all knew that the Emperor had recovered a total of 20 Primarchs and their legions, but 2 of them were wiped out. And the reason was only known to some of the Primarchs, who followed the Emperor at the beginning. Could it be that this suddenly appearing fleet and that man are one of the 2 disappeared Primarch legions? It could also be the 21st Primarch. Horus snorted coldly. He had many doubts and speculations in his heart. Just like Fulgrim and Mortar Island thought, the other party might be one of the 2 legions that were wiped out. Perhaps the reason they were wiped out was that they disappeared into the darkness and secretly monitored the other Primarch brothers. It was also possible that the other party was the heir that the Emperor found again. After all, if the Emperor did not tell the truth, no one would know whether he had 20 or 200 heirs. But it doesn't matter now. Angren's death was a huge blow to Horus's plan. He had never expected that his Primarch brother would die so suddenly on the battlefield. And they didn't even know who their opponent was. The World Eaters lost their Primarch, and were now in a state of headless flies without a leader. If there is no victory, I am afraid that my rebellion will really end in vain. Thinking of this, Horus made up his mind. Gather all fleets and block the jump point. We must find and destroy this fleet once and for all. When Horus was furious and wanted to get back at his enemies, Duan Muhui was sitting on a chair with a relaxed look on his face. Oh, so cool. The flying skull was repairing Duan Muhui's armor, and he himself seemed very relaxed. However, seeing Duan Muhui like this, and on the side felt completely unable to understand. Cool? Mr. Knight? Are you okay? Of course I'm fine. It feels so good to fight the opponent head-on and beat him to death. I don't understand. I don't expect a girl like you to understand this. This is a man's romance. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, and curled her lips. To be honest, she didn't think it was fun for two men to punch each other, and it looked like the fight was very painful. Owner. Just then, Otis opened the door and walked in. Here they come. Let them in. Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Otis nodded and walked into the room. Then, behind her, 3 Space Marines also walked in. Leading the group was a Space Marine with white hair, a War Eagle emblem on his right shoulder, and a rather old look, wearing a purple-painted mecha. He was the captain of the first company of the Emperor's Children Legion, Sol Tarbets. It was precisely because of Sol Tarbets' warning that the Space Marines on the ground were not completely annihilated immediately. Otherwise, Aran would not have had the chance to wreak havoc on the ground. Behind Tarbets were 2 other Space Marines in different costumes, one of whom had short blonde hair, gray eyes, and a pale face. He was Captain Garville Loken of the 10th Company of the Luna Wolves, or Sons of Horus. Next to him was a Space Marine with a metal prosthetic right leg and wearing dark green paint. He was Nathaniel Garo, captain of the 7th Company of the Death Guard. In addition to the 3 Space Marines, there were 2 mortals behind them. One was an old man who looked very old, and the other was a bald woman. They were both wearing robes and stared at the hall with shock and awe. Among these 3 Space Marines, Tarbets and Garo are both veterans. They were veterans who fought with the Emperor in the Starry Sea before the return of the Pre-March, and they have a good relationship with each other. In contrast, Loken is still a newcomer, but it is his keenness that ultimately saves these loyalists. As the captain of the 10th Company of the Sons of Horus, Garville Loken once stood by the War Master. But because of this, Loken discovered the changes and corruption of the War Master. So before the Battle of Isfahan III, he specifically asked Tarbets to help keep an eye on the situation. It was because of Loken's request that Tarbets discovered the War Master's betrayal of trying to use the virus bomb to destroy the loyalist Space Marines. So he grabbed a fighter plane and rushed directly to the ground, trying to warn the Space Marines, who were fighting on the ground. When Horus discovered that Tarbets had left, he immediately ordered his men to pursue him. During this process, Tarbets came to the vicinity of the Eisenstein and contacted Garo, the captain of the 7th Company of the Death Guard, who was on the Eisenstein at the time, although they were in different regiments. As veterans, Tarbets and Garo had always had a good personal relationship. Therefore, when Garo found out that Tarbets was being hunted, he was also shocked and hurriedly asked about the situation. Tarbets also trusted Garo and confessed everything without reservation. Garo was also shocked to learn of the War Master's betrayal, but he quickly made a choice, defeated the fighter planes chasing Tarbets, and covered Tarbets to reach Isfahan III. It can be said that these 3 people were the biggest contributors to the fact that the loyalist soldiers on the ground were able to avoid annihilation. Hello, fellow Space Marines. Duanmu Huai looked at the people in front of him carefully, nodded, and spoke to them. I am Duanmu Huai, the Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal. Welcome to the Tribunal Fleet. Hello, Grand Inquisitor. On behalf of his colleagues, Tarbets bowed and saluted Duanmu Huai, regardless of the fact that the other party had saved him and others. The fact that he had beaten and killed the pre-March Aran was enough for Tarbets to respect him. After all, not everyone can do that. Thank you for your helping hand. Tarbets meant what he said. The abandoned loyalist Space Marines had nowhere to go, and they certainly could not return to Horus's warships. The only ship on their side was the Eisenstein, commanded by Captain Garo of the 7th Company of the Death Guard. When Horus discovered the Eisenstein's mutiny, he wanted to destroy it immediately. But the Inquisition fleet suddenly arrived and caught Horus off guard. Eisenstein took the opportunity to break away and surrender directly to the Inquisition. You're welcome. How are you doing now? Duanmu Huai nodded and asked, while Tavizi and others looked at each other. The Death Guard suffered the heaviest losses. Most of them did not survive the first wave of bombing. The World Eaters were mostly killed in the battle with their pre-march. So far, the Emperor's children and the Luna Wolves have suffered the least losses, but less than 1/5 of them are left. Having said this, Tarbets sighed sadly. However, at this moment, the old man in a long robe behind him walked out tremblingly and looked at Duanmu Huai with pleading eyes. Respected Grand Inquisitor, please allow me to ask, are you here under the Emperor's order? Did the Emperor foresee all this and send you here? To save us? The people who are loyal to the Empire? Who are you? This is Carol Hindman. Locke stepped forward and introduced him respectfully. He is the chief preacher of the 63rd Expedition. This level of fanaticism is almost as high as that of paganism in my opinion. Duan Muhui complained lightly. Then spoke. I'm sorry to disappoint you. The Inquisition has some relationship with the Empire, but not with the Emperor. In fact, we have only one goal in the Inquisition, which is to save and protect humanity from the threats of aliens. Heretics and demons. Aliens. Heretics and demons. Hearing this, the 3 Space Marines frowned, while Duan Muhui shrugged his shoulders. Okay, everyone. We have limited time. So let's be frank. I think you have already discovered and understood that the Imperial truth is a lie. Magic. Witchcraft. Demons in the warp. Creatures from other worlds. Whatever you want to call them. They all exist in reality. So everything promoted by the Imperial truth is all lies. There is not a single word of truth. Although they had known this for a long time, they still showed disbelief on their faces when they heard Duan Muhui say this. After all, they were all loyal to the Emperor, so they naturally regarded the Imperial truth as holy scripture. Although everything they had experienced before had already shown that there seemed to be a problem. Duan Muhui directly tore off this fig leaf, which still shocked them. I know what you want to say. The Emperor did deceive you. As for why he concealed the secrets of the warp from you and made up this unreliable Imperial truth, you can ask him directly after returning to Terra. I am very curious about what excuses he will make to fool you. Please be careful with your words. At this moment, Locke finally couldn't help but speak. We are all warriors loyal to the Emperor. We are the Emperor's sharp blades. We must not have such false ideas. Although you saved us, it does not mean that you can speak ill of the Emperor. Okay. Sorry about that. Duan Muhui nodded. If Horus dared to say this to him, he would have smashed Horus's head on the spot. However, these loyal soldiers still deserved respect. Although Duan Muhui felt that the Emperor was not a human being, he did not need to provoke these loyalists. In short, I hope you understand that the Inquisition's goal is to protect humanity, not the Empire or the Emperor. So if Horus simply rebelled against the Emperor and wanted to replace him, then we, the Inquisition, don't care. After all, there have been many such incidents in history where people killed their fathers and brothers to seize the throne. One more time won't hurt. Duan Muhui snorted lightly, and the Space Marine's expression became obviously a little complicated. Then why did you help? At this moment, the bald, dark-skinned woman put down her hood and looked at Duan Muhui. Isn't it the Emperor's will that made you appear here? Haha. Religious believers always make far-fetched claims, and Emperor Xian seems to be no exception. Duan Muhui didn't even bother to argue with the other party and just laughed. I said, if Horus was just rebelling, then the Inquisition would not care. However, he colluded with the evil god of the warp, which has crossed the bottom line of mankind. So the Inquisition has to intervene. The evil gods of the warp? So, those evil demons really exist? Jia Luo frowned and looked at Duan Muhui in surprise. If you want to make up for the lessons, I can find another time. What are you going to do next? Hearing Duan Muhui's question, everyone looked at each other. We originally wanted to contact Terra to inform the Emperor of the news of the War Master's rebellion. But the warp seems to have been lost, and even the light of the Astronomicon cannot be seen. The Inquisition can escort you to Terra. Duan Muhui didn't care. But the prerequisite is that we must first pass the blockade of the Horus fleet. They will definitely not give up so easily. Chapter 704 Refutation. Just as Duan Muhui said, Horus would never give up. The 62nd Expeditionary Fleet is gathering again. However, it is almost impossible to find the mysterious fleet in the Isthmian Galaxy. Horus now had a grim look on his face. Although he had made a deal with those invisible beings in the warp, who had promised to obscure the light of the Astronomicon and isolate them, so that the communication between those fleets would be cut off. Horus did not know whether this would be effective for that fleet. Corrupted scum. Lackey of the evil god. Horus clenched his fists, the other party's curse still echoing in his ears. But this time, Horus was not angry, but confused. It was obvious that from what the other party said, they knew very well what those subspace beings were, and thought they had succumbed to those mysterious guys. No! Horus slammed his fist down on the table. He was not a lackey of the evil god. This was just a deal. Erebus made it very clear that they could not affect the real world. They just wanted to maintain the safety of the two worlds and prevent the Emperor from becoming a terrible god. And what he did was just to use their abilities. They traded with each other, and each took what they needed. It could even be said that Horus was using these evil gods to achieve his own goals. He is not a lackey of the evil god. Boom, boom, boom! There were the sound of footsteps. And Horus looked up to see Mordorion entering. The World Eaters are furious. They demand an immediate search for the fleet. They vow to avenge their Primarch. They will get what they want. Horus spoke coldly. Without Amron, the World Eater would no longer be necessary in his plan. He didn't want to face those uncontrollable risks again. Will they come? This is their only chance. Horus gritted his teeth. The 62nd Fleet did not suffer heavy losses. But several ships were sunk, and a large number of ships were damaged and needed repair. The enemy's firepower was beyond his imagination. Not only that, the artillery chief also told him that the enemy's firing rate, range and reaction ability were much stronger than his own fleet. This is also the reason why the mysterious fleet was able to fight 1 against 4, and still escape unscathed in the end. By the way, a large number of loyalist fighters were also taken away. Emperor's blessing? Thinking of this, Horus sneered. No one can protect you. Not even that false god. You have only one way to go. Death. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Inquisition's fleet was equally solemn. Loken, Tarbets and Garo met each other. And their expressions were very serious. Everyone is frustrated. Locke was the first to speak, his face showing fatigue. We know that we need to flee the Isthvan system and travel to Terra to report Horus's heresy to the Emperor. However, I am now concerned that there may be a second schism among us. Hearing what Loken said, the other two also changed their expressions. In the past, the Astartes were as close as brothers, and there would never be a situation where an Astarte pointed his weapon at another Astarte. But now, everything has collapsed. The betrayal of Horus and the massacre on the planet Isthvan III have completely shattered the rules that everyone originally relied on. But most importantly, it is their attitude towards the Emperor. The vast majority of Space Marines sent to the surface were veterans, like Tarbets and Garo. They had served in the Legion before the Emperor retrieved his pre-march. They were the most staunch supporters of the Emperor and regarded the imperial truth as an absolute creed. However, now that things have happened, it is clear that the imperial truth that was once regarded as a belief was just a lie. Their War Master has been changed by evil forces, and their compatriots and brothers have also fallen into the arms of chaos and become unspeakable monsters. In this case, it is obviously a fantasy to ask them to believe in the imperial truth again. Then, another problem arose for the veterans. If the imperial truth is a lie, is the Emperor still worthy of their trust? They had no time to think about this before. At that time, these Astartes only thought about surviving, trying to protect themselves from the deadly poison gas and fire, as well as the pursuit of their compatriots. So they fought and fought back without distraction. But now, when they were exhausted and bruised and sitting in the silent cabin, they had to start thinking about this problem again. Is the Emperor still worthy of our trust? Do we really still owe our allegiance to the Emperor? If the imperial truth is a lie, then what is the point of everything we have fought for? What is the point of the Great Crusade? Loken now found himself understanding Horus's thoughts. But he did not choose to give up. Unfortunately, not everyone would make the same choice. We need direction. So you just let that woman preach among them? Garo frowned. Do you know what I saw? A mortal stood on a high platform, spouting some nonsense like the Emperor is the true god. And in front of her, hundreds of Astartes knelt on the ground. This scene reminded me of the planets we conquered during the Great Crusade. Those preachers and listeners who preached the truth of the Empire. Now that we have lost the truth of the Empire, are we going to place our faith in an illusory god? Perhaps we should talk to His Excellency the Grand Inquisitor. Tarbet spoke at this time. Perhaps. I think he can show us a way. Do you trust him that much? Tarbets? Loken also looked at Tarbets. To be honest, I suspect that this fleet may have a special relationship with the Empire. You all heard that during the battle. They shouted for humanity and for the Inquisition. But they never mentioned a word about the Empire or the Emperor. I know. Tarbets nodded. But what we need to do now is to find our target. We have already seen what an Astartes would do if they lost their target. None of us wants to see it happen again. After making the decision, the three of them hurried to the hall again. However, to their surprise, when they walked into the hall, they saw Cinderman and the woman sitting on chairs, chatting with the Grand Inquisitor. Oh, you're here. Seeing the three Astartes warriors, Duanmu Huai smiled and raised his chin towards Sinmin and the woman. These two people have been trying to convince me that my coming here is part of the Emperor's plan. I have to say, their logic is quite self-consistent. It is still logically rigorous when written into a novel. At least it makes sense. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Loken and Tarbets looked somewhat helpless, while Garo frowned. Even if the imperial truth was a lie, he didn't like these mystical missionaries. Because it is true. Your Excellency the Grand Inquisitor. The woman spoke again, her voice soft and calm. The Emperor's glory has guided you here to find a brand new future for us. Honestly, I think I've heard enough. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. I've never gotten high marks for my reading comprehension in Chinese class. So there's no need for you to make such far-fetched claims about my actions. And I suddenly thought of something very interesting. Staring at the old missionary and the woman in front of him, Duanmu Huai suddenly thought of a joke that was very famous among the players. You said you believe in the Emperor and think he is the true God. Right? Yes, Grand Inquisitor. The Emperor is indeed the true God of this universe. I have no objection to this. But how can you prove that the Emperor you believe in is the Emperor? It has to be said that Duanmu Huai's questioning really confused everyone. Of course we believe in the Emperor. Emperor is just a title. Duanmu Huai interrupted the woman's explanation. A noble title. But there is more than one person in the universe who can be called Emperor. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Loken's expression was a little strange. He clearly remembered that the Luna Wolves had captured a civilized galaxy before. The leader of that civilization at that time also called himself the Emperor. He even set a trap to lure the Astartes. But in the end Horus killed him personally. So for a long time afterwards, the joke I was there when Horus killed the Emperor was indeed very popular among the warriors of the Shadow Moon Wolves. Now it seems more like a prophecy. So, you cannot prove that the Emperor you believe in is the same Emperor of Terra. Duanmu Huai spread his hands and looked at the woman with a smile. Right? But I felt his power. The light from Terra guided me, dispelled the fog, and showed me the future. The woman clasped her hands together and placed them on her chest. But Duanmu Huai remained unmoved. Well, I agree with this. As I said just now, many gods were born from the power of will. If there are enough believers and people in the Empire who believe that the Emperor is a true God who will protect mankind forever, then it is indeed possible that such a true God named the Emperor will appear. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai chuckled. So, you are planning to use a god named the Emperor to replace the Emperor, who is the ruler of the human empire. It's quite interesting, isn't it? From this perspective, you are not much different from Horus. Hearing Duanmu Huai's ridicule, the woman's face changed drastically. The old missionary next to her also began to tremble. And the three Astartes warriors were also stunned. No! Grand Inquisitor. We believe in the Emperor of Terra. No one else. You are just his admirers. If he were a fictional god, it would naturally conform to your imagination, because it was your thoughts that created him. But the Emperor actually exists. You see, just like those idols and artists who are worshipped, their admirers will also regard these artists as perfect, even the pinnacle of existence. However, you should be very clear that there is actually a gap between the artists seen by the admirers and the artists in reality. Don't you agree? The woman stepped back. She wanted to deny Duanmu Huai's words, but she had to admit that Duanmu Huai made sense. She was a recorder herself and had many artist friends around her. She knew that many ordinary people admired these artists and were even willing to give everything for them. In the eyes of those admirers, these artists were talented, handsome, and unrestrained celebrities. But she knew that many of her colleagues were alcoholics and even often gave up on themselves. No! The woman screamed and collapsed to the ground shaking. I didn't mean that. At this moment, she had completely lost her usual eloquence. She had never thought about this question. Are the Emperor she worshipped and the one who actually lived on Terra really the same person? If they are not, then what does everything they do mean? Well, it looks like that's the end of it. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. Go down and think about your life. And don't keep saying nonsense in front of me. Duanmu Huai's question is actually a very famous joke among players. At that time, a very serious player posted a post complaining that after reading the holy words, I feel that the Emperor in it and the one in Terra are not the same person at all. Then another player replied, then how can you prove that the Emperor is the Emperor? So this became a nesting doll meme. You cannot prove that the Emperor you believe in is the Emperor. which means that the Emperor of Terra may not be the emperor believed in by the state religion. It's so funny. At most we can say that they have the same name. Therefore, the soul in the skeleton sitting on the golden toilet may no longer be the Emperor of Terra, but the emperor who became the state religion. This is a case of a cat replacing a prince. Luo Jia spent 10,000 years to successfully usurp the throne. This is cause for celebration. This is cause for celebration. To Duanmu Huai, it was just a joke. But it seemed to be a big blow to Cinderman and the woman. They supported each other and left the hall trembling. The three Astartes looked at them and felt a little sympathy in their hearts. Okay. The boring stuff is over. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze, patted Ojus's little head beside him, and looked at the three people. So, what do you want from me? Chapter 705 Target. We would like to speak with you, Grand Inquisitor. Tarbet stepped forward and spoke. If you want to seek spiritual comfort, you should go find those charlatans. I am not good at this. You are joking. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Tarbet gave a bitter smile. In fact, I just want to ask, what is the belief of the Inquisition? The Inquisition's beliefs? That's right. Tarbet nodded. Every organization and force has its own beliefs. So, the Astartes fight for the Empire and the Emperor. So what does the Inquisition fight for? If that's what you're asking, then my answer is very clear. Duanmu Huai changed his posture, sat on the chair and looked at Tavais. The Inquisition fights for humanity. As I told you before, the Inquisition's goal is to eliminate all aliens, heretics, and demons that endanger humanity. It is the Inquisition's duty to protect the survival of humanity in this universe and ensure that they do not perish. Is it that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Duanmu Huai looked at the three Astartes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. The Inquisition cares about humanity as a whole. We will not be loyal to a single person, let alone a single force. What about the Emperor? What about the Empire? Humanity existed before he was born, and it will continue to exist after he dies. The Emperor himself is just a page in the history book of mankind. It may be glorious and splendid, or it may be inlaid with gold, but it is just a page after all. Hearing this, the three Astartes looked at each other. They finally understood what the Inquisition meant. In the eyes of the Astartes, the Emperor's unification of humanity and launching the Great Crusade was already a rare feat to them. The Emperor was the leader and guiding light of mankind. No one could imagine that the Emperor would leave humanity. However, the Inquisition clearly did not see it that way, and their view was even more cruel. Whether there is an Emperor or not, humanity will move forward. It doesn't mean that without the Emperor's guidance, humanity will immediately perish. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. You must be kidding. Didn't the Empire survive for more than 10,000 years after the little golden man sat on the golden toilet? From the beginning of the Emperor's efforts to the failure of the Great Crusade, it was only 5,000 years in total. It can be seen that without the Emperor, mankind will still exist. It may fall. It may make mistakes, but it will still move forward. So to me, the fight between Horus and the Emperor is just an ordinary human civil war in history. It has nothing to do with the civil wars recorded in history. If it weren't for the Chaos God taking advantage of the situation, the Inquisition wouldn't even care about these things. Protect humanity. Yes, perhaps for you Astartes, the only thing you care about is the Emperor and the other Astartes brothers. You regard mortals as fragile, stupid, and short-sighted. Their lifespans are not as long as yours, and they do not have as strong power as you. They are fragile and powerless in front of you. But in fact, it is these mortals who laid the foundation of human civilization. Perhaps you Astartes have forgotten that before you were transformed, you were just mortals. Your mission may be to protect the Empire and the Emperor. But for the Inquisition, it doesn't matter if the Empire and the Emperor are destroyed. As long as mankind can continue to exist and move forward, nothing else matters. Having said that, Duanmu Huai spread out his hands. Even if the Empire collapses and the Emperor falls, humanity will find its own way out. I think you have never considered this issue. You have always regarded yourselves as the sharp blade of the Empire and the Emperor as a guiding light, as if his destruction and death would bring unimaginable terrible disasters to humanity. Is not it? Locke couldn't help but interrupt. Of course not. The current situation was caused by the Emperor you trust. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. To be honest, I can understand why he did this. But if you ask me to comment, I would only say, There are 1,000 ways to fight chaos. But the Emperor chose the stupidest one. The evil of the warp is everywhere. Just like a crime. Don't you know that it is a crime? So it is not a crime? Does it mean that if I legalize killing, this world is a paradise without any sin? Having said that, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. It is foolish to cover your ears and steal the bell, and close your eyes to deny their existence. If you had a little basic common sense to fight against the evil gods of the warp, you wouldn't have suffered so much loss before. And you wouldn't be bewitched by them like an ignorant 3-year-old child, and eventually embark on this stupid road of rebellion. Hearing this, Loken was speechless for a moment. He remembered that on a previous planet, the space marines he led had encountered a similar thing. At that time, one of his Astartes companions was possessed by a warp demon and ruthlessly killed his companions. Witnessing all this at that time gave Loken a great shock. And it was because of this that he began to re-examine everything around him. Although the words of the Grand Inquisitor were unpleasant to hear, Loken had to admit that they were just trying to cover up their own mistakes. At that time, everyone saw how the Astartes was possessed by the evil spirit and transformed into a monster to attack his compatriots. But in the end, when they reported all this, they only received an order to completely block the information. And those Astartes warriors were recorded as having died in a siege of rebellion. Thinking of this, Loken suddenly felt cold all over. He had seen many similar reports before. Reports of the loss of Astartes warriors during the suppression of rebellions. Now thinking back carefully, how many of them were true? And how many of them were distorted and concealed like mine? This is the way the Inquisition operates. Duanmu Huai made a summary at the end. To put it simply, if we regard the evil gods of the warp as criminals who cause evil deeds, then the Inquisition is the police and sheriff, fighting crime, maintaining public order, and guarding the peace of mortals. So, will crime ever be completely eliminated? Impossible. Unless the entire world is completely destroyed. As long as there are people, there will be crime. But do we just throw our hands up and surrender? Let it go? Of course not. Even if we cannot completely eliminate crime, we can try our best to fight crime and curb it so that most people can live in a peaceful and stable environment. Your perspective is truly refreshing to us. Tavais lowered his head. He had to admit that Duanmu Huai's answer was beyond his expectations. This is not surprising. You are Astartes. You are warriors. The goal of a warrior is to completely destroy the enemy. However, we are inquisitors. The duties of an inquisitor are closer to those of a police officer. We will not try to do things that we cannot do. We will only do what we should do. Perhaps for you, this is a responsibility. But for us, it is a course of action. Duanmu Huai made a gesture. I'm sorry. I may not be able to help you. No. It's very useful. Thank you for your advice. Tarvitz bore again. Then turned and left the hall with Lorcan and Garo. What do you think? Standing in the corridor, Tarvitz looked at the other two. They were trusted companions. And now they only had each other. Police. Sheriff. Locke said as he nodded. That doesn't seem bad. Yeah. Yes. I have thought about this several times. Once the Great Crusade is over, what can we Astartes do? We are warriors. And we are only warriors. We only know how to fight. Now it seems that we may be able to join a never-ending battle. So, you want to join the Inquisition? Garo frowned. I don't think it's a good idea. Their origins are mysterious. And no one is sure whether this is a trap. But we always have to make choices. Locke didn't argue with Garo. Perhaps we should let other people know about this. Maybe? Garo nodded. Maybe this is the only way. What choice the Astartes make is their own business. And Duanmu Huai doesn't care. After that, he found Tong again and asked about the situation. The warp is still dark. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Tong shook her head. I'm so sorry. I can't see the truth behind this darkness. Well, that's normal. Tell me any more information as soon as possible. Duanmu Huai was not surprised by Tong's report. The Chaos Evil God had no other trick except this subspace blockade. It was like this before, and it is still like this now. It is really a one-trick pony that can conquer the world. When are you going to do something to block the outside of the warp? It's the same trick every time. Aren't you tired of it? Although Duanmu Huai could enter the webway directly, he did not do so because Duanmu Huai was not sure whether this was a conspiracy. Even if it was not, rashly exposing the fact that the tribunal could enter and exit the webway would cause trouble. At least until this matter was over. Duanmu Huai would not enter the webway again. Report to the Inquisitor. At this moment, Icode, who was standing nearby and staring at the star map, suddenly spoke. We have intercepted a communication from the Eisenstein. The contact is from the Spirit of Vengeance. Reporting our position. How should I put it? It's within expectations and within reason. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Prepare for battle. Oh! And inform the three Astartes about this matter. The affairs of the Empire should be handled by the Empire itself. Moss held the censer tightly in his hand, his face nervous. As the communicator of the Eisenstein, Moss never thought that he would encounter such a thing. He had served for so many years, and finally got his current position and joined the expedition fleet. After this, he could go one step further and become the captain of a battleship. But now, these damn bastards have ruined everything. They betrayed the War Master, even joined up with a fleet that came from nowhere, and betrayed their own leader. This is totally wrong. He raised his concerns to the captain. But what he got was a reprimand and a warning. What a joke. They were the ones who betrayed the expeditionary fleet. And now they are accusing the fleet of betraying the Emperor? So what? In Moss's opinion, a good captain would not ask questions. The War Master gave the order, and they just had to do it. Why bother arguing whether it was right or wrong? Moss felt that everyone else on the battleship was crazy, and he seemed to be the only one who was still sane. He felt that he should do something. At least, he should not let others go crazy with him. He had to save the battleship. Maybe the War Master would appreciate his loyalty. Maybe after all this was over, he would realize his dream and become the captain of a cruiser. Bang! At this moment, the tightly closed door suddenly opened, and Moss almost jumped up in shock. He turned around and saw Garo walking in with a cold and livid face. Then he turned around without hesitation and walked towards the Vox niche. Garo walked through the cabin 2 or 3 steps, grabbed Moss, and lifted him up. You betrayed us, you bastard. Garo stared angrily at the communications officer in front of him. When he just received Duanmu Huai's notice, he couldn't believe it. But now seeing the expression of the communications officer in front of him, he was furious. The latter suddenly stretched out his hands and hit Astarte in front of him with force. You? You're the traitor, bastard, Moss yelled, punching Garo's armor harder. This is all your conspiracy. You killed us, asshole. At this moment the captain also came over. She glared at Moss angrily and scolded him harshly. These are the Emperor's most loyal warriors. You are the traitor. No, I am not a traitor. I swore an oath to the fleet to serve the War Master Horus. Moss had given up struggling at this moment. But he did not give up resisting. Until death. Then go to H.L. Garo twisted his wrist and broke the communications officer's neck, turning him into a corpse. Then he turned his head and looked at another low-level staff member who was trembling with fear. Please contact the Inquisition immediately. Soon. A moment later, Duanmu Huai's face appeared on the screen. I'm very sorry, Grand Inquisitor. There's a traitor among us. Garo lowered his head and apologized solemnly. Oh, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. But soon, the expeditionary fleet will gather and attack us. I know that very well. Duanmu Huai nodded. So we must leave the Ispan system as soon as possible. But what should we do? The fleet has blocked the jump point, and we can't reach the planned orbit. And the navigator can't see the light of the Astronomicon at all. We don't even know where we should go. I will open a channel to other galaxies at the appropriate time. Where does it lead to? I don't know about that. But no matter where it is, it's better than staying here. What do you think? Garo nodded silently. In fact, as Duanmu Huai said, no matter where they went, it was better than staying in the Ispan galaxy. Here, they would only have a dead end. Beep beep. Just then, the alarm sounded. Approaching fleet detected. Prepare for action and obey the orders of the Inquisition. Garo also clenched his fists and issued his own orders. For them, this is the only way out now. Chapter 706 Shuttle. The 62nd Expeditionary Fleet accelerated through the universe, like hungry wolves pouncing on their targets. Horus stood in front of the table, tapping his fingers impatiently, his eyes red. Someone on the Eisenstein actually betrayed them, and even gave them their location. This was a complete surprise to Horus. After all, he was really worried that if the other party was determined to play hide-and-seek with them in the Ispan system, then things might become more troublesome. How long will it take? Report to the Lord. We will meet the enemy in 10 minutes. Be prepared. Let the World Eater be used as a spearhead. This damn fleet must be completely destroyed. Horus gave the order coldly. And under his order, the fleet began to change its formation and then accelerated again. But at this moment, attack detected. Almost in the blink of an eye, several beams of light and SH/LS flew from the front and hit the 62nd Fleet directly. Several warships had never expected such a situation to happen. They were hit by the sudden attack before they even had time to open the void shield, and then exploded and caught fire, and the hull was broken. What's going on? Where is the attack coming from? Horus shouted angrily, and his chief gunner responded hastily. The attack comes from the front. Ahead? Didn't you say that no enemy ships have been spotted yet? No. They were probably launching an ultra-long-range attack from outside the detection range. Before the gunner could finish his words, several flashes of light appeared outside the window, and even the spirit of vengeance trembled violently. Damn it. Activate the void shield. Change the direction of the fleet and avoid the attack. Horus did not think about how the other party knew the location of his fleet. He hurriedly ordered the fleet to change direction. However, the enemy's artillery fire seemed to have eyes. Almost when they just changed direction, another wave of artillery fire hit the 62nd Fleet almost directly. Although the damage caused was not great, it was enough to make people angry. Damn bastard. Seeing this scene, Horus was furious. Immediately dispersed the warships. Speed up, and charge straight ahead. I want to let those bastards know how powerful we are. The 62nd Expeditionary Fleet began to speed up again. Due to the sudden attack and the connection changes, the fleet was obviously in a bit of chaos. At this time, in the asteroid belt, a destroyer quietly drove out and rushed towards the 62nd Expeditionary Fleet. Enemy spotted. This time, the chief astronaut did not miss the signal on the radar and reported loudly. Where? The asteroid belt next to us. They may have been hiding there before. Horus looked up and saw a destroyer coming out of it, rushing towards the 62nd Expeditionary Fleet as if it was ready to die. The church shining with golden light above its warship was extremely eye-catching, even a little dazzling. Only one? Yes. Maybe this is the enemy's reconnaissance ship. I see. Horus nodded. He thought that the scout ship had been hiding here, reporting his position to the enemy, so that they could lock onto the target and launch an attack. Unfortunately, that was the end of it. Their trick had been discovered, so their good luck was over. Destroy it. Horus gave the order coldly. Without Horus's order, the warships of the 62nd Fleet had already opened fire on the destroyer, and the cannonballs roared out and hit the void shield. But the destroyer was not afraid at all, and just rushed straight towards the 62nd Fleet. Soon, it began to explode all over and gradually disintegrated. Finally, a SH/L pierced its hull, turning the warship into a pile of scrap metal, and began to twist and disintegrate. Looking at the broken wreckage in front of him, Horus snorted coldly. This was totally not enough. Just based on the rude attitude of those guys towards him at that time, their fate would only be death. No! However, at this moment, the bird chief began to scream in fear. No! Get out of here quickly. Disperse quickly. Space. Unfortunately, before the bird fortune teller could finish his words, something strange happened. The wreckage of the destroyed destroyer suddenly shook violently, and the next moment a dazzling, almost pure white light instantly covered the originally dark space. Flinch detected. Iko raised his head and looked at Duanmu Huai. Everything is going according to plan. Well, it seems to be going well. Duanmu Huai looked at the screen in front of him and nodded. He was impressed again that although Iko was a coward, his tactical level was really first-rate. He ambushed a reconnaissance destroyer in the asteroid belt to lock the position of the Horus fleet, and then used the ultra-long-range shooting that Iko was best at. Then, when the Horus fleet was in chaos due to the sudden attack, he let the reconnaissance ship break into the enemy fleet and activate the retraction reaction of the retraction furnace to form a small black hole to create an AoE. After this wave of combined defense and attack, Horus had to kneel. Tarvitz and other Astartes were stunned when they saw the black waves spreading before their eyes. What kind of black hole weapon is this? The 62nd Expeditionary Fleet was completely destroyed? Looking at the screen in front of him, Locke swallowed and asked in a low voice, while Duanmu Huai shook his head. If only it were that simple. Although this move is powerful, if they react in time and hide in the subspace, they can still escape. At this point, Duanmu Huai sighed, although he also hoped to take this opportunity to kill all 4 demon primarchs. But unfortunately, Duanmu Huai knew that this was unlikely. After all, the system did not prompt a kill report, and the opponent was also a chaos. So if the evil god did not help, it would be really stupid. In fact, Duanmu Huai really wanted to stay here and give the enemy a beating. But unfortunately, the other side had 4 fleets, and he only had 1. Even though his fleet was of a higher level, it was still a bit of a stretch to fight 1 against 4. So it's better to slip away first, and then call back after you find the person. The mists of the warp have thinned, and we are preparing to leave the Ispan system. Understood. Prepare to make the jump. The huge energy burst of the micro-black hole created by the recession reaction is enough to temporarily disperse the subspace fog that envelopes Ispan's information, allowing the astropath to temporarily glimpse the situation outside and find a stable galaxy coordinate for navigation. Of course, as to where the other side is, I'll leave it to fate. Set off, along with Duanmu Huai's order. The next moment, the space in front of the Inquisition fleet was torn apart, and then the fleet roared in and disappeared into the deep space of the universe. Sailing in the void is not an easy task. If the warp is an ocean, then the Astronomicon is the beacon that guides the direction. The Ispan system is now surrounded by a foggy, turbulent ocean. The black hole explosion temporarily tore open a corner of the fog, allowing those trapped in it to briefly glimpse the light outside. But it was only a moment, because in the next moment, the raging waves and heavy fog would come again, wrapping everyone in it again. They rode the wind and waves, accelerated forward, broke through the raging waves and fog, and moved forward along the light. Finally, the distortion of the subspace reached its limit, and then the next moment, the scenery in front of the Inquisition fleet and the Eisenstein changed again. The entire warship trembled suddenly, and a huge impact came, and screamed and rushed forward. But Duanmu Huai quickly grabbed her. Gu Lia stood beside her, her thick tail wrapped around the metal pole on one side, and Lorena on the other side directly took a horse stance, with a solid lower body. How could this happen? And almost fell to the ground and started complaining. We've never encountered anything like this before when we traveled through the warp. We used to take the highway, but this is a dirt road in the middle of nowhere. Duanmu Huai pulled him up and spoke to comfort him. But what Duanmu Huai said was not wrong. The ancient sage's webway was like an interstellar highway, naturally fast and smooth. But now, they were basically led into the woods by the wicked navigation. Being able to pass through the woods was a victory. As for whether there was a road or not, or whether the road was steep, it didn't matter. So, where are we now? And dusted himself off and looked at the screen. We are not far from the Ispan system. What if the enemy catches up with us? Should we run a little further? In the warp, time and distance have no meaning. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Even though we only passed through the subspace for a few tens of seconds, it is very likely that we have reached the end of the other side of the universe. Unless the other party follows us in, they will definitely go somewhere else. Oh, but fortunately, we don't need to guess. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pointed at the screen. Someone has already arrived. Maybe we can ask for directions. Perhaps these kind people can tell me where we are now. As they were talking, a fleet was seen approaching from a distance. They slowly and cautiously approached Duanmu Huai's Inquisition fleet. And then a communication came in. This is Macridge's Glory. May I ask which legion your fleet belongs to? Why did you suddenly appear here? And what happened to the warp fluctuation just now? Call. Duanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the other party introduce himself. Even Tarbit's and Locke's originally tense expressions became much more relaxed after hearing each other's communication. It seems that now we can relax and unwind. Chapter 707, Lord of 500 Worlds. There was once a vote among the players, which was who would you be willing to work under if you traveled to the Empire. As a result, the 13th Primarch, Robert Guilliman, Lord of 500 Worlds, topped the list. No doubt about it. There are several reasons for this. First of all, Guilliman is a rare Primarch who grew up happily and joyfully, without the childhood trauma and defects like other Primarchs. Secondly, Guilliman's character is quite normal, although he sometimes likes to think about things. He is generally a kind and capable Primarch with a positive outlook. Unlike other Primarchs, they are more or less the product of some inherited morbid defects of the Emperor. For example, Mortar Island grew up on a poisonous planet, So most of the soldiers in his legion followed Mortarian's example, and made themselves smelly. And they also drank toxic wastewater to prove their loyalty to Mortarion. Or maybe a machine was installed in Angron's brain when he was a child, which caused him to have a mental breakdown and feel pain all the time. So after he took charge of the legion, his subordinates installed a similar device to show their loyalty. No normal person would want to join this kind of army. They must be insane. To be honest, among the 18 legions, Guilliman's Ultramarines Legion seems the most normal to ordinary people. And the others are not normal. The Dark Angels are a bunch of riddlers. They can't talk unless they're in a weird and confused state. It makes my head hurt just listening to them chattering. The Emperor's son dresses himself up like a peacock all day long and is full of serious narcissistic tendencies. The Iron Warriors are simply a special army for office workers. They do the most tiring work the most overtime, suffer the most severe beatings, get the least money, and their superiors still look down on them. White Scars is either racing, on his way to racing, or still on his way to racing. The Space Wolves are truly mad husky dogs, and they will bite anyone they catch at the Emperor's command. The Imperial fists were rigid and inflexible, their heads harder than the marble beneath the Imperial Palace on Terra. The Night Lords are simply a dark version of Batman, killing and robbing in the name of justice and order. The Blood Angels were normally very normal, but when the Black Rage struck, they became heartless. The Iron Hands worship the weakness of flesh and blood and the ascension of machinery, and they wish they could replace every part of their body with parts like the Mechanicus. The World Eaters always stuff their heads with all sorts of nonsense, in order to experience the same pain as the Primarch and express their loyalty. The Death Guards were stinking all over, and one even wondered if they had never taken a bath since putting on their armor. The Thousand Sons are still good people by nature, but unfortunately they have to deal with an original being who can't do anything well, and whose life can only be summed up as a failure. There is no hope for them. The problem of the Luna Wolves is the same as that of the Thousand Sons. If they follow the wrong boss, no matter how hard the subordinates try, it will be useless. Just look at poor Loken. Needless to say, the Word-Bearers are a bunch of brain-dead fanatics, who need to be shot 100 times by the Inquisition. Salamanders are hard-working and kind-hearted. Their only shortcoming is that their skin is too dark. The tragedy of the Raven Guard is that their boss, their immediate superior, always writes extremely melancholy poems, so that the entire legion is influenced and becomes very emo. Alpha Legion. No one knows what they are. They are all alphas. In comparison, the 13th Legion led by Guilliman is indeed an outlier among them, and is the standard answer to the profound question of whether a normal person among a group of psychopaths is still a normal person. So Guilliman was not very popular among the Primarchs, which was understandable. Most of the others either had childhood trauma, were physically disabled, or were not recognized. But Guilliman had come a long way. He grew up in a noble family and lived a happy life. Even when his adoptive father was assassinated, it was not a big deal for him. Later, when the Emperor came, he followed the Emperor. He was not forced to go away like the others, or was beaten. To put it simply, it's like a class of mixed people, where suddenly a good student with excellent character and academic performance appears, and everyone else starts to dislike him. But for ordinary people, a Primarch like Guilliman is truly a model of a Primarch. He loves his people like his own children, is kind-hearted, and is capable. So much so that players have mocked that if the Emperor had half the talent of Guilliman, the Empire would not have become like this. From this, we can see that the Emperor really does not understand human nature. Of course, Guilliman is not without weaknesses. As a model student, his combat capability is a little weak compared to other Primarchs, who came from gangster backgrounds. He was basically beaten up. And finally, he was beaten so badly that he had to go into a stasis chamber to save his life. Although they are not good at single combat, the collective combat capability of the Ultramarines is really strong. As the saying goes, once you learn how to operate, the rest is just A. Guilliman's Ultramarines is the best embodiment of this saying. The Extreme Marines Legion is a group of 500 worlds that have soldiers, and soldiers. Then, they attack in front of absolute numbers. Everything is nothing. And the Extreme Marines Legion is also the largest among the 18 legions. However, Grandpa Lon is really not good at one-on-one fights, lass. Basically, he will get beaten up by whoever he fights with. Even a 2-on-1 situation can be counter-killed. This once again proves that the stereotype that 3 good students have poor hands-on skills is not a stereotype. However, even such a good man was stunned after hearing the news brought by Loken and other space marines. "I just can't believe it." Gilliman, who was standing in front of Duanmuhui and the others, was a space marine whose physique was not much different from that of an ordinary person. He had an ordinary appearance, but a kind of ordinary handsomeness, just like the temperament of the monarch on an ancient silver coin. He was different from Fulgrim, who was like a sacrificial dagger, and Sanguinius, who was like an angel, but he had amazing bearing and honesty. This is what Duanmuhui likes most about Gilliman. Most of the other Primarchs do not regard mortals as human beings. They believe that they are fighting for the Emperor, and the Empire is the Emperor's empire. As for those mortals, they are meaningless to them. To be honest, even if the Emperor is not ruling a group of humans, but a group of lizards, these Primarchs will not care about such trivial matters. But Gilliman didn't think so. He respected the will of mortals, acknowledged their greatness, and at the same time learned from their excellence. However, at this moment, the Primarch also showed a shocked and even shocked expression. Not only him, but even the Ultramarines around him had the same feeling. If this was just the one-sided words of Loken, Tarvitz or Garo, then they would not believe it. But with so many space marines on the Eisenstein, their tired bodies, armor that had experienced artillery fire, and those battlefield videos, they witnessed with their own eyes how the World Eaters and their Primarchs attacked these soldiers, and how they escaped. Of course, this also includes. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Duanmuhui with complicated expressions. They saw how Duanmuhui beat Amran and killed him. It must be said that this scene was so shocking that Gilliman could not calm down for a long time. The death of a Primarch was unimaginable before, but now they saw it. Likewise, the betrayal of a Primarch was unthinkable, and they saw it as well. This is just your one-sided statement. Soon, an Ultramarines captain swallowed, stared at everyone and spoke. "We did see your battle with the World Eaters, but that doesn't mean they are traitors. Strictly speaking, aren't you more like traitors who disobeyed orders when you were surrounded and attacked by the Primarch?" Luokin wanted to say something, but was stopped by Duanmuhui. "Indeed, the evidence has 2 sides. We don't deny that maybe we are the traitors. This battlefield video is real, and we are just trying to use this route to trick you into being the wrong traitors, so that you brothers can kill each other." Duanmuhui spread his hands. "Look, that's a very reasonable analysis." Only Gilliman would allow Duanmuhui to speak to him so calmly. If it were any Primarch like Lion or Dorn, Duanmuhui would have started to mock him without saying a word. "Whether you want to listen or not, it's none of my business. However, you want evidence, and I happen to have evidence." Fortunately for Duanmuhui, he actually had evidence. "Do you have evidence?" Gilliman stared at Duanmuhui. His eyes were enough to make any mortal tremble. But Duanmuhui didn't care. "Of course. Or rather, you will see it soon. But before that, Mr. Gilliman, I would like to ask you, have the word bearers arrived?" "How do you know?" Hearing Duanmuhui's question, Gilliman was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly thought of something. "Wait, you mean the word bearers were the first of all the legions to betray the Emperor and join the Chaos God? And Erebus was the mastermind behind Horus' betrayal. You thought they were ordered here to repair the relationship between the word bearers and the Ultramarines. But, having said that, Duanmuhui sneered. But that is not the case. For the word bearers, they are here for revenge. I think you all know the reason." Hearing what Duanmuhui said, Gilliman's expression was a little complicated. As Duanmuhui said, the relationship between the Ultramarines and the word bearers was not good. The reason was very simple. The word bearers fanatically promoted the belief in the Emperor's deification, which angered the Emperor. So the Emperor ordered the Ultramarines to destroy the word bearers' home planet. Although Gilliman was reluctant to do such a thing, he still followed the order and destroyed the word bearers' home planet, the City of Perfection. In fact, when players studied this period of history later, they all suspected that the Emperor was causing trouble on purpose. Because generally speaking, this kind of dirty work was given to the Space Husky to do. For example, when Magnus rebelled, the Space Husky burned the opponent's home planet. In fact, this kind of work has always been the house-destroying work that the Husky is best at. So logically speaking, if the Emperor wanted to do something like this, there was no need to send the Ultramarines specifically. He could just let the Huskies destroy the house. As for why the Emperor did this, players discussed and concluded that the Emperor was most likely suffering from Alzheimer's. Looking at Gilliman, Duanmu Huai had a calm expression. The most heartbreaking loss in the Horus Heresy was the Word-Bearers' attack on the 500 worlds. In terms of head-on combat power, 10 Word-Bearers are no match for the Ultramarines. So these shameless little bastards resorted to underhanded tactics. They secretly destroyed the defense system of the 500 worlds, and then launched a surprise attack on the Ultramarines' Legion. At that time, the Ultramarines' warships were docked in the port and had not been started at all. As a result, they were caught off guard by the Word-Bearers' deliberate plan. The Ultramarines even held a banquet to welcome the Word-Bearers. But at the banquet, the Word-Bearers suddenly attacked and killed the Ultramarines who had come to greet them. At first, the Ultramarines didn't know who suddenly opened fire, and Gilliman thought it was a misunderstanding. He also felt that it was because the hatred between the Ultramarines and the Word-Bearers was too deep, which led to some misunderstandings between the two sides. Therefore, in the early stages of the battle, Gilliman was patient and tolerant, and communicated with Lorger to try to communicate and figure things out, but was ridiculed by the other party. By the time Gilliman reacted, the 500 worlds had already been engulfed in the flames of destruction. The Word-Bearers are well prepared. They will use the supply ship clock tower to directly ram your orbital outpost. The docked Word-Bearers' warships will open fire on your warships and ruthlessly destroy them. The Ultramarines you sent to greet the Word-Bearers will also be killed by them in the banquet hall. You will think this is just a misunderstanding, and that this may be just a large-scale conflict. But in the end the facts will tell you that this is a war. A war between the Word-Bearers and the Ultramarines. You know a lot. Gilliman stared at Duanmu Huai and spoke lightly. I know even more. I can even guess that the Emperor has already sat on the golden toilet and will never get off. Even if you contact Terra now, you will never see the Emperor. If you want to ask me what the golden toilet is, I suggest you go to the Emperor in person to ask him after everything is over. I am very interested in what excuses he will make up to explain this question. Duanmu Huai's obvious disrespect for the Emperor made many Ultramarines quite annoyed. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. Gilliman just stared at Duanmu Huai, thinking silently. And finally, he slowly spoke. So, you are accusing my brothers, Lorger, Horus, Fulgrim, Mortarion and Omron, of betraying the Emperor and serving some strange, evil god? This is not an accusation, but a statement. If you want evidence, it's simple. Do nothing and watch the Word-Bearers perform magic tricks on your planet, using the flesh and blood of your people to create ghost stories. Then you will see the illusions that the Imperial Truth regards as nonsense. Who are you? There is no such organization as the Inquisition in the Empire. I said, the Inquisition has some relationship with the Empire, but nothing with the Emperor. Besides, we don't care about the life or death of the Emperor. We only care about protecting humans from aliens, heretics and demons. Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. I don't expect you to believe me. I just said what I should say. I have already warned you. Robert Gilliman. Next. Whether you want to believe me or not is your freedom. You can also ask Lorger for confirmation and ask him have you surrendered to those disgusting, snotty bastards in the warp. This is your freedom. The Inquisition does not care and will not interfere. But I want to tell you that if Lorger dares to show up here, we Inquisition will do everything we can to kill him. I will personally smash this lackey of the evil god and smash his head into pieces like I killed Omron. So, you're going to kill me too? Of course, I would do that if you were to become a Chaos lackey. In response to Gilliman's question, Duanmu Huai answered almost without hesitation. I hope you don't. The air suddenly became tense as both sides stared at each other. The extreme warriors clenched their weapons, while Garo and others also looked at Duanmu Huai nervously. After a moment, Gilliman stared at Duanmu Huai, but he opened his mouth and gave orders. Marius. Yes, sir. Go check where the clock tower is currently. Yes. A space marine took the order and went out, returning a moment later. The clock tower is currently loading at the apogee of the planet Tams. Contact them and ask about the situation of the clock tower. Yes. Marius was silent for a moment, then showed a confused expression. What's wrong? No response. It could be space turbulence or some kind of interference. I suggest that you go and see for yourself. If you don't mind, the Inquisition is willing to accompany you. Duanmu Huai could certainly guess what happened there, because in the player's era, this battle report had been saved, and everyone knew it. Gilliman's rigorous style was indeed useful. It was because of his battle report records that the player knew very clearly what happened in the 500 worlds. Unlike other Primarchs, where you have to deal with a pile of debris in the end. It's simply exhausting. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Gilliman glanced at him. His eyes were somewhat complicated. Duanmu Huai could see that Gilliman seemed eager to make a decision. But he did not expect to see the consequences of this decision. Unfortunately, it seemed that he had no time to hesitate. Go to the apogee of the planet Tams and see what is happening there. Then he opened his mouth and gave orders. Chapter 708 Clock Tower. Timing, -78.30.05. Marius led the first company on the Furious Blade, and they rushed to the location of the bell tower at the fastest speed. Although the news Marius heard was unbelievable. Now, as an Ultramarines and one of the 4 champion warriors under Gilliman, Marius had to take on this important task. However, in addition to this, there was a group of strange guests on the battleship. To be honest, I don't think you should be here. Marius stared at Duanmu Huai in front of him with a serious expression. If he was the only one here, Marius might not say much. But looking at the girl sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulders, and the girl standing next to him doing soft gymnastics, Marius felt that he had to say a few words. I'm also avoiding it just in case. Duanmu Huai smiled slightly. After all, you are no different from ignorant children in fighting against the evil gods of the warp. I am really worried that if you capsize and die in the gutter, Gilliman might think that I am plotting something. So, to be on the safe side, it is better for me to go with you. The Ultramarines are experienced fighters with a lot of experience in combat. We can deal with any situation. Be careful what you say, kid. Duanmu Huai glanced at him. Horus was defeated by the evil god, and a large number of Astartes fell at his feet. You don't think your first company is more powerful than Horus and his Luna Wolves, do you? Of course, Marius did not dare to say such a thing. But this was not the point of his objection. No, that's not what I meant, Mr. Inquisitor. I meant, for this kind of mission, we shouldn't take children with us. They are not ordinary little girls. Duanmu Huai chuckled. Believe me, they are not much worse than the Astartes under your command. And they may be able to save your lives this time. Report to the Lord. Just then, the voice of the communication tube came. We have contacted the clock tower. But, what's wrong? Marius turned his head and looked at the communications officer, who had a somewhat horrified expression on his face. You'd better come and listen. Marius walked up to the communications officer, who then opened the communication again. This is the 5th Fleet of the 13th Legion. The Wrathful Blade. We are going to conduct a routine inspection. Please respond if you hear me. However, there was no response from the other side. Marius frowned and listened carefully. And then he heard it. That was a scream. Ah! It was as if countless suffering souls were being tortured. And their screams could be heard from it. It was sharp, tearing, and painful. Even though Marius was just standing here, a horrible and bloody picture emerged in his mind. In the cabin filled with blood, the crew members were screaming as their skin was cut and their bodies were torn apart. Their souls were wailing in agony. And they, at this moment, a hand suddenly reached out and turned off the shrill scream. Marius was stunned for a moment. And then he came to his senses. He turned around and saw Duanmu Huai standing behind him. Listening to this stuff too much is bad for your health. So it's best to listen to it less. What is that? The soul is howling. This warship has become a den of evil. The poor creatures serving on this warship have become victims of the blood god. Their bodies have been transformed and corroded, while their souls will be imprisoned on this ship forever, suffering in endless pain. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Marius twitched the corner of his mouth. He wanted to say that this was nonsense. But the strange scream just now did make Marius feel an inexplicable emotion deep in his heart. So he didn't say anything more, but turned around, prepared to board the ship. A Thunderhawk fighter flew out from the Blade of Fury and came near the clock tower. The warship was moving forward unwaveringly at this moment. From the outside, it seemed that everything was normal, and there was nothing unusual. The brightly lit windows were also normal. After sending out the identification signal, the door of the parking bay slowly opened, and then the fighter flew in and docked on the deck. Then the hatch opened and Marius led the soldiers of the first company out. When they saw the scene clearly, they couldn't help but be surprised. The deck in front of me was covered with bloodstains. A large amount of blood covered the steel floor. Even bloody handprints and some strange marks that look evil could be seen on the walls. Emperor, what happened here? A massacre. At this moment, Duanmu Huai also walked down from the fighter plane with Ajis and Lorena. He glanced around lightly, and then looked at a mark drawn in blood on the wall. It was an 8-cornered mark that flared outward. The name of the Eightfold. The trick of the Chaos Evil God. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and looked away. It seemed so. Marius quickly calmed down at this moment and conducted reconnaissance around him. Planning before taking action is the consistent style of the Ultramarines Legion. They study the enemy, deal with the enemy, find problems and solve them. It's obvious that there was a firefight here, and there were heavy casualties. Although we don't know who the attacker is, why don't we see any bodies here? You'll see them. In response to Marius's question, Duanmu Huai shook his head. Their bodies have been contaminated by chaos and transformed into demons. As long as we move forward, they will appear in front of us. By then, I believe you will regret seeing them. You mean like those psyker mutations? Marius frowned. If it is a similar situation, then I have seen some. Some psykers are unable to master the power of the warp and thus become some kind of terrible monsters. It's worse than that. Duanmu Huai shrugged. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. So you better see it with your own eyes. Keep going. Marius hesitated for a moment, but quickly made a decision. Or rather, he didn't have much to decide. After all, after arriving on the ship, they only had one choice left. That is to rush in and see what the hell is going on with this ship. The metal door slowly opened, and a dark and gloomy corridor appeared in front of everyone. The floor was covered with blood and filthy traces everywhere. Marius frowned when he saw the scene. Then he looked up and widened his eyes in surprise. He saw that on the ceiling, there were densely packed corpses hanging one after another. Judging from their tattered uniforms, they should have been crew members of this battleship when they were alive. But now, they were hanging from the ceiling like chickens, and blood flowed out of their bodies and turned into blood drops falling to the ground. This is sacrifice. Rituals. These are the only things the cultists can do to come up with anything new. Duanmu Huai gripped his war hammer tightly and strode in, and Lorena followed closely behind him. Seeing this, Marius didn't say much. He quickly calmed down and made a few gestures, signaling the soldiers of the first company to follow. The scene inside the clock tower was like H.L. Marius believed that as one of the 4 champion warriors under the pre-march, he was already well informed. He had followed Gilliman to destroy alien races and orcs. But the weird atmosphere in this battleship was beyond Marius's expectations. They walked through the corridor carefully and came to a big door. Ready to fight. Duanmu Huai clenched his warhammer and took a fighting stance. In fact, without him saying anything, Marius also realized from the violent shaking of the ground and the sound of footsteps that a group of enemies were rushing towards them frantically. He immediately raised the grenade launcher in his hand, aimed forward, and took a defensive formation. The next moment, the door opened, and then dozens of huge, bright red, wild dog-like monsters roared out and rushed towards the prey in front of them. Fire! Gunshots rang out, and bullets hit the bodies of these strange monsters, tearing them into pieces. The combat qualities of the extreme warriors were fully demonstrated at this moment. Although these warriors did not know what they were facing, they still instinctively followed the patrol procedures. Just like a weapon or a machine, no matter what they encountered, they would still operate according to the rules. A large number of bloodhounds were knocked to the ground, and those who managed to get close were smashed into meat paste by Duanmu Huai swinging his war hammer. But this was just the beginning. Soon, gunfire was heard from the opposite side. Then Marius and others saw several guys in strange clothes holding imperial weapons, firing at them. The Astartes did not hesitate to deal with these people. They opened fire again, using accurate and fierce firepower to blow up these mortals who were struggling to resist. Then Marius led his men straight into the hall and rushed forward. However, at this moment, a tall figure suddenly emerged from the side, holding a battle axe high in his hand, and chopped down at Marius. At this moment, Marius felt that all the blood in his body had solidified. This was not because of fear, but because he clearly saw the other person's appearance. He was wearing armor that was almost exactly the same as his own, except that the armor was now dyed bright red, and it was unclear whether it was the color of the paint or the blood that seeped in it. Not only that, Marius had even seen an Astartes wearing this armor before, and he even knew his name. But now, This Astartes no longer looked the same as Marius remembered. His skin was bright red, and a pair of horns sprouted from his head, piercing upwards. His facial expression was hideous and distorted, and his eyes were burning with anger and hatred that almost destroyed everything. Normally, Marius would be able to dodge quickly even if attacked. But this time, his brain stopped thinking. Although he had heard the truth from Loken, Tarbets and others, when he was actually faced with an Astartes warrior attacking him, Marius still didn't know what to do. The military manual written by Primarch Guilliman covered almost every aspect, but he didn't write about what to do when an Astartes was attacked by another Astartes. After all, the Astartes have always been as close as brothers, and they would never point their weapons at another Astartes. Not only Marius, but even the soldiers of the first company behind him were also stunned by this completely incomprehensible and unimaginable situation. At this moment, they were just like ignorant children, not knowing how to deal with the situation before them. But fortunately, not everyone will be shocked by this. The whistling thunder hammer swung past Marius and hit the Astartes directly, knocking him away. Then Duanmu Huai appeared in Marius' eyes carrying the hammer. What are you still standing there for? Look carefully. This is your enemy. Then, Duanmu Huai spoke. Chapter 709 Attack and Defense. Timing, -75.02.54. So, this is true? Guilliman looked at the senior technician in front of him, who nodded awkwardly. Yes, sir. I followed your instructions and monitored the word-bearer's network. The results are regrettable. They are uploading some kind of code to the Kolth network. Can you figure out what that code is for? I'm afraid there's no way to do it in the short term. And those codes? The senior technician hesitated. The characteristics of those codes are very strange. We have tried our best to control their range, but they seem to be able to pass through our defenses. The Mechanicus is a little worried about this. But so far, these have not had any effect. Maybe this is just some kind of program code unique to the word-bearers? But I hope they can notify us in advance. After hearing the report from the senior technician, Guilliman fell silent. Although he did not completely believe Duanmu Huai's warning, Guilliman always took precautions. Therefore, he monitored the port through which the word-bearers accessed the Kolth network on the pretext of focusing on the communication lines of the word-bearers to avoid failures during this large-scale military exercise. This is actually quite normal. After all, such a large-scale military mobilization would inevitably bring about an incalculable amount of data traffic. In this case, it is not surprising to coordinate and pay attention to the communication lines of the two armies to avoid problems. So the senior technicians also followed Guilliman's instructions. But now, the news he brought could not reassure Guilliman. After all, Duanmu Huai once warned him that the word-bearers would use some means to paralyze the military network of Kolth. And as of now, unfortunately, he might be right. Can the Adeptus Mechanicus handle this? For now? Sorry. The Adeptus Mechanicus does not consider it a priority. Only as data redundancy generated by large-scale military mobilization. And we seem to lack the means to counter it. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation. At this moment, a soft voice suddenly came. Guilliman turned his head and saw a girl standing up and coming to Guilliman. The Inquisitor has instructed that if you encounter any problems with network data, I can provide a certain degree of technical support on behalf of the Inquisition. You mean you can fix this? If you allow me, I can try. Guilliman looked at the girl, then at the senior technician, who was staring at the girl curiously. Sir, she is. As you heard. Do you think it's okay? I am not sure. The senior technician shook his head, and the mechanical tentacles behind him danced slightly. I'm sorry. In my personal opinion, I don't think this mortal girl can have any impact on the network failure in Kolth. Even with the full support of the Mechanicus, we can't handle that massive amount of data. So, you can't finish it in a short time. Right? I'm sorry. That's right. Then Miss Lumiere. Guilliman said nothing more, but turned to look at the girl. Are you sure you have it? I can try, but I can't say for sure. Lumiere's answer was also cautious. Of course, if you refuse my assistance for reasons of information data security, the tribunal will understand. Then may I ask what your plan is? According to the Inquisitor, these electronic demons are difficult to completely eliminate. So personally, I can lure those virus programs to some relatively safe data spaces, block and eliminate them, and at the same time deflect the information transmission data network channel so that all the codes uploaded by the word bearers can be transferred to the designated location. Okay, then I'll let you try. Gilliman thought for a moment, then nodded. What do you need? I need a terminal. No problem. Gilliman looked up at the senior technician. I remember there was a replacement thinker. Right? Yes. Let her use that. Yes, sir. Although the senior technicians did not think that a mortal girl could handle such a problem. After all, even the pilots of the Mechanicus would find it difficult to solve the problem under such circumstances. But since Gilliman had given the order, he had no choice but to execute it. Soon, the group arrived at a warehouse in the Koss space station, where the previously replaced thinker terminal was placed. The senior technician stepped forward and first connected his neural network. After all, no matter what the girl wanted to do, he had to monitor her every move, which was the core of the entire military network. Although the senior technician did not think that a mortal could react to this vast data flow, he remained calm and did his job according to his duties. Then, the senior technician saw the girl, who looked only in her teens, stretch out her hand and place it on the terminal. What's the use of this? Seeing this, the senior technician shook his head inwardly. This primitive input method can only be used to read and search for data. A real servo technician should synchronize his thinking with the network. And then, how is this possible? However, the next moment, the senior technician widened his eyes in surprise. Through the center of the thinking network, he saw a scene that he could never imagine. The girl's hands began to emit light, and then strips of light emerged from her fingertips and penetrated into the terminal. Then, the senior technician saw an unimaginable scene. The information and codes that were constantly intertwined in the mind space all surrendered to the girl's light at this moment. They were like subjects meeting the king, completely obeying the girl's will. What kind of power is this? The senior technician widened his artificial eye and stared at the incredible scene before him. The data, information, and codes were not passively searched and read, but actively transferred in the girl's will. The boundless data stream was like a stream in the girl's hands, and she could easily swing, control, and direct it. What's wrong? What happened? What did she do? Gilliman naturally noticed the senior technician's expression and asked hurriedly, but the latter had an ecstatic look on his face. God of all machines. Sir, you can't imagine what I saw. This is a miracle. This is the miracle of the God of all machines. Praise the God of all machines. Praise Omnicia. She is the incarnation of the God of all machines. Gilliman looked at the senior technician in surprise. But at the same time, Lumiel also began to act. I have found it. Then she spoke. Found it? Yes. That's not a scrap code. Nor is it some kind of virus program. But a word. Just one word. Gilliman frowned when he heard Lumiel's answer. You mean? One word caused the entire thought network to become redundant. Those are no ordinary words. Lumir calmed down and recalled what Duanmu Huai had told her. That things about electronic demons were not harmful codes or virus data. They were just 8 words composed of a combination of letters. 8 names. The name of Ye. Once these 8 names are fully entered, they will begin to absorb the thoughts of the electronic network and grow stronger, revealing their true colors. They corrode. They infect. They are indelible. Sacred numbers. 8 times 8 times 8 to the 8th power. I'm in the process of transferring data. Lumiere began to explain again, and the senior technician beside her nodded. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of guiding or supervising. Instead, he looked at the torrent of data as if appreciating a work of art, weaving gently like cloth in the girl's hands, forming a flawless mechanical network. Why? However, just as Lumiel transferred the last word, her expression suddenly changed slightly. At this moment, Lumiel felt that when the 8 words uploaded from the word-bearer's base appeared in a data space at the same time, they suddenly began to multiply like a virus, expanding at an unimaginable speed. Cut off the physical connection. Quick! As Lumiel's scream just sounded, the mechanical tentacles behind the senior technician suddenly shot out, and a laser blade flashed by, directly cutting off the cable of the thinker's terminal. However, immediately afterwards, a shocking scene happened. At the moment when the senior technician cut the cable, accompanied by a shrill scream, everyone saw that on the screen of the thinker terminal, the characters that were originally shining with codes and data suddenly began to twist and rotate, and in the blink of an eye they turned into a pink monster with a terrifying shape. It opened its eyes wide and stared at Gilliman and others fiercely. Then the next moment, it suddenly jumped out of the screen and pounced towards Lemuel. Gilliman didn't know what was going on, but he subconsciously took a step forward, drew the sword from his waist, and slashed at the monster. The blade cut the monster in two, and then the monster suddenly expanded, exploded into a pool of blood, and sprayed on the surrounding walls. The whole room was dead silent. Even Lemuel was stunned by fear, although she had heard something about electronic demons from Duan Mu Huai. This was too unexpected for her. What kind of trick is this? Gilliman looked at his blood-stained blade. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. A monster emerged from the thinker's screen and attacked them, although his rational mind wanted to think that this was just an illusion. This was just an illusion. But the blood sprayed around, and the touch from the blade just now clearly denied this. He could even smell the smell of the monster. The dark nightmare. The eternal stench of the warp. What's this trick? Gilliman turned his head and looked at Lemuel, who also shook his head. I'm sorry. I don't know the details. Only the judge may be able to explain it to you. I see. Gilliman took a deep breath, and the strong smell of blood made him feel a little uncomfortable. But this also reminded him once again that everything that happened in front of him just now was not an illusion, but reality. So, has the threat been lifted? That's the case for now. But the enemy's strength is clearly beyond our expectations. Perhaps we should completely cut off their communication lines. I see. Gilliman nodded, then looked to the senior technician. Immediately cut off the communication lines of the word-bearer's base. Tell them that there is a malfunction within our network, and a large-scale maintenance work is currently underway. And, having said this, Gilliman paused. Order the 14th company to proceed to the outskirts of the word-bearer's base and await my further orders. Malicious premise. Gilliman never wanted to think about this. He still believed that all this was just a misunderstanding. Maybe Lorger himself didn't know all this. It was all his subordinates who acted recklessly. But Gilliman's reason told him that this didn't make sense. No matter what, he was the master of the 500 worlds. He had to be responsible for the world under his jurisdiction. At least for now. Everything they encountered indicated that the word-bearers did not have good intentions. But what should Gilliman do? He couldn't fire the first shot. Even if Gilliman ordered it, the Ultramarines below would not agree. They had never expected that the Astartes would point their guns at them. This order was absolutely incomprehensible to them. Gilliman understood this. Just like him. He had never thought that one day he would point his weapon at Lorger, his brother. Although Gilliman admitted that he sometimes felt that Lorger was a little childish and overly fanatical, he still thought that the two were brothers. But it seems that Luo Jia doesn't think so. Walking back to the command room, noticing the surprised expressions of the others, Gilliman realized that the blood on his face had not been wiped off. Sir? What happened? Something happened. In response to his subordinate's questions, Gilliman frowned and shook his head. Then he asked, Any news about the first company and the Campanile? Chapter 710, Fight to the Death. Timing, -74.52.31. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Skull to the skull throne. The giant, who was covered in bright red, roared and swung the chainsaw sword in his hand, slashing at Duan Mu Huai head-on. Duan Mu Huai shouted, and the spiritual energy on his body burst out instantly, blocking the opponent's attack. Then he swung his hammer and smashed it forward. The thunder hammer hit the warrior's head heavily, smashing his head and helmet into pieces. The headless body shook for a while, and then fell to the ground. Keep attacking. Marius was no longer in the mood to care about the surroundings. He raised his bolter high and aimed at the enemies in front of him. There were countless enemies. A large number of enemies. Those monsters he had never seen before were red all over, holding flaming swords in their hands, and followed by things like hounds. Marius didn't know what they were, but his intuition told him that they were not the aliens from other planets that he had faced before, nor were they some variants of orcs, but more terrifying and evil beings. However, at this moment they had no way out. But what shocked Marius even more were the Astartes, who stood opposite him. Or rather, they used to be Astartes. But now, they are not. Go to H.L. At this moment, another space marine roared out from the crowd, raised his bolter, and attacked Marius and the others. The latter hurriedly dodged, and then raised his gun to fight back. The bolter hit the Astartes, blasting his ceramite armor and tearing his flesh. In theory, This was enough to make an Astartes lose his combat effectiveness. But the Space Marine did not fall down. On the contrary, this seemed to make him even more angry. He strode forward, and the heavy machine gun bolts in his hand whistled out like a storm, hitting Marius and others so hard that they could not raise their heads. The ground firepower turret was originally used for defense, and even an Astartes could not lift it. But now, this Astartes lifted it as easily as a toy, wantonly pouring destruction and death around. To be honest, facing such a tough enemy, even the captain of the first company didn't know how to deal with it for a while. But luckily, there are others here. Ojas fell from the fire net like a ghost. She raised her right hand and shook her fingers. Then she saw the turret in the hands of the Space Marine was suddenly cut into several pieces and then exploded. The sudden burst of fire blinded the opponent's vision, making him subconsciously take a step back. At the same time, Lorena rushed forward and punched the opponent in the chest with a cry. Then she saw the tall Space Marine was knocked out like a paper man and hit the wall behind him. Then with a pop sound, he turned into a pool of meat paste like a fly hit by a fly swatter. The battle came to an end, and when Marius and others stood up, all they saw was a pile of corpses. Emperor, what on earth is this thing? Marius swallowed his saliva. As Ultramarines and Astartes, they had long forgotten fear. Logically, this kind of fear had already disappeared among the Astartes. They were shaped into warriors, who did not know what fear was from the day they were born. Marius had only seen descriptions of fear in novels or books before. However, now, looking at the familiar yet strange corpse under his feet, he personally experienced fear and helplessness for the first time. Not knowing what to do, trembling, as if the solid ground under his feet had collapsed, and he was being thrown into the endless void. At this moment, Marius felt as fragile and helpless as a 3-year-old child. As you can see, your former brothers have become lackeys succumbing to the Chaos God. Guanmu Huai's voice was calm, steady and cool, which made Marius come back to his senses to some extent. I cannot believe it. He stared at the corpse in front of him. It was the corpse of Astartes. But not entirely. His body had obviously changed. Of course, the most obvious thing was the long horns growing on his forehead and the sharp fangs in his wide-open mouth. Like those of a beast. I've seen psychers mutate, but I didn't expect an Astartes to become like this. Now you see it. Guanmu Huai's expression was calm, and his voice was calm. The Chaos Gods will corrupt all, whether mortals, psychers, Astartes or Primarchs. If you cannot protect your own hearts, then you will not be able to escape. But they can still be killed. Marius gradually calmed down. He tightly grasped the grenade launcher in his hand, and seemed to have found support and courage again. Of course they can be killed. Guanmu Huai sneered. Even the Chaos God can be killed. Of course. The premise is that you are strong enough. Well, let's move on. We are not far from the bridge now. So, what are they? Marius continued on his way. But this time, he felt that his emotions seemed to be much calmer. To describe it in purely rational terms, they are creatures of the warp. Is that strange? Fish live in the sea. Birds live in the sky. And it shouldn't be that strange that there are creatures in the warp. Indeed, if that is what you said, then why do you call them evil gods? It's just a name. Guanmu Huai curled his lips. You can call them whatever you want. Such as evil god. Chaos might. For peddlers, a name is just a title. A metaphor. It doesn't mean that if we call them evil god, they are really evil god. After all, every civilization has a different definition of god. I believe that when you conquered and surrendered planets, you have often seen local natives worship you as gods. Indeed so. Marius nodded. There were examples where the locals of some planets regarded them as gods descended from heaven after seeing them. The same principle applies to people who surrender to a force greater than they can comprehend and regard it as a god. Then you are not afraid. Inquisitor? Marius looked at Guanmu Huai, who chuckled. You know what? Captain, there is a saying in the Inquisition that all fear comes from insufficient firepower. As he spoke, Guanmu Huai raised his war hammer and swung it forward. That is to say, as long as you have enough firepower to destroy everything, then you have nothing to fear. When I return, I will suggest that my pre-march add this sentence to his notes. Don't set flags. We've come this far. What do you think? Something has indeed gone wrong on the clock tower. The malicious premise has been established. We can report what happened here to the pre-march. Marius looked around again. I don't know how to put it. It turns out that the word bearers carried out a massacre on this battleship. They killed almost all the crew members on this battleship, and used their flesh and blood to transform some kind of terrible monster. Bloodlet. A low-level ground unit of tyrannical fury. Not worth mentioning. And mutated word bearers, and world eaters legionnaires. This is the power bestowed upon them by the evil god. To be honest, it's nothing serious. Duan Muhui snorted. But Marius knew that things were not as easy as he said. He had fought a mutant world eater before, and the opponent's strength was even stronger. It was not trained, but a kind of powerful force that Marius had never encountered before. Even he was almost knocked to the ground. Not only that, these Astartes were not afraid of death, and their bodies were extremely tough. Their grenade guns could break their arms and tear open their chests. But they still moved forward as if they were not injured at all. Even experienced Astartes would find it difficult to deal with such enemies. But they seemed so fragile in front of Duan Muhui, who swung his hammer and killed them almost one by one. Of course, it is understandable that Duan Muhui did this. After all, he gives people a very fierce impression. But, thinking of this, Marius looked at Lorena, who was walking beside Duan Muhui with a complicated expression. Excuse me. I would like to ask, how did this lady do it? That's right. What Marius couldn't understand the most was the fight between Ogus and Lorena. Ogus was fine. Marius had seen all kinds of strange methods used by psychics. So even if he couldn't understand it, he could at least accept it. But Lorena was something he couldn't understand. How could such a petite girl beat a mutant Astartes away with her bare hands? Of course it's training. Captain. However, Lorena's answer surprised Marius. Exercise? That's right. You have to persevere every day. Squat. Punch 100 times. Pray 100 times. And punch 100 times again. Only in this way can you have a healthy body and enough power to purify the evil spirits. Persistent exercise? Marius was completely confused. They, the Astartes, have been training persistently for hundreds of years. And you tell me that you can defeat the Astartes after training for more than 10 years? So what is the value of our existence? He looked at Duan Muhui as if for help, hoping that he could give an answer. Don't look at me. Lorena is like this. I don't have that ability. Duan Muhui spread his hands and made a helpless expression. Well, maybe this lady is a special case. The bridge doors opened. The foul smell that hit them in the face was uncomfortable. And the bloody and fleshy fragments scattered all over the deck were even more disgusting. But what was even more unacceptable was the huge monster in the center of the bridge. It looked like a giant brain, with countless nerves extending from its bottom and entwined on the thinker terminal. It had taken over the battleship and was manipulating it forward. And in front of it stood a tall Chaos Space Marine. I never thought you would be able to come here. He spoke with his back to the crowd, then slowly turned his head so that they could see the World Eater symbol on him. At the same time, he also saw Duan Muhui's armor. Damn bastard. He grabbed a flaming blade, and the rotten wings behind him suddenly spread open. It's you? You killed our pre-march. Murderer. I will miss Angren's screams. Duan Muhui laughed and walked forward holding the war hammer. And now you can only become such a waste. World Eater. I will avenge the pre-march. The other party clenched the sword tightly and glared at Duan Muhui fiercely. Beside him, several World Eaters and demons from the subspace were also full of murderous intent and anger. Even tyrannical fury himself wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. How dare you? A guy who has obtained some residual power of the evil god speak so shamelessly here? Duan Muhui grabbed the war hammer and raised it high. In the name of the Inquisition, I will send you to reunite with your pre-march. Your souls will burn and wail together in the flames of the Inquisition until they are completely reduced to ashes. Both sides were silent for a second. Then the next moment, the battle started again. Chapter 711 Malicious Premise. Duan Muhui rushed forward again. The furious World Eaters rushed towards him. They had witnessed with their own eyes how their pre-march was humiliated and killed by the other side. But they did not retreat. Nor were they afraid. The raging rage burned in their hearts. They were fearless, and all they desired was revenge and destruction. However, in the face of absolute power, their determination is meaningless. Boom! Duan Muhui ran headfirst into the World Eater, who was blocking the way ahead, letting the latter hold the bolter against his chest. Bullets roared out of the bolter, hitting Duan Muhui's armor, and then bouncing to the side. Duanmu Huai took advantage of the situation to knock him away, then smashed his head with a whistling hammer, directly splitting the World Eater in half. That's right. Smash. The war hammer seemed sharper than the sharpest power sword at this moment. It smashed the World Eater's head, spine, sternum, 2 hearts, and then went all the way down, smashing him into 2 bloody halves. Another World Eater rushed forward and swung his sword at Duanmu Huai, slashing at his neck. However, his sharp blade suddenly stopped in midair, and Oja stretched out her hand, and the invisible silk thread was wrapped around the power sword, abruptly stopping the World Eater from moving further. Then Lorena took a step forward, jumped up, raised the holy book in her hand high, and smashed it down on the World Eater. Marius led the soldiers of the first company forward. The demons they encountered were so ferocious that they were completely surprised. But they continued to move forward and fight, raising their grenade launchers and wielding their chained swords, destroying all enemies who dared to stand in their way. Duanmu Huai rushed to the front of the demon brain, which let out a horrifying scream. The intense sound turned into a harsh sound wave that exploded, giving people an extremely painful headache. However, this was of no use to Duanmu Huai. He was the god of destruction, the god who destroyed everything. To him, what the monster in front of him was doing was just like the dying struggle of a rat trapped in a corner. Go to H.L. Duanmu Huai swung the war hammer in his hand forward and smashed it directly into the depths of the huge brain. Black flames suddenly erupted, completely engulfing this terrible demon from the inside out. The brain exploded and turned into a blur of flesh and blood. The shrill scream stopped abruptly. Duanmu Huai stopped, retracted the warhammer, turned around and looked around. There was nothing left except the corpses. Finished? Marius walked forward covered in blood and asked, while Duanmu Huai laughed. The end? Captain, you think too much. This is just the beginning. I told you that this is the realm of tyrannical fury. Every battle and every kill we make here will increase its power. This is an unsolvable cycle. As long as we continue to fight here, those warped demons will appear again. And the more warped demons we kill, the stronger the evil god's power will be. It's unimaginable. Marius frowned. So, what can we do now? Get out of here and completely destroy this battleship. Duanmu Huai turned around. You have seen what you wanted. Unless you wish to capture a demon, I suggest we get out of here. Reporting to Gilliman comes first, doesn't it? As you said. Marius looked at the bridge again. Everything here was in tatters. Even the Thinker terminal and the control system were destroyed in the previous battle. It was impossible to control the battleship again. Let's get out of here. Timing, -62.48.32. Gilliman remained silent as he watched Marius report. He simply watched the images in front of him over and over again. They were the images of the interior of the clock tower recorded by Marius and other ultramarines. A bloody world full of destruction and death. Twisted and mutated Astartes. And evil monsters. So, this is what you see. Gilliman looked to Marius, who nodded. Yes, sir. This is what I saw and what I experienced. So, all of this is true. They betrayed us, betrayed the Emperor, and allied with some kind of existence in the warp, or demons. They made peace with the unclean power of the warp, forged some kind of evil contract, and twisted into an existence that we cannot understand. Gilliman sighed. To be honest, I don't know how to fight it. I know how to fight most things. I can even figure out how to fight the warriors of the Astartes Legion. Although this idea is quite heretical. But what about the demons? In my opinion, after the Council of Nicaea, we voluntarily abolished the only weapon in our hands that can compete with the warp. Now we are in great need of think tanks. After all, we don't even know how to face those monsters now. Snort. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. The Nicaea conference was a meeting held by the Emperor at the end of the Great Crusade. Its main topic was the use of psychers in the Legion. In the end, the Emperor issued a decree later known as the Nicaea Decree, which stipulated that the Astartes Legion was not allowed to use any psychers except navigators and astropaths, and disbanded the think tank department. The Primarchs were also required to restrain themselves and not use any existing psychers. This is simply the best example of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. What's even more ridiculous is that the Emperor banned think tanks and psionic power, and then used the Eldar technology to build a psionic webway. In the real version, only soldiers are allowed to set fires, and civilians are not allowed to light lamps. The double standards are disgusting. Moreover, He himself uses psychic powers unscrupulously, as if no one understands the subspace better than me. So you all have to listen to me. Stupid and incompetent. And Gilliman continued. We should request to restore the think tanks if there is a chance. Now it is probably too late, and there is no way. But if we can survive, we must overturn the amnesty order. As for now, we can temporarily use the name of military mobilization to let those think tanks gather again. Having said this, Gilliman paused. It was as if someone had foreseen that Nikia would leave us defenseless. As if our enemies knew what was going to happen, and had carefully planned events so that when the time came, we would voluntarily abandon our only practical weapons. The question is, who is this person? Well, Duanmu Huai voted for the Emperor. He never had any good feelings towards this LYB. Not at all. So, sir, how should we face the 17th Legion? Someone asked. Can't we take the initiative and take them down? Cannot. Gilliman shook his head. We do have evidence and witnesses, but we cannot alert the enemy. Moreover, I believe that most Astartes will not understand our orders. Perhaps if we force them to give orders, it will only cause them confusion. Indeed, the 13th Legion is the most normal to some extent. They are not like Lehman Russ's space huskies who dare to bite anyone. Nor are they as blindly loyal as the sons of Horus. Nor do they have such fanatical beliefs as the word-bearers. Nor are they as rigid and masochistic as the Imperial Fists. So if they were ordered to attack their compatriots without any reason, such an order would definitely bring unimaginable chaos and confusion to the Ultramarines. There is still time. Gilliman was silent for a moment. It's theoretically possible. We can use the excuse of military deployment to transfer their troops and soldiers to other places that won't pose a threat to us for the time being. At the same time, we must remain highly vigilant. Once they open fire on us, we will launch a counterattack. In any case, we can't just sit there and watch Kolth and Amra being destroyed by them. Having said this, Gilliman looked towards his chapter master. You need to be responsible for organizing all of this and make it look like a normal military movement. Don't let our brothers catch any evidence. Politely but firmly ask them to follow orders. What happens if they don't choose to fight back? Just then, someone else asked. They will fight back. Gilliman's expression flashed with sorrow. If Horus, Lorgar, had truly betrayed the Imperium, they would have attacked no matter what. They would have needed a reason. An excuse? Anything. They would not know that we knew their secrets. And that we had little time left. Or, I can get them to move faster. Just then, Duanmu Huai interrupted and spoke. And everyone looked at them. Accelerate? Yes. The Inquisition fleet can appear in Kolth. I believe that when those bastards who believe in the evil god see the Inquisition fleet, they will definitely choose to jump off the wall. Since that BXXXH Erebus is also here, they must still remember the battle between the Inquisition and the 62nd Expeditionary Fleet in the Isthman system. Our appearance will terrify them, and they are likely to take action in advance. Theoretically possible. Gilliman paused, then nodded. I understand. I'll leave it to you, Grand Inquisitor. Leave it to me. Duanmu Huai smiled coldly. This time I guarantee that old man Erebus will not be able to escape. He had wanted to beat up this bastard for a long time. Duanmu Huai had even begun to imagine how beautiful the cry would be when his thunder hammer smashed into Erebus's hateful face. It would surely be a very pleasing scene. Chapter 712. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Timing, -53.54.23. Standing on the bridge, Erebus looked at the world in front of him with a cold smile on his face. This is a typical Astartes. His bald head is engraved with scriptures from the holy words written by Lorgar, the Primarch of the 17th Legion. And he is wearing crimson armor that seems to have been washed by blood. His narrow eyes are cold and full of malicious light. He could see the prosperity of this planet, and the souls of the mortals here intoxicated him. That was why they came here, to make an unprecedented sacrifice for the supreme god they believed in. And Kaz was the starting point of this sacrifice. Ashkusu. They would become sacrifices, lighting up this planet, and even the entire Ultramara 500 worlds, and completely destroying them. It's really interesting that when those desperate, suffering souls are sacrificed, a whole new chapter in the universe will be opened. And these stupid little blue toy soldiers have no idea what they are about to face. Thinking of this, Erebus couldn't help but twitch his lips and chuckled. He didn't meet Gilliman right away, but that was fine. In fact, Erebus welcomed this development. He was really worried that he would laugh when he saw Gilliman's stupid and ignorant face, which was completely unaware of what was about to happen. Grown-ups. However, at this moment, Erebus received an unexpected message. The Ultramarines just contacted us, saying they hope we can move temporarily. Move place? Hearing this, Erebus frowned. His fleet had already entered the berth. Logically speaking, he should not make similar requests at this time. Why? It is said that another fleet suddenly appeared and needed emergency supplies and repairs. Erebus's expression was somewhat gloomy. He did not like unexpected changes in the plan. It must be said that this request was beyond Erebus's expectations. Generally speaking, those rigid blue toy soldiers, who only knew how to follow the rules, would never do such a thing. However, from a military perspective, if a fleet was attacked or damaged, it would indeed need to return to the berth for maintenance and repair as soon as possible. So the demands of the extreme warriors are not unreasonable. I see. Erebus thought for a moment, and decided not to fall out with the Ultramarines at this time. The infiltration of Koltha's planetary defense system had not yet been successful. A rash move at this time would only alert the enemy. It would be better to leave the next task to his pre-march. We will send out the coordinates according to their instructions. Yes. Soon. The new berth coordinates were pointed out. And seeing this coordinate, Erebus's expression became even uglier, because the berth given by the other party was at the space orbital station in the far land of Kos. Although it was not impossible to berth warships here, it was obviously not in compliance with the norms in terms of etiquette. After all, on the surface they are still representatives of the 17th Legion, and this practice is tantamount to driving the diplomatic envoys out of the luxury hotel and sending them to the B&B next door. The Ultramarines would never make such a mistake. Erebus was somewhat puzzled by this. But at this moment, the Ultramarines sent a message to their brothers, the word-bearers, expressing their sincere apologies to Erebus for their negligence. They also assured that the far orbital space station was only a temporary stop, and they would soon activate the Ultramarines' warships and ask them to leave their berths to make way for Erebus. But it takes at least an hour to fully launch a battleship. I see. Hearing the sincerity and uneasiness in the Ultramarines' voice, Erebus's lips curled up slightly, and the suspicion just now disappeared. It was obvious that these blue toy soldiers were still the same, and they valued reputation more than anything else. Honor. Dignity. But soon, this might be all they had left. But before that, Erebus had one thing he wanted to clarify. I just contacted my subordinate, and he told me that there was a problem with the combat network connection with Kolth. What's going on? Ah. I'm so sorry, Captain Erebus. The other party's answer was still so nervous and uneasy. As you know, not long ago, the Adeptus Mechanicus upgraded our orbital defense system. This large-scale military exercise is the first time for the new system. The temporary line has some interference due to data redundancy. The commander has asked us to fix the error as soon as possible, but it will take some time. I assure you that it will not delay the exercise. This is just a temporary technical adjustment. I hope so. I never thought that the Ultramarines would make such a mistake. It seems that I need to change my stereotype of you. Erebus made a small sarcastic remark to the other party, and then cut off the communication. It's just a temporary technical adjustment. Erebus withdrew his thoughts and looked to the other side of the berth, where he saw a group of Navy soldiers quickly gathering and running towards the Ultramarines' warship. It was obvious that they were going to start preparing to restart the warship and make room for their good brothers. Seeing this, Erebus gave the order without thinking any more. Prepare to leave the berth. It wouldn't be long before Erebus realized that he had made a foolish decision. Timing, -52.32.16. The word-bearer's fleet has left the Kolth orbital station and is heading for the far berth. Lumiere withdrew his gaze, looked at Duanmu Huai and began to report. Ha. A bunch of idiots. After hearing Lumiere's report, Duanmu Huai also showed a ferocious and cold smile, just like a replica of Erebus's just now. They certainly didn't know what was waiting for them there, but I think they soon found out. Honestly, Mr. Knight, I think you seem to be very nice to these people? And looked at Duanmu Huai curiously and asked. She had been following Duanmu Huai for a long time, but this was the first time she saw Duanmu Huai caring so much about a force. Even with the Star Alliance, Duanmu Huai always kept a distant relationship with him, but he seemed to care very much about this extreme warrior. Of course. And you don't know yet, but this is the only remaining fruit in this world. Duanmu Huai put his hands behind his back, stared at the star map in front of him, and spoke lightly. It is the place most likely to be re-reached, and to once again manifest the golden age of humanity. Its destruction is absolutely intolerable and unacceptable. As Duanmu Huai said, the 500 habitable planets in the 4-star regions of Ultramara's 500 worlds are recognized by players as the most likely place in the Empire to reproduce the golden age of mankind. Other places are a pile of shit in the eyes of players. Even Terra is no exception. Because of a large number of artificial transformations, the former cradle of mankind has completely turned into lol, where even drinking water must be transported from outside. And there is not even a single water source on the entire land. In contrast, Ultramara is a place of picturesque scenery, follows a path of sustainable development, has many outstanding people, and mortals and Astartes get along harmoniously. There is no situation like in other places where either the Astartes think that mortals are parasites on the Empire and the Emperor, or the mortals think that the Astartes are a group of horrible demons who have been biochemically modified. And in fact, even after the Horus Heresy, the 500 worlds was the most developed and prosperous galaxy that survived. It is conceivable that if the word bearers had not caused harm to this world, then what heights it could have reached. Of course, there is also a small story that is about the representative of civilization. Many players believe that the White Scars are the representative of their civilization, because the White Scars admire and like poetry, are knowledgeable warriors, and are proficient in crafts, art, and philosophy. Isn't this very similar to them? However, Duanmu Huai and other players completely disagreed with this view. They believed that the White Scars had nothing to do with their civilization. The White Scars were a nomadic tribal culture. What did they have to do with agricultural civilization? Besides, the original gene of the White Scars called himself Khan. It would be strange if the Ming dynasty didn't kill him. If the White Scars were to represent their civilization, Duanmu Huai was the first one who was unwilling to accept it. He would not accept a leader called Khan in his civilization. What kind of a mess was this? Even if you can speak a few cool words, it can't change the essence of your nomadic tribal culture. Right? In Duanmu Huai's opinion, the Ultramarines and the 500 worlds of Ultramara are closer to their civilization composition. Some foreign players also say that the Ultramarines Legion is ancient Roman culture. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, that is pure self-flattery. Everyone knows what Rome looks like. And you have the nerve to say that Ultramara is Roman culture. As for the home-loving tradition of the Ultramarines, it is obviously more in line with us. If I must say, you foreigners are more like space wolves, world eaters and word bearers, being barbaric, vulgar, fanatical, superstitious, and fond of genocide, and not taking baths. Isn't this the consistent tradition of your Western civilization? With such moral character, you dare to call yourself the civilized representative of the 13th Legion? You are a little too shameless. Okay, it's time for us to take action. Let's go! Duanmu Huai also withdrew his thoughts at this time and gave the order. Following Duanmu Huai's order, the fleet started quickly and headed towards the direction of the Kal space orbit. When the Inquisitorial fleet entered the orbit of Kal space station, the Word-Bearers fleet commanded by Erebus had just arrived at the far-flung anchorage. At the same time, Erebus also received the signal from the Inquisitorial fleet. That's the new fleet? Wait, that's not. At first, Erebus didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just a fleet of Ultramarines. However, when he saw the dazzling golden churches on the warships, Erebus was shocked. He had not forgotten how much trouble this mysterious fleet had caused to the 62nd Expeditionary Fleet in Isfahan. You have to know that Erebus was right beside Horus at the time. If it hadn't been for the protection of the power of the gods, the entire 62nd Fleet would have been doomed. Afterwards, Horus was so angry that he almost went crazy and vowed to completely annihilate this fleet. However, they actually appeared in Kals? Is this a coincidence? Or was it a premeditated plan? At this moment, Erebus's face darkened. He began to wonder if he had made a stupid decision. Chapter 713 Raid. Timing, -52.30.18. A mistake. Watching the Inquisition fleet heading towards the Kaltharay, Erebus gritted his teeth. He saw the Eisenstein following behind the Inquisition fleet. It was foreseeable that they would inform Guilliman of Horus' betrayal. If it was Dorn who was here, then Erebus was confident that he would not be convinced. Dorn's head was as hard as the marble under the Terran Palace, and he would never believe such nonsense. But what about Guilliman? Erebus's face was gloomy. The appearance of the Inquisition fleet was a variable that he could not imagine. Especially before the plan was launched. Their appearance changed everything. Now Erebus had only one choice, which was to change the plan immediately and directly activate the orbital array of Kolth to attack the Inquisition fleet. This might cause a certain degree of chaos. After all, the Kolth orbital space station was their biggest trump card. They had already entered the name of the Eightfold into the Kolth network. As long as it had enough power, it could corrupt everything. Grown-ups. At this moment, his subordinates brought another bad news to Erebus. Our ground forces on Kolth have been surrounded by the Ultramarines. They claim that the exercise has been cancelled and demand that the word-bearers leave Kolth immediately. Hearing this news, Erebus's face was as gloomy as water. The thing he was most worried about had happened. But fortunately, as of now, they were already a step too late. Master Erebus. A communication request from the Primarch. Please bring it in. Following Erebus's order, Guilliman's holographic image soon appeared in front of Erebus. He had a calm expression and looked at Erebus calmly. Lord Guilliman, I cannot comprehend your actions. Looking at Guilliman, Erebus spoke. I would like you to tell me what we, the word-bearers, have done to deserve this? We have come all the way here to repair the relationship between our two sides, as the War Master intended. And now, you are driving us out of Kolth and even demanding that our forces withdraw? What have we done to deserve this? Because you betrayed the Emperor and made peace with the evil of the warp. Isn't that reason enough? Erebus? For a moment, Erebus wanted to argue. He tried to dispel Guilliman's doubts. But when he saw Guilliman's determined eyes, Erebus's mind suddenly changed. It seems that you already knew it. That's right. Erebus. I already knew your plan. The clock tower. The evil code. I don't know why Lorgar was crazy, and why Horus betrayed the Emperor. But since you have betrayed the Emperor, you will have only one end. Of course you don't understand. Guilliman. At this moment, Erebus finally threw away his previous disguise and revealed his vicious true face. You have no idea what you are up against. The galaxy is changing. It will be turned upside down. The false Emperor will fall from his throne. He will fall, and no one can bring him back to life. You? Hearing Erebus's nonsense, Guilliman's face darkened. But Erebus became more and more excited as he spoke. Listen to me, Guilliman. You think you are clever, wise, and well-informed. But this has already begun. The galaxy is changing. You will die. And so will the false Emperor. So will the others. Because you are all too stupid to see the truth. The Imperium is over. It is falling. It is about to burn. The false Emperor is finished. His evil dream is over. Horus is rising. Horus? Yes. The wolf god Horus is rising. You have no idea of his nobility. He surpasses all of us. Those who follow him will prosper. And those who go against him will perish. He will clear all obstacles. He will rule over everything. He will achieve what the false Emperor can never do. So, Horus really fell? Horus has launched a struggle against the cruel and tyrannical false Emperor. Guilliman. Accept this, and you will die in peace. The wolf god Horus will overthrow the corrupt empire and punish the violent tyrant. Horus is not alone. The Primarchs Lorgar, Perturabo, Fulgrim, Magnus, Mortar Kors, Alfarius, will all gather under the banner of the wolf god. Your loyalty is worthless. Guilliman. Our loyalty comes from the blood oath. Hearing what Erebus said, Guilliman's face had turned gloomy. Although he had heard these things from the Inquisition, the persuasiveness and authenticity of these words were obviously greatly enhanced when they came from Erebus, the captain of the Word-Bearers' first company. At this moment, Erebus was becoming more and more crazy as he spoke. His eyes were red, and he stared at Guilliman with a smug look. Besides, you are all alone. Your brothers are all dead. Leman Russ, Corix, Vulcan. No one will come to help you. They are all dead. Slaughtered like livestock. Dead. Nonsense. At this moment, Guilliman could no longer hold back his anger. These are all lies. No, it is not a lie. Guilliman. You know? You have studied each Primarch. You know their strengths and weaknesses. It is theoretically possible. Guilliman. It is theoretically possible. You know. It is possible. It is a possible outcome. Guilliman took a step back. Although he was mentally prepared and could accept his brother's betrayal, the deaths of other brothers still shocked him. Erebus looked at Guilliman with a sneer, admiring his confusion and shock at the moment. I am here to destroy you and your Ultramarines. For you are the only force in the Emperor's camp that could possibly stop Horus. You are too dangerous to survive. And I am here to make sure you do not survive. You don't stand a chance. Hearing this, Gilliman came back to his senses. Your soldiers are surrounded. Your tricks are useless. Your fleet is within the range of the orbital defense system. With one command from me, everything you have will be destroyed. I do not think so. You do not understand what you are up against. Gilliman, you do not understand. However, at this moment, suddenly, a chuckle was heard. And then Erebus saw Duanmu Huai wearing armor and appeared in front of him. You know what? Seeing you like this reminds me of a country bumpkin who just came to the big city and was cheated by gangsters and hooligans. Just as ridiculous. Just as ignorant. Just as stupid. And just as naive. You, facing Duanmu Huai. Erebus instinctively wanted to retort. And then, he suddenly found two suspicious points. First, he did not open another holographic communication image. Second, this guy was too close to him. The next moment, Duanmu Huai's iron fist was passed and hit Erebus' face directly. The cold steel came into contact with Erebus' cheek, breaking his skin, crushing his muscles, and breaking his cheekbone. Then, a powerful impact came head-on, like a hammer that knocked Erebus directly to the ground. Erebus fell to the ground and opened his mouth to try to scream. But his entire jaw was broken, and the bones on his face were shattered into pieces, mixed with his torn flesh. So he could only make indistinct screams. So, the power you gain from kneeling on the ground and sucking the dick of those subspace bastards is only this much. Duanmu Huai stretched his body, then threw a hammer with his backhand, which hit directly on a word-bearer who was trying to fight back. The flaming hammer smashed the word-bearer through. And then his body suddenly turned into a pile of dust similar to volcanic ash in an instant, as if by magic, and spread out. I'm sorry. I don't have anything extra to say to you. Duanmu Huai raised his hands, and the warhammer appeared in his hands again, and then he smashed it heavily on Erebus. At this time, the other word-bearers also reacted. They raised their weapons and rushed towards Duanmu Huai with roars. But it was too late. The warhammer fell and hit Erebus' skull. His head was smashed like a watermelon, and then turned into ashes in the exploding flames. But this was not the end. The dark flames penetrated downwards, and then exploded in just an instant. The entire bridge exploded directly. The shining flames and shock waves tore open the bridge of Erebus' ship, like a toy model smashed by a naughty child. This is not the end. Erebus' wails echoed through the communication lines, like a ghost's final curse. Gilliman, you cannot fight against the gods. My Primarch will lead his army to completely destroy you and your world. Let them become sacrifices for the coming of the great gods. Everything you do is a last struggle. And in the end your soul will be in eternal pain. Erebus' scream stopped here. The roar and flames of the explosion wiped out the last of his soul. And the communication line returned to calm. As if the vicious remnant sound that had just echoed there was just an illusion. Gilliman stood on the bridge with a cold face, staring fiercely at the terminal in front of him. The anger and coldness emanating from him made people afraid to approach the Primarch. But fortunately, Marius came over at this time. Sir, reports are coming from the ground that the word-bearers are attacking them. And they are requesting orders. Open fire and annihilate them completely. Gilliman did not turn around, and his tone was calm, as if he was talking about today's weather. But everyone present could hear the raging anger behind his calm tone. The word-bearers' fleet has broken free from its berth, and is heading for the Kolf orbital array. They have severed communications and ignored our warnings. Sir, don't ask me again. Gilliman waved his hand. The word-bearers betrayed the Imperium and the Emperor. From now on, the word-bearers will be marked as rebels. They are our enemies and must be completely eliminated. Having said this, Gilliman turned and left. I need to go back to my room and think about some things. I'll leave it to you guys from now on. After giving the order, Gilliman left the bridge and passed by Duanmu Huai. He nodded at Duanmu Huai and walked to the other side of the corridor. So, Gilliman is going back to Karai? Duanmu Huai carried the warhammer, turned his head to look at Gilliman's back, and then started to ask. Naturally, no one answered his question. An hour later, the battle was over. The word-bearers' army on the surface was annihilated, and the word-bearers' fleet in the universe was also destroyed by the orbital array. But everyone knows that this is not the end. But the beginning. Lorgar, the lord of the 17th Legion, is leading his army to the 500th world of Ultramara. He will bring his other brothers and a murderous fleet to completely destroy this pearl of the Empire and let it be covered in dust. There are still 50.16.34 tera-hours before they arrive. Chapter 714 Intertwined. Timing, -41.48.12. Duanmu Huai was dreaming. When he regained consciousness again, he found himself in a pure white space. No. It was not because this space was pure white in color, but because of the dazzling light. There was someone here, and the light emanating from his body illuminated the world in front of him, plunging it into pure white. Duanmu Huai knew who he was. After all the classics said that when you see him, you will naturally know his identity, his name, and his existence. I didn't expect you to come to me. But Duanmu Huai didn't care about it at all. He just looked at the glowing figure and seemed quite calm. What's the matter? You shouldn't be here. The figure spoke. Or maybe not. But it didn't matter. In any case, Duanmu Huai heard his voice. This is not the place for you to be. You should go back to where you belong. Maybe. Maybe not. What does it matter? Duanmu Huai spread his hands. The fact is that I'm already here. What? Are you still going to close your eyes and foolishly hypnotize yourself into believing that I don't exist? Just like the Imperial truth? This is not something you should get involved in. The figure spoke again. You have your own mission. It's none of your business. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and retorted directly. I can be wherever I want to be and do whatever I want to do. Are you suffering from Alzheimer's disease because you have been sitting on the golden toilet for too long and think that everyone should cry about your speech? Also, don't be a Riddler in front of me. What I hate most is the idiot who can't finish his words and looks unfathomable. Either you don't say anything, or you say the whole thing. You deserve to suffer if you don't say it. Don't you think you have learned a lesson that is not profound enough? Faced with Duanmu Huai's ridicule, the latter remained silent for a moment. This is all planned. You wouldn't understand. Ah. This sounds to me like the catchphrase of a blue monster with a bunch of gynecological diseases on his face. Yes. 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 Everything is your plan. The Horus heresy was your plan. The Primarchus split was your plan. Magnus' destruction of the Webway was your plan. And the Imperium's precarious situation was your plan. So what's the point of you going to all that trouble to play tricks? Duanmu Huai folded his arms as he spoke. Come on. Keep making up stories. Let me see how far-sighted you are. It seems that your mouth is as hard as your cunning trick. You just won't let go. Right? It's as if no one cares about your face. You have lived for thousands of years without any progress. Knowledge is not equal to IQ. Perhaps you will never understand this truth. At this point, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Dark flames erupted from his body, instantly engulfing the space that was originally illuminated by pure white light, turning it into a half-black and half-white space. Also, don't shine so brightly in other people's consciousness. You have no manners at all. You have been doing whatever you want for a long time. Do you think there is nothing in this world that you cannot offend? If Horus and the evil god were not in cahoots with each other, I really want to see how he smashed your dog head on Terra. Duanmu Huai looked at the light and shadow, revealing a hideous smile. Although he knew the other party's identity, it did not mean that he would go up to the other party and bow down to him. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai could feel that this guy had an aura that he hated very much, which was similar to the aura of Jinjiling's superior charm. So your personal charm is just this kind of thing. Right? You rely on this thing to make others act like fools and follow your lead. Right? This trick of yours may be useful for fooling others, but I am now the god of destruction. You dare to use this trick on me. Do you really think that I dare not smash your head off? Jinjiling is a lovely girl after all. You are a man, with a chin so sharp that it can kill people. So please don't show off in front of me. Are you planning to kill me with a poke in the chin? Everything I do is for humanity. Expanding and conquering like a tyrant. Forcibly advancing the worthless imperial truth? Excuse me. In my opinion, everything you do may be for humanity. But the means are very stupid. And I cannot agree with it. That's right. This is the aspect that Duanmu Huai cannot compromise with. He is eager to shape the future of mankind in his own way. Simply put, in his opinion, the future of mankind must be what he wants. That is correct. But Duanmu Huai is not like that. He hopes that the fittest will survive among humans, no matter whether it is the Star Alliance, Faerun, or other worlds. Whether it is the magic world or the technological world. It doesn't matter. What matters is who will win in the end. In Duanmu Huai's view, only the one that emerges after the survival of the fittest is the best. After all, this is the path chosen by humans themselves, instead of following the blueprint planned by others. It is like thinking that Western democracy is the best and other systems have no value. This is pure nonsense. Relatively speaking, Duanmu Huai is the one who truly follows the imperial truth, recognizes and accepts the objective laws of development of things, instead of being like a glowing old pickled meat who only plans everything according to his own ideas and regards anything that deviates from his own ideas as a mistake and a threat. Well, in a sense, he is also a threat in Duanmu Huai's eyes. There has never been a savior, and we don't rely on gods or emperors. If we want to create happiness for mankind, we have to rely on mankind itself. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. Without an army of the people, there is nothing of the people. Astartes, custodes, primarchs? Are they human? Oh, yes. And you? Are you still human? Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure in front of him, who just stared at him. You have to get out of here. It's a pity that you don't have the final say. I won't listen to you. What can you do to me? Do you believe that I will go to Terra to smash your dog head in place of Horus? You have no idea. I don't need to know. And I don't want to know. Duanmu Huai decisively interrupted the figure's words. Listen carefully. I will do what I decide based on what I see and what I think. I don't need others to tell me what to do. I know this is not normal. But so what? I can beat Erebus and Angon to pieces. It would be even better if I could pin Lorgar and Horus to the ground. This is enough for me. What's next? We'll work it out when the time comes. There's no point in thinking so much. It's a waste of time and brain cells. You've thought so much. But now you're just a piece of old pickled meat on a golden toilet. I don't see your foresight having any effect. As Duanmu Huai spoke, the black flames became more intense, gradually beginning to devour the holy light. And the figure retreated backwards. It seems we can't agree. We can agree on this. Duanmu Huai chuckled and told a not-so-funny joke. The light gradually dimmed, and the figure was about to disappear. Oh! By the way, there is one last thing I have wanted to say to you for a long time. Duanmu Huai looked at the figure disappearing in front of him, patted his head, then raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and then raised his middle finger. Hack you. You son of a bxxxh. The light disappeared completely, and darkness completely enveloped everything. When Duanmu Huai opened his eyes again, he felt refreshed. Oh! So comfortable. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stood up and stretched. At this moment, Ojas next to him raised her head from the book and looked at him curiously. Did you have a good dream, Master? I met a bastard, and we had a frank exchange of opinions with each other and reached a consensus. Duanmu Huai chuckled. The player's attitude towards the Empire was determined by his personal values, and Duanmu Huai's tribunal's attitude towards the Empire was also determined by his values. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, the Empire after the Emperor's departure was the real human empire. Although many things happened in it, and it encountered many dangers, the human empire still lasted for dozens of thousands of years in the midst of storms and storms. This is enough to illustrate the tenacity and greatness of human beings themselves. As for the human empire before this, it is more like the Emperor's empire than the human empire. The reaction of Horus and his men is very telling. They fought for the Emperor's empire, not for the human empire. Without the Emperor, in their opinion, this empire would have no value. The same goes for the Imperial Guards. After Old Bacon took the Golden Throne, they locked themselves in the palace and turned a blind eye to anything that happened to the Empire. So it was very obvious whether these Imperial Guards were loyal to the Empire or the Emperor. Is the Emperor still human then? Or is he a wolf in human skin? Only God knows. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, the Imperial Guards are not trustworthy. The Emperor is not trustworthy. And even most of the Primarchs are not trustworthy. The earliest Astartes may still have the glory of humanity like Tarvitz. But those who followed Horus in rebellion have obviously lost their dignity as human beings long ago. The fate of mankind cannot, of course, be left in the hands of beings other than humans. This is why Duanmu Huai has been curbing the spread of the power of the Inquisition. The Inquisition only assists and watches, but will not choose to conquer and preach like the Emperor. As long as you do not go along with the Chaos God, you can do whatever you want. If the path you choose is strong enough, you will definitely stand out. If you choose the wrong path, you will inevitably perish. This is the truth of the world. The survival of the fittest. And no life can escape this law. But chaos evil gods are different. Their existence violates common sense and the rules of the world. So they must be eliminated, purified, and destroyed. Rules do not require self or consciousness. When they develop self-awareness, their value of existence no longer exists. The law of survival of the fittest does exist, but it is not needed to define who will be eliminated. Just like legal provisions, they just need to lie in the book waiting to be cited, rather than actively jumping out to show their presence. After washing up, Duan Muhui walked out of the room, and Otis followed him silently to the command room. Here, Iko was also ready. Uncle Inquisitor, we just received a message from Mr. Gilliman. He hopes to discuss the next course of action with you. After crying, he came out and started fighting again? It turns out to be him. Duan Muhui nodded. Tell Gilliman I'll be there shortly. Chapter 715 Assembly. Gilliman's nose was not red. His eyes were not swollen. And he looked no different from usual, except for a deep sense of fatigue between his brows. In comparison, Duan Muhui looked refreshed and satisfied. Thanks to the great assistance of the tribunal, I would like to express my gratitude to you here. You're welcome. You look very tired. No. I just... Never mind. Grand Inquisitor, you seem to be very relaxed. Certainly. Duan Muhui raised his eyebrows. Before, your father came to see me, and we had a big fight. I scolded him away. So I felt very comfortable. Well, after hearing Duan Muhui's answer, even Gilliman didn't know what to say for a moment. So he simply ignored the topic. I am currently reorganizing the Ultramarines to meet the challenges ahead. Erebus was just a vanguard, and everyone knew this. In fact, Erebus's original role was just to launch a surprise attack on the Ultramarines on Kolth. It would be best if it succeeded, but if it didn't, don't forget that among the Imperial legions, the Ultramarines are the most numerous, and the Word Bearers are second. In addition, the Sons of Horus, the World Eaters, the Emperor's children, and other legions have joined. Compared with the numbers of both sides, the Ultramarines do not have an absolute advantage. Now the main force of the Word Bearers has not yet reached the 500 worlds. But it is only a matter of time before they invade the 500 worlds. So what Gilliman has to do now is to increase the troops. Increase the troops. And increase the troops again. Just like a real-time strategy game. If you know that the opponent is planning to launch a wave of attacks, then what you need to do is to send out troops and strengthen your defense. Gilliman found Duan Muhui in the hope that he could give some suggestions on this. After all, at present, the Inquisition is the most familiar with the demons in the warp. Anything I need to pay attention to? Duan Muhui thought about it, and quickly gave an answer. That's easy. Lorgar has 3 Abyssal-class warships under his command. Those are the ones you need to pay the most attention to. Abyss level? Sorry. I've never heard of it. Of course you haven't heard of them. These are the most terrifying warships that Horus ordered the Mechanicus to build in the late Great Crusade. They have perfect defenses and fierce firepower. I'm afraid your orbital guns can't even scratch their skin. So smart. Of course. You know the Phalanx. Right? Just think of the Abyss as a dark version of the Phalanx. Hearing this, Gilliman understood immediately. The Phalanx was the home of his good brother Dorn. How could he not know about it? But wait. Horus has already betrayed. But the Mechanicus still obeys his orders? How fresh. Facing Gilliman's question, Duan Muhui sneered. The Primarchs and Astartes have rebelled. What makes you think those greasers on Mars can remain loyal? So what you mean is, Mars also rebelled? Duan Muhui didn't say anything. Just spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. It is more than words. Gilliman's expression became more and more serious. He now deeply felt that Horus's rebellion was not just a problem between the Primarchs, the Astartes, and the Emperor. On the contrary, this rebellion had extended to all aspects of the Imperium. Every organization and every force would probably change because of it. The Adeptus Mechanicus is no exception. It seems that the problems we face are very serious. Gilliman took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I have another question I'd like to ask the Inquisition for help. We now know that Lorgar and his Word Bearers have reached an evil and unclean pact with those demons in the warp, but we don't know how to deal with them. In fact, although we were on high alert on the ground, we still lost a lot of people when we were attacked by the word bearers. Their fighting methods are completely different from the Astartes we know. We need to study them thoroughly and find their weaknesses so as to improve our offensive in a targeted manner. But time is limited now, and the Inquisition is experienced in this area. So, I see your point, Master Gilliman. Duan Muhui nodded. Then his eyes rolled. In that case, I just happen to have an idea. What idea? I hope you can select a group of warriors who are loyal to the Empire and have powerful psychic powers to come to the Inquisition for training. At the same time, they will have weapons and armor blessed by the Inquisition, which can ensure that they firmly guard their hearts when facing the corruption of demons and the warp. They will become an indestructible shield in the face of the incoming darkness, a sharp blade forged in contempt of fate, and they will become the pioneers of judging and purifying demons. They will become a brand new existence. The Grey Knights. That's right. This is Duan Muhui's plan. The Grey Knights were originally thought of by the Emperor after defeating Horus, but now he has directly intercepted them. Not only that, he also intends to use the power of the Inquisition to restrain the other party. Now Duan Muhui's hoe has finally hit the Emperor's corner. If I don't like you, what's wrong with loosening the soil for you? I see. Duan Muhui originally thought that Gilliman would hesitate, but unexpectedly he gave the answer very readily. Is it really okay? You know, purifying demons is against your so-called imperial truth. If you do this, be careful to be expelled like your two brothers. The Nikkei conference was a mistake. No. The entire empire has faced an unprecedented threat. Under such circumstances, we must study the enemy and find ways to destroy them. The empire has completely changed. I can see that this is not the end, but the beginning. Humanity must find a way to survive this before we can talk about anything else. Well, since you said so, I won't object. Duan Muhui was not surprised by Gilliman's answer. This was the reaction of a normal person with normal IQ who had lived a happy life since childhood without any psychological trauma. To be honest, in Gilliman's heart, the 500 worlds were the most important to him, followed by the Empire. The reason was simple. Gilliman spent his childhood here. He had a deep affection for the people of this land and was willing to give everything for them. Unlike other primarchs, who were either brainwashed, abused, or toyed with. Some even wanted to blow their homes to pieces. The influence of childhood will indeed last a lifetime. It is better to find a normal person than a mentally traumatized person. The biggest reason for Horus's defeat is that his subordinates are all narcissists, masochists, sadists. Basically, there is no normal person. This is also the reason why chaos can never defeat the human empire. How can a group of lunatics expect to rule the world? So how many people can you find? Since the Council of Nicaea, all Astartes legions have disbanded their think tanks. So there are not many psychic warriors I can recruit in a short period of time. Gilliman frowned, took the data tablet, and looked at the information on it. Then he raised his head and looked at Duan Muhui. Will 5,000 men be enough? MMP. It's nothing that you have more people than me. Right. As expected. They are the Smurfs with the largest number of Astartes. Other chapters can only provide 100 to 200 people. But Gilliman immediately provided 5,000 people. Do you still think it's too few? You have so many people. And the Inquisition doesn't have so many resources to rebuild armor and weapons. The Inquisition only sent one fleet, so they don't have so many manufacturing units. The factory in Cows will operate 24 hours a day. As long as you provide the manufacturing blueprint and materials, we can complete the casting in the shortest possible time. Okay, I'll leave it to you guys. Damn, they are rich, productive, and have a lot of people. This is really awesome. Duan Muhui silently gave a thumbs up. Timing, -40.35.16. Lorger stood on the observatory of the flagship, watching the warp lighting flashing in the dome in front of him. Around the Lord of the Word Bearers, his descendants were screaming, reveling, and praying. But Lorger didn't care about this. He just stared at the unpredictable warp outside the dome, and then closed his eyes. Erebus has failed, and the fire of his soul has been extinguished. This is what your arrogance brings, bro. Standing next to Lorger was a Cyclops with a red body. His skin was redder than blood, and the bronze helmet on his head made him look more like an ancient Roman gladiator. You invited me here to see a victory. But what do I see? A complete defeat. The word bearers were blinded by their own hatred. What are you going to do now? Faced with his brother's questioning, Lorger remained silent for a while. He certainly understood that this was a failure, because Erebus's plan was to use a planet as a sacrifice to set off a warp storm that swept across the Empire's territory and completely cut off the connection between various star systems and Terra. Of course, they didn't have to choose Kolth. They could choose any planet. But they chose Kolth for a simple reason. The Word-Bearers and the Ultramarines had an irreconcilable feud. The Ultramarines destroyed the Word-Bearers' perfect city under the Emperor's order, which made them feel heartbroken. This hatred could only be washed away by blood. So they chose Kolth, using the War Master's order as bait. And the Word-Bearers tried to launch a surprise attack on Kolth. In this way, they could not only inflict heavy damage to the Ultramarines for revenge, but also achieve their goal. Originally, in Erebus's view, this was a two birds with one stone move. Now, the old grudges have not yet been resolved, and new hatred has been added. Kolth was the gateway to the 500 worlds. If it had not fallen, it would mean that the Word-Bearers could not enter the 500 worlds as planned. But it doesn't matter. It's just a small failure. Lorger shook his head. Everything is as planned. Guilliman cannot fight against a god. He will eventually understand what he is fighting against. And what about the Inquisition? The words that came out of the one-eyed, red-skinned giant's mouth caused Lorger's expression to change slightly. They defeated the 62nd Expeditionary Fleet, which made Horus furious. Isn't that why you asked me to come here? To show your strength and attract me to join. But now it seems that your and Horus' plan is not as smooth as you imagined. Just a little deviation. A little mistake? Lorger stared ahead, where the fleets of the Word-Bearers and the World Eaters were moving forward, and they had only one goal. I have heard the whispers of the gods, and now I am here to deal with this mistake. The storm in the warp turned into waves and roared past the fleet, tearing apart the chaotic airflow and energy. Lorger put his hands behind his back and looked forward. He was waiting, thinking, and praying. And the war is already imminent. Chapter 716 Grey Knight Training Program. Timing, -35.12.36. Duanmu Huai had to admit that the Extreme Warriors were indeed efficient. He didn't need to look for the blueprints of the Grey Knight armor, because they were in the Inquisition's library. But Duanmu Huai had replaced the logo with the logo of the Inquisition. Well, to be more precise, it was his logo as the God of Destruction. In this way, they would fight for their beliefs as believers of the God of Destruction, just like any messenger of a god. What? You said this method looks like the evil god? This is all a misunderstanding. You see, just like the Night Watch, they are just the Night Watch, not the Scarlet Letter. Ahem. You all know. After all, Duanmu Huai doesn't need them to praise him. They just need to kill or burn something in the name of the Inquisition. Those pitiful souls destroyed by them will automatically be thrown into the Inquisition's divine domain in the Annihilation World and become part of the Inquisition's power. Well, no problem. That's what the Grey Knights do anyway. Guilliman was very fast, and the 5,000 Ultramarines, who originally belonged to the think tank, quickly assembled. It must be said that when Duanmu Huai saw so many think tanks, he was also extremely moved. To be honest, I never thought there would be so many librarians among the Ultramarines. Duanmu Huai looked at Guilliman and expressed his feelings. If they weren't wearing blue armor, I would have thought they were Magnus Thousand Sons. It just looks like that. Guilliman seemed calm. The Ultramarines Legion itself is huge in number. So strictly speaking, 5,000 librarians are not a lot. That's right. When you're being hooligans, you talk about per capita income. I'm really becoming more and more familiar with you guys. Duanmu Huai silently gave a thumbs up. Duanmu Huai was not surprised that there were so many psychics in the 500 worlds. The 500 worlds were the most prosperous and most personal worlds in the entire empire. So the population here was naturally the largest. As the population increased, the probability of psychics appearing would also increase. Just like Krypton Gold card draw. As long as you spend enough money, you can always draw enough rare cards. The same is true for psychics. The more people there are, the higher the probability of psychics appearing. And the more there are. This is not surprising. Currently, these 5,000 think tanks are all located in an auditorium in Chaos, which is large enough to accommodate 10,000 people. And this is where Duanmu Huai is going to give lectures to the think tanks. Duanmu Huai is not very worried about this. In fact, this is just like telling novice players how to play dungeons. It is about figuring out the characteristics and weaknesses of monsters, and then what to do, and what not to do when playing dungeons and passing bosses. As long as it is explained clearly, they will figure out the rest by themselves. Guilliman was naturally present as well, and he also wanted to hear what Duanmu Huai wanted to say. In fact, he was a little worried that Duanmu Huai would say something inappropriate. After all, his disrespect for the emperor had already been expressed in his words, and Guilliman was really worried that something might go wrong. However, Duanmu Huai's first words almost gave Guilliman a heart attack. I think you all know it, so I'm going to say it again here. Listen carefully. The imperial truth is a lie. It must be said that Duanmu Huai's frank words directly ignited the whole scene. The Astartes stared at Duanmu Huai with wide eyes in surprise, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Guilliman was also extremely surprised, and didn't know how to end it for a while. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. Okay. Don't act shocked. You are all psychers. Don't tell me you haven't felt the malice and curse from the warp above Kolth. Perhaps you have already suspected it. So I might as well make it clear to you here. Yes, the imperial truth is a lie. There are indeed beings in this world that are beyond the scope of human cognition, and they almost caused an unimaginable disaster on Kolth. And you will witness their arrival again soon. Hearing this, Guilliman, who was sitting in the front row, clenched the armrests, but did not stand up. He almost understood Duanmu Huai's idea. Indeed, Lorgar's main fleet would arrive soon. By then, they would face more unavoidable existences. In fact, when they were besieging the vanguard of the word-bearers before, his subordinates had reported several times that the word-bearers had twisted and transformed into some existence that they could not understand in front of them, and used very terrible power to cause certain losses to the Ultramarines who were caught off guard. It is for this reason that Guilliman asked for the assistance of the Inquisition. He admitted that the conference of Nicaea was a mistake, but as a Primarch, he certainly could not do such a treasonous thing as criticizing the imperial truth. But this doesn't mean Duanmu Huai doesn't dare. Did the emperor deceive you? Of course. Believe me, when you see the rebels, they will say the same thing. The emperor deceived them with lies. Well, I don't deny that. To be honest, I personally don't care whether they foolishly chose to rebel because they were deceived by the emperor. But the main problem is not the rebellion, but their alliance with the evil chaos bastards. Duanmu Huai knocked on the table. Listen carefully. This is the problem. For you, betrayal of the Empire may be a serious problem, but it is not. The evil chaos in the warp is the most serious problem. Some people may start to think that using the power of the warp to destroy the Empire is a bad idea. So is it a good idea to use this evil power to protect the Empire? Congratulations. At this moment, you have been fooled by chaos. Hearing this, Guilliman nodded. He could understand what Duanmu Huai meant. It was obvious that the chaos god itself was harmful to the Empire, whether it was destruction or protection. Being associated with the Empire represented a threat. Duanmu Huai was very direct in this regard. So, Your Excellency the Inquisitor, you are saying that the evil beings in the warp are not trustworthy, even if they are on our side? As expected, someone asked in confusion. Of course, just like the demons in myths and legends, humans who sign a contract with them will never have a good ending. They will eventually be corrupted by chaos and become dirty and ugly monsters. Horus is like this now. Or when Lorgar comes, you can go and see his mental state. They all think they are doing the right thing. Horus believes that he has not succumbed to the evil god, but is just using the power of the evil god of chaos to achieve his own goals and save the Empire. This is amazing stupidity and arrogance. And you may be able to watch how all this is formed in the special seats. Having said that, Duanmu Huai glanced at the think tank who asked the question. Also, it's best not to have that ridiculous idea of self-sacrifice. Perhaps some of you will think, as long as I sacrifice my soul, it's worth it even if I save the whole world. But I can guarantee that even if you do this, it will only bring unimaginable pain. These guys may indeed keep their promises, but definitely not in the way you expect. For example, there is a world where people suffer from radiation and mutation. You choose to make a deal with a dead, smelly fat otaku, hoping that they can heal these suffering people at the cost of your soul. And the other party will indeed meet your requirements. It will spread the virus and turn the people in that world into mutant monsters who don't know pain and are dazed like zombies. In this way, they will no longer suffer from the pain of radiation and mutation. Nor will they be sad about it. How about it? Your wish has been fulfilled. But is this the wish you want to achieve? Hearing this, Guilliman's face darkened, and the think tank seemed to be thinking about something. At this moment, another think tank raised his hand and asked, "So according to what you mean, these evil beings in the subspace have deep malice towards humans. But I don't understand. Why are they like this?" Of course, this is part of our literacy campaign. I'll start with the basics. But I won't tell you their names. You can call them reckless, erotic, fat, and retarded. Why? Because names are magical. In the subspace, as long as you know its name, it will sense it. For it is like hearing someone calling it. And then it will curiously come over to see which idiot is calling it. And then you are screwed. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai curled his lips. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Let's start with the ancient saints. For Duanmu Huai, this was a popular history lesson, the beginning of the universe. The existence of the ancient saints, the elves, the necrophiles and the star gods, followed by an unimaginable war. All the troubles caused by the elves and the consequences of their pursuit of sensual pleasures led to the birth of a pervert, which then awakened the consciousness of the subspace that had been accumulated with malice and gave rise to evil gods. It has to be said that these not only stunned the think tank, but even Gilliman was shocked. To be honest, these popular sciences of Duanmu Huai were just background information for the players. But for them, it was like a bolt from the blue. So, what you mean is that it is because of all this that they have become this kind of existence? Yes. The war lasted for millions of years, and the entire galaxy was involved in it. It is impossible to calculate. More lives than the stars in the sky died. Compared with the scale of this war, your so-called Great Crusade and Horus Heresy are just village fights. Their agony, wailing and curses before death filled the entire warp, turning it into a garbage dump full of sewage. You can't expect a white lotus to grow from such a corrupt and smelly garbage can. Right? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai spread out his hands. So, they are invincible? If they were invincible, the entire galaxy would have become their backyard. But it's a pity they can't do that. Duanmu Huai sneered at such a stupid question. Listen carefully. These chaos gods are indeed powerful, but they are not invincible. The biggest weakness of these guys is that although they can do whatever they want in the warp, they have no power at all in the real space. There is a very solid barrier between reality and the warp, and it is very difficult for them to influence reality by their own power. So this is why they need believers. Duanmu Huai knocked on the table. They will bewitch some people, and make them serve them. In short, they will carry out massacres in various ways, and perform some disgusting and blasphemous rituals that make people sick and unable to eat. They will sacrifice these souls to blur the barrier between reality and the warp, so that these guys can drill out of the warp, and do whatever they want to the real world. This is what the word bearers originally intended to do in Kolth. I see. Gilliman clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. He was also somewhat confused. Gilliman knew that the betrayal of the word bearers would inevitably bring a great blow to his legion. But they were only a vanguard fleet after all. Even if their surprise attack dealt a heavy blow to the Ultramarines, when the Ultramarines came to their senses, they would definitely be able to completely destroy Erebus and his corrupt vanguard fleet. So Gilliman had no idea why Erebus was so fearless. But now he understood. The word bearers were not just seeking revenge, but were using Kolth to perform some evil and dark rituals to summon those twisted demons. Is there no way for us to completely stay away from these evil beings? At this time, another think tank asked. At this moment, everyone was staring at Duanmu Huai, who just shrugged his shoulders and seemed very calm. The Emperor did have a plan. But unfortunately, with the Horus Heresy, this plan has also been ruined. The possibility of completely isolating humanity from the warp has disappeared. That's why I am here to tell you this. Next, you will run around like police officers to crack down on this evil behavior. The human empire will inevitably come into close contact with the demons in the warp and be threatened by them. And all you can do is to destroy them, fight them, and contain them. Duanmu Huai said this and looked at the think tank in front of him. Listen, this is not a war. It's not over once you destroy the enemy. Of course, the Inquisition will give you the power to completely destroy these subspace bastards. Under the flames of the Inquisition, they will no longer have the chance to roll back to the subspace and revive. Instead, they will die completely, including their souls, and there will be no time to come back. So, will everything be over? Of course not. Think about it. It's like committing a crime. How many years has it been for mankind? Is there any world that has completely eliminated crime? Ultramar is the most prosperous. glorious, and beautiful world in the Empire. But it doesn't mean that there is no crime here. Right? Gilliman nodded silently. It was true that Ultramar was prosperous and peaceful. But that did not mean there was no crime. Otherwise, what were the mortal auxiliary troops and security forces under his command doing? Relax a bit. This is just like fighting crime. Noticing that the atmosphere at the scene was a little low, Duanmu Huai also spoke up to comfort them. Just like your world. It is impossible to completely eliminate crime. But we can allow most people to live a peaceful, happy and stable life. Isn't that enough? There will always be people who go astray. It is meaningless to be angry at their stupidity. It is impossible to solve the problem once and for all. No one can take shortcuts. We just need to do what we can. This is how human beings have developed so far. Maybe one day, we can completely destroy the subspace and eliminate these ugly chaos bastards. But we can't do it now, so we can only do our best. After Duanmu Huai finished speaking, everyone present fell into deep thought. Okay, enough theory. Duanmu Huai took a sip of water and then took out a notebook. You are all Astartes. You are all librarians. You all know how to fight. So I will not teach you step by step. Next, I will give you a detailed introduction to the enemy you will face. Listen carefully. This is a first-hand strategy. Chapter 717 Final Stage. Timing, -8.24.15. Ultramar's manufacturing capabilities are indeed strong. Duanmu Huai stood on the high platform, looking at the psychic warriors below who had just changed their clothes. They were wearing silver armor, with the emblem of the Inquisition engraved on their shoulders. From the outside, they did not seem to be much different from ordinary Astartes. As expected of Ultramar, its production capacity is indeed the best in the world. As long as we have a blueprint, it won't be difficult for us. Gilliman, who was standing next to Duanmu Huai, was also somewhat proud. But he was still a little confused. But I have a question. Why does it have to be the Grey Knight? Can't the Blue Knight be used? I don't mind if you want to. Grey Knights is just a code name for a branch of the Inquisition. If you like to paint it blue, go ahead. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. The Grey Knights in history were also pioneers in restraining chaos. But there were different opinions about their ability to resist chaos at that time. Some said that the Grey Knights' gene seeds came from the transformation of the Mad Dr. Emperor, while others said that it was the Grey Knight's special training method. But Duanmu Huai doesn't need to be so troublesome. Once the mark of the Inquisition is installed, you are all believers of my God of destruction, and your souls belong to the Inquisition. So of course they can't be corrupted by chaos. After all, this is essentially the same as two gods competing for believers in the world of Faerun. For example, Shar wants to deceive, and lure Suluan's believers to fall with lies. If the latter has the protection of the gods, then the back is naturally strong. But if you are a person without faith and support, then you will end up dead. By the way, by Faerun standards, the Empire is basically full of faithless. So this is hacking it. Forget about the faithless wall. This can directly build a faithless Great Wall for you. By the way, the Inquisition never worries about this issue, for the simple reason that Duanmu Huai is not only the god of destruction, but also an old god. No one understands spiritual pollution better than the old gods. Just like in the world of Cthulhu. Once people are mentally polluted, they will only run all the way to the abyss of chaos. You will never see them wake up. This is impossible. The mental pollution of the old gods and the outer gods to humans is overwhelming. And because they act on the material world, those methods of the subspace are meaningless. In fact, when accepting the protection of the Inquisition and using the power of the Inquisition to destroy the evil creatures of chaos, the spirits of these Grey Knights will also be marked by the spirit of the Inquisition by Duanmu Huai's old god will. So they will never fall. Because no one can fall twice. That's right. Double insurance. In fact, Duanmu Huai originally wanted to promote the Grey Knights after his territory in Faerun matured. But plans are not as fast as changes. It will be interesting to see what these Astartes Grey Knights will become. To put it bluntly, a large number of them may be completely wiped out by this war. Duanmu Huai did not hide these from Gilliman. The Grey Knights need strict training and scrutiny. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to do this now. So we can only wait for them to be eliminated naturally. War is the best filter. Although I don't want to say this. You have to be mentally prepared. Of course I was prepared. All Astartes are the same, whether they are Grey Knights or not. Gilliman looked at the Grey Knights lining up below with a serious and solemn expression. What he was most worried about now was the 3 Abyss-class battleships that Duanmu Huai had told him about. If it was true as Duanmu Huai said, the standards of these 3 Abyss-class battleships were comparable to the mountain phalanx. Then, this would definitely be the most dangerous battle for Ultramar. In fact, during the time when Duanmu Huai was training the Grey Knights, Guilliman had been thinking about how to defeat the 3 Abyss-class battleships. In the end, the only answer he got was to organize a group of Astartes to board and then kill into these battleships, destroying their reactors and causing them to self-destruct in a suicide attack. After all, they really didn't have a more powerful warship. Even Ultramar couldn't build a warship as powerful as the Phalanx in such a short time. If you have no other options, the Inquisition can give you a solution. Oh! Hearing this, Guilliman looked at Duanmu Huai curiously. What plan? We, the Inquisition, once destroyed an alien home planet, and then dug up 3 large warships on it. Alien warships are similar to Eldar Ark, but not as big. But compared to the Imperial warships, they are still large enough. If you are willing to accept the support of alien technology, I can transfer them here. Duanmu Huai was referring to the spoils he got when he conquered the Protoss home planet Ire. At that time, in addition to digging out a large number of crystals on Ire, Duanmu Huai also took away the Protoss 3 arcs, the Spear of Adnan, the Pride of Odalise, and the Memory of Necron. Duanmu Huai himself and the Inquisition had no interest in this alien creation. They pulled it back just to study the Protoss shield technology, and then take it as a trophy. The Astartes would often collect some weapons of the aliens they defeated as commemorations and collections. So it was actually normal for Duanmu Huai to do so. Of course, the biggest one under Duanmu Huai is his mothership fusion, the Forerunner's Mantle. But Duanmu Huai would not be stupid enough to bring his mothership to this timeline universe to take risks. So he simply pulled these 3 Protoss Ark over. After all, they were just trophies, and they would take up space if they were left there. He just threw them over to smash the 3 Abyss-class battleships. I don't believe they can't kill you. So you mean to send 3 alien warships to ram the Abyss-class? That's right. Although those 3 alien warships are a little smaller than the Abyss-class warships, they are still enough to deal with these Abyss-class warships. Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. If the Abyss-class battleship is compared to a person, then the fleet of the Ultramarines is equivalent to a toothpick. It would hurt if a toothpick pierced a person, but it would be difficult to kill a person. Although the Protoss Ark is not as big as a person, it is also equivalent to a dagger. As long as it fits in place, it can kill you with one sword. Duanmu Huai's plan is to control the 3-star Spirit Arcs to directly attack the Abyss-class battleship with a kamikaze attack, and then completely detonate its power core. With this scale, even a mountain formation would be doomed, let alone a mere Abyss-class battleship. Indeed, the firepower of the Abyss-class is powerful, but the Protoss shield is not to be underestimated. Although they only have shields left. Is it really possible? It must be said that Guilliman was really surprised to hear Duanmu Huai's suggestion. He was not surprised by the alien warships, but he was surprised that Duanmu Huai was willing to use these 3 alien warships to fight the enemy. After all, although they were alien warships, they were alien warships comparable to the Abyss class. Even if Guilliman asked himself, he didn't think he could make up his mind to use them directly. If the Mechanicus saw this, he would probably die. The mission of the Inquisition is to protect humanity at all costs. So in my opinion, this bad luck is no big deal. Besides, it's all picked up here. So why not use it? Although Duanmu Huai said it lightly, Guilliman was in awe of Duanmu Huai after hearing this. After all, according to his experience, the aliens with such large warships must be interstellar civilizations. And the fact that the Inquisition was able to fight all the way to and destroy its home planet was enough to show that they had sacrificed a lot. And the spoils they had obtained with so many sacrifices were now being given up in order to protect humanity. It must be said that Guilliman really admired the Inquisition. Well, in fact, Duanmu Huai was just going to rob, taking advantage of the life and death battle between the Protoss and the Zerg. There was no need to explain this to Guilliman in detail. Then I'll leave it to you. Ultramar will never forget the friendship of the Inquisition. Guilliman is not a fool. He would not waste a good thing if he had it. Although his Ultramarines Legion is the best in the world in terms of soldiers, Guilliman also loves his soldiers like his own sons. Of course, he will not allow his Astartes to sacrifice in vain. After all, he had no other choice. Timing, -0.25.31. The warp began to tremble, and a huge crack emerged from it, tearing the boundary between the warp and the material world. With crazy prayers and screams, a large number of warships emerged from the crack. Domes opened one after another. Explosion shields extended from the muzzles, and huge cannons penetrated deep into the void, ready to destroy everything at any time. This is a blasphemous fleet. An evil fleet. A dark fleet. But nothing can compare to the darkest and most terrifying warship behind them. The giant, incomparable existence, like a trident, trembled and emerged from the warp. It was a killing giant, with a city composed of monasteries and churches on its hull. It was a space fortress mounted on a huge trident. It was a demon that embodied the concept of hatred with a steel body and sailed between the stars. Even the Empire's glorious Queen-class battleship was not worth mentioning in front of it. And before them was the starlight of the 500 worlds. A peaceful, beautiful, and civilized world. And the fleet of ultramarines that had been waiting there. There is also a strange fleet located on it. You know what? The first time I saw it, I thought it was a word-bearer's ship. Looking at the Inquisition fleet opposite, which was also decorated with a magnificent church, Magnus twitched his eyes and looked at Lorgar beside him, who looked very calm. They have simply gone astray. No matter where they come from, their beliefs are fragile lies in front of the true God. They are no different from the truth of the Empire, and no different from our Father. You still love to go to extremes. Magnus snorted coldly and said nothing more. Every time Lorgar and his word-bearers captured a planet, he would completely burn all other beliefs on that world to prove the greatness of the Emperor he believed in. Facts have proved that Lorgar is no different now than before. He may have betrayed the Emperor, but his obsession with faith remains the same as before. In Magnus' opinion, apart from changing the god they worship, Lorgar is basically the same as before. Or rather, they are even more arrogant. Their powerless resistance and wailing will become the beginning of this warp music. Luo Jia raised his hands high, like a band conductor at a concert. And I will play this piece of music here. Then he waved his hand down. Chapter 718 Heavy Damage. Guilliman stood on the bridge, looking gloomily at the three giant warships in front of the word-bearer's fleet. The Furious Abyss, the Holy Maiden, and the Hymn of the Three Saints. Guilliman had seen his brother Rogaldorn's flagship, the Phalanx, and he still remembered the sacredness and shock brought by the great creation shining with golden light. But these three warships were completely different. Their trident-like shapes, and the remnants of the warp storms wrapped around them made them look like some kind of evil existence that was about to destroy everything. Guilliman didn't want to use this expression similar to Magnus, but he had to admit that from these three steel creations, he only saw the twisted embodiment of strong evil and hatred. At the same time, the countdown ends. Timing, -0.00.00. But it was not these three evil and terrifying warships that launched the first attack. Destroy the Inquisition. Avenge the Primarch. The World Eater's warships rushed out like a group of mad dogs and rushed directly towards the Inquisition's fleet. These damn bastards. Seeing this scene, Lorgar was completely speechless. After Angren's death, he had been trying to control the World Eaters, but these crazy idiots were even worse than On. Since Angren's death, they have been eager to avenge their Primarch. They vowed to search every corner of the galaxy and slaughter the Inquisition. Lorgar really doubted whether they could do it. After all, he had seen the battle record at that time. The furious On was beaten head-on and then killed. Well, even Lorgar was frightened. He didn't think that the World Eaters could avenge their Primarch. But now, can't they be more careful? Looking at the World Eater warships rushing out of the fleet and flying towards the opposite side, Luo Jia's previous calmness completely disappeared. He was like the conductor of a symphony orchestra. He just raised his hand to play a beautiful symphony. And then someone in his band suddenly played Pigsy carrying his wife on his back on the Swana. And he was completely stunned. They are World Eaters. Lorgar, what else can you expect them to do? Magnus seemed calm. Seriously? What gave you the idea that you could control a bunch of masochists who were willing to add mechanical pleasures to their brains to cause them never-ending pain? But I didn't expect that. Well, maybe I didn't expect that. Luo Jia didn't know what to say, so he simply didn't say anything. Everything was perfect. The three Abyssal-class warships would tear apart the Ultramarines' fleet with their massive firepower and then destroy them. Then, the World Eaters and Word-Bearers would be able to charge into the 500 worlds and destroy everything Guilliman had been protecting right in front of him. But now, these damn bastards, who like to suffer in pain and have nothing to do except fight, kill and enjoy pain, have ruined everything. looking at the World Eater's fleet that was now rushing forward and engaging in a firefight with the Ultramarines' fleet. Lorger really had an urge to order the Abyss-class battleships to destroy them all together. Unfortunately, he can't. Attack forward. Force the Ultramarines to retreat. Lorger gave the order fiercely. I want to see how long these extreme warriors can hold out. At the same time, on the Ultramarine side, Guilliman was discussing the same issue with Duanmu Huai. You know, when I saw these warships just now, I was still worried about their firepower. Looking at the World Eater's fleet that was carrying out crazy suicide attacks in front of him, Guilliman was a little overwhelmed. What the Ultramarines often do is to study various tactics. So nothing makes them feel more speechless than seeing the tactics being messed up in front of them. So they are the World Eaters. And they belong to the curved loyalty faction just like the evil god they believe in. This proves once again that they really should stand on the opposite side. They are more trustworthy and reliable as our enemies than as our companions. To be honest, I have been waiting for this scene to happen. Duanmu Huai had a look of gloating on his face. Whenever there was a battle with the presence of tyrannical Wrath or his followers, the players would sooner or later be waiting for such a good show. And now was no exception. What is curved loyalty? That's called curved loyalty. Well, in a way, they are loyal. Guilliman was speechless. He even felt a little sympathy for Lorger. To be honest, if Guilliman saw that someone among his Ultramarines would do this, he would probably want to commit suicide. Report to the commander. The enemy is beginning to advance. Then we will retreat according to the plan. The rest is up to you. Grand Inquisitor. Don't worry. The universe is round. I'll make sure they remember that. As the word bearers advanced, the Ultramarines and the Inquisition's fleets began to retreat rapidly. At this moment, Lorger had no choice but to change his plan and order the word bearer's fleet to speed up and merge with the World Eater's fleet that was like a mad dog in front. Although the Abyss-class battleships were also advancing, they were unable to attack. After all, their firepower was too powerful. Any attack was enough to turn the front line into a sea of fire. So if there are no friendly troops on the front line, they are indeed great anti-personnel weapons. But are they friendly forces? Looking at the intersecting beams of light and the flames of the explosion ahead, Lorger was speechless. I will have a good talk with Horus when I return. Perhaps the World Eater should not act under my command. He. In response, Magnus just sneered. However, at this moment, the scream of the bird chief suddenly came from behind him. Report. Sir, we have discovered an extremely large psychic signal. It's right below. What? Luo Jia was stunned, and subconsciously lowered his head to look down. Then, he saw something that was hard for him to imagine. The universe is changing. A shining blue light emerged from the universe. And then 3 crystal-clear giant warships that looked like works of art emerged from it. They rushed straight upward like giant whales roaring in the sea, and directly pierced the belly of the 3 Abyss-class warships. That's right. We need to explain here that although fleet battles seem to be conducted on a plane most of the time, in fact, you can attack from any position and any angle in the universe. Whether it's above, below, left, or right, or 30 degrees, 60 degrees, any angle, any direction. Therefore, it should not be surprising at all when 3 Protoss motherships rushed towards the Abyss warships moving forward above at a straight vertical angle and pierced through them like a spear. But it is not the truth. No! Lorger's eyes widened as he watched helplessly as the 3 giant, powerful, and extremely evil steel fortresses he had acquired were pierced through. The Void Shield was powerless against the impact of the Protoss mothership, while the memory of Necron, the Spear of Adon, and the Pride of Ataris pierced into and pierced through the bodies of the steel demons. Fortunately, the conical appearance of the Protoss mothership does look like a knight's lance. Then they exploded. The tremendous power generated by the explosion of the Protoss warships powered by artificial stars is unimaginable. The shining white light at that moment almost enveloped the entire galaxy, and it even seemed that a second sun had appeared. Then, a ruthless storm and shock waves suddenly broke out, sweeping and destroying everything around. Unfortunately, the word-bearer's fleet happened to be advancing all around. No! Lorger only had time to let out this wailing cry, because the next moment, his flagship, the Loyal Law of Justice, also trembled violently under the violent impact. And then all kinds of urgent alarms and shining red lights suddenly filled the entire space. Of course, this explosion affected more than just the World Eaters and the Word Bearers. The powerful explosion even swept directly towards the defense systems on Kolth and the orbit. These defense systems were originally used to deal with the incoming enemies, but now they were as fragile and helpless as branches facing a hurricane in the face of this violent explosion. And the Ultramarines' warships were also blown away. Although they took timely defense and evasion measures, they were still scattered like leaves blown away by the storm. Well, I'm sorry. It seems that the explosion power of these guys is a little more powerful than I thought. Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. After all, the Inquisition's fleet had far superior defensive capabilities than the warships of this era. However, he had to admit that he had not expected the explosion of the 3 Protoss motherships to have such a big impact. It was indeed unexpected. Guilliman had just climbed up from the deck, and he was horrified at the battlefield in front of him. You know, the word bearers were already quite numerous, and this time they were out in full force, plus the World Eater's fleet. The thousands of warships were indeed more than the entire 500 worlds. And there were also the 3 Abyssal-class warships. Well, in Guilliman's opinion, this should have been a fierce battle. But now, the entire battlefield has become quite clean. Yes, very clean. The word-bearer's fleet, which was originally densely packed and charging forward, was almost completely destroyed in the incredible explosion just now. Only a few ships that were lucky enough to be at the back escaped the disaster. At this moment, they had lost their formation due to the shock wave, and were scattered in the back, twisting left and right. Of course, his Ultramarines' fleet was not much better. The originally neat formation had now turned into a mess. If a fleet with strict military discipline rushed over at this time, they could even break through the Ultramarines' defense network without any effort. Unfortunately not. But the battle was not over yet. Although most of the word-bearers' warships were destroyed, those fleets that rushed forward enough to engage in a melee with the Ultramarines' fleet still survived. Naturally, most of them were World Eater's fleets. And of course, they did not choose to retreat. So the fight continues. Let the Grey Knights go. This will be their debut battle. Guanmu Huai looked at the word-bearers and World Eater's warships that were still rushing towards him and his men like crazy, and spoke lightly. They also knew that they had no way to survive. The fleet behind them was almost wiped out, and the 3 Abyssal-class ships were also completely destroyed. If they turned around and ran away now, they would only become a pile of garbage in the volley of fire from the Ultramarines' warships. So they had only one choice. I won't accompany you anymore. Guanmu Huai had no interest in fighting a group of lunatics, especially a group of lunatics who were forced into a desperate situation. I'll leave it to you, Guilliman. Chapter 719 Chaos. For Horus, it was a successful rebellion. It should be so. He purged the Loyalists in his legion on the planet Isfan 3. But what Horus did not expect was that the Loyalists evacuated under the cover of the sudden appearance of the Inquisition and disappeared. After that, Terra, who learned of Horus's rebellion, immediately ordered the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Word-Bearers, Iron Hands, Salamanders, Raven Guard and Alpha Legion to go to the Isfan system to suppress the rebellion. But in fact, except for the Raven Guard, the Iron Hands and the Salamanders, the other 4 legions had already secretly rebelled. So when the 3 legions loyal to the Emperor landed on the planet Isfan V, they were greeted by a double attack from the betrayal of their allies behind and the attack of the enemy in front. The result was that the Primarchs of the Iron Hands and Salamanders were killed. The Raven Guard disappeared, and the Loyalist Astartes legions were severely damaged. Horus was very satisfied with this result. He now had followers including the sons of Horus, the sons of the Emperor, the World Eaters, the Word-Bearers, the Iron Warriors, the Night Lords, the Death Guard, and the Alpha Legion. On the Imperial side, most of the main Astartes forces were transferred away from Terra under the orders of the War Master. According to Horus' plan, the Ultramarines went to the Kolth system and were backstabbed by the Word-Bearers. The Blood Angels went to Cygnus and were corrupted by the Obsession. The Space Wolves and the Thousand Suns killed each other, and the White Scars were in chaos over whether to surrender to Horus. As a result, the only one left to guard Terra was Rogel Dorn, the Imperial Fist, adding on the rebellion of the Mechanicus of Mars. The only men Terra could really dispatch were the Imperial Fists and the Custodes, and at most the Sisters of Silence. Horus figured that with 8 against 1, it was a sure win anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jia came back with a sad face. Then Horus was completely confused. Can you say that again? Horus stared at Lorger with eyes that looked murderous. The Word-Bearers and World Eaters were almost completely wiped out, and the 3 Abyss-class battleships were completely scrapped. Horus had originally planned to compare this with Dorn's phalanx when he went to the solar system. But you just destroyed it like this? Are you kidding me? Lorger was also very depressed. Who told you to let the World Eater join our ranks? If there were no World Eater, I wouldn't be so miserable. At least I could have a bite of the Extreme Marines. Right? Now, I didn't get to eat the meat, and instead got into trouble. Who can I go to for justice? It's really strange though. Seeing that the atmosphere on the field was a bit cold, Fulgrim also spoke. The deployment of the Abyss-class battleships is a military secret. Logically, except for a limited number of people, no one else knows about it. But looking at the responses of the Ultramarines and the Inquisition, they seem to have known that we would send 3 Abyss-class battleships. Don't you find it strange? At this point, the other people also reacted. Indeed, they had sent out 3 Abyss-class battleships. And before they opened fire, the other side sent out 3 battleships without saying a word and directly rammed into them. They didn't even try to launch a round of attacks first to test the waters. It was as if the other side was sure that you only had these 3 trump cards, so they would directly target you as soon as you played your cards. This is very strange. Is that an Ultramarine ship? Does not look like. Mortarion shook his head. That's not the style of the Ultramarines, nor the style of the Empire. It's more like an alien battleship. Now the question is how they knew about our military deployment. Luo Jia was also very unhappy. Erebus is dead, which shows that the Ultramarines knew our plan from the beginning, which is not surprising, because the Inquisition is there. Guilliman must have learned the situation from the remnants of the Loyalists, so it is understandable that they are wary of the Word-Bearers. But the question is, how did they know that the Abyss-class battleships would be used by the Word-Bearers to attack the call system? Is there a traitor among us? When Fulgrim said this, everyone's expressions became somewhat subtle. Generally speaking, this situation and possibility is not absent. After all, the loyal Astartes have been purged, and the remaining ones are all rebels. So is it possible that there are people in Chalice camp, but their hearts are with Han? What a joke. The remaining rebel Astartes have been contaminated by the power of chaos. How could anyone still betray them? Stop imagining that. Seeing that there was something wrong in the way the brothers looked at each other, Horus forcibly interrupted their thoughts. If they continued like this, the rebels might become a mess before they could counterattack Terra. What the hell would they do? I think it is very likely that the Inquisition has already infiltrated our legion. They have been using those loyal Astartes as their eyes and ears to monitor our every move. At this point, Horus also had a grim expression. He still insisted that this Inquisition that suddenly appeared was actually equivalent to the monitor of Astartes. Which made sense, because the shameless bastard Emperor liked to play this kind of trick of checks and balances. And it was only natural for him to set up an Inquisition to secretly check and balance the Astartes. In fact, there are indeed quite a few high-ranking Astartes among the Loyalists, such as Loken, the captain of the 10th Company. Although he is the captain of the 10th Company, he is also a member of the Mourners. This is a small group similar to the staff of the Horus Legion. They can talk directly to Horus, make suggestions and opinions, and even openly oppose Horus' plans. In this situation, although Horus was very cautious, he was not sure whether any loyal Astartes would leak his affairs to the Inquisition, thereby letting the Inquisition know his plans or even intentions. Maybe when I first chose to rebel, someone below would whistle and applaud while selling me out. No matter what, the plan must go on. Horus took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. In Horus' plan, he could rely on his status as the War Master to disperse the power of the Loyalist legions without the knowledge of other legions, and then use the ritual to stir up the warp storm, block the warp channel, and seal off all the Loyalist legions. Then, they would be defeated one by one without knowing anything. In fact, finding a planet for sacrifice to start a warp storm can be done anywhere, and it is not necessary to fight to the death with the Ultramarines. But the Word-Bearers and the Ultramarines have a grudge, and Horus feels that Guilliman cannot possibly know about his and others' betrayal. In addition, the Ultramarines are indeed the biggest threat faced by Horus in the heresy, and they must be guarded against. Therefore, he finally agreed to Lorger's request and let the Word-Bearers deal with the Ultramarines. The result is now a complete failure. Not only did the Word-Bearers suffer heavy losses, But even the 3 Abyssal-class warships that Horus had obtained from the Mechanicus rebels had turned into scrap metal. Mars was still in the midst of a rebellion war, and he heard that Rogel Dorn had sent his legion to support the Mechanicus in suppressing the rebellion. At least in the short term. Horus did not expect to be able to obtain another Abyssal-class warship. Horus himself was not feeling well at the moment. When the 62nd Expeditionary Fleet attacked the Inquisition, Duanmu Huai created a micro-black hole that swallowed up most of the warships. The sons of Horus, the Emperor's children, and the Death Guard all suffered heavy losses. Although they later designed to destroy 3 loyalist legions on Isfahan V, the opponent's counterattack before death also caused certain losses to the rebel legions. This is also the reason why Horus was extremely wary of Guilliman, and allowed the word-bearers to deal with the Ultramarines. The number of Ultramarines was the highest in the Empire. If Guilliman really wanted to lead an army to quell the rebellion, his Ultramarines Legion alone would be enough to match the power of the entire Rebel Legion. Add to that the Dark Angels and Blood Angels, the Imperial Fists stationed on Terra, and the White Scars lurking somewhere. And Horus had a feeling he might be doomed. But this premonition only flashed by, and was quickly suppressed by Horus. The plan must go on. Summon the Warp Storm. We have to block the shipping lanes, cut off communications, and then go straight to Terra. As long as we can kill the false Emperor, all this will be worth it. The tragic defeat of one side is naturally set against the backdrop of the triumph of the other side. The Ultramarines once again defeated the enemy and won the victory. And Guilliman also went to Duanmu Huai to express his gratitude. Although the Inquisition fleet withdrew when the battle really began, the Ultramarines knew that if the 3 alien warships of the Inquisition had not destroyed the opponent's trump card, they would probably face a different situation. From a certain perspective, no one sacrificed more in this war than the Inquisition. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, this is not a sacrifice at all. But, well, there is no need to say this. A grand victory banquet is naturally indispensable. Of course, for the Astartes, they do not need to waste time on eating and drinking. But they also need to show an attitude in many cases. At least for now. The Inquisition is indeed their ally. Duanmu Huai and Guilliman were also chatting at the chief table, holding cups. What are you going to do next? No matter what, I will guard the Emperor and protect Terra. Guilliman answered without hesitation. The Ultramarines will immediately begin conscription. Recruit as many soldiers as possible and build warships. We will leave a portion of the fleet to guard the 500 worlds, and the rest will go to Terra. I can give you a ride, and we'll separate when we get to Terra. Why? Guilliman was somewhat surprised to hear Duanmu Huai's answer. Everything the Inquisition has done is worthy of being recorded in history. It is because of your help that we were able to stop the Word-Bearer's betrayal and protect the 500 worlds. Your father and I don't get along. I'm afraid we'll fight if we meet. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and interrupted Guilliman. To be honest, if I really go to Terra, I might not be able to help myself and end up issuing an extermination order to Terra. After all, neither the Terra Council nor the Emperor are good people. Well, faced with Duanmu Huai's frank confession, Guilliman was speechless for a moment. Although he couldn't talk about the Emperor, the Terra Council, well, Guilliman still agreed with Duanmu Huai's point of view. He didn't have a good impression of those guys in the Terra Council, who were just sitting there doing nothing. Duanmu Huai held a wine glass and stared at the banquet hall in front of him. He had almost guessed why he was here. Players had talked about the birth of the 4 Chaos Gods before. When they were born, they existed in the past, present and future at the same time, because there was no concept of time in the subspace. Duanmu Huai is now also considered a god. And he is the god of destruction, the god of joy, and the old god. So, does he therefore also exist in the past, present, and future simultaneously? This may or may not be a problem. But Duanmu Huai could feel that he might not have much time left to stay here. The past can be changed, but it cannot be overturned. Just like a house. When you lay the foundation, you can consider building a high-rise or a villa. But you can't tear it down to build a park. And what he can change, maybe that's all. Chapter 720 Plant your own trees and enjoy the shade. What happened? Looking at the scenery around him, and was surprised. Where are we? It is no wonder that it was so surprised. Because just now, the Inquisition fleet and the 13th Legion's Ultramarines fleet set out from 500 worlds and headed for Terra. However, in a blink of an eye, when they left the warp again, the surroundings were empty. The Ultramarines fleet that was supposed to be around had completely disappeared without a trace. We have returned to our own world. Duanmu Huai was very calm. After realizing the nature of this incident, he knew that he would most likely not be able to reach Terra. It seems to be true now. In the past, things could be deflected and modified with a certain probability, but they could not be completely overturned. This is the same as the style in which you decorate your house is your own business. But you cannot demolish load-bearing walls. That's all? And turned his head and looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion. I thought something interesting was going to happen. But Mr. Knight, this is so anticlimactic. I thought we were going to go to this planet called Terra and have a big battle or something. That's impossible. There are limits to how the timeline can change. Duanmu Huai shook his head. To be honest, he was able to preserve the 13th Legion, which was already the greatest tolerance in the timeline. If Duanmu Huai went to Terra to kill Horus on behalf of the Emperor, the entire timeline would probably be in chaos. As of now, it is inevitable that the Emperor killed Horus and then became a pickled meat on the golden toilet. It cannot be changed. Well, this is fine. To be honest, Duanmu Huai is not in the mood to help that bastard. After all, he deserves to be like this. So let him stay there for the rest of his life. It seems like you're at a disadvantage this time, Mr. Knight, hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, and blinked in confusion. I think you helped these blue warriors a lot, but you gained almost nothing. And you even took 3 Protoss arcs in. Hee. Hearing An's words, Duanmu Huai chuckled. That's not true. And, in fact, I have gained a lot. Have it? Of course. For example, there is a sapling in front of you. It takes 10,000 years for it to sprout, 10,000 years for it to bloom, and 10,000 years for it to bear fruit. But you want to eat the fruit of this tree immediately. So what should you do? It's so troublesome. And frowned and thought hard. Use magic to accelerate growth? But this doesn't seem right. The answer is very simple. All you need to do is go back to 30,000 years ago. Find a place to bury the seeds. And then go back to the world 30,000 years later. And you can eat the fruit immediately. Having said that, Duanmu Huai looked at the system information prompt in front of him. God of Destruction upgraded to LV20. Player gains Divine Power +5. Players gain powerful divine skills, and their momentum evolves into Majestic Aura. Majestic Aura. All enemies within the range must undergo 3 rounds of willpower identification. Otherwise they will be frightened. Friendly enemies within the range will receive a +4 morale bonus on attack. Immunity. And identification. The one in front of you is a terrifying existence that can never be defeated. Old Gods will upgrade it to LV10. Player gains Divine Power +2. Players gain Special Divine Skills and Forbidden Knowledge. Forbidden Knowledge. All those who attempt to sense the existence of the player will undergo a round of will identification. If the will identification fails, they will gain some knowledge about the player's divine domain and will be branded with a spiritual mark. Their souls and spirits will be transformed and gradually succumb to the indescribable whispers. Very good. Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and revealed a sinister smile. It seemed that his time journey this time was fruitful. The God of Destruction could actually reach the maximum level directly. This showed that after he left, the Grey Knights were obviously not removed by the Emperor, as Guilliman worried. Well, that old pickled meat sitting on the golden toilet might not be able to do it even if he wanted to. And then, if the history that he perceived was correct, the power of the Inquisition in the Empire would gradually expand. And eventually the state religion would reach the top, defeating the imperial truth and becoming the next guiding light for the human empire. In this way, the Inquisition would also flourish and eventually gain a large amount of divine power experience. Duanmu Huai now feels like he spent 100 yuan to buy stocks. And after 30 years, he sees that his stocks have risen to 100 million. The God of Destruction does not need the power of faith. As long as those people carry the badge of the Tribunal and chop those damn guys into pieces in the name of the Tribunal, the souls of the beings they destroy will be automatically taken to the annihilation field of the Tribunal and become the fuel for Duanmu Huai's divine power. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai closed his eyes, and soon his consciousness began to spread. The next moment, Duanmu Huai saw the annihilation field of the Inquisition. The furnace that was originally only the size of the sun and located in the core area of the Inquisition had now expanded nearly 10 times. Countless souls wailed and revolved around the furnace like the rings of Saturn. It was obvious that these souls were the souls of aliens. heretics and demons that the Inquisition had destroyed in its name over the past dozens of thousands of years. And now, they have all become fuel, being continuously injected into the furnace of the tribunal, providing Duanmu Huai with strong and surging power. It's really nice to earn the interest from these tens of thousands of years. Duanmu Huai let out a long sigh and looked out the window. Others planted trees for future generations to enjoy the shade. But for him, he had to plant the trees himself and enjoy the shade. Wait. Those damn chaos gods didn't do the same thing. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's face suddenly darkened. Thinking about it carefully, although the chaos evil gods were indeed born with great power, they were not to the current level. Moreover, they were also like himself, able to span the past, present and future of this world. In other words, could these chaos evil gods have also done a lot of things in the distant past within the scope of time, and then reaped the dividends so far? The more Duanmu Huai thought about it, the more he felt that this might be the truth. If one looks at it this way, then it is obvious that the evil god had already intervened in history a long time ago. And it is even possible that a perfect closed loop has been formed. Just like in many time travel novels, where a person goes back to the past, and everything he does actually leads to his birth. Then again, was the birth of the four vendors the result of their own doing? Mr. Knight? What's wrong with you? It was not until he waved his hand curiously in front of Duanmu Huai that Duanmu Huai came to his senses. Then he shook his head, and threw these boring thoughts aside. Forget it. Who cares about the past, present and future? Anyway, it has already happened. So just leave it as it is. Who knows what the future will be like? Duanmu Huai decisively threw this idea out of his mind. He never liked thinking about these complicated things. It would make him feel itchy on his head, and he wanted to grow a brain. The only pity is that this wave of going back to the past allowed both the god of destruction and the will of the old gods to gain a lot of experience. But the god of joy gained nothing at all. Duanmu Huai could do nothing about this, because it was his fault for meeting the Ultramarines. If it was the Emperor's children who liked art, maybe he could have done something. Unfortunately, the Ultramarines had no interest in pursuing pleasure. Duanmu Huai is really useless with this priesthood. He is depressed and wants to cry. Duanmu Huai sighed lightly, and then gave the order. Let's pack up and go back to Faerun. We are done here. At this moment, it is already late at night. Chapter 721, Loss of Soul. When Duanmu Huai returned to Arkham City again, everything was still in order. The only thing to say is, Ms. Trina, what the hell are those people outside? After Duanmu Huai returned to the city, the first thing he did was to find Miss Delina and raise his questions. When returning to Arkham City, the first thing Duanmu Huai saw was a long line of people outside the gate of the territory. This made him quite puzzled. You know, it is already deep winter in the world of Faerun. Aren't these people afraid of freezing to death by running here out of boredom? Ah, I was just about to report to you, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Currently, a curse called soul loss is spreading throughout the north. Those are all refugees. In fact, this has something to do with you, Your Excellency. Asthmatic disorder? What is that? What does it have to do with me? Hearing Miss Trina's question, Duanmu Huai looked confused, and Ms. Trina quickly introduced the situation to Duanmu Huai. It turned out that, after Duanmu Huai killed the messenger and base of the true god, he shared the matter with various churches in Arkham City. To put it bluntly, this is a bit like the police station above sending down the cases in its jurisdiction, asking local police stations to pay attention to whether there are similar cases in their jurisdiction. Let's not talk about evil gods like Shar, but good gods like Tyr will certainly not ignore it. As a result, everyone checked and was shocked. They had always thought that this so-called supreme god might be a newly emerging evil cult. But after careful investigation, everyone found that this sect had been lurking in the north for many years, and they had been spreading a curse called soul loss. To put it simply, people who are cursed by this will first become dazed, and then they will seem to have lost their souls and become just an empty SHL. Then they will disappear, and when they are discovered again, they will have joined the cult and become loyal believers of that sect. For example, Amelia and Kasim also investigated this matter. Then, at a farm outside Baldur's Gate, they learned from the local farmer's wife that her husband had encountered these mysterious guys. And then he began to change completely, from a smart young man to an uncle who looked like he had Alzheimer's disease. And then he disappeared. Then Amelia and the others followed the clues and found a stronghold of the supreme god nearby. To their surprise, the missing farmer had turned into a complete fanatic inside, and even became an important member there. Of course, Amelia and her team subsequently defeated the cult stronghold, captured the farmer and others, and then sent them to prison. However, no matter how they interrogated him, the farmer would just keep saying over and over again that he believed in the only true God, which would eventually devour the world. The reason why this symptom is called amnesia is that after examination by priests and paladins, they were very surprised to find that these people did not have souls in their bodies. Their souls were completely missing. That's strange. Logically speaking, if the soul is destroyed, the body must be dead. If the body is still alive without the soul, then it must be a dead creature. However, these people are not dead creatures, and they do not have the characteristics of dead creatures. On the contrary, their behavior is almost the same as when they were alive, except for the loss of souls and the fanatical belief in the so-called supreme god. So what's the situation with all those people outside? Why? Having said that, Miss Rena sighed helplessly. For some unknown reason, the results of the investigation were leaked, causing panic among the people everywhere. Many people are afraid of this terrible curse, and they believe that they can avoid being infected by this curse in this territory protected by the gods. So they rush here. Are there any patients suffering from amnesia in our territory? No. Miss Rena shook her head. But we found several people with amnesia among the immigrants. They have been isolated and handed over to various temples for research and treatment. How were the patients with amnesia discovered? It seems that I can see through it through some kind of magic that detects souls. Sorry, I don't know much about the magic of this world. Are they available everywhere? Yes. According to reports, it seems that the probability of occurrence is higher in remote towns and villages. The infection mechanism of this curse is still unclear. I have ordered the night guard to maintain order. So far, everything is normal. What is the exact number of people infected? This world's communication methods are relatively backward. According to the verifiable intelligence we have collected, at least 800 to 1,000 people have been infected with this curse. That's not a small number for this world. Does this have anything to do with the chaos god you mentioned? Inquisitor? No. I don't think this was done by the chaos gods. This doesn't seem like their method. Facing Mistrina's question, Duanmu Huai shook his head. This method was not something the chaos evil god would do. And the stinky fat otaku would not create such a strange plague. He was more inclined to believe that it was someone in the world of Faerun who was causing trouble. But who exactly was it? It was hard to say. What's the report from Judgment Blade? The Judgment Blade team destroyed several cult strongholds, but found nothing special. I see. After listening to Miss Delina's report, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and nodded. I'm going to go check on those lost soul patients first. Oh. Call Mary as well. Yes. Sir. Soon. Duanmu Huai arrived at the Tyre Church in Arkham City. Most of the amnesia patients found before had been taken in by the Tyre Church. And Mary also reunited with Duanmu Huai. But, what's her condition? Looking at Xiaoli standing not far behind, Duanmu Huai frowned, looked at Mary and asked, and the latter tilted her head in confusion. Xiaoli has been acting with me all this time. Isn't that okay? It's not impossible. But forget it. Duanmu Huai looked at Xiaoli, who was standing not far away, and the latter bowed respectfully to him. However, Duanmu Huai always felt that something was a little wrong. How should I put it? He felt that the way Xiaoli looked at him was not normal. A bit like the feeling of a fanatical fanatic when he saw his idol star. Maybe it's just my illusion? Come to think of it, with someone like me like this, how could there be anyone who would fanatically worship me? Think too much. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze, and didn't think any more about it. Okay. Let's go in. Yes. After explaining their purpose, Tyre's pastor quickly took the two to the underground place where the lost souls were kept, and also introduced the conditions of these patients to them. Although they are suffering from amnesia, their behavior is normal, and they are even very clear-headed. The only thing I have to say is that they are extremely fanatical about the so-called Supreme God. Are you sure they haven't read too much of the Shirwei Sutra? Duanmu Huai made a joke, and the pastor also looked strange. I am sure. Your Excellency the Grand Inquisitor. It is not. The so-called Shirwei Sutra is a book written by Shirwei after he became a god. To put it bluntly, after he became a god, he thought that other gods were false gods, and only he, Shirwei, was the true god. So he specially asked someone to write a Shirui Sutra, the content of which was nothing more than how great Shirui was, and how Shirui was the only true God in the world. Of course, if this is just for self-satisfaction, it would be fine. However, I don't know if it's because the writer's writing is too good or for some other reason. After the Book of Sire was written, all the people who read it were really like they were brainwashed and became Cyrek's most loyal and crazy believers. Then Zirek took a look and thought, "Hey, this book is really useful. Let me take a look." And then, well, Zirek went crazy. He read his own autobiography, then madly worshipped himself, and then became narcissistic to the point of going crazy. This is truly the first person in ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad. The most ridiculous thing is that it is very simple to resist the power of this book. That is to read the true history of Shiruiku before reading this book. In simple terms, the difference between the two is basically the difference between Records of the Three Kingdoms and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. After you have read the official history, there will be no cognitive errors when reading the book of Shiruiku. So in the final analysis, the Hira book is a book of epics. And after reading it, Hiruk had a conflict with his own memory. Am I the same as in the book? Am I not? Am I? Am I not? Am I? Am I not? Am I not? Am I not? Then I went crazy. This shows that flattery can also be dangerous. As they were talking, the three of them also came to the place where the lost soul patients were taken in. From the outside, this place is a bit similar to the psychiatric ward in Duanmu Huai's memory. Each room is independent, and there is a small window on the door. Tier's paladins and guards stand on both sides of the corridor. Angry roars and curses can be heard from the door from time to time. Well, it's like a combination of a mental hospital and a prison. You didn't find any solution? No. The priest shook his head. We are also very surprised. Their souls have disappeared, but their bodies are still alive. They are not like undead creatures. They can see the sun and need food and water. If it weren't for their fanatical worship of the supreme god and the divine magic that detected that there was indeed no soul in their bodies, I'm afraid no one would think there was anything wrong with these people. The supreme true God is the only God. You are the running dogs of the false god. Let us out. If you treat us like this, when the supreme true God appears again, he will destroy all of you. However, before the pastor could finish his words, shouts of people were heard from the doors all around. They stuffed their faces into the windows and shouted loudly to the outside. Mary was so frightened that she was at a loss, as she had never seen such a scene before. Snort. Hearing these roars, Duanmu Huai's face darkened. Then he snorted coldly, and the next moment the aura of fear spread instantly. And those screaming lost souls suddenly seemed to be strangled by the throat, and dared not do it again. You should starve them for 10 days, or half a month, and see if they still dare to talk nonsense. Duanmu Huai looked at the pastor, who shook his head. That's not the Teal way. Okay. I know that. Though. Duanmu Huai complained, and then looked at the guards. Bring out these lost souls. Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, the guards immediately opened the locked door, and brought out the lost souls, who were trembling under Duanmu Huai's fearful aura. At this moment, these lost souls were still so scared that their legs were weak, and they could only collapse to the ground. No matter how the guards helped, they seemed unable to stand up from the ground. Leave it to you, Mary. Duanmu Huai turned to look at Mary and spoke. Come and see the condition of these people. Oh, I understand. It may not be easy to describe. Do you want to do it again? After hearing Mary's answer, Duanmu Huai silently took out the pink book. But when she saw Duanmu Huai's actions, Mary's face suddenly turned pale, and she shook her head desperately. No. 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 No thanks. I can express it with a painting. Recalling the previous experience, Mary really didn't dare to let Duanmu Huai use that trick again. Chapter 722. This is interesting. I have to say that Mary's painting skills are still very good. She took out her notebook and started painting on it as quickly as possible. Soon, Duanmu Huai saw a human figure appear on Mary's notebook. Then Mary painted these human figures black, and then drew a pattern similar to inhalation. What does it mean? This is what I saw. The man looked like there was something like... Mary paused here. Similar to a black hole. I don't know if this description is correct. Anyway, I can see that there are similar things in these people's bodies. They are absorbing everything around them. Uh-huh. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai nodded first. then was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something, etc. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at Pastor Tyre. How did you find these lost souls? Did you use any magic? This is very strange. Grand Inquisitor. Most magic and divine arts have no effect on them. Pastor Teal hesitated for a moment, then spoke. For example, if we cast a spell to detect good or evil, we can always get the results we want. But on these lost souls, spells will hardly work. According to the messenger sent by Lord Illustrial, it seems that most magic has limited effects on these lost souls. So do you feel disgusted and hate them when you are around them? This, to be honest. Yes, Your Excellency the Grand Inquisitor. Pastor Teal hesitated and nodded. I know I shouldn't treat these poor people with this attitude. But, bless you, even if I just stand next to them, I will feel a little uncomfortable. I see. Duanmu Huai nodded silently. But unlike his calm appearance, his heart was in turmoil. The reason was simple. He knew what these lost souls were. Damn. Isn't this the untouchable? The so-called untouchables are a special kind of human genetic mutant. According to the standard settings of this world, all people's souls have projections in the subspace. Ordinary people have small projections, while psychics have large projections. As for higher beings, such as demigods and gods, their projections are basically as large as the moon or the sun. However, the projection of the untouchables in the warp is a black hole. That's right. The projection of the untouchables in the warp is a black hole. They have no projection and no soul in the warp. They are the kind that will never be visited by chaos gods and demons. Similarly, they cannot use psychic power. But to psychics, these untouchables are terrifying. In Farron's words, these untouchables are basically like having a magic forbidden aura. A powerful untouchable is enough to turn all the psychics in the entire hive into waste. Even weak untouchables, such as mages, priests, will feel very uncomfortable as long as they stand next to them. Not to mention psychics. Ordinary people will also have this feeling. That's why they are called untouchables. Ordinary people can't help but avoid them. So who dares to touch them? Therefore, the untouchables are basically a natural nemesis for psychics. Even if it is a chaos demon, you can find a box to put it in, and then tie a circle of untouchables on the outside, which is equivalent to directly cutting off the chaos demon from the internet. Because of this, these untouchables are also called soulless ones. Well, they are similar to the lost souls here. However, the untouchables in the game are almost all born with genetic mutations. And these people now are obviously more like artificially created. Can the untouchable be created artificially? If I master this technology, wouldn't I be able to create the Sister of Silence? By the time the Grey Knights are added, the framework of the Inquisition will basically be complete. Duanmu Huai didn't feel any discomfort. Probably because his power was too strong and these untouchables were too weak. If they were alpha-level untouchables, he would probably have noticed something. Fortunately, Mary's golden eyes helped him discover this problem in advance. Could it be that the Supreme God is a powerful untouchable being? If that's the case, then things might get even more complicated. But how did he make others untouchables as well? Duanmu Huai couldn't understand why all the untouchables in the game were born. There had never been any artificially created untouchables, and the players didn't know that such a thing as untouchables could actually be artificially created. This is going to be interesting. What else can you see? Look carefully. Duanmu Huai asked Mary again. It was obvious that these people were not born untouchables, because their belief in the Supreme God was too fanatical, and they looked like they were brainwashed. But the problem was that, as mentioned before, the untouchables were almost immune to magic, and any divine arts and magic would have no effect on the untouchables. So even brainwashing should not be successful. According to Mistalina, these people were not like this before, which means that there is probably some connection between their fanaticism for the Supreme God and their becoming untouchables. Mary walked carefully around the untouchables, and then looked at them carefully again. Also, their shadows are connected by a string? Line? On the shadow? Yes. As she spoke, Mary continued to draw on her notebook. Then Duanmu Huai saw that there was a shadow under the person she had drawn before, and then a black line extended from the direction of the shadow's head, spreading upwards to the sky. Can you find out where this wire goes? Oh, it's difficult because the line is so thin. To be honest, it's not easy to see. As she spoke, Mary blinked. And it's going to be a little exhausting. Any general directions? North. Anything else? gone. Although the information obtained was not much. Thanks to Mary's golden eyes, Duanmu Huai had figured out most of the situation. It was obvious that these amnesiacs were ordinary people who became untouchables for some reason. The reason why they became untouchables was unknown. From Mary's description, these people were probably controlled by someone through shadows. But the untouchables should be immune to most magic. Who could control these untouchables? Ah. It seems I am destined to be a hard worker. I have just come back, and have to set off again. Walking out of the Temple of Tyre, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. Was the previous investigation dangerous? Hearing Duanmu Huai sigh, Mary asked curiously. She did not go with Duanmu Huai at that time, so she did not know what happened to Duanmu Huai there. It's not dangerous, but a little tiring. I guess I should never say I'm too idle again. This is really a curse. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai silently calculated. He had already confirmed that the enemy, this time, was most likely an untouchable. And a powerful untouchable at that. So all the psychic department members must be excluded. Like an Angulia, as well as Ojus and Joey. So this time Duanmu Huai could only bring the physical department members with him. The physics department. The leader of the physics department under Duanmu Huai is naturally the violent priest Lorena. In addition, Mary will also go with him. After all, her golden eyes are the landmark of the mission. Without the golden eyes, Duanmu Huai doesn't know where to go. Next. Well, Duanmu Huai had to admit that he seemed to have very few physical soul cards in his hand. And most of them were psychic. Ms. Trina is a skilled swordsman. But she has to manage the territory. And Duanmu Huai will never let her go. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai suddenly remembered that he had summoned a girl named Dancing Blade, Dion 10 times in a row before. Because the other party looked like a capable fighter, Duanmu Huai let her serve as the general of the territory. After that, Duanmu Huai did not ask about her situation. But since Ms. Trina did not make any special reports, it meant that she should have done a good job. If I remember correctly, she should be in the military camp. Mary, do you know how to get to the barracks? Mr. Duanmu, you are the lord of this territory. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Mary was speechless. Fortunately, I know. Come with me. The military camp is located on the east side of Arkham City, near the bridge into the city. This is natural, because the moat surrounds the entire territory. So this bridge is the only way to enter the territory of the Inquisition. So it is natural to build a military camp here. The buildings here also follow the Gothic style of the Inquisition. But there are strict guards and walls, forming a tall, fortress-like building. As soon as Duanmu Huai walked into the fortress, he saw a group of soldiers training in the square. Judging from their appearance, these soldiers should be new recruits who have just joined here not long ago. In front of them stood a girl with golden twin ponytails, wearing a pink dress, with only gauntlets on her hands, and holding a rapier tightly. At this moment, she was in front of the group of soldiers, scolding them. You over there. Don't back off. We must always be proud of being knights. Look at you. Aren't you ashamed? Hold on tight. It has to be said that seeing a girl dressed like a young lady speaking such vulgar words in front of the soldiers really opened Duanmu Huai's eyes. Ah, my lord. At this time, the girl also saw Duanmu Huai, was stunned for a moment, then hurried over and bowed to him. Hello. Nice to meet you. Who are you? I am a subordinate of Master Dion, and I am currently serving as a swordsmanship instructor here. Oh. Hearing the other party's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded. He knew that these cards had derivative cards that could be summoned. It was obvious that this blonde girl instructor should be the one summoned by Dion to train the soldiers. Well, judging from her appearance just now, these soldiers seem to be well trained. Is Dion here? I need to talk to her about something. Of course, no problem. Please follow me. Chapter 723, Top of the World. Duanmu Huai was not very familiar with Dion. In fact, he had only met her once when she was summoned. At that time, Duanmu Huai had the impression that this girl was very weak. At least, she did not look like someone who had the title of Dancing Blade. After all, how do you say this title? When you hear it, you feel that it should be something like a berserker or something. At least she wouldn't be a girl who looked weak in a dress and didn't talk much. In fact, it seems to be the case. Sister Dion, the Lord is looking for you. Hey, please wait a moment. After hearing the report from the sword instructor outside, a faint scream was heard from inside the door. Then Duanmu Huai and Mary heard loud noises, and the sound of a house being demolished. After a while, the tightly closed door opened a crack, and Dion poked her head out from it very embarrassedly. "Hello, Lord. What can I do for you? What are you doing?" Looking at Dion in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but ask in confusion. He saw that Dion was covered in dust, and looked like he had just fallen. "Ah. I'm cleaning." "Cleaning? Now?" Duanmu Huai was confused after hearing Dion's answer. Then he reached out and pushed the door open, then looked inside and was speechless. The room was full of clutter, with all kinds of books, notes, and reports scattered all over the floor, giving it an extremely messy feeling. "Can you still live in this room?" "No. No problem." Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Dion hurriedly answered, "I know where everything is, so it's no problem." This excuse sounds so familiar. Never mind. Now is not the time to worry about such trivial matters. Get ready. We are going out to search and fight. Fight? Then do we need to gather the soldiers? No. Just come on your own. It'll be more convenient if there are fewer people. Duanmu Huai shook his head. If the other side really had a large army of untouchables, it would be difficult to deal with them with more people. It would be more convenient to just take a few people and sneak in to decapitate them. "I see." Dion nodded, then looked at the swordsmanship instructor standing next to her. "Then continue your training as usual, and we'll talk about other things when I get back." As he spoke, Dion dusted off his body, then adjusted the two swords hanging at his waist, and looked at Duanmu Huai. "I'm ready and can set off at any time." "My lord, are you going to go like this? Any questions? At least wash your face." Looking at the ink marks on the other person's face that looked like a little cat, Duanmu Huai sighed speechlessly. The latter reached out and touched his face. It seemed that he finally reacted. He screamed and went back into the room, closing the door forcefully. "Is she really okay?" Duanmu Huai looked at the swordsmanship instructor next to him in confusion. To be honest, from just now till now, Dion gave him the feeling that he was really not reliable at all. Could such a person manage the military affairs of the territory? Although Ms. Trina didn't report it, it should be fine. Don't worry, Lord. Sister Dion may be a little confused in her daily life, but she is always conscientious in her job. Hope so. What else can Duanmu Huai say? This is all he can say. It's really hard to start an adventure in this world. Just like when Duanmu Huai and his companions were in Neverwinter. They had to travel through mountains and rivers to get to Heim Fortress. This was one of the reasons why people always respected adventurers. In order to destroy the enemy, they had to go deep into uninhabited forests, swamps, and dangerous volcanoes. Regardless of success or failure, the long journey alone was enough to deter most people. If it is a game, the biggest headache for players is the random monsters and enemies they encounter on the road. But in reality, for adventurers, getting lost and having no food or water are their biggest problems. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai doesn't have to worry about this problem. Turn right here. Mary stared at the lost soul next to her and spoke in a low voice. Then, under her instructions, the Thunderhawk fighter slowly changed direction and continued to move forward. If it was a normal adventure, Duanmu Huai and the others should form a team and set out all the way north. Then investigate various clues, and then search for the traces to find the mysterious Supreme God. But Duanmu Huai was too lazy to waste time. He had a better idea. That is to directly pull a lost soul onto the plane, and then let Mary stare at the shadow of the lost soul. According to Mary, the shadows of these lost souls will have a line connecting to the distance. Although the specific location cannot be seen, the approximate direction can be determined by the direction of these lines. That's right. It's just like the quest plugin in the online game. After accepting the quest, just follow the arrows on the quest plugin to find the location. Why so much nonsense? There is such a good plugin as Golden Eyes, so you don't have to go out and play by yourself. Isn't that stupid? It's almost here. This damn place is really desolate. Duanmu Huai looked down through the window. Below was a snow-capped mountain range. This was the world's top mountain range in the northernmost part of the Jianwan region. And it was also the most desolate place in the entire world. It was quite suitable as a hidden base for a big boss. But unfortunately, looking from above, there was no sign of life nearby. Which meant, underground again? I'm really fed up with being underground. I hope these bastards don't hide too deep in there. Duanmu Huai muttered to himself as he took out the divination instrument and began to search. As expected, on the divination instrument, Duan Mu Huai immediately locked onto a group of life signals located in the mountains. This is it. Duan Mu Huai ordered the fighter plane to fly forward and arrived above the life signals. He then looked at Mary, who once again stared at the restrained lost soul next to her and nodded. It's right down there. Very good. After getting Mary's answer, Duan Mu Huai narrowed his eyes, while Lorena leaned out of the window to look. But Sir Knight, there doesn't seem to be a cave entrance nearby? How are we going to get in? It's very simple. There are no roads in the world. When more people walk, a road will appear. Duan Mu Huai snorted coldly, then turned on the communication device. Ekid. Yes, Uncle Commander. What are your instructions? Send a Moon-class cruiser to the designated location and launch a ground bombing. Blow this damn place upside down. Clear. Why take the tunnel? Can't we just blow it up? Deep in the darkness, on the blasphemous throne, a figure was sitting there, looking at the believers in front of him calmly. In front of him, hundreds of guys dressed in black robes, who looked like cultists, were kneeling there, chanting strange hymns in a low voice. At the same time, a group of ragged refugees were driven over by goblins and orcs. They shivered and looked around, not knowing whether it was because of the cold or fear. You? Who are you? What are you doing bringing us here? I want to go home. Let me go back. Why should I be treated like this? Why? Some cried, some howled, and some prayed. But they were powerless and could only be driven to the platform under the throne like driven animals. At this moment, the chanting of believers around them became louder and louder, which frightened the poor refugees. They stared at the dark shadow sitting on the throne anxiously, not knowing what to do. But at this moment, go to H.L. Suddenly, a refugee rushed out from the crowd with a roar. He snatched the spear from the goblin next to him, aimed at the figure sitting on the throne, and threw it suddenly at the other party. Perhaps because the refugee was moving too fast, the others didn't react in time. They saw the spear whizzing through the air and then piercing directly through the figure's chest, nailing him to the throne. Seeing this scene, the refugees were suddenly in an uproar. Even the goblins and orcs who were guarding nearby were shocked and didn't know what to do. Only the believers nearby continued to chant and praise in unison, as if the person who was killed on the throne had nothing to do with them. Crack, crack. However, the next moment, an unimaginable scene appeared. The spear that pierced the figure automatically retreated, floated back into the air, and then suddenly turned around and shot out. The refugee who attacked the figure before tried to block it, but to his surprise, the spear did not shoot at him, but pierced through the goblin whose spear was taken away before, nailing it to the ground. The goblin widened his eyes in surprise, let out an indistinct wail, and then fell silent. It's really stupid and boring. An indifferent voice sounded, and along with this voice, everyone felt that the surroundings around them seemed to be getting colder and colder. They couldn't help shivering, stepped back, gathered together, and looked around anxiously. Your humble soul is of no value to you, and now is the time for you to dedicate it to me. The moment the voice fell, a bloody mouth suddenly opened behind the figure. It seemed to be made of shadows. The open mouth was aimed at the refugees in front of it. Then, several tongues, like tentacles, sprang out from the shadow mouth and pounced on the refugees. Faced with this incomprehensible scene, the refugees screamed and tried to escape, but their legs could not move at all. The dark shadows seemed to have turned into sharp ice that completely froze their bodies. They could only scream and struggle desperately, watching the shadow tentacles rushing towards them and wrapping around them. Then the next moment, the refugees who were originally screaming suddenly stopped, like robots without power, standing there stupidly, lowering their heads and not moving. The shadow tentacles were retracted from the refugees' bodies and returned to the mouth made of shadows. Then the figure sitting on the throne let out a long breath, as if he had just had a full meal. That's not enough. His voice rang out again, filled with anger. I need more souls. I'm sorry, Supreme God. A believer in a robe came forward tremblingly and knelt at the foot of the throne. Right now, Sword Coast and even the entire Northland have begun to encircle and attack us. We are temporarily unable to provide more. I don't care about that. Before the robed believer could finish his words, he was grabbed by the throat by an invisible force and lifted into the air. I need more souls to fill my hunger. And this is your duty. More souls. Do you understand me? But, But the court? I don't care about the Inquisition. The figure spoke coldly. I just need enough souls. If you can't do that, then you have no value. As the figure spoke, a giant shadowy hand suddenly emerged from below and grabbed the body of the robed believer. Ah! The next moment, the robed believer let out a shrill scream. His flesh froze, rotted, and fell to the ground. Then the remaining part of the believer merged with a dark shadow, forming a shadow monster that exuded icy coldness all over its body. It knelt in front of the figure and let out a low roar. Bring me more souls. The figure stared at the shadow monster he had created and gave orders in a low voice. I need more souls. Even if we have to attack the entire north. The 10 towns. Neverwinter. Waterdeep. It doesn't matter. Attack them and bring more souls. These are yours. At this moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble. The figure stopped talking and looked around in confusion. The huge hole shook like an earthquake, and countless rubble fell down and hit the crowd. The believers seemed to be unaware of this. Even though some people were hit on the head by the rubble, they still did not stop, but continued to kneel in the same place, praying and chanting loudly. The next moment, a dazzling flash penetrated the thick crust and illuminated the entire cavity. Boom! The spear of light roared down, destroying everything it encountered along the way. The believers who were kneeling on the platform were not spared either. They had just raised their hands when their robes, skin and flesh were destroyed in the roaring energy torrent, and their bones were burned to ashes. The high temperature like the flames of H.L. spread out instantly, sweeping away the original cold air here. The figure sitting on the throne only had time to raise his hands before he was swallowed up by the dazzling light. Chapter 724 Shadow Realm. The mountains shook and the earth cracked. Duanmu Huai stood in the distance, watching the beams of light falling from the sky bombard the earth and tear apart the originally solid mountains. The girls standing beside him at this moment were completely dumbfounded. Sir Knight, are you sure that after this round of firing, we still have any enemies to deal with? Lorena complained helplessly, and Mary nodded silently. You'll know just by looking at it. These guys won't die so easily. Contrary to other people's opinions, Duanmu Huai did not think that the boss in this world would surrender so easily. After all, although this world looked backward, most boss had their own ways to survive, and it was not easy to completely destroy them. If it was Duanmu Huai's black flame, it would be easy. But this simple light spear would probably be difficult to completely destroy the opponent even if it swept the ground. Soon, the beam of light dissipated, and the huge hole emitted scorching heat like an erupting volcano, making people sweat profusely just by getting close to it. However, the next moment, suddenly, the temperature around dropped sharply, and then a huge black shadow flashed out of the cave. Who is it? How dare you be so presumptuous? As he was talking, a giant about the size of Ultraman, whose entire body was made of dark shadows, slowly stood up. Its eyes were shining with a gray glow, and its facial features seemed to be formed by some kind of black substance. I'm not dead. Mary was also shocked at this moment. You know, she thought that nothing could survive the attack just now, but she didn't expect that. This boss was not only alive, but also seemed to be alive and kicking. Sir Knight, quick, fire another shot. At this moment, Lorena also clenched her fists and shouted loudly, while Duanmu Huai shook his head. It's useless. The opponent is a shadow creature. It's useless no matter how hard we fight. The moment he saw this monster, Duanmu Huai immediately figured out its true identity. Just as he said, it was a shadowy creature. In the world of Faerun, there is a demiplane called the Plane of Shadow, where everything is made of shadows. In that world, there are only black and white, and everything there is a distortion of the existence of the main material plane, just like the shadow of a tree under the sun. And that shadow will become a tree in the Plane of Shadow. As for why this guy didn't die, it was very simple. It was obvious that when the light spear swept the ground, this guy changed the dimension and ran back to the shadow plane. So even if Duanmu Huai blew this place to the ground, he couldn't hurt him at all. The shadow plane is filled with various undead creatures and negative energy creatures. But Duanmu Huai has never seen any shadow creature that has the ability to create untouchables. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai clenched his war hammer and walked forward. Are you the supreme true god? How dare you call the true god's name directly? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the shadow giant roared angrily. His roar echoed between heaven and earth. And with the roar of the shadow giant, The temperature around suddenly dropped again. At this moment, the girls also frowned. They also felt that a strange force was infiltrating the surroundings. It was different from the natural chill. Some kind of strange cold wind. Foolish mortal. You don't understand the power of the supreme true God at all. You. Before the shadow giant finished speaking, Duanmu Huai clenched his hammer and swung it forward. The thunder hammer roared out and hit the shadow giant's forehead. The next moment, the shadow giant hit by the thunder hammer suddenly swelled up like a balloon, then suddenly exploded, and then its body turned into a black curtain that covered the sky and the sun, directly covering the heads of Duanmu Huai and others. In the blink of an eye, everything around had completely changed. The originally snow-capped mountains had now turned completely black, like a pile of coal. Even the sky, which had been clear, was covered with dark clouds. There seemed to be a howling wind, and darkness was everywhere around. How is this going? Seeing this scene, the girls were all shocked. Lorena raised the holy book. Mary took out her staff, and Dion drew the two swords at her waist, looking around vigilantly. Don't worry. This is throwing us into the shadow plane. As expected, I knew this guy would be difficult to deal with. Duanmu Huai was very calm. In fact, when he saw the shadow giant, he guessed that the other party would do this. In the main plane, the other party was obviously no match for him. But in the shadow plane, it was different. At least it could block attacks from high-altitude orbits. Duanmu Huai could feel that the other party had obviously discovered their arrival. You know, generally speaking, the shadow plane is very quiet, just like a pool of stagnant water, without any movement. Everything seems dead. However, at this moment, the shadows here turned into a violent hurricane, rushing towards them in an overwhelming manner. Above their heads, dark clouds spun like a whirlpool and began to condense. Looking up, it felt like they were about to fall to the ground and smash everything below. In front of them, a fortress made entirely of shadows suddenly rose up, with huge guardian statues on both sides of its gate. Pitch-black lightning fell from the clouds and hit the ground. And then Duanmu Huai and the others saw a group of dark figures slowly emerging from the ground. Duanmu Huai could tell without Mary's explanation that these were all untouchables. In the shadow plane, they had lost their bodies in the main plane and had completely turned into existences similar to human-shaped black holes. They were like self-aware, moving silhouettes, and even their facial features seemed to have melted into the shadows and disappeared. Okay, let's get started. Duanmu Huai held the thunder hammer, stretched his body, and stared at the untouchable in front of him. Let's just charge in. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai suddenly strode forward, and then the jet pack behind him exploded instantly, carrying Duanmu Huai directly into the crowd in front like a missile. Boom! And the battle begins from here, in front of Duanmu Huai. These shadow soldiers were of course extremely vulnerable. They howled and raised their hands, and pounced on Duanmu Huai. On the surface, this was just like a suicide attack. But Duanmu Huai knew that the hands of these shadow soldiers were full of overflowing negative energy. Most living beings would die immediately if they were touched by them. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai had foresight, and did not bring any weak opponents this time. Lorena held the holy book in her hand, and smashed down anyone she saw. Dazzling holy light emanated from her whole body, forcing the shadow soldiers to hardly dare to approach her. In comparison, Mary was a bit unlucky. The moonlight magic she learned was almost useless here. The ice blades she summoned collapsed almost immediately before they hit the shadow soldiers because of the opponent's magic banning stance. After trying magic several times without any effect, Mary had to hide behind Duanmu Huai and shoot from behind. Thankfully, although these shadow soldiers had high magic resistance, they had little resistance to bullets. As for Dion, I have to say, her performance really surprised Duanmu Huai. Facing the huge number of shadow soldiers, Dion, who looked weak and timid before, rushed into the crowd without hesitation, holding two long swords in both hands. Then Duanmu Huai saw that she turned into a spinning sword blade like a sword cutter, and in the blink of an eye, she chopped all the shadow soldiers around her into pieces. To be honest, watching Dion take action reminded Duanmu Huai of the Dynasty Warriors he used to play. Rushing in, getting angry, using his ultimate skill, getting angry, using his ultimate skill, getting angry, using his ultimate skill, and then saying, if the enemy is embarrassed, I will take off his clothes. This doesn't even involve accumulating energy. It's a completely infinite ultimate move. No wonder it's called Dancing Blade. Looking at Dion, who rushed from one end to the other like a tornado, cutting all the shadow soldiers along the way into pieces. Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. This guy fights more fiercely than himself. After all, Duanmu Huai doesn't have any ability to clear the field with his ultimate move. His ultimate move is basically single target, and there is no AoE group clearing. After all, this kind of thing can usually be left to battleships. But he didn't need to. Snort. Looking at the shadow soldiers rushing towards him, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, strode forward, and swung his hammer, smashing all the shadow soldiers in front of him. When the shadow soldiers were hit by Duanmu Huai's thunder hammer, they flew backwards like ice sculptures, and then turned into fragments in midair, and then hit their companions behind them like shotguns, turning them into pitiful victims with their own body parts. If you look from the air, you can see that Duanmu Huai is like sweeping the streets, and those shadow soldiers are like dust. Every time Duanmu Huai swings his hammer, the shadow soldiers surrounding him will suddenly dissipate like dust being swept away. If Dion is like a bomber, scare away everything wherever it goes, then Duanmu Huai is like an unshakable tank, just driving forward and blowing everything it hits into pieces. Boom! Duanmu Huai hammered down again, knocking the enemy in front of him away. At the same time, he looked around. At this moment, the group had arrived at the hall of the Shadow Castle. There were howling storms and shining shadows everywhere. There were fewer and fewer shadow soldiers blocking them. It was unknown whether they had all died or had other plans. Roar! However, at this moment, a roar like thunder suddenly sounded. Duanmu Huai looked up and saw that in the sky not far away, a series of light gates suddenly opened. Then, several Jisyanki people controlling red dragons rushed out and rode the giant dragons towards them. Sure enough, this guy is having an affair with the Githyanki. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai's face darkened. Kill these alien bastards. Chapter 725 Firepower is everything. The Githyanki have been roaming the astral world for countless years, and they have become a powerful force. They have formed an alliance with Tiamat, the queen of the five-colored dragons, and received assistance from the dragons. The powerful Githyanki have thus obtained the assistance of the five-colored dragons. They are companions of the dragons, roaming the starry sea, burning, killing, and looting everywhere. With the assistance of the dragons, they are almost omnipotent. This time, it was the same for them. For the Githyanki, when they passed through the dimensional gate and came to the shadow plane, they saw several people on the ground who looked like little bugs. For them, this kind of enemy was nothing, as long as they spit out a breath of dragon. However, that was where their thinking ended. When the Jisyanki saw Duanmu Huai and others, Duanmu Huai naturally also saw this group of bastards riding on giant reptiles and showing off their power in the sky. If it were anyone else, they would probably have trembled at the mere sight of the dragon. But Duanmu Huai simply glanced at it and then gave an order indifferently. Kill these alien bastards. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai clenched the hammer and threw it upwards. The thunder hammer turned into a cannonball and flew out, hitting the red dragon in front of him and hitting its chest. The red dragon hit by the thunder hammer instantly broke into pieces, like tofu. And the Githyanki on its back was not much better. It could not withstand Duanmu Huai's attack. The violent shock wave passed through its back and smashed it into pieces. Seeing this scene, the other Githyanki were also shocked. They had been roaming the astral realm for many years, but they had never seen such a creature who could kill a red dragon with just one encounter. They were so scared that they hurriedly controlled their red dragons and tried to rise up and avoid it. But unfortunately, at the same time Duanmu Huai gave the order, the other three also took action. Among the three, Lorena and Duanmu Huai had cooperated for the longest time, second only to Ojus. So the moment Duanmu Huai gave the order, Lorena had already jumped up along the wall next to her in 2 or 3 steps, bounced left and right a few times, rushed directly in front of a red dragon, and then raised the holy book in her hand high. Seeing Lorena rushing in front of him with the holy book in her hand, the red dragon was even a little confused. In the hundreds of years it had lived, it had never seen anyone hit itself with a book. If you wanted to talk about magic weapons or something like that, it would be fine. But could a book really kill itself? Just as the red dragon was thinking this, Lorena shouted tenderly and smashed the holy book in her hand onto the red dragon's forehead. Puff! At the moment when the holy book hit the red dragon's forehead, the red dragon felt that what hit him was not a book, but a mountain. The violent impact force directly smashed the red dragon's skull, and the red dragon's head was instantly smashed into pieces like a water ball. It didn't even have time to express its surprise, and its head tilted, and it turned into a dead dragon. This scene also made the Githyanki on the back of the red dragon look confused. Before he could react, he saw Lorena leap up along the falling dragon body and come to him, raising the holy book in her hand and swinging it at him. Boom! The Githyanki's head turned 180 degrees, spun directly out of his body like a top, and disappeared into the dark night. At the same time, Dion also drew out both swords. The sword energy surged and instantly turned into a 10-meter-long lightsaber, which cut the red dragon in front of him into several pieces like cutting ham. Only the last red dragon was lucky. Although Mary also learned how to fight, she was still a step slow. By the time she reacted, the 3 red dragons were either smashed to death by Duanmu Huai, hammered to death by Lorena, or chopped into ham by Dion. She just had time to take out her gun and aim at the target. But fortunately, this is not a problem for Golden Eyes. Bang! Mary raised her hands and fired only 2 shots. One bullet pierced the red dragon's eye and went straight through its head, while the other shot pierced the head of the Githyanki on its back. Well, compared to the other victims, these 2 at least retained their bodies intact, which was considered good. Although the first wave of attacks by the Githyanki were repelled, it was not over. And soon, several more dimensional gates opened, and the Githyanki appeared again. What a disgusting bastard! Looking at so many Githyanki, Duanmu Huai also frowned. The shadow plane is located between the main plane and the star plane, like a lubricant. Therefore, whether it is people from the main plane or people from the star plane, it is more convenient to come to the shadow plane. Anyone who has some experience in plane travel can easily come to the shadow plane. The Githyanki's base camp is in the star plane, so it is easy to come to the shadow plane. But Duanmu Huai doesn't have so many people here to help stop those Githyanki people. If he called in and the others over, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with these Githyanki people. But there are untouchables everywhere here. Mary's magic is basically sealed. At least she can shoot. If Anne came here, without her magic, she would probably just be a cheerleader by the side. Please leave it to me, Lord. At this moment, Dion fell down again, then turned around with 2 swords in his hands, and stood in front of Duanmu Huai and others. You are just a petty thief. You are vulnerable. Well, looking at Dion in front of him, Duanmu Huai suddenly felt familiar. He remembered that in many animation games he had watched before, the protagonists broke into the boss base like this, and then their companions stayed behind one by one, and in the end, only the protagonist was left alone to face the boss. Could this be a replay of this scene? However, Duanmu Huai also saw Dion's ability. She really lived up to the name of Dancing Blades, and was very good at using 2 swords. And beside him, Mary, the task indicator, must not be lost. She is not very good at fighting now. Lorena can fight, but it is only a single attack, not good at group attack, so he can only rely on Dion. After all, she is a legendary card after all, considering that an Angu Leah can fight an army alone. Although this one uses a sword, her strength should not be bad. It was no wonder that Duanmu Huai had some doubts. After all, and the magic princess was famous, and magic didn't make sense to you. It was easy for one person to destroy an army, but swordsmanship, to be honest, Duanmu Huai had seen some similar techniques in fairy tales, such as one sword light frozen 19 continents. But looking at Dion's outfit, she didn't look like a cultivator. Anyway, I can only leave it to her. However, Duanmu Huai was not willing to do as the protagonists in the game did and rush in and make a mess of things. This was the opponent's territory, and it was conceivable that this ghost place must have many ambushes and traps. Duanmu Huai would be a fool to rush in and waste time. He has a better idea. No need. Just watch me. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Then he reached out and took out a square object from his waist. Mr. Duanmu, what is this? Mary looked at what Duanmu Huai took out with a puzzled look on her face. On the contrary, Lorena was horrified, grabbed Mary, and quickly pulled her away. Run! Mary! Why? Mary was confused and hadn't figured out what was going on when she was caught by Lorena. She saw Duanmu Huai taking the square box, throwing it inside, and then quickly retreating. The next moment, there was an explosion. The violent explosion and shock wave directly shattered the entire castle. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Even Tioni and the Githyanki soldiers, who were originally planning to fight, widened their eyes in surprise, looking at the shadow castle that was completely shattered and collapsed in the dust. Mary also screamed and quickly squatted on the ground. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai stood in front of her and Lorena like a wall, so that the two were not affected by the explosion. Duan, Mr. Duanmu, what are you doing? Mary covered her ears and stared at the dilapidated castle in front of her with wide eyes. She didn't expect Duanmu Huai to be so tough that he would just demolish the other party's house without saying a word. Follow the procedure? Duanmu Huai stood in front of the two men, holding the thunder hammer in his hand, looking coldly ahead, and answered, "Anyway, after every demon king is defeated, their home will collapse. If that's the case, then doesn't it matter when it collapses? Is that the truth?" After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mary and Lorena were speechless. Because the devil's home will collapse after he is defeated. So you demolish his home? What is the logic? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Demon King? You said I am the Demon King?" Following this voice, everyone looked up and saw a figure slowly walking out of the dust. He was wearing black armor and stared at Duanmu Huai with a gloomy and cold expression. Is not it? Duanmu Huai didn't like the man in front of him. The reason was very simple. Compared with himself, this guy looked a little handsome. This made him very unhappy. In fact, Duanmu Huai once had an idea, which was to chop off all the men in the world who were more handsome than himself. Then I thought the workload was too heavy, and I was afraid I would have to sign an extermination order. But this doesn't mean that he likes to see this kind of pretty boy showing off in front of him. Of course, you villains. However, the man seemed completely unaware of Duanmu Huai's completely malicious look and just raised his hands. How dare you come against me? A hero who once saved the world. How foolish. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What you said? Seems like there's something fishy? Chapter 726 Heroic Past. Oh, if you have something that makes you unhappy, why don't you tell us and make everyone happy? Duanmu Huai was carrying a war hammer, looking at the man in front of him with a half smile. Based on his gaming experience, the next step would most likely be the boss's confession time. In fact, many players have complained about why each boss has to reveal its past and mental journey to the protagonists before the battle. We are here to kill you, but you actually play the victim in front of us? Of course, there are several opinions among players. One is that heroes appreciate heroes. After all, although he is a villain boss and has countless plans, it is rare for the protagonist to be able to defeat the boss's planner all the way, and it is normal to waste some time and say a few words. Of course, this refers to the kind that no one has been able to do before. If a brave man comes to kill the boss every few days, he probably won't have the energy to tell stories over and over again. Another type is those who want to turn the protagonist against the boss. After all, these bosses basically follow the same pattern. They have a tragic life story, and they may even be betrayed and turn evil. Then, they tell the protagonist these things to appeal to his emotions and reason, telling him that those guys treated me like this yesterday, and they may treat you like this today, rather than being abandoned by them. Why not rule the world with me? Isn't it wonderful? How should I put it? Thinking back to the heroic ending of Rumina's, Duanmu Huai really couldn't say that this was wrong. After all, heroic epics are just epics, and life must go on after the devil is defeated. And how the heroes who have gained prestige, status and strength in this war will get along with the ruling class is indeed a problem. If one has some political wisdom, he may be able to get a title or retire to his hometown and get a fiefdom. If you don't have much wisdom, you might end up being killed by the other party. That's why Duanmu Huai said Luo Qishi was stupid. It's not that easy to be a hero in Neverwinter. Emilia is a knight favored by Tyr. As long as Tyr still favors her, Neverwinter can't do anything to her or the Temple of Tyr. She is a person with a boss. But you, Luo Qishi, are just a poor warlock with nowhere to stay. If you want to learn from Kasim and the others and wander around the world for some rewards, that's fine. But if you insist on staying in Neverwinter, then they will use you to take the blame when they encounter problems. Do you really think it's easy to be a hero? Of course, this kind of pre-war nonsense is generally useless, especially for players It is a pure waste of time. In their eyes, the value of the boss lies only in its drops. I'll kill you quickly, and if you know what's good for you, it would be better if you drop some good equipment for me. Who has time to chat with you? Just skip. Normally, Duanmu Huai would have skipped the question. But this time, he wanted to patiently listen to the other person's mental journey. After all, Duanmu Huai was really curious. If this guy was the mastermind behind all this, how did he create the untouchables and brainwash them to be so fanatical and obedient? After all, the boss will say anything during the conversation before the battle. Maybe he is just excited and blurts it out. Well, since you want to know, I'll tell you. As expected, this boss could not escape the law of final confession. He proudly told Duanmu Huai about his past. He was originally from a small town outside Neverwinter. He lost his parents when he was young and was raised by his adoptive father. However, when he was 16 years old, his hometown, the town, was attacked by a group of monsters and then destroyed. His adoptive father said that this was related to a secret they had hidden here. He took out a fragment and asked the young man to leave the town with the fragment and go to Neverwinter for help. On the way, he met several companions and was attacked again. Then he found out that these people attacked him for these fragments. And these fragments came from a Gith silver sword. This Gith silver sword was taken from the Githyanki several years ago by a wizard in order to deal with the Shadow King, who was trying to conquer the world. Later, the Shadow King and the wizard disappeared at the same time. And the silver sword also broke into pieces and shattered. And now the Githyanki have come to retrieve the fragments of the sword. To be honest, although Duanmu Huai disliked the Githyanki, he felt that this logic was very strange. It was originally their property. And you stole it. It was normal for the Githyanki to come and take it back. You just need to hand over the fragments. Of course, this young man was different. Even if the Githyanki had their reasons, they destroyed his homeland. Of course, this young man could not just say sorry and return the fragments to the other party. So his journey afterwards became a legendary heroic adventure story. He fought against the Githyanki and the shadow priests who appeared from nowhere. Later he found out that those shadow priests were servants of the Shadow King. This Gith silver sword once defeated the Shadow King. Of course they did not want to see this sword appear again. So they also came to grab the silver sword fragments. This young man really has the demeanor of a protagonist. No matter who comes, he never gives anything. The same thing happened next. Not only did he defeat the attacking enemies, he also obtained the title of Knight of Neverwinter and owned a fortress. Lord Nasher also hoped that he could manage the fortress and prepare for the return of the Shadow King's army to the world. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but want to laugh. So you see, ordinary people who get involved in this kind of politics will end up being used. For Lord Nasher, this young man is just a useful thug. So he gave the fortress to him. After all, it was originally a shabby place taken back from the rebels. And he had to spend his own money to repair it, without Neverwinter having to pay for it. When the Shadow Army attacks, the first to suffer will be this fortress, not Neverwinter. So there is a reason why most heroes just walk away after completing their earth-shaking feats. No matter how much the local people respect you, this respect cannot be used as a meal. And the one who controls a territory is always the local lord. What is a hero like you? So what if you saved the world? In fact, the truth is very simple. Just look at the lords of these cities in the north. Nasher of Neverwinter, Kelvin Blackstaff of Waterdeep, and Illustrial of Silvermoon. They are all famous adventurers and leaders whose words are law in their own cities. In other words, if they didn't have the final say in this city, they would definitely not stay here. Old rogues like 12,345 also hide in their own wizard tower deep in the mountains and rarely go out on weekdays. Therefore, many heroes either create their own forces, cities, or organizations after they become successful. No one wants to let others manipulate their own destiny. And this young man obviously has low political wisdom. He just nodded and ran away after the other party said a few words. If it were Duanmu Huai, you wouldn't agree to even one fortress, let alone 10 fortresses. Isn't it good to be a fire chief? If you insist on staying in one place to run your business, and then others will use your people to disgust you, will you nod? Or nod? If Duanmu Huai hadn't known that Faerun would be the next front line against the invasion of the Chaos God, he would not have bothered to manage any territory here. This is one of the reasons why the relationship between the Inquisition and other forces is very cold, and the entry of others is strictly restricted. After all, the Inquisition itself is against the Chaos God, and in order to fight against the Chaos God, they will also do massacres and cleansing when necessary. If they have a good relationship with these forces, it will be troublesome when they come to complain. It is better to just put on a face that I am just so arrogant, and there will be no trouble. Just like in martial arts novels, when people want to seek justice, they only dare to go to the righteous sects like Shaolin Temple or the Five Mountain Sword sect. Who dares to cause trouble for those evil sects? That means you are tired of living. Although many people have complaints about the Knight Sentinels' policy of killing without mercy anyone who resists or commits hostile acts against the Inquisition over a disagreement, almost everyone behaves well in front of the Knight Sentinels, which shows that killing a chicken to scare the monkey is really effective. Okay, that's off topic. Let's get back to the topic. As a hero, this young man was indeed conscientious. He defeated the army of the resurrected Shadow King and reforged the Silver Sword of Guise, intending to find the Shadow King's lair and kill it once and for all. In fact, as a hero, he did find the lair of the Shadow King. However, what happened next was quite interesting. They betrayed me. Having said this, the man in black armor's tone turned cold. In the end, we defeated all obstacles and came before the Shadow King. However, they, the traitors who had adventured with me, shared the joys and sorrows with me, and called themselves my companions, betrayed me under the Shadow King's sweet words. They chose to stand on the side of the Shadow King. Can you understand this behavior? Well, faced with the angry man, Duanmu Huai and everyone else looked at each other. It has to be said that Duanmu Huai really couldn't understand this kind of behavior of surrendering to the enemy in public. If you said that you had already had ulterior motives and had already agreed with the other party to betray on the battlefield, that would be understandable. But you had come to the end and betrayed on the spot, which made Duanmu Huai feel a little incomprehensible. To be honest, this kind of surrender on the spot has no status. Even the boss will not like them. The reason is very simple. You can betray others because of my words today. But what if someone else makes you betray me again? Changing sides at the critical moment is truly a loss of character. This was indeed the case, although the man was almost left alone in the end. As a hero, the anger of being betrayed still made him wield the GI's silver sword and kill the betrayers and the Shadow King. However, before dying, the Shadow King also realized the unified signature skill of all bosses: self-destruction. The result was that the man himself was caught up in the self-explosion and buried by the collapsed underground palace. But this is not the end. After waking up, the man found that his body had changed. The last piece of the GI silver sword that was originally inserted in his chest was missing. Not only that, he also had a strange feeling of hunger and thirst. At first the man didn't know what it was, but later he found that he had a new ability. An ability to devour other people's souls. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. He felt that the climax of the drama was about to begin. That's right. The man found that he now had a very strange feeling of hunger and thirst. Just like a vampire. The only difference is that vampires suck blood, while he needed to devour other souls to satisfy this hunger and thirst. So in order to find out what was happening to his body, the man embarked on an adventurous journey again. Wait, some people may ask after hearing this. Isn't he already the ruler of a fortress? Why is he embarking on a journey alone? Well, it's funny to say that after that, the man also thought about returning to Neverwinter to ask for help. But when he returned, he found that the fortress that originally belonged to him had been nationalized again. And he was regarded as a dead man as he had died in the battle with the Shadow King. Neverwinter left him nothing except a statue. Can you imagine my rage? As he said this, the man roared even more angrily. Perhaps he recalled everything that happened in the past, and he became even angrier at this moment. When I returned to the homeland, I fought so hard to protect. It no longer belonged to me. Not only that, they also arbitrarily changed my story and legend, saying that I fought against the Shadow King with my companions. This is simply nonsense. Those damn bastards. They even built a mausoleum for those traitors and liars. I gave everything for them. But in the end, they left me only lies. This incident naturally made the man very angry, and he gave up the idea of asking Neverwinter for help. He had already turned a little darker after his companions betrayed him. Seeing all this, the man naturally included Neverwinter in his list of enemies. As it turned out, the hero is worthy of being a hero. In the end, The man found out everything. It turned out that the hunger and thirst in his body was related to a curse from the god of death. Jaeger. Jaeger. Hearing this name, Duanmu Huai's mouth twitched. In the world of Faerun, gods compete for supremacy. Coming and going. Rising and falling. But if we talk about the most cowardly god, it must be Jaeger. This is an ancient god of death with great power. And he has been in charge of the position of death since the time of Netheril. However, unlike most other gods who were essentially killed and then dethroned, Jaeger retired voluntarily. That's right. He felt that he had been in this position for too long. So he took the initiative to retire. And then gave most of his priesthood to Bane, Baal and Melkor. And he transformed himself into a servant, specializing in serving each god of death. Ordinary people probably would not understand why Jaeger did this. He is the oldest god of death, and a god with great power. His power is no less than that of Surin or Shar. However, he actually gave up his priesthood on his own initiative, but did not retire completely. Instead, he became a servant. This is very incomprehensible. This is like a department manager giving up his position to someone else and concentrating on being a department clerk. God knows what he is thinking. However, according to the player's investigation, this old guy is actually not honest at all. He seems to be conscientious on the surface. But as long as the god who holds the position of the god of death cannot satisfy him, he will find ways to do things secretly. Kill this guy, and then replace him with a successor. For example, Melkor took over the position of Jaeger as the god of death. And then, he was killed in Waterdeep during the War of the Saints. The next person to take over the position was Cyric. But Cyric was a crazy idiot. Jaeger saw that this idiot was no match for him. So he secretly planned a rebellion, letting Kalimver overthrow Cyric and transfer the latter's position as the god of death to Kalimver. So you see, the god of death goes back and forth, while Jaeger stands aside as steady as an old dog. You can tell at a glance who is more cowardly. However, it was this guy who was as steady as an old dog who caused this hero to suffer from an unimaginable curse of hunger. Chapter 727. Killing and stealing treasures is a basic skill. The reason why this curse is related to Jaeger has to do with another thing. That is the famous Wall of Faithless. As we all know, Faerun is a world with gods. In this world, if you believe in gods, you will go to the kingdom of gods after death. But if you don't believe in gods, you will go to the kingdom of the god of death after death and be stuck on a wall. Of course, this does not end when it is stuck on the wall. The soul stuck on the wall will gradually become hungry and begin to lose everything, including its own memories, senses, and finally even forget itself. And then it will turn into nothingness. The existence of the wall of non-believers is actually a deterrent, which requires everyone to believe in God. Otherwise you will be stuck on the wall after you die. You say this is overbearing or not. It is definitely overbearing. And not everyone will obey. Therefore, when Melkor was still the god of death, some people launched a rebellion, saying that they have the freedom to believe in God. And they also have the freedom not to believe in God. So some people led a hodgepodge of angels, liches, and blue dragons into the kingdom of the god of death, trying to destroy the wall of non-believers. Then he was stuck on the wall by Melkor, the god of death at that time, spreading hands. It turns out that if you do the god of death's business in the god of death's kingdom, there is only one outcome. Duanmu Huai nodded silently. Of course, in his world, this kind of wall of non-believers would definitely be criticized. After all, people have freedom of belief. Is it your business whether they believe in it or not? Alas, but that's not possible in this world. To be honest, Duanmu Huai would rather these godless souls were pasted on the wall than be taken away by the chaos evil god. Right? After all, this is also the original intention of the Black Hole Project in the god-making stage. The Chaos God was born because the Milky Way was destroyed, and a large number of souls were displaced and stuffed into the subspace, which then created the Chaos God. In this case, I created a bunch of gods to divert the destinations of these souls. Even if you, the Chaos God, wake up again, you won't get any nutrients, and you will die. Right? So from this perspective, the wall of non-believers is really useful. The souls of believers are diverted to the kingdoms of various gods, while non-believers are stuck on the wall. This is better than becoming the power of evil gods. In fact, it should have ended here. It was just an unsuccessful rebellion. Nothing much to say. However, the problem is that after that, Melkor died, And then the god of death became Sirik. And then due to Jaeger's instigation, Sirik was overthrown. And now the god of death has become Kalimver. Of course, although Melkor was dead, he was not completely dead. All the gods of Faerun were like this. It was impossible for them to be completely dead. You killed me hundreds of years later, and I came back as a hero again. Melkor was naturally planning to resurrect. So although his body was floating in the astral world, he never gave up the idea of causing trouble. Then Melkor happened to see the hero killing the Shadow King and died himself. Melkor came up with a bad idea. He took out the hero's soul and pasted it on the wall of Faithless, and then stuffed the soul of the traitor that he had pasted on the wall into the hero's body. In this way, the hero would suffer from the endless hunger and the all-devouring Faithless curse. Then, in Melkor's imagination, the hero would attack others because of hunger and thirst, devour their souls, and then spread his reputation and tell everyone that Melkor was not dead yet. Then he would have enough power of faith to be resurrected. Ha ha ha. The idea is good, but unfortunately the protagonist's halo doesn't favor it. How else would this man know? Because he found Melkor. At the beginning, Melkor calmly stated that he was the one who planned everything, which made the man very angry. However, looking at Melkor, who had become a big skeleton floating in the star realm, this man who was also possessed by the halo of the protagonist suddenly thought of a way. Since I can devour souls, can I devour Melkor's soul now? After all, he has become a piece of shit now. Right? Then he swallowed up Melkor's soul. Good fellow. Looking at the smug look on the man's face, Dwanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. He had to admit that this man did have the aura of a protagonist. After all, Melkor was the former god of death, so you could just nibble on him if he wanted. Poor Melkor. He ended up dying like this, but it was also his own fault. If you want to plot against the protagonist, you will only die even if you are the god of death. After devouring Melkor's soul, the man felt that the sky was clear, the rain had stopped, and he was able to function again. So he came to the kingdom of death again to attack the wall of Faithless, trying to get his soul back. Then at this time, Kalimver arrived. Dwanmu Huai originally thought that Kalimver would do the same as Melkor and slap this guy against the wall. As a result, the other party came over to negotiate with the man, and finally said that he could let you get your soul back, but you can't do too much. Otherwise the gods will not let you go. This is not good for Kalimver. Hearing this, Dwanmu Huai frowned and said that it was no wonder. At the meeting of the gods, Dwanmu Huai said in person that he wanted to discuss the issue of the Wall of Faithless with Kalimver. But Kalimver never came to him after that. He originally thought that the other party was busy with something. But now it seems that a part of the Wall of Faithless was collapsed and Kalimver was embarrassed to say it. Well, with Kalimver's cowardly look, it's probably only a matter of time before he's defeated by Jaeger. I don't know who will be the next unlucky guy to become the god of death. In this way, the hero regained his soul, and because of devouring Melkor's soul, he possessed divine power, coupled with a magical curse. After his recovery, he found that he had the power to devour other people's souls, and those whose souls he devoured would become his most fanatical subordinates and puppets. As for the reason, it is probably related to Melkor's soul. After all, Melkor is also the god of death, even though he's an ex. Next, the man would certainly not let go of those who betrayed him. He had destroyed the Shadow King, but did not have time to take away his treasure. Now that he was much stronger, he came to the Shadow Plane and obtained the Shadow King's legacy. Then, he used his own strength to defeat the Githyanki who came to seize the sword, and forced them to form an alliance with him to conquer the main plane and devour everything. I see. After listening to the man's confession, Dwanmu Huai finally understood why players in the game had never seen this ability. Because this was simply the product of a series of coincidences superimposed on each other, and its probability was comparable to the natural birth of an untouchable. As long as one place was wrong, then this guy would not be born, and this ability would not appear. This is even worse than the guaranteed Tindral bonus. But fortunately, I ran into it myself. At this moment, Dwanmu Huai was also jealous and stared at the man. The Inquisition was not a place for good guys and women, and Dwanmu Huai naturally did not want to miss the ability to mass-produce the untouchables. According to the system regulations, the best way was to kill this guy directly, and see if he could obtain his ability. Kill people and steal treasures. Which player doesn't know how to do that? Come! Submit to me. I will grant you incomparable glory. You will rule the world with me. and the gods will not be my opponents. Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows at the arrogant man in front of him. He certainly knew why he was so confident. As mentioned before, the gods of Faerun were essentially no different from the evil gods of the warp. If they wanted to interfere with the real plane, they had to use various methods to appear. So it was very difficult. But this guy was different. Although he didn't ignite the divine fire, he had already swallowed the soul of Melkor, which was equivalent to a god walking in the real world. Although it is not complete yet. As long as this guy swallows enough souls, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a god. But unfortunately, Duanmu Huai will not give him this opportunity. Just you? I don't think you have the ability. Since the other party has taken the initiative to explain how he acquired this ability. The next step for Duanmu Huai is the battle with the boss. He suddenly swung his war hammer and sneered as he spoke. But the man was not surprised at all when he heard Duanmu Huai's answer. It doesn't matter. Soon, you will submit to me and become my most loyal believer and slave. As the man spoke, he let out a loud roar. And then Duanmu Huai and the others saw a huge shadowy mouth appear behind the man. At the same time, the shadows around him began to dance and turned into tentacles, rushing towards Duanmu Huai and the others. Do you think you're the only one who knows this trick? Looking at the man's actions, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. And then the shadows around him began to tremble as well. Then, tentacles stretched out and directly met the man's shadow tentacles. Then, the two sides collided directly with each other. Bang, bang, bang. The tentacles of both sides collided and entangled with each other. And the man and Duanmu Huai also shook slightly. They stared at each other coldly. Duanmu Huai could feel a huge suction force coming from the man's tentacles, as if to completely absorb and devour his soul. The man's face also sank, and he sensed the powerful spiritual power erupting from Duanmu Huai's tentacles. The indescribable fear and pressure rushed over like waves, directly suppressing his spirit. One works on the soul level, the other works on the mental level. They can be said to be evenly matched. Then, let's see who is more powerful. Kill them! With the man's order, the army of Githyanki and Untouchables once again rushed towards Duanmu Huai and others. Kill these bastards! At this time, Duanmu Huai also showed his true intentions and gave a cold order. Then he clenched the war hammer in his hand and rushed towards the man. The man also raised the Gi's silver sword in his hand and chopped it down hard at Duanmu Huai. A new war begins. Chapter 728 Great Harvest. The melee lasted only a moment. And then, the battlefield immediately became incomparably violent. Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer and strode forward. Opposite him, the former hero also raised the silver sword of Gi's. And the dazzling silver sword instantly split into several pieces that flew towards Duanmu Huai and turned into a whirling, shining blade that enveloped him. It's useless. Go to H.L. Duanmu Huai didn't care about the opponent's attack at all. He just kept moving forward, letting the flying silver blade fragments leave cracks on his armor. He rushed forward with sparks all over his body, rushed to the front of the enemy, and smashed him with a hammer. Snort! Seeing Duanmu Huai's attack, the man's face darkened, and the next moment, the Gi's silver sword in his hand returned to its original shape and rushed towards the hammer that was smashing down. The hammer and the sword collided, and the powerful divine force instantly blew away everything around. Duanmu Huai did not move his body, but pressed forward with both hands, while the man's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stepped back. However, he was still a step too slow. Duanmu Huai smashed the man with his hammer, and he flew backwards. Then Duanmu Huai continued to move forward, and threw the hammer at the man. The man flew backwards, and the hammer shining with thunder followed like a missile. Woo! Looking at the warhammer flying towards him, the man clenched his teeth. He had never thought that he would be so vulnerable. Even in the kingdom of death, he could fight against Kalimver. However, now that he was facing this strange strongman, he felt that his strength was so fragile and vulnerable. How can this be? It was no wonder that this unlucky guy could not think of it. If it was before, Duanmu Huai might have had some difficulty dealing with him. However, after coming back, Duanmu Huai's God of Destruction had been upgraded to the maximum level 20, and he directly obtained powerful divine power. If we ignore the believers and only talk about the strength of divine power, Duanmu Huai and Su Luan Chartel are at the same level, or even higher. In comparison, although Melkor was indeed the former god of death, he was just a predecessor after all. His power came from faith. The current god of death is Kalimber. And there are only a few people left who believe in Melkor. This is one of the reasons why Melkor would be swallowed by the other party. After all, he is really in no shape now. If the man could devour tens of thousands of souls and refine them well, he might be able to compete with Duan Muhuai. But now, get lost. The man could no longer resist. He could never have imagined that there was a powerful god in this world who could walk freely in the main plane like himself. But at this moment, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. He roared, clenched the Gi silver sword in his hand, and swung it hard at the thunder hammer flying in front of him. Boom! With a loud bang, the thunder hammer was knocked to the ground by the man who had exerted all his strength. However, before the poor man even had time to catch his breath, he saw Duan Muhuai's hideous face appear in front of him. That's it. Pretty boy, Duan Muhuai roared, clenched his right hand into a fist, and punched out, hitting the man's abdomen directly, instantly bending the man's body like a shrimp. And this sudden attack also made the man's eyes widen, like a goldfish on the shore, with his eyes wide open and his mouth open. The black armor he was wearing was also not an ordinary item, and could withstand most attacks. However, armor can protect him from injury, but it can't protect him from impact. Right? Ola 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 ola. Duan Muhuai clenched his fists and punched the man in front of him like a violent storm. The poor unlucky guy seemed to have no martial arts skills at all, and was directly hit by Duan Muhuai and floated in the air. Duan Muhuai clenched his fists and punched hard, hitting the man's chest, lower abdomen, and face, making a dull dong 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 sound. The man also gritted his teeth and tried to resist. But Duan Muhuai did not give the man a chance to breathe. He roared and punched wildly. Wave after wave of offensives directly disintegrated the man's fragile resistance. Finally, it was the last moment. Ola! Duan Muhuai shouted and punched out with his right hand. This time, the armor on the man's body could no longer withstand Duan Muhuai's iron fist, and it shattered. Duan Muhuai's right hand went straight through the man's body. The man's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't understand why he failed. Who was this guy in front of him? You can't destroy me. Yes, I can. Duan Muhuai's right fist pierced the man's chest. At this moment, his right hand was holding the man's bloody heart. The heart was still beating, as if it was its last burst of life. Go to H.L. However, the man was obviously unwilling to give up. He roared angrily, and then the big mouth formed by shadows appeared behind the man again. Then it suddenly opened and turned into a bloody mouth, biting towards Duan Muhuai. As long as I devour your soul, I will be the final winner. The man was also very happy at this moment. He was sure that the other party did not have such powerful strength as himself. As long as he was caught by his devouring power, this guy would be dead. However, the next scene surprised the man. At the moment when the huge shadow mouth bit down at Duan Muhuai's head suddenly split, and his skin, muscles, and bones began to melt, twist and deform in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Duan Muhuai's head turned into several sticky and slippery tentacles, which directly avoided the man's hungry swallowing. Then these tentacles stretched forward and tightly wrapped around the man's head. How can this be? Seeing this scene, the man was stunned. Is this a mind sucker? But the mind sucker doesn't look like this. Right? What on earth are you? Duan Muhuai did not answer the man's question, or he did not have a mouth to answer the man's question now. He saw that several sticky and slippery tentacles tightly wrapped around the man's head, and then tightened it. The next moment, the man's head suddenly exploded like a watermelon strangled by hundreds of rubber bands. At the same time, Duan Muhuai clenched his right hand tightly and crushed his heart. Then, the black flame shot up into the sky and completely devoured the man's body. The next moment, the black flame suddenly exploded, and countless souls tried to fly out of the man's body, but were immediately destroyed by the black flames that followed. Call. At this moment, the tentacles retracted again and formed Duan Muhuai's head. Duan Muhuai also shook his head and sighed. This move is quite useful. It catches the opponent off guard. Oh, I wanted to learn the alien, but unfortunately you are a man. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai curled his lips. After becoming an old god, Duan Muhuai possessed the ability to transform any part of his body into tentacles. In other words, he could also learn from the alien and wait for the opponent to approach him. Open his mouth. And then the tongue inside would turn into a tentacle and pop out directly, piercing the opponent's forehead like the alien's tongue. Of course, Duanmu Huai usually wouldn't use this trick. After all, this trick is quite disgusting. Although it turns into a tentacle, it is still his tongue. In essence, this is no different from using your tongue to poke others. Of course, if it was a woman, it would be fine. But if it was a man, ugh. Duanmu Huai even wanted to vomit. So when avoiding this guy's attack, Duanmu Huai chose to directly decompose the entire head. This is actually no different from him ramming his head into the other person's head, which is still acceptable. It's much better than poking it with your tongue. It's not difficult to deal with this guy. But the problem is what comes next. Hurry up and ship it out. Hurry up and ship it out. Looking at the system information bar in front of him, Duanmu Huai was also muttering silently. This guy died, but his ability to devour souls and create untouchables must be left behind. The black flames were destroying his body and soul. And now Duanmu Huai had to see if this guy was powerful enough and whether he had a divine position. If this guy already has the priesthood, then Duanmu Huai can kill him and seize his priesthood like the orthodox gods of Furen. If this guy is just a loser, then Duanmu Huai's work would be in vain. Fortunately, hard work pays off. Detected the god of devouring priesthood. Should we destroy it? No. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Reserve. The priesthood of god of devouring has been retained. Devouring god can devour the souls of others, and the devoured will become the devourer's loyal puppets and believers, not evolved yet. Do you want to inherit the priesthood? Not inheriting. Keeping. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Although he coveted this priesthood, he still knew his own limitations. This priesthood was not a good thing. And the other party also said that after possessing this power, he had a hunger for blood like a vampire, and needed to devour souls all the time. Duanmu Huai would not be stupid enough to let himself be controlled by such a thing. Of course, Duanmu Huai did not intend to collect this priesthood. He wanted to find someone to make it into a magic weapon. In this way, he could not only use the power of the god of devouring to create untouchables, but also avoid being cursed by this power. Should this thing be called Frostmourne? After all, you are always hungry? Decide as things go. Duanmu Huai thought of this, then put away the remnants in his hand, and then looked around. The shadow guards composed of untouchables all turned into ashes at this moment, which was normal. After all, they were all turned into his servants after their souls were devoured by the man. Now that the man was dead, the soul accumulated in his body was also ruthlessly wiped out by Duanmu Huai's black flames. Then these shadow guards lost their last strength and naturally were completely finished like puppets with their strings cut. As for the Githyanki, they were nowhere to be seen at this moment. They were probably killed by Dion and fled in panic, leaving behind only their weapons and armor. But it doesn't matter. Duanmu Huai has plenty of ways to find them. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai reached out, picked up the GI's silver sword that fell on the ground, and smiled coldly. This time it's a great harvest. Chapter 729 Artifact Forger. With the death of that unfortunate guy, all the souls devoured by him were destroyed, and those who became untouchables were also wiped out, thus making a crisis disappear into thin air. Of course, even so, there are still many people who are quite dissatisfied with the Inquisition, because some of the victims who were devoured by the Supreme True God before were from high-level officials and nobles. And for ordinary people, they are also unwilling to accept that their loved ones would suddenly disappear in front of them. The Inquisition did not care about the protests and oppositions of these people. Duanmu Huai had his reasons for doing so. This curse was attached to the soul. If these souls were released, who knows if anyone would be cursed again? Given the attitude of the Inquisition that it would rather kill 10,000 people by mistake than let one go, it would definitely be safe to kill them all without leaving a single one. Any leniency would be a disrespect to the tribunal. After this incident, all forces and organizations have a completely clear impression of the Inquisition. Previously, the Inquisition committed murder and arson in the High Forest. Many people suspected that the Inquisition had racial discrimination. After all, Arkham City is divided into humans and subhumans, and humanism supremacy is the standard of the Inquisition. But now I see. Damn. The Inquisition is cruel to others, and even crueler to its own people. The tree elves can be killed, and humans are not spared. It really fulfilled the oath of the Inquisition to protect humans at all costs, and eliminate all threats to humans. Some people thought that the Inquisition said this just to gain favor. But now no one thinks so. As a result, the attitudes of various forces on the continent towards the tribunal suddenly became subtle. On the one hand, the Inquisition really protects humanity, which makes many human organizations feel relieved. But on the other hand, the Inquisition's practice of preferring to kill 1,000 people by mistake rather than let one go really scares them. More importantly, the Inquisition is not the kind of person who will only investigate if you report it. Countless Judgment Blade teams are roaming all over Faerun. Once they find any behavior that harms humanity, the Inquisition will immediately go out, not caring about territorial sovereignty at all. They will kill and destroy at will. It has to be said that this makes many forces a little wary. But it's useless because they can't do anything to the Inquisition. If it were any other power, even a temple church like Tyre, they could trade with it, because the temple church was rooted in the people, tied to the interests of the ordinary people. And similarly, as long as they tied their own interests to the ordinary people, the church would have no way to deal with them. It was like a certain chamber of commerce taking on the responsibility of delivering daily necessities to the city. As long as they did not harm ordinary people, the temple would turn a blind eye to their minor crimes. But the Inquisition does not care about this at all. Currently, everything in the entire Inquisition territory is self-sufficient. No matter whether it is food, raw materials, or metal materials, there is no need to import them from outside. On the contrary, people outside are quite jealous of some of the things produced by the Inquisition and try every means to get them. Therefore, for the major forces in Faerun, the Inquisition is unmoved and unresponsive, which gives them a lot of headaches. They didn't dare to do anything secretly and cause trouble for the Inquisition, because the Inquisition was not like the temples and churches, which had some rules. The Inquisition was a typical example of a powerful but unruly group. Even if he was a city lord, if he dared to do something bad to the Inquisition, the Dark Knight guards would probably beat him to death the next moment with justice from heaven. Go through the procedure? This is the procedure of the court. Do you accept it? If you don't agree, come and get me. The court frowned and said, I am a son of a BXXXH. The turmoil outside has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. He has appointed a diplomat. This is the time for the diplomat to appear. After returning to his own territory, Duanmu Huai was eager to create a Frostmourne. After all, as long as the priesthood of the Devouring God and the Silver Sword of GIs are combined, he could be crowned king. Right? Then Duanmu Huai discovered something. He can't. Oh my god. How can this be done? Duanmu Huai was confused when he saw the GI's silver sword and the priesthood in his hand. After he came back, he remembered that in the game, forging artifacts was done by professional forgers. Generally speaking, other people prepared the materials, found the forging player, opened a transaction, put in the materials and handling fees, and then the artifact could be forged. Duanmu Huai has always done this in the game and has long been used to it. I only remembered it when he came back. Oh my god. Where can I find a professional blacksmith? I am the only player in this world. Okay. So now I can do blacksmithing part-time? Duanmu Huai found it extremely troublesome the moment he thought about it. It was really troublesome to improve the skills of the production professions in the game. Mining, smelting, and forging all required proficiency. And then professional tasks needed to be completed. Some processes were even so difficult that players had to find helpers. 1/5 of the orders from Duanmu Huai in the game were from players with production professions, who asked him for help in beating bosses and completing job transfer tasks. Although Duanmu Huai was only responsible for killing monsters in these commissions, the rest of the work, such as opening mechanisms and solving problems, was done by the players themselves. But just looking at it gave Duanmu Huai a headache, with the 5 elements restraining each other and rune forging. It was like taking a CET4 or CET6. He didn't understand what it was. And it was still a game. Wouldn't he explode if he put it into reality? Although there are gods in this world who can forge artifacts, Duanmu Huai does not intend to let him get involved in the priesthood of the Devouring God. First, the two sides are not familiar with each other, and he is afraid that he will take it for himself. Second, the god of forging is a dwarf, which is even more incompatible with the Inquisition. Why? Duanmu Huai put it away silently. If it doesn't work, he will go to Stiefel next time to ask if he has the soul card of the forging master. It was all in vain. Really. Unfortunately, Duanmu Huai's luck doesn't seem to be good. A forging master who can forge divine weapons. Sorry, I don't have such a channel. He came to Rumina's again and found Stiefel, whose answer left Duanmu Huai speechless. You don't either? Or you can't either? Are you kidding? Mr. Duanmu? How can a weak and poor woman like me do such rough work with a hammer? A weak woman? Hee hee. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes, and didn't want to talk. If you need a trustworthy blacksmith, how about training one yourself? You think I don't want to? But this is too much trouble. And where can I find someone? Duanmu Huai curled his lips at Stiefel's suggestion. His subordinate Kukula was indeed a weapon designer. But that was different from forging a divine weapon. Besides, she was now following Maria and praising the god of all machines all day long. So there was no need for her to think about it. In that case, I have a good idea. Stiefel clapped his hands and looked at Duanmu Huai with a smile. What's your idea? In fact, I am also responsible for running a foundation, which is dedicated to cultivating gifted children and helping them achieve their talents. Oh, this is the first time I've heard of this. So, Mr. Duanmu Huai, do you want to pay us some of money? We will use this money to operate and train those children. When they grow up, you will have a loyal forging master. Right? This is a sure win. Right? What do you think? You mean there are talents in this field among those being trained by the Foundation? Not yet. But as long as you are willing to join, it will be easy to get. It sounds like a pyramid scheme to me. How much do you want to do? Uncertain. How long will it take? Have no idea. How many people are there? Uncertain. Looking at the smiling Stiefel in front of him, Duanmu Huai was speechless. You are a pyramid scheme. At least make it sound like it's true. Then I'll pay you. We are a legitimate business. So of course we can't cheat our customers. Stiefel chuckled and answered confidently. I don't know how she had the nerve to be so confident. You call this a serious business? How can you talk to me about serious business when you know nothing about it? Do you believe that I will go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to close down your business as a profiteer and scammer? Anyway, this is the amount of the first payment. The only thing that's clear is that you want money. But you haven't even signed a contract? But what does the first one mean? It takes a lot of effort to cultivate talents. And of course, it won't be that easy to succeed. Only long-term investment will produce results. Right? Good man. Isn't this a one-time deal? It's enough to cheat me once. But how many times are you going to cheat me? Or are you playing the long game to catch a bigger fish? Is this the end? By the way, can I get my money back if the training fails? Of course not. Although you paid for it. We also worked hard to train you. We share the risk. If you fail, there will be no compensation. Sharing the responsibility. What the hell? I'm the one paying the bill. What's the risk for you other than wasting your time? Duanmu Huai complained silently, but still obediently allocated some of his divine power to Stiefel. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to visit us next time. I'll pay you next time. Right? Although he didn't know what Stiefel was going to do, Duanmu Huai really had no other choice but to rely on Stiefel's ability. Of course, the money was not spent in vain. To make up for the losses inside the dike with those outside. After leaving Stiefel's shop, Duanmu Huai went straight to the kingdom of God of Kelenwo. He was determined to burn down this wall of non-believers. Chapter 730, The Believers. Duanmu Huai had no respect for the Lord of Death. In fact, he only said one sentence when he saw Kailanwo. The wall of the faithless belongs to me. And this matter is over. Kailanwo, wearing a white mask, stood in front of Duanmu Huai without saying a word. But Duanmu Huai knew very well that this sentence alone was enough. Although the fate of that unfortunate guy was controlled by Melkor. Melkor was only the former god of death, and Kalimver was the current god of death. Melkor took away the soul from the wall of faithless and replaced it with a cat. But you, Kalimver, pretended not to see it like a dead person? Isn't this dereliction of duty? Of course, you could still say that the former was carelessness. But when that unlucky guy came to tear down the wall of the faithless, not only did you not stick him to the wall, but instead just asked him not to tear it down too much. Now that something has gone wrong, who else should take the blame if not you? It's just like shooting cannons. If nothing goes wrong, you can do whatever you want. But if you win, you have to take responsibility. Kelenwo probably didn't expect that the other party was so bold that he actually ran to the main plane to try to become a god. But no matter what, things have become like this. So Kelenwo must be responsible. He can't just bow to Duanmu Huai and get away with it. Don't even think about it. Do you really think the court is easy to bully? What do you want it for? Burn it. It's annoying to keep it and look at it. Duanmu Huai answered without hesitation. He felt that the Wall of Faithless was really useless, and the curse was also boring. It was a sheer waste of time and life, and it would all turn into nothingness in the end. What a waste. Wouldn't it be better to just add it to the furnace of the Inquisition to burn as firewood? In fact, strictly speaking, Kalimver's kingdom is equivalent to a transit station. Kalimver actually does the work of the King of Hell. Dead souls come to him to be judged. Those who believe in God are sent to the kingdom of God. And those who do not believe are just stuck on the wall. As for those who believe in the devil, then don't bother Kalimver. The devil will do it himself. Moreover, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, it was a pity that many non-believers on the wall of non-believers were burned to death. Here, we need to talk about the standards for pasting the wall of non-believers. The world of Faerun is exactly the opposite of the truth of the Empire. In Faerun, people can directly recognize God, not like the Chaos God who creates hallucinations and dreams, or some kind of crazy omen. When you see demons running rampant on the land, angels flying in the sky, and both sides fighting each other and performing miracles at any time, it is impossible for you not to recognize God. Therefore, in the continent of Faerun, everyone agrees that the gods do exist, and the gods influence the entire world. However, the judgment on whether or not to believe in God is actually very vague. Although the most devout believers are holy knights, priests, and pastors, this does not mean that those who go to church to pray and praise the gods every day are not considered believers. In fact, participating in festivals or rituals related to the gods is also an act of worship. Of course, there are also people who may not believe in gods, but their actions happen to be in line with the priesthood of a certain god and enhance the power of this god. Then the gods will also regard this behavior as worship of themselves. For example, there is a general who does not believe in God, but he likes to start wars and plunge everything into war. This is very much in line with the nature of the god of war, and he will regard the general's act of starting wars as a form of worship to himself. Or maybe a certain LSP doesn't know about the evil of infatuation, but drools over fury all day long. Then his behavior is obviously a worship of the evil of infatuation. Of course, in this situation, the gods would generally look upon them more favorably, and would send their messengers to find ways to make them become their public believers. Similarly, even if they are just mortals, as long as they go to the temple to donate or pray, the gods will regard it as worship to themselves. So according to this standard, there are very few people who can really be put on the wall of non-believers. A mortal who does not worship certain people is not considered a non-believer. Only those who do not worship all gods and insist that all gods are not worthy of worship, or that these gods are not gods at all, will be judged as non-believers and put on the wall. But in the world of Faerun, there are very few people who meet this condition. And even if there are, most of them are mages. After all, let's learn about Karsus's divine art. He was the first and only ruthless wizard who successfully seized the divine power. Although his limited strength eventually led to the collapse of the magic network and the destruction of Netheril, at least he did use magic to seize the throne of God. Of course, sitting for a few seconds is another matter. To the gods of Faerun, the existence of non-believers actually doesn't make much sense, because most people seek benefits and avoid harm. Believing in gods can bring benefits, so it's useless not to believe. Right? To give another example, if two merchants are facing off, one believes in Valjean and the other does not. The former gets the blessing of Valjean and makes a fortune, while the latter can only make ends meet without the blessing of the gods. Do you think he will accuse the former of cheating? Or will he turn around and believe in Valjean? Putting aside other things, you have to believe it even if it means risking internal competition. If others believe you and you don't, won't that be a huge loss? Therefore, in this kind of world, those who can insist on not believing in any gods and regard gods as just some kind of powerful force are all strong-willed and ruthless people. And this is exactly what the Inquisition needs. In the fight against the evil gods, non-believers are actually more useful than believers. The reason is simple: believers believe in gods. If the gods are defeated, then the believers are doomed. From this point of view, if the chaos evil god kills the gods they believe in front of the believers, the latter will definitely lose morale and may even collapse. Just like when Duanmu Huai tore Rose apart in the Underdark. The Dark Elves, who were so evil and tough, collapsed directly when they saw a rose being torn apart. This shows that believers are really unreliable. When there is faith, it is as hard and smelly as a stone in a toilet. And after the faith collapses, it is more fragile than brown paper. In contrast, the non-believers are different. To be honest, if they can persist in not believing in God in a world like Pharaoh, where monsters and demons are everywhere, it also means that they will not believe in the chaos God, as long as the values of such souls are not particularly distorted. They are simply the first line of defense against the chaos God. So in Duanmu Huai's opinion, it was a waste to use these unbelievers to pace the walls. It would be better to give them to the Inquisition. The good ones could be kept to be reincarnated as night guards, and the unwanted ones could be thrown into the furnace and burned. Isn't it beautiful? Faced with Duanmu Huai's blatant robbery, Kalambo didn't want to give it to him. After all, he was the god of death. And this was the kingdom of the god of death. Not everyone could act wildly here. However, looking at the murderous Duanmu Huai in front of him, and the thousands of fully armed dark night guards behind him. Alright. Kalambo is unwilling to demolish his hometown. The daily workload here is extremely heavy. If Duanmu Huai demolishes his own city, that would be real trouble. As he spoke, Kalambo stretched out his finger and lightly stroked the side. Then he saw that the wall of faithless outside the city suddenly shrank and turned into a model-like size. It was contained in a small crystal ball, looking like a miniature landscape. Very good. Duanmu Huai took the crystal ball handed to him by Kalambo and nodded with satisfaction. I will assign people to guard and pick up here. If there are any believers without faith, they will be sent to the tribunal. Is that okay? Kalambo nodded silently. In fact, he had been doing this job all along. For example, if a soul believed in Mother Earth, then the messenger of Mother Earth would take it away. If that soul believed in the God of Wisdom, then the messenger of the God of Wisdom would take it away. It didn't matter if there was one more Duanmu Huai now. However, this Inquisition was indeed strange. Other kingdoms of God wanted believers. But they wanted non-believers? Believers can increase their faith. But what can non-believers increase? Of course, Kalambo would never understand why Duanmu Huai's tribunal did not rely on faith to condense divine power. In this way, Duanmu Huai easily snatched the wall of the faithless from Kalambo, and then handed it to his vampire followers in the Oblivion realm to identify it. Those that were still usable would be pulled out, and those that were not usable would be thrown into the furnace to be burned as firewood. After dealing with this trouble, Duanmu Huai returned to Arkham City and started a new wave of expansion and reorganization. At the same time, some forces in the continent of Pharaoh began to quietly turn their attention to this emerging territory. Chapter 731 Red Robe. For Kalgar, this is the biggest opportunity in his life, but also the biggest challenge. Because next, as a representative of the Red Mages, he will discuss with the Inquisition about the Red Mages' order establishing a base in Arkham City. For any Red Robe wizard, foreign negotiations are a lucrative job. Because if you can get the consent of the Lord of this territory, you will become the representative of the stronghold here. For the Red Robe wizards, this means a large amount of money and magic items, as well as the possibility of improving their status in the Red Robe Wizard Association. Although those boring contacts and banquets at the beginning would take up the time that the Red Robe Wizards use to study magic, the wealth and magic items that come with it can offset this shortcoming. So being a foreign negotiation representative is a good job for the Red Robe Wizards. Well, except this time, because they have to face the court, sitting in the solemn and magnificent lounge. Although Kalgar forced himself to remain calm, a thin layer of sweat still appeared on his forehead. For the Red Robe Mages, they are very eager to establish a base in Arkham City and trade with the Inquisition. On the one hand, it is the habit of the Red Robe Mages to expand new spheres of influence. On the other hand, the Red Robe Mages are very jealous of the technologies mastered by the Inquisition. Especially the steel machine that can carry soldiers and fly freely in the sky will make the Red Robed Wizard jealous. Anyone with a brain can imagine how powerful this vehicle is. It can cross the sky at will and go anywhere they want without worrying about being discovered. And the Iron Guards, they are powerful, loyal, and have their own thinking ability. Although the Inquisition has stated that it is the souls loyal to the Inquisition who actively possess the iron armor, the Red Robe Wizards are more inclined to believe that the Inquisition uses some unique technology to bind and control these souls. After all, if people can be brainwashed, theoretically the soul can also be brainwashed. Right? Unfortunately, these are not for sale in the Inquisition. Of course, the Inquisition also trades with the outside world. But what they trade with is ore. Although it is reasonable to say that selling raw materials is a common method in many territories, the problem is that the ore trade of the Inquisition is too exaggerated. Calgar once heard that a chamber of commerce chose to barter after trading with the Inquisition. And the Inquisition directly gave him an iron ore as big as a house. And it is an iron ore of very high purity. In the end, it was the Inquisition that used their steel machines to deliver the iron ore, which was as big as a small house, directly to the city of the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce then resold it and made 10 times the profit. After all, iron may not seem as valuable as gold or silver, but it is the most indispensable necessity for all regimes and countries. It is very necessary for making weapons and equipment. The best raw materials can make the best finished products, which are needed by all countries and people. Therefore, the trade exports of the tribunal are mainly mineral raw materials, including gold, silver, copper, iron and the like. Of course, the most unimaginable ore exported by the tribunal is meteorite iron. The so-called meteorite is the remaining part of the stone that fell from the sky and melted. These meteorites are rare, but they are quite powerful, whether it is forging weapons, armor, or jewelry. If you can integrate a little bit of meteorite into it, the effect will be multiplied. Even when using magic, as long as you can add meteorite, the effect of the magic circle will be enhanced. Historically, meteorites are very rare. Every time a meteorite falls, it attracts a large number of adventurers and wizards to collect this mysterious and rare ore. And many people kill people to get it. After all, there is only a small amount of meteorite left, at most the size of a palm. So everyone is naturally too busy to grab it. However, this very thing was actually sold by pound in the court. Of course, you can sell it by kilogram. Now everyone is going crazy. In the past, meteorites were rare and had no market. Some countries even kept them in their treasuries as national treasures. But the Court of Inquisition seemed to have no shortage of them at all. It was impossible for them to sell them to you at a bargain price, although they were expensive. At least they would sell them to you if you paid for them. Or you can choose to barter. So the Inquisition immediately became a big fat piece of meat in everyone's eyes. As mentioned before, meteorite iron can multiply the effectiveness of weapons. For example, if a magic weapon starts at +1, if you add a little meteorite iron when forging it, it will be directly upgraded to +5 level. The same goes for armor. The same is true for magic jewelry and equipment. Generally, when making magic props, the materials will become more expensive depending on the magic to be attached to them. For example, a fireball staff may require diamond dust, gold nuggets, crystals and other things to make, so the cost is naturally not low. As for equipment mixed with meteorite iron, you can enchant a 5th level magic without any problem. There are even rumors that a staff forged entirely from meteorite iron can even be enchanted with 9th level magic. Well, it's just a rumor. This thing is so heavy that ordinary mages can't even lift it, let alone enchant it. If a mage can wield a meteorite staff weighing hundreds of pounds, what kind of mage are you? Change your job to a barbarian. After learning about this, many people's first reaction was that the territory of the Inquisition might hide a huge meteorite iron mine. Otherwise it couldn't explain why the Inquisition spent so much effort to build a wall around the entire territory. So many forces sent spies, and many adventurers also entered the territory of the Inquisition to try to find the mine. Although the Inquisition is indeed very powerful, no one dares to rob it openly. But if I steal some or pick up some fragments and take them out, isn't it a sure win? As a result, this group of people swept almost the entire lost land from head to toe. But were surprised to find that there was not even a mine here. How is this possible? The gold, silver, copper, iron, gems, crystals, meteorites, etc. that the Inquisition sells every day, which one does not need to be mined? And the ore that the Inquisition takes out every time is so big. You tell me there is not even a mine in the entire territory? Where did they get their ore? If Duan Huai knew their doubts, he would definitely tell them where else it could have come from. Of course, from the sky. There are so many asteroids. If you dig up any one of them, it will be enough for you, Farron, to eat for 10 years. However, Duan Huai did not intend to directly monopolize the entire Faerun or trade. After all, he had to give others a way to survive. For example, the Dwarf King once commissioned an envoy to come to the tribunal and express the hope that the tribunal would not lower the price. At the same time, he also embarrassedly requested to purchase some meteorite iron ore. Of course, strictly speaking, the dwarves usually sell finished products in foreign trade, not raw materials. But the cost of ore must also be taken into account. If Duanmu Huai sells the raw materials too low, the price of the finished products on the market will also drop. And then the dwarves will make less money. Right? However, Faerun also has some unique minerals, such as mithril. Duanmu Huai has dug on so many planets, and has never seen anything like it. The raw materials currently sold by the tribunal are mainly copper ore, iron ore, refined iron ore, silver ore, gold ore, various gemstones, crystals and meteoric iron ore, except for copper and iron, which can be bought and sold freely. All others must be purchased through formal channel partners. For example, the Inquisition signed an agreement with Illustrial, Silver Moon City, Kelvin's Waterdeep, and Baldur's Gate to sell them a certain proportion of various minerals, including meteoric iron ore, every year. This is very disadvantageous for the Red Robe Mage's country, Sailor, because these raw materials can almost all be used in magic equipment, and Sailor has always been the largest producer of magic equipment, and they even monopolize the magic equipment trade in many places. After all, Seer is the country of red-robed wizards. They have a large number of magic apprentices and wizards, enough to carry out mass production of magic equipment at an industrial level. But the red-robed wizards are not good people. They like to smuggle slaves, and even engage in various conspiracies and assassinations and illegal transactions in secret. It can be said that the reason why most cities can reluctantly allow the red-robed wizards to set up bases in their place is because of the magic equipment produced by Sayer. But things are different now. The Inquisition is open to selling all kinds of raw materials for magic equipment, and even diamonds and gems are sold at very low prices. Enchanting and manufacturing magic props are not as difficult as before. So various territories and countries have begun to improve and even prepare to create their own magic equipment industry chain. It would have been a waste of time if we hadn't done it before. But now the raw materials are so cheap. Once we succeed, we can kick the Red Robe Mage out. Given the Red Robe Mage's personality, who would care about these backstabbing bastards if there were no magic equipment to sell? This is troublesome for the Red Robe Mages. In sales foreign trade, magical equipment is the biggest part. And the red-robed wizards, who rule sales, certainly don't want to see this situation. So they sent envoys to the Inquisition to negotiate, hoping to get the same share of mineral transactions. However, Calgar knew that the Red Robe Mage Association was not optimistic about this mission. So they sent him. Although the Inquisition's methods are tough, everything they do is to protect humanity. However, as fate would have it, the one who reigns supreme over the Red Mage Society and rules Sayer is a lich. Well, although this is not said to the outside world, everyone who knows it knows it. To be honest, Seer was indeed aggressive by nature, but because the other countries nearby were equally powerful, they only stopped after being beaten back several times. But now, thinking of this, Karga sighed. Each country began to develop its own magic equipment industry, and the business of the Red Robe Mages was hit hard. Many Red Robe Mages even chose to accept the recruitment of other lords and countries and left Sayer because they were tired of the life and death struggles within Sayer. Profits are falling. People are uneasy. And there is internal instability. To be honest, Calgar felt that even if the Red Mage Society reached an agreement with the Inquisition, it would not be of much significance. Even if the materials transported through the Inquisition could reduce costs to a certain extent, the monopoly of magic equipment was a political issue rather than a commercial issue. For the territories and countries that wanted to cut ties with the Red Mage Society, there was no better opportunity than this. So will the court agree to my request? To be honest, Karga felt that it was unlikely. This gentleman. Just as Karga was thinking, a maid came in, and Karga hurriedly raised his head. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Lady Amaryllis is waiting for you. Thanks. Karga nodded and stood up. Next comes the important negotiation. Chapter 732 Prelude. Hello, Mr. Karga. May I ask why you are here today? Sitting behind the desk, Amaryllis had a dull expression and a cold voice, totally lacking the enthusiasm and tact of a normal diplomat. However, Calgar did not mind. In fact, These diplomatic representatives had long discovered that Amaryllis was not the kind of lubricant that allowed the tribunal to have friendly exchanges with other forces. On the contrary, she was more like an announcer representing the tribunal. In other words, if the tribunal had something to inform other forces, it would let Amaryllis make the announcement. Well, nowadays, Amaryllis's position is actually more like a spokesperson than a diplomat. Miss Amaryllis, in front of this young lady, Kaldar abandoned his usual politeness and went straight to the point. I am here on behalf of the Red Mages of Sale to discuss with you the establishment of a base for the Red Mages in Arkham. We hope to obtain the permission of the Inquisition to set up a base in Arkham that specializes in selling magic equipment. At the same time, we also hope to reach a trade agreement between the Inquisition and Sale. At this point, Kaldar's expression became somewhat serious, but Amaryllis's expression remained unchanged, and she just glanced at him indifferently. So, Mr. Karga, are you familiar with the rules of the tribunal? Hearing Amaryllis's question, Kaldar's mouth twitched slightly. Of course he knew. According to the tribunal's regulations, the entire Lost Land territory is owned by the tribunal, and no organization or individual may sell it without permission. At the same time, the purchaser of the land only has the right to lease it, not the ownership. Even if the land is purchased, if you want to build a building on it, you must submit the building blueprint to the tribunal and get permission before construction can begin. If the inspection finds that the building has any violations, the tribunal has the right to demolish it. Frankly speaking, these terms are basically accepted by everyone in modern times. But people in Faron Continent cannot accept them, especially for organizations like the Red Robe Mages. Their bases are almost equivalent to hiding places for illegal materials, and various secret passages and small vaults are inevitable. In the end, you insist on following the building blueprint and demolishing it on the spot if it does not comply with the regulations? How can this be true? Of course, I know the rules of the tribunal, but as long as we strictly follow the rules and regulations, there will be no problem. Amaryllis didn't even listen to Kaldar's next but. In addition, we will not grant the Red Robe Mages extraterritoriality, as long as they are within the territory of the Inquisition. Any forces and organizations must abide by the regulations of the Inquisition. If it were any other city, who would dare to speak to Kaldar like that? Kaldar would have threatened and persuaded him to take care of himself. But in front of the court, Kaldar didn't have the guts to say such harsh words. As for trade, it needs approval from the Grand Inquisitor, and then Miss Ernesto will contact you. Having said this, Amaryllis stood up. Please, in that case, I'll leave it to you. Karga stood up speechlessly, then turned and left. The other party had made his words very clear, so all he had to do next was to wait. And Kaldar's request appeared on Duanmu Huai's desk that same day. Sure enough, I knew that these red-robed bald guys would not be able to hold back. Duanmu Huai was not surprised at all when he saw the application in front of him. In the game, a place like Faerun where demons are rampant would certainly be infiltrated by the Chaos God. The stain of corruption would easily appear in the camps of elves and druids. The wrath of tyranny would appear on the battlefield. The succubus and the lust demon would easily become victims of the evil of obsession. And as for the treachery of treacherous, it would almost certainly appear in the Red Robe Mage Association. This is one of the reasons why Duanmu Huai chose the Lost Lands. To the west of the Lost Lands is the High Forest, the home of the elves and druids. And to the east across the Sea of Falling Stars is Seer. By then, whether the High Forest is corrupted or Seer is in trouble, I don't believe that a salvo of macro cannons will not kill you. After all, the truth is within the range of the macro cannon. So I just ask you whether you accept it or not. It really is that the Red Robe Wizard is so suited to cunning and treacherous behavior. As we all know, Red Robe Wizards are synonymous with insidiousness and cunning, whether it is the interaction between peers or the desire to climb up. These bald heads will use all kinds of conspiracies and tricks, which can be called the human version of drow elves. Of course, unlike drow, the reason why Red Robe Wizards use this method is more for an elegant hobby. In their opinion, conspiracy and poisoned wine are much more advanced than flipping the table. Well, the fact is that if the Red Robe is pushed into a corner, he will flip the table. Moreover, the symbol of the Red Mage Society also implicitly corresponds to the treacherous number 9. The symbol of the Red Mage Society is a large fireball in the middle, with 8 small fireballs wrapped around it. According to the official explanation of the Red Mage Society, the 8 small fireballs represent the 8 major factions of the Red Mage Society. As for what the big fireball in the middle represents, there are different opinions. At present, everything in the high forest was still normal. But there was a turmoil in Sayre. Duanmu Huai had known for a long time that since the raw materials of the Inquisition flowed into the market of Faerun, the magic equipment business that the Red Robe Wizard Association had been controlling had begun to falter. With the decline of business in various places, the internal turmoil in Sayre was gradually increasing. From this, we can see that raw materials are the most important link in controlling the world. No matter how great Bill Gates is, and how well he can program the system, it is meaningless if there are not enough raw materials to make chips. Even if there are 10 Steve Jobs, it is useless. As the saying goes, a good cook cannot cook without rice. The raw material supplier is the one who sells rice. If I don't sell rice to you, you will starve to death even if you are the royal chef. Of course, because of this, raw material suppliers are also easily targeted by others. After all, no one wants their life and property to be in the hands of others. So in this case, if the supplier of raw materials is strong enough, like the Inquisition, it can do whatever it wants, as long as it does not cause human death. Even if someone dies, it can be aborted for a little money. But if you can't fight, that's the life of the black uncle in South Africa. Even if you dig diamonds in your own home for your whole life, the diamonds are not yours. Sayre didn't have the guts to go to war with the Inquisition, and the great wizards of the 8 factions of the Red Robe Wizard Association didn't dare to offend Duanmu Huai. So he could only hold his nose and bear it. However, once the benefits are unevenly distributed, it is only a matter of time before there is unrest or even chaos in Salem. Chaos, conspiracy, change, everything that the treacherous Gui likes is gathered together. But I don't know how it will act this time. The corrupted Stain chose to send the space warriors, who followed him, to be burned by Duanmu Huai. However, the treacherous Gui is obviously not as brainless as the corrupted Stain. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, then sent a telepathic message. Jiao Wei, are you there? Yes. What's up? Although Bambi is in charge of intelligence and internal affairs on the surface. In fact, the collection and organization of intelligence is done by Jiao Wei, and she seems to be very interested in this kind of behind-the-scenes work. I want you to send a team of puppets to Sayre immediately to gather intelligence on the Red Mage Society. Sire, but I'm not familiar with the Red Robe Wizard Association. You don't need to worry about that. Duanmu Huai smiled slightly. I just want you to keep an eye on one thing. If you find any debate in Sayre about changing the Red Mage Association's 8 factions into 9, notify me immediately. This is easy. Leave it to me. After giving the order to Jiao Wei, Duanmu Huai looked at the application in front of him again, then reached out and stamped it. As long as the Red Mage is willing to abide by the requirements and regulations of the Inquisition, then I agree. Of course, it would be best if they don't test my patience. After all, Duanmu Huai is not a good-tempered person. Although Duanmu Huai could also tell this matter to the Red Robe Wizard, the actual dominant lich, he had no interest in chatting with a wizard. After all, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, many mages were very cunning, and it was easy to be misled when talking to them. So Duanmu Huai decided to be simple and direct, and it would be more appropriate to use macro cannons to express his attitude in a simple and rough manner. It's like the other person invites you to play chess to decide the winner. As long as you sit down, you lose. The best thing to do at this time is to pick up the chessboard and smash it directly on that person's face. Rules? I hack the rules. The rest doesn't matter. From this perspective, Duanmu Huai believes that weapons are better than rules because they cannot be misinterpreted and will not be silenced when needed. As for the question of obsession, Duanmu Huai thought about it. A bloody battle was fine. But both the Lust Queen and the Succubus Queen seemed to be uninterested in handsome guys like her. They preferred the kind of pretty boys with delicate skin and tender flesh. There is no other way but to wait until they are corrupted by the evil of obsession and then kill them. The construction of the Inquisition here has been put on track, and the second layer of protection has begun to be built. Duanmu Huai must ensure that his territory is like a giant hedgehog, strong enough to withstand all attacks from the outside world. Of course, internal problems cannot be ignored. He has begun the work of integrating the formation and recruiting Grey Knights. Those who are strong in the Judgment Blade team and willing to fight for humanity can obtain this honor. As for the Untouchables, they are not so easy to find. At least before Duanmu Huai finds someone to forge this Frostmourne, it will be impossible for him to rebuild the Sisters of Silence. As for the Assassin's Court, well, What Jia Wei is doing now has already taken shape. The Inquisition, the Grey Knights, the Sisters of Silence, the Assassin's Court. Duanmu Huai has basically replicated almost all the organizations under the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. The Star Language Court and the state religion were not originally under the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. Owner. Just at this moment, Otis came in. What's wrong? Okies. What's the matter? Miss Shirley hopes to meet you. Why is she here again? Chapter 733, Message from Afar. Hello, Mr. Duanmu. I'm very sorry to bother you. You're welcome. Miss Shirley. What do you want to see me about this time? If you're not too busy, how about having afternoon tea together? That doesn't matter. Duanmu Huai was confused as he watched the blonde girl in front of him skillfully taking out various snacks and sandwiches from the basket. To be honest, he had no idea what Xiaoli was thinking. After Mary brought her two friends to the court for a tour, Xiaoli came to see Duanmu Huai again and again. At first, Duanmu Huai thought she wanted his help with something, but it turned out that she only came every few days with some snacks and tea, saying that she wanted to thank Duanmu Huai for taking care of Mary. Duanmu Huai couldn't chase her away. Besides, it was just eating and drinking. Not a big deal. So he didn't care much about it. By the way, Angelica also hopes to work in the tribunal. Of course, she has no interest in going out on adventures like Mary. Angelica majors in mathematics in the Master's College and is a genius in the mathematics department. To be honest, Duanmu Huai is quite welcoming of her arrival. Although basic science seems to be of little use on the surface, it is actually very useful. For example, many scientific studies require calculation formulas and models, which are incomprehensible to ordinary people. Although Angelica does not understand problems in other scientific research fields, if it is just a mathematical calculation formula, at least she can give you an answer whether it is mathematically feasible. In fact, Angelica and Sydney are now in a fierce competition. The overall level of technology in Angelica's world is lower than that in Sydney's world. Many mathematical conjectures are still just conjectures in Angelica's world, but have become theorems in Sydney's world. After reading several books on this subject, Angelica almost stayed in Sydney's laboratory and couldn't walk. I heard from Xiaoli that Angelica plans to go to her world for further studies after the end of this semester. Well, Duanmu Huai doesn't object. But Xiaoli, to be honest, Duanmu Huai felt that she was not particularly useful in the court. Like Mary, Xiaoli was a student in the literature department, but she was not majoring in ancient literature and language like Mary, but in philosophy and history, which Duanmu Huai thought was very useless. To be honest, can this thing find a job after graduation? I guess she could only be a librarian. But Xiaoli seemed to know this very well, so she never said that she would take a position in the tribunal. She just came to check on Angelica and Mary from time to time, and brought some desserts and food to Duanmu Huai. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is no big deal. Try this waffle that I made myself. It tastes good. As long as you like. There is also black tea. Duanmu Huai and Oja sat on the balcony, looking at the scenery below and enjoying the snacks brought by Xiaoli. However, in the shadows behind the pillars of the corridor in the distance, several petite figures were hiding there, secretly observing the scene. Well, I think there must be something wrong with that Miss Xiaoli. Unfrowned, folded his arms, and nodded carefully. It seems to be just as Gu Lia said. I suspect she has a crush on Mr. Knight. No way. Mary's expression was a little complicated, and she didn't agree with Anne's guess. I remember Xiaoli didn't like Mr. Duanmu before, but Mary remembered that before coming to the court. She had talked about Duanmu Huai with Xiaoli and others several times. Xiaoli's attitude towards Duanmu Huai was also very sharp, and she looked as if she was afraid of being deceived. But look at her current state. If she didn't have feelings for Mr. Knight, why would she invite Mr. Knight to have afternoon tea? Anton immediately began to analyze it complacently. I know that in Maalia, many noble girls like to use this method to get close to their lovers. Even married young women like to use this as an excuse to date their lovers. So this must be the case. Don't you have such a custom over there? Generally speaking, people won't have afternoon tea with men unless they have a special idea. That's right. Facing Anne's question, Mary nodded. In her world, afternoon tea was generally a time for women to communicate and strengthen their relationships. For example, Mary used to go to a nearby restaurant with Charlie and Angelica to drink afternoon tea during their free time after school, and then talk about interesting things at school. Of course, men were not invited to such gatherings, as they were for girls. When Angelica and her fiancé Howard had afternoon tea, Charlie and Mary would not join them. But Miss Otis is here too, so I think it should be okay. Goulet said somewhat embarrassedly that strictly speaking she was the culprit. It was because she mentioned the fact that Xiaoli often came to see Duanmu Huai when she was drinking tea with him, which aroused Anne's interest. So she pulled her and Mary over. That being said, we have never invited Mr. Knight to afternoon tea. Hey! Have you two never invited Mr. Duanmu to have afternoon tea? Mary was shocked to hear Anne's answer. Aren't these two Duanmu Huai's fiancés? Generally speaking, this is how fiancés should strengthen their relationship. At least Angelica and her fiancé Howard did this. Do you think Mr. Knight is the kind of guy who would enjoy the atmosphere of afternoon tea and use sweet words to make girls happy? Well, it must be said that Mary was speechless for a while in response to Anne's question. In fact, even now, Duanmu Huai was not at all like the kind of afternoon tea participant she imagined. Generally speaking, afternoon tea is mainly about chatting and drinking tea, and those desserts are almost just embellishments, mainly for communicating feelings. But this guy really ate afternoon tea as his afternoon meal. Seeing him holding a sandwich in his left hand, a waffle in his right hand, and a cup of black tea, Mary was speechless. To be honest, doing this kind of thing in this kind of event is very rude. But looking at Xiao Li's appearance, she doesn't seem to care. She just smiles and serves tea and water to Duanmu Huai like a maid. Could it be that Xiao Li really likes Mr. Duanmu? There is no reason. They have only met a few times, and Mr. Duanmu doesn't seem to have any special feelings for Xiao Li. Thinking of this, Mary felt a sense of inexplicable distress deep in her heart, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. But fortunately, at this moment, someone appeared and interrupted the afternoon tea party. Ah, my Lord Knight. Lorena came running in, but there was no sweat on her forehead. Ms. Lumiel asks you to go to the command room. She seems to have discovered something. It's about the evil god. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately stuffed the waffle in his hand into his mouth, and then stood up. I'll go right away. When they arrived at the command room, Iko, Lumiere and her partner Eclair had been waiting for a long time. But Duanmu Huai just took a glance and immediately asked a question. What's the situation? That's right, Mr. Inquisitor. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Lumiel quickly gave an answer. Just 2 hours ago, Miss Icod's reconnaissance fleet discovered an artificial satellite in a fringe galaxy. Preliminary detection showed that this artificial satellite belongs to a human civilization that we have not yet contacted. We have conducted a study on this satellite and read its information. Any questions? Looking at Leomier's complicated expression, Duanmu Huai frowned, and the latter just sighed. You will know when you listen. As he spoke, Lumiere took out the terminal and opened the file. Soon, a voice emerged from it. Hello, fellow citizens of the universe. We are from the civilization of beauty in the Taksha star system. With great respect and friendship, we extend our greetings to all civilized races that have heard the message from this satellite, and welcome you to visit our planet. Beauty is a rich planet. We have freedom and high standards of civilization. I believe we can coexist peacefully with you. What the heck is this stupid shit? After hearing this voice message, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but swear. No wonder he wanted to curse. The voice was too disgusting and made people feel sick. It was like Lu Zhishan was imitating the flower fairy's coy behavior, which made Duanmu Huai want to punch him to death. However, Duanmu Huai also understood why Lumiel thought this was related to the evil god. After all, one could tell at the first sound that the owner of this voice was definitely not a normal person. The satellite does contain coordinates and environmental data about the planet called Beautiful. Preliminary judgment shows that it should be a living environment that humans can adapt to. But Mr. Judge, are there really civilizations that are stupid enough to actively send data and information belonging to their own civilization into space? Fools are everywhere. Idiots are everywhere. There's nothing strange about that. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes at Leomier's question. Have you locked onto the planet's location? It's locked. Very good. I will go there myself to check out the situation. Maybe that planet has become the plaything of the evildoer. If we were to say which evil god Duanmu Huai knew would do such a disgusting thing that made people want to kill it, it would naturally be the obsessed one. according to the coordinates provided by the satellite. Duanmu Huai and his group soon arrived at the planet called Beautiful Star. However, everything is normal. Lumiel monitored it carefully, and then answered. The civilization below is obviously a relatively backward one. They don't even have the ability to travel through space outside their own planet. At least here, I don't see any signs of threat. Their electronic level is very fragile. And their weapons are relatively low in power. And they are still gunpowder based. That can't be helped. Hearing Leomir's answer, Duanmu Huai touched his chin. Let's just be invaders from outer space for once. Chapter 734, No Hope. Burn it. In Hollywood blockbusters, alien invasion movies usually start like this. On a sunny morning, everyone was living their leisurely and peaceful lives, starting a brand new day. However, soon, the clear sky was shrouded by a dark shadow. The earth began to tremble, and people looked up and were surprised to see a huge monster that they could not understand emerging from the clouds and hovering over their city. At this moment, everyone was stunned, and the taxi driver hit his head against the wall. Some people screamed and ran away, while others cheered, and the whole city was in chaos. Next, the camera switches to the room of the local ruling body, where everyone is extremely nervous. The president listens to the intelligence, and others work quickly. Well, this was all what Duanmu Huai had thought of based on the scenes in the movies he had seen. After all, they were now above the city, so it was naturally impossible to use an all-round multi-angle wide-angle lens to shoot the picture like in the movies, to show how nervous or serious the other side was. However, through the auspicious device and the detector, everyone could still see on the screen the people fleeing or shouting on the streets, as well as the paralyzed traffic. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen something like this, and looked at the screen curiously and spoke. As expected, the symbol of the Inquisition is too scary. I do not think so. Duanmu Huai stood motionless on the bridge, his thoughts now returning to the Great Crusade, when the Emperor's legions appeared in front of the abandoned human civilization on warships. What kind of situation did they encounter? Players have dug into the history of this. In the early days of the Great Crusade, the Emperor's actions were relatively clear. However, as the Great Crusade progressed, most legions began to become more radical and tended to solve problems with force. Duanmu Huai still remembers the Emperor's children veteran named Tarvitz, whom he had saved. Loken once told him that Tarvitz had a nickname called Earwind. He was a warrior who had joined the Legion to fight for the Emperor in the early days of the Great Crusade, before the pre-march returned. According to Tarvitz, the Great Crusade at that time was sacred and full of wisdom, and almost all human civilizations on those planets were willing to submit and surrender to the glory of the Emperor. But later on, the Great Crusade became more and more radical, especially after the return of the Primarchs. Tarvitz sadly discovered that the Great Crusade had become a war of conquest where those who obeyed me prospered and those who disobeyed me perished. And all this happened after the Emperor appointed Horus as War Master. Locke also said that during the Great Crusade, they encountered a human civilization called the Federation of Kings, which was a human civilization that had studied chaos very deeply and was very vigilant. An envoy from the Federation of Kings once told him that when chaos showed signs, it was savage, greedy, and belligerent, and was an irrepressible force of destruction. Therefore, the Federation of Kings was very cautious when they first communicated with Horus and others. They thought that the Astartes were simply war maniacs, tall and mighty, born for battle, and tirelessly committed to destruction. Not to mention that the person who led them called himself War Master. What is this title? Not Emperor, not Commander, not General, but War Master. This word simply reveals the flavor of chaos. Therefore, they were very wary and afraid of Horus and others, because they were worried that they would be no different from those insatiable demons who conquered everything in the Chaos War, and the gods of destruction whose hands were stained with blood. Well, actually the Federation of Kings is correct. In the end, the expeditionary force led by Horus faced off against the Federation of Kings. That's right. Why is it the War Master? A synonym for chaos, coming from the mouth of the Emperor of Humanity? Especially since the latter has vowed to stay away from chaos completely. Well, although the Emperor can't hear it, Duanmu Huai still wants to say it again. That's a son of a BXXXH. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. The other party is broadcasting on all channels and hopes to contact us. Come in. What are they talking about? This? Lumiere sighed helplessly and pressed the button silently. Soon, a voice sounded. Welcome to the beautiful planet. Guests from outer space. Our wait has finally paid off. I, the President of the United Government of the beautiful planet, warmly welcome you here. And I invite you to the official residence and show off your elegance as a visitor from outer space in front of all people in the world. The person speaking this isn't the same person we heard before. Duanmu Huai twitched his eye and looked at Lumiel. This voice was not like the voice in the audio data they had obtained from the satellite before. But it was unexpectedly similar. Equally affected and equally creepy. If the voice in the satellite was Lu Tingjie imitating the flower fairy, then the voice in front of him was Zhang Fei imitating Duchan. People in this world don't all talk like this. Do they? Mary also felt a chill all over her body. She had never seen a man who spoke with such an accent in her world. Honestly, I want to issue an extermination order right now. Duanmu Huai took out a rose knot and fiddled with it in his hands. And Mary, contrary to her usual behavior, did not object. It was not known whether it was because she knew Duanmu Huai was joking or if she shared the same feeling. I think we should give them a chance. And also sighed silently. It's also a planet of life after all. Call the night guard and get ready to go. Duanmu Huai gave the order directly. Hurry up and get it done. Go back quickly. Soon, the Thunderhawk fighter jet flew out of the battleship hangar and flew forward. 3 helicopter-like fighter jets with a slightly sci-fi style also appeared on the opposite side, guiding Duanmu Huai and his group to fly towards the metropolis below. Under the guidance of the fighter plane, Duanmu Huai and his party landed on the platform of a skyscraper that looked quite luxurious and majestic. Here, a group of people dressed in luxurious clothes that showed off their status were standing in a row, looking at the Thunder Eagle fighter plane falling from the sky with different expressions. The fighter plane landed steadily on the platform, and then the hatch opened. Duanmu Huai took the lead and walked down the fighter plane and subconsciously took half a step back. Damn! What the hell is this? Fortunately, Duanmu Huai was wearing a helmet, so no one saw his expression. But it was still a little dissatisfied when she heard Duanmu Huai's words. As a princess, she also paid attention to diplomatic etiquette, and Duanmu Huai's behavior could easily cause trouble. So it raised her head and looked forward. Then she trembled violently and hid behind Duanmu Huai silently. Seeing the two people's abnormal reactions, Mary became alert. She walked to the other side of Duanmu Huai and looked forward as impolitely as possible. Then Mary also gasped. Fortunately, she had been adventuring with Duanmu Huai for quite some time, and compared to those indescribable old gods, the evil and terrifying reapers, or various other monsters, what was happening before her was not too exaggerated. Well, in comparison, appearing in front of everyone was a group of high-ranking officials and dignitaries, the high officials of mankind. Well, so far, this seems to be working fine. Except for their attire. These people looked very strange. Like both male and female. But also like neither male nor female. Their clothes were also very strange. Of course, the strangest one was the majestic figure standing in the front, who was about 1.8 meters tall and strong, could play basketball, but was wearing a rose-colored dress and white tights that only ladies would wear. It seems that Mr. Knight can buy women's clothes that he can wear on this planet, and complained quietly and shrank back again. Duanmu Huai turned his head and glared at him fiercely. He suddenly wanted to call Tarbits or Loken over and ask them what to do if they saw such a planet during the Great Crusade. Welcome, guests from outer space. Just when Duanmu Huai was silent, the androgynous guy came out with a smile, with bright red lipstick on his thick lips, which made Mary's eyes twitch. I am Alice, the president of the beautiful planet. Welcome to this beautiful, free and rich planet. I believe we can have a lot of communication and common language. Oh, sorry. Can you understand me? I can communicate in your language. Duanmu Huai clenched his fists, resisting the urge to smash this androgynous perverted she-male to death with a hammer, and replied coldly, Oh, that's great. Hearing Duanmu Huai's cold answer, the president opposite him suddenly smiled and showed a charming smile. Well, Duanmu Huai really wanted to vomit. Soon, several people holding cameras came over and started filming them. Well, I think you wouldn't mind attending the banquet I'm hosting for you. We can discuss many topics. And I also hope to introduce you to our great civilization. I don't think there's any need to waste so much time. I can just explain it here. Frankly speaking, Duanmu Huai had no interest in attending a banquet surrounded by a group of perverted demons. Oh! Simple and direct. That's good. I like it. This time even Mary couldn't help but turn her head. It was really disgusting to see a 1.8-meter tall black man holding his face with his hands and acting like an innocent little girl. Then let me introduce our beautiful planet to you. Ah! I think you have seen that this planet is so beautiful and charming. But the reason why we can become the masters of this planet is because we have great and free values. We are a free civilization and a free planet. Just as you can see. As he spoke, the perverted she-male spread out his hands. We have broken through the shackles of gender, and are no longer limited to innate constraints. Each of us can freely become whoever we want to be. Is this why you dress so androgynous? Oh! No. 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 You foreigner. How can you say such offensive words in such a backward, vulgar and barbaric tone? Hearing Duanmu Huai's cold question, the perverted she-male covered his chest with his hands and showed a hurt expression. How can you assume my gender just by looking at me? This is discrimination. Of course I am a woman. And a young girl at that. Young girl? Mary repeated the word. And to be honest, for the first time in her life, she began to doubt her own literary attainments. Of course, this planet allows anyone to use the gender they want. Not out of appearance, but from the inner heart of spiritual connection. How beautiful it is. So, you think all girls act as disgusting as you do? And finally couldn't help but complain at this moment. You are discriminating against us girls. We would never do such disgusting things as you do. Mary also nodded silently. To be honest, although she was embarrassed to say it, Mary also agreed with N's point of view. If the other party thought that his behavior was a girl's behavior, then Mary would doubt whether she was still a girl. That really surprises me. Hearing Anne's rebuttal, the perverted she-male looked surprised. I thought that the civilization that had conquered the universe would have the same free and noble values as us, rather than being bound by the backward, barbaric and primitive products of inherent gender concepts. Boom. The perverted demon had not finished his words, because the next moment, Duanmu Huai pulled out the war hammer behind him and swung it hard at the perverted demon in front of him. The thunder hammer whistled through the air and directly smashed the perverted demon into a pile of meat paste. There was a dead silence all around. And then the next moment, accompanied by screams, the others turned around and fled. And in the blink of an eye, everyone on the platform ran away. And on the street below, there were also shouts of fear from the crowd. And it was obvious that they had all seen the live broadcast of their president being hammered to death. Hey, Mr. Knight. You're being a little too rough. I can't stand this shit anymore. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, walked to the edge of the platform and looked down. He could see that many of those who were fleeing in panic were dressed like the president. And some were dressed even weirder. Well, Duanmu Huai would rather believe that they were fools affected by the evil of obsession. This planet is hopeless. Let's burn it down. Duanmu Huai silently issued the order. Apart from anything else, just based on what the demon president had just said, Duanmu Huai could be sure that this planet definitely had soil for the breeding of evil. Even if it didn't exist now, it would definitely exist in the future. So to be on the safe side, it was better to burn the glass here directly. Please wait a moment. At this moment, suddenly a man in military uniform, well, to avoid gender discrimination, we'll call it, came out and looked at Duanmu Huai tremblingly. Sir, please allow me to say a few words. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and stopped walking towards the fighter plane. He turned his head and looked at the latter. This was an old man who looked to be over 80 years old. Unlike the others, he did not have heavy makeup on his face, nor did he have any messy jewelry or clothes. He looked like a normal person. All right. Duanmu Huai looked it up and down carefully, then nodded. Just let you say a few words. Chapter 735 Reshaping. Thank you for your permission. The old man wiped his face and lowered his head. In fact, decades ago, this world was not like this. At that time, Beautiful Planet was indeed a beautiful, rich and stable planet as the name implies. We elected the president of Beautiful Planet through elections, and he ruled the world. But things gradually changed. Oh! In the presidential election about 70 years ago, a presidential candidate raised the issue of caring for and protecting minorities, and he specifically targeted those with intersex deformities. Do you know what this means? What is that? It means that on the surface, they look like a woman, but their biological characteristics are that of a man. or vice versa. On the surface, they look like a man, but their biological characteristics are that of a woman. Duanmu Huai explained it calmly, which surprised Mary Ann. Are there still such people? This is a genetic mutation. You can ask Shueli for the details. Duanmu Huai has also seen many similar reports in his own world. For example, a couple has been married for 20 years without having any children. Then they go to the hospital for a checkup and find out that the wife is actually a man. Of course, this kind of man does not mean that he has male characteristics in appearance, but that he has male characteristics in his body. Of course, this is not limited to humans. Some animals also have similar characteristics. For example, there is a famous racehorse Beautiful Posture which is a mare. After her debut, she won many championships with her ability that did not look like a mare at all. However, after retiring, this racehorse has been bred many times, but has not been able to get pregnant. Therefore, some people have rumored that Beautiful Posture actually suffers from a similar disease. On the surface it looks like a mare, but actually from a biological genetic level, it is a stallion. There is also the protagonist Sadako Yamamura in the horror novel The Ring, who appears to be an outstanding beauty on the surface, but in fact also suffers from this disease. All in all, this kind of hermaphroditism is very strange, and there are all kinds of it. For example, some people look like men but have female organs, or vice versa. Some people look like women but have male organs. There are even some outrageous ones that have neither or both. The latter can try to reproduce themselves. There is such a disease. After listening to Duanmu Huai's explanation, Mary Ann felt their horizons were broadened. Is this disease treatable? Of course. Generally speaking, you just need to do an operation and adjust your hormones. Star Alliance can even correct the error directly at the genetic level. It's not a big deal. Duanmu Huai shrugged and looked at the old man, who smiled bitterly and nodded. In fact, we did the same thing before, but the candidate proposed a plan that was completely unexpected to us. She believed that this mutation was not a deformity, but a naturally occurring third gender. So she called on society to accept this mutation and provide them with a tolerant social environment. Then what? Of course, this initiative did not attract much attention at the beginning. After all, there are so few patients with hermaphroditism. Relatively speaking, the public is more concerned about the health status of cancer patients. This is also normal. Duanmu Huai nodded. Regardless of whether hermaphroditism is a disease, the problem is that not many people are troubled by this disease. After all, this gene mutation is extremely rare, and its probability is comparable to 5 golds appearing in 10 consecutive events. Many people will never see one in their lifetime. Moreover, this deformity troubles more at the family level and individuals. Unlike cancer, which is a social issue that concerns the public. But soon, someone joined the initiative who was a transgender person. What is this? After hearing this, Duanmu Huai was also confused. To put it simply, their bodies and minds are inconsistent. They are men physically but women psychologically. Like that perverted she-male? Duanmu Huai pointed at the president, who had been smashed to the ground by him. And the old man nodded. Yes, because transsexualism is not as easy to detect and diagnose as hermaphroditism. It caused great controversy. But in the end, people believe that as a free world and a free country, we should allow people to freely choose their gender. After changing his political views, the candidate was successfully elected president with a high vote. But won't this create problems? And asked doubtfully, I don't want to see a man in a women's bathroom or room, whether he considers himself a woman or not. Me too. Mary nodded silently. Especially since this guy looked so perverted. She wanted him to stay away from her. Initially, many people raised this issue. They believed that men who considered themselves women should not be allowed to enter women's facilities. However, the person who proposed the bill had become the president. She used all means to suppress these voices. Those who opposed it were labeled as sexist and dictatorial. The president even issued a law requiring companies and government departments to hire a certain number of transgender and intersex people to ensure that our freedom is not distorted. They even required government employees to set an example. As he spoke, the old man reached out and tore open his clothes. Seeing this scene, Mary screamed, and Ann and Duanmu Huai were speechless. I have fought for them for 30 years, through life and death. In the end, I even have to transform into this deformed body to protect everything I have fought for and gained. How ridiculous. How perverted. How stupid. Speaking of this, the old man became even more angry. This society is becoming more and more deformed. Just like those perverted bastards. Because only people of both sexes can become senior company or government officials. People have to undergo surgery to give up their innate gender and become those disgusting monsters. Even in school, those teachers have begun to poison our children. The gender content they teach is outrageous. They are brainwashing those children, telling them that the gender they are born with is an original sin. A sin and a wrong behavior. Only by becoming that kind of deformed bastard can they be recognized by society and family. Okay, I think that's enough. Duanmu Huai silently interrupted the old man's speech. He felt that he would become mentally unstable if he continued listening. Put on your clothes and get back to the point. What do you want to do by telling me all this? I hope to cooperate with you. I want to get the world back on the right track. I will tell everyone that everything you have done is due to the perverted thinking of these deformed bastards. This is a wrong, sinful, and ugly thought. We must abandon all of this and get back on the original track. Well, I do think so. To be honest, I really want to burn this planet to ashes. Duanmu Huai was not surprised by the old man's request. In fact, he was not wrong. After all, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, such a disgusting and perverted civilization had no need to exist in the universe. It would be better to just burn it. But this planet does look very beautiful. It would be a pity to burn it. I'll give you 7 days. Duanmu Huai finally made a decision. After 7 days, I demand that all these disgusting perverts disappear. Don't let me see a pervert. Otherwise, I will have to issue an extermination order for the entire planet. The very existence of this civilization is an insult to humanity. After making these harsh remarks, Duanmu Huai turned around and went back into the fighter plane. And then the group returned to the warship. I cannot believe it. Even back on the battleship. And Mary still looked terrified. I didn't expect there was such a world. It's like something out of a horror novel. I didn't expect there to be such a stupid civilization. Duanmu Huai sat on the chair and shook his head helplessly. Speaking of which, Sir Knight, are you really going to order them to be exterminated? Although I admit that they are quite disgusting. They haven't even left their own planet yet. They should be harmless. Right? Just because it's harmless now doesn't mean it won't be harmful in the future. If you don't remove weeds in advance, it will be too late if they grow all over the garden. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. I have given them a chance, and I hope they will not let me down. So what do we do now? It's very simple. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers at Lumiere. Hack their network, and let's put on a show. Just as Duanmu Huai said. What follows is indeed a good show. The previous scene of Duanmu Huai's conversation with the old man was also broadcast live to every corner of the planet by the live camera. It must be said that this immediately caused an uproar around the world. In particular, Duanmu Huai's final statement made the people of the beautiful star very angry. Just because you don't like our culture, you want to destroy us? This is too unreasonable. So everyone united and started protest demonstrations. For a time, countless people in cities across the planet took to the streets, holding up banners in protest, saying that they would rather die than live without freedom. And they are willing to defend our civilization with our lives. Military bases all over the beautiful star also made preparations for the attack, but were then directly destroyed by a barrage of macro cannons and light spears. Well, it's definitely not because Duanmu Huai dislikes those guys in military uniforms, who take small steps and raise their index fingers. As the military force of the beautiful planet was completely abolished, things gradually changed. At the same time, the old man finally took over the presidency and immediately issued a new decree. First, he abolished a series of preferential measures and laws for transgender patients that had been in place for decades, and required people to immediately go to local gender hospitals to re-identify their gender as male or female. Transgender was no longer regarded as a disease, but a mentally abnormal behavior. It was obvious that the old man had been planning all this for a long time, because he went on stage naked when he gave his first live speech. After that, the old man changed his body back to a male. And just like that, he stood naked with his speech, saying that the mistakes of the past few decades should be corrected, and that damn free will had ruined everything they had. And now it was time to start over. Well, I wonder if he will go down in history as the first president in human history to take office naked. Next, there will be a planet-wide military curfew and blockade. First, the soldiers in the army must restore their original gender. Then, they will screen and conduct a census of the entire population. All gender courses taught by teachers must be deleted and revised. Anyone who refuses to do so can be shot on the spot. After all, Duanmu Huai's original words were that he didn't want to see any deformed, perverted hybrids. Otherwise, the entire planet would be destroyed. In this case, those who refused to change would naturally be guilty of treason. For a time, the world was in chaos, with protests and even riots. The old man was merciless and directly launched a brutal and bloody military crackdown. After all, for most people, they still don't want to die. And there are many people like the old man who are dissatisfied with this extreme gender policy. If those who refuse to change their ways don't die, then the entire planet will be buried with them. This definitely won't work. Since you want to die, I might as well kill you. For Duanmu Huai, this was just a good show. But for the people on this planet, it is a nightmare. But unfortunately, Duanmu Huai didn't care about their thoughts. This is all your own fault. Chapter 736, Death Penalty with Reprieve. Finally, the people of the beautiful star escaped the impending disaster. Within the time limit required by Duanmu Huai, they almost raced against time to change themselves back to their original appearance as quickly as possible. This was a very difficult task. Fortunately, there are enough gender-changing hospitals and clinics in the world. Otherwise, they would really have no way out. But this does not mean that Duanmu Huai will let them go. Send a battleship here to keep watch. If you find that group of idiots are planning to make a comeback at any time, just send a whirlwind torpedo down on them. That's right. For Duanmu Huai, this is just changing the immediate execution of the death penalty to a 2-year reprieve. If the other party performs well during the reprieve period, he can consider commuting the reprieve to life imprisonment. However, Duanmu Huai does not think that this planet has such good luck. He has sent a fleet to completely blockade the planet, which means that the civilization on this planet will never have the opportunity to set foot in the starry sky. Although it is a bit cruel, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, it is a very reasonable warning measure. It was magnanimous not to purify them immediately. Everyone who returned to Arkham City looked exhausted, even more tired than before when fighting against the Reapers and cosmic monsters. I've had enough of this damn perverted shit. Duanmu Huai sat back in his chair and complained helplessly. That bunch of damn idiots. Stupid retards. This kind of civilization shouldn't exist at all. They're not even worth burning. I think they can only become a pile of rotten waste and then be buried under the soil. Maybe the plants that grow from them will be deformed. It's hard to imagine that this kind of thing could happen. I hope my world won't become like this. Mary frowned, looking helpless. After all, she was from the Faculty of Literature and had some feelings in this regard. So it's ridiculous to let a group of people elect a leader. Those people will do anything to become the ruler. And scoffed at the so-called free and democratic election method of the beautiful planet. This is not a problem that our Inquisition should be concerned about. We only need to be concerned about the threat of chaos. Duanmu Huai gave a direct answer. He was not an emperor, and would not launch any great expedition. Duanmu Huai did not care what kind of system the beautiful star implemented. On the contrary, as long as they were suspected of provoking chaos, Duanmu Huai would deal with them no matter what system they implemented. Of course, Duanmu Huai had another reason to leave behind the beautiful star, which was to use them as bait. After all, with the current mentally retarded state of the beautiful star, it was only a matter of time before it was invaded by the stupid evil. And if something happened to the beautiful star, Duanmu Huai would immediately know the extent to which the stupid evil had expanded. So from this perspective, leaving behind the beautiful star was like an alarm. After all, the stupid evil would start from the easiest to corrupt. And the extremely stupid civilization of the beautiful star was naturally the easiest to be corrupted by chaos. Although he complained, Duanmu Huai didn't take it too seriously. He opened the system again out of boredom and started scanning the bounty tasks in the task bar. This was not because Duanmu Huai wanted to complete the mission, but because he could judge the level of chaos threats in the various civilizations of the galaxy through the content of these missions. For example, Neverwinter had been targeted by the stain of corruption before, and if he didn't take action, it would basically be destroyed. So Duanmu Huai helped. But many of the missions are just the beginning, and they are not yet in a dangerous situation that will destroy the world. And these worlds are not without heroes. Okay. Just like when Duanmu Huai was in Neverwinter. He failed in his mission right from the start. But in the end, didn't Kasim and Luo Xia still find the antidote? So Duanmu Huai just wanted to see how far these heroes could go. He couldn't let the Inquisition do everything. Well, it looks like there are still reliable heroes in most worlds now. Duanmu Huai glanced at the taskbar. Many of the tasks on it were gray, indicating that the task had failed, which meant that someone else had already completed the task. So the player could no longer accept the task. Only a few tasks were red, indicating that the task had timed out, which meant that these worlds did not survive until they were saved and were destroyed. Although Duanmu Huai wanted to complete every task, unfortunately, he was alone and there were so many world tasks that it was impossible for him to finish them all. I still want to find a mission where there's an alien invasion. Duanmu Huai flipped through the taskbar back and forth, complaining all the time. He was still thinking about the second stage of his Ascend to Scourge mission, which required the destruction of 2 races. He had originally planned to kill the Githyanki, but after getting the Silver Sword, Duanmu Huai remembered that this was not a game and no one would open the door for him to forge the artifact. So he had to put it aside for the time being. At this moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly saw a task prompt. The Human Rights Continuation Guarantee Agency, Phoenix Chaldea, sincerely recruits qualified masters. Requirements: spellcaster, satisfied. Limit: 1 person. Goal: to protect human history and prevent human extinction. Oh, this is interesting. Duanmu Huai was stunned when he saw the recruitment notice in front of him. He didn't expect that there was an organization with the same goal as the Inquisition. And this organization was to protect human history. It sounded quite interesting. Why not go and have a look? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also made a decision. After all, they could share what they had. Since both Chaldea and the Inquisition were fighting to protect humanity, the other party should also have some abilities. After all, not every organization could say such big words as saving humanity and preventing human extinction. And since the system has included the other party's mission recruitment, it means that the system must have recognized the strength of this organization called Chaldea. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to shout about saving the world? I'm going to go somewhere else, relax, and see what's going on. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also greeted Ajis. Can I come with you? Not at the moment, but depending on the situation, I should be able to summon you over. Duanmu Huai shook his head. The mission required only 1 person, and he was not sure if Ojis was included. To be safe, he decided to go there first. After all, Duanmu Huai went there with the intention of exchanging ideas with the organization. He wanted to see what kind of corporate culture this organization called Chaldea had, and what methods it planned to use to protect human history and prevent human extinction. See if the Inquisition could learn a thing or two. Of course, we will only know the specific situation when the time comes. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai confirmed the task list again and clicked confirm. The next moment, Duanmu Huai's eyes went dark, and then a mechanical, artificial voice came to his ears. The base sequence was confirmed to be the human genome. Spirit weapon attributes confirmed to be neutral. Welcome to the archive that tells the story of humanity's future. This is the Humanity Continuation Guarantee Agency. Chaldea. Fingerprint authentication, voiceprint authentication, genetic factor authentication has been completed, and magic circuit detection has been completed. It is consistent with the registered name and confirmed to be a primate. Nice to meet you. You are the 39th visitor today. I hope you have a pleasant time. As the mechanical and cold artificial voice disappeared, the darkness in front of Duanmu Huai's eyes also dissipated. Then he saw a white corridor in front of him with floor-to-ceiling windows next to it. He was standing at the door of the corridor. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could clearly see the howling cold wind and snow and the snow-capped mountains outside. This place looks quite desolate. A perfect place for a murder. Duanmu Huai looked around carefully and could clearly see that he was currently in the snowy mountains. There was nothing around except the high mountains. He didn't know whether this organization deliberately placed the base in the deserted snowy mountains, or because the world had been destroyed and this facility was the last refuge for mankind. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai lowered his head and looked at himself. He was wearing white, uniform-like clothes and looked like a scientific researcher. However, this place looked very remote and there seemed to be no people around. Could it be that all the people inside were dead? Duanmu Huai scratched his head, then took a step forward. All in all, just go in and take a look. Chapter 737 Human Resources Continuation Institution. The whistling snow flashed past the window. Duanmu Huai was wandering in the corridor bored. By the way, How come there is no one in this place? And since it is an institution, you should at least put a map on the wall to show the way. Duh. Just as Duanmu Huai walked to the corner, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps from the side. And then Duanmu Huai saw a petite figure rushing out and bumping into him. If it is a love comic for girls, both of them should be knocked to the ground. If it is a harem story, the girl will either throw herself into the protagonist's arms or sit on the ground with her legs apart so that the protagonist can admire the view under her skirt. But it doesn't matter. This is Duanmu Huai, a 2-5 meter tall human wall. So there is only one outcome. Oh! Accompanied by a scream, Duanmu Huai saw a young girl sitting on the ground, covering her nose. Of course, with his height, he could hardly see anything. Wow! Why is there a wall here? It's clearly covering her red nose. The girl raised her head while complaining. When she saw Duanmu Huai, her face suddenly changed. She jumped up quickly, stretched out her hand and made a gun gesture, pointing at Duanmu Huai. You? Who are you? Why are you here? I am just applying for the something, a master qualified person. Master? You? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the girl frowned and looked at it carefully. Then she raised her left hand and pressed the bracelet-like thing on her wrist. Then Duanmu Huai saw a holographic image appear in front of the girl. Duanmu Huai, a special representative from the tribunal. Okay. The girl compared the information in front of her with Duanmu Huai, nodded, and then put her hand down. It seems that you are indeed the master. I am Olga Marie Anamustia, the director of the Humanity Continuation Agency Chaldea. I am Duanmu Huai, the chief judge of the tribunal. Hello. Duanmu Huai nodded to Olga Marie, who stared at Duanmu Huai and took another step back. Well, Lo. Welcome to Chaldea. As she spoke, Olga Marie looked around, and then her eyes lit up as if she had discovered something. Mashu, you've arrived just in time. Come here quickly. Ah, Chief, what's going on? As the voice sounded, Duanmu Huai saw a girl with short pink hair and glasses walking over. After seeing Duanmu Huai, the girl was also surprised and stopped. Perhaps because she saw her companions. Olga Marie also puffed out her chest and looked very proud. He is a newcomer to Chaldea. I have something important to do. Since you are here, you can take him around to get familiar with the environment. Oh, and don't forget to attend the preparatory meeting. After saying this, Olga Marie turned around and ran away without looking back. No one knew whether she was in a hurry or just wanted to escape. Or both. Looking at Olga Marie, who escaped in the blink of an eye, Duanmu Huai and the girl looked at each other in silence. And then Duanmu Huai coughed. Hello, young lady. My name is Duanmu Huai, and I am the chief judge from the tribunal. Ah, Lo. Nice to meet you, senior. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the girl hurriedly lowered her head. My name is Mashu. Mashu Kirilight. Thank you for your guidance. Senior, please follow me. As he followed Mashu into the depths of the base, Duanmu Huai started chatting with her and almost figured out some information about what the Chaldea organization was doing. According to Mashu, Chaldea was a research institute and observatory that brought together researchers from various fields, regardless of magic or science, in order to ensure that human history could continue long and strong. Well, this is very similar to his own tribunal. Now Duanmu Huai's tribunal also integrates science and magic, which makes him feel somewhat favorable towards this organization called Chaldea. The main research here is to develop the Earth environment model. Chaldea's, according to the magic civilization theory of this world, the planet itself has a soul, and the Earth environment model is a miniature Earth made to simulate the Earth's soul. As long as the lights are on this model, it means that humans still have a future. However, the reason for the conscription test this time is that all the lights on the model disappeared, which means the end of civilization. According to the observation results, humans will become extinct in December 2016. After investigation, everyone discovered the spatial singularity F, an unobservable area that did not exist in history. Chaldea regards this as the cause of human extinction and proposes a plan for the soul transfer experiment. An experiment to send humans back to the past, intervene and change. So to put it simply, the environmental model predicted that humanity would be extinct, and the problem node was in a certain city 12 years ago? After listening to Mashu's introduction, Duanmu Huai finally understood what was going on. If human history is compared to the branches of a tree, Then they are now located at the top of this branch. But someone went back to the past and cut off this branch directly from the bottom. A cut branch cannot exist from the perspective of time. Therefore, once the fact that a branch was cut off in the past becomes a fact, time will automatically correct it and completely erase this branch in the future. Duanmu Huai once told it about how to eat a fruit 30,000 years later, which is actually a similar story. He wanted to eat a fruit, but the fruit took 10,000 years to germinate, 10,000 years to bloom, and 10,000 years to bear fruit. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to wait. So the best way was to go back 30,000 years to plant the seeds, and then go back 30,000 years later to eat it. His god of destruction level was raised to level 20, because he created the Grey Knights with Gilliman at 30k. Although Duanmu Huai didn't know what happened from then on until the destruction of the human empire, he was certain that the Inquisition and the Grey Knights must have exerted a powerful force. So when he returned to his own timeline, the divine power accumulated over dozens of millennia poured in directly, allowing Duanmu Huai to upgrade the god of destruction to the maximum level. However, there should be limits to interfering with time. Duanmu Huai still remembers that when he wanted to go to Terra to smash the Emperor's head in person, he was kicked out of the timeline, which shows that the correction power of time has its limits. If not, why would Duanmu Huai fight the 4 Chaos Gods? Wouldn't it be better for him to travel back in time to the period of the war between the ancient saints and the star gods, fish in troubled waters, and kill all the elves? After all the elves are dead, so there won't be so many troubles. However, this place can actually change the past of the earth? Well, actually, it's normal. To put it in the words of immortal cultivation, the cause and effect of the entire human empire are entangled with the Emperor. No matter how powerful Duanmu Huai is, it is impossible for him to completely destroy the human empire civilization itself, which spans most of the Milky Way galaxy. But the Earth in this world is just a planet. Duanmu Huai can blow it up with a wave of his hand, and it can be blown up more thoroughly. There is no need for the ability to go back to the past. Although the so-called continuation of human history sounds very impressive, the fact is, it is just a planetary civilization. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai sighed. He felt that Chaldea was a bit like Skynet. When faced with a threat, the first thing they thought of was to go back to the past to solve the problem. But this was not the end. You might as well point out the technology tree of colonizing outer space as soon as possible. As long as humans colonize, and the sphere of influence of civilization spreads, it will be difficult for others to start from the past. It's like a towering tree that is hundreds of meters thick. It's difficult to cut it off even if you want to dig it up from the roots. But if it's a small sapling, it can be easily pulled out by the roots. I read the mission description, and it sounded pretty grand and impressive. But it turned out to be just like this? From this, we can see that the one who tried to destroy humanity is probably a weakling. Duanmu Huai curled his lips, and instantly lowered the strength of the boss he was about to face by several levels. The reason was not simple. If you had the strength to defeat 800 invincible opponents, would you still need to go back to the past to do something? Can't you just do it now? To put it bluntly, he knew he couldn't beat him, so he could only go back to the past to do something secretly. If it were Duanmu Huai, let alone going back to the past to destroy humanity, he could just blow up the planet with a single shot until not even ashes were left. There's no need to make it so troublesome and complicated. Right? Duanmu Huai hates this kind of idiot the most. He bullies the weak and fears the strong. After that, Duanmu Huai came to the preparation room under the guidance of Mashu. It must be said that Duanmu Huai himself was quite eye-catching. Others were also observing him quietly from the side, and did not dare to get close at all. However, even so, Duanmu Huai could still hear their whispers. Hey, is he also a master? Are you kidding me? How can this be a human? He must be a berserker. Stop talking. He's looking over here. Seeing that the others were hiding more than 10 meters away from him, Duanmu Huai didn't care. He just sat in the last row and looked around with interest. Although after listening to Mashu's introduction, he was no longer interested in the boss he had to deal with in this world. But Duanmu Huai wanted to see how they used magic to solve the problem of the timeline. Not long after, Duanmu Huai saw the girl named Olga Marie whom he had met before also walked to the front of the stage and began to speak. In simple terms, it was no different from the speeches of ordinary leaders, such as the meaning of Chaldea's existence, the survival of mankind, your role, and other nonsense. Duanmu Huai felt drowsy and yawned. This made Mashu, who was sitting next to him, a little overwhelmed. But Olga Marie just glared at Duan Muhuai and didn't drive him out or anything. Well, this shows that being handsome does have its advantages. No objections will be accepted. After the mobilization meeting, which had no effect on boosting morale, a group of people changed their clothes and prepared to start the soul transfer. But it is a bit troublesome for Duan Muhuai. First, there is no special costume that suits his body shape. But this does not matter. After all, those costumes only play an auxiliary role. Duan Muhuai does not need the assistance of these magic props. He can solve the problem by simply summoning his power armor. As for the second one, it is a bit troublesome. Why don't you make this thing a little more spacious? Duan Muhuai was squeezed into the cylinder that looked like the insertion plug of Unit 01, and complained helplessly to Olga Marie that this thing was more than enough space for ordinary people. But Duan Muhuai was crammed in there like a person on a tram during rush hour. Don't complain. We didn't expect someone like you to be so out of our league. In response to Duan Muhuai's complaints, Olga Marie glared at him fiercely. All the equipment has been reserved in advance. It's too late to change it now. Let's wait until later. Why? Watching the cylindrical door in front of him slowly close, Duan Muhuai closed his eyes helplessly. Forget it. Let's just leave it at that. I hope this time journey will be more bearable. At the same time, the sound of communication came into Duan Muhuai's ears. The soul transfer is about to begin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. The next moment, Duan Muhuai felt an extremely powerful explosion suddenly appear and drag him into it. Chapter 738 Singularity F. Duan Muhuai just felt like he was on a pirate ship. He was first thrown high up, then fell heavily, and then hit the ground with a clang. My goodness. This Chaldean crossing is even wilder than the airborne landing capsule. Looking at the twisted and deformed steel wall in front of him, Duan Muhuai couldn't help but sigh. He had traveled through time many times, but this was the first time he encountered such a wild way of traveling. Could an ordinary person survive? By the way, don't all customers give your time travel method 5-star reviews by default? No matter what. Let's get out first. Duan Muhuai moved his hands, then roared, grabbed the broken steel pipes on both sides, and pulled hard. With a crash, the entire cabin was torn in half by Duan Muhuai. Then he walked out and turned to look around. Come on. Let me see where this is. To Duan Muhuai's surprise, although there was a sea of fire in front of him, it looked like it was on the verge of destruction. But he was very familiar with this environment. Wasn't this the hall they had just entered? What's the situation? Duan Muhuai looked around and saw that the other cabins beside him were already littered with people lying on the ground. And most of the people inside probably didn't survive. As for the people in the operating seat, they were also lying on the ground. And it seemed that they were already dead. So, this is a failure? I have to say. Facing this situation, Duan Muhuai was really confused. He had never seen such an opening. Just now, Olga Marie was confident that Chaldea's magic technology was the best in the world. But you exploded in the blink of an eye? This is too disrespectful. Is there anyone alive? Duan Muhuai shouted without hope. Turned around and saw that the gate was also blocked by rubble. Damn. Is there no way out? Well, although Duan Muhuai couldn't die, this opening did shock him. Or is this also possible? Woo woo. At this moment, Duan Muhuai suddenly heard a cry not far away. He walked towards the place where the sound came from, turned over the gravel, and then Duan Muhuai saw a pink-haired girl being crushed under a huge rock. And next to her stood a white squirrel. What the hell is this? Perhaps noticing Duan Muhuai's arrival, the girl slowly raised her head and looked at him. Senior. Mashu. Come to think of it, you're still alive like this. That's amazing. Looking at Mashu in front of him, Duan Muhuai was speechless. He saw that the huge stone was pressing directly on the girl's waist. If it were an ordinary person, she would have died long ago. However, Mashu was still alive, which was really beyond Duan Muhuai's expectations. Well, anyway, let's get you out of here first, and then use some medical glue to see if it can save your life. I don't know anything about healing magic. No, Senior. No. Hearing Duan Muhuai's words, Mashu shook her head. But the next scene made the girl widen her eyes in surprise. She saw Duan Muhuai in front of her stretching out his hands and placing them on the huge stone that was as high as 2 stories. And then he roared. And the next moment, the 1,000-pound stone was lifted up by Duanmu Huai. At this moment, Ma Shu even suspected that she was hallucinating before she died due to excessive blood loss. Then she saw Duanmu Huai shouting loudly. And then, he suddenly raised his hands, and directly lifted the stone away. Boom! The heavy stone hit the ground so hard that it even felt like the ground was shaking slightly. Then Duanmu Huai walked up to Ma Shu, and took a closer look. Wow! This is so miserable! Looking at Ma Shu's crushed body, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but gasp. To be honest, he really didn't expect that she could still survive. I don't know any healing magic. And there aren't many people around me who know how to do it. Duanmu Huai squatted down while muttering. Then opened his personal terminal, and shot a shot of medical glue at Ma Shu. It must be said that this product from the Star Alliance is really first class in terms of treatment and life-saving. It is worthy of being something that can save you even if your blood bar turns red. After a shot of medical glue was administered, Ma Shu's breathing gradually became stable, and the bleeding parts of her body began to heal gradually. It was detected that the patient had comminuted fractures all over his body. Does he need to rest? Looking at the test results of his personal terminal, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. My goodness! Where are you going to rest? Boom! At this moment, as if to verify Duanmu Huai's words, a piece of rubble fell down and hit the ground. Soon, the whole room began to tremble and looked like it was about to collapse. Well, let's get out of this damn place first. After picking up Ma Shu, Duanmu Huai looked around, considering whether to break through a wall to escape, when suddenly, a notification from a manual broadcast came to his ears. Reassigning the number 39 as the master. Anti-summoning system. Activated. Spirit particle transfer. Start. There are 3, 2, 1, left until the start of the spirit particle transfer. Duanmu Huai saw a hole, like a vortex black hole appear out of thin air in the space in front of him. And then, he was sucked in. The next moment, a shining white light swirled out, covering Duanmu Huai's vision. All projects completed. Actual verification of first order begins. Boom! Duanmu Huai fell heavily to the ground, like a huge rock falling freely from the sky. Damn! The experience of this regular teleportation isn't that great. I'll definitely give this a 1-star bad review when I get back. Standing up and shaking off the dust on his body, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but complain. Then he turned his head and looked around. What the hell is this place? Looking around, it was obvious that the city was already destroyed, with collapsed high-rise buildings and extinguished traffic lights. There was no light of civilization in the entire city. Only the wildfires burning in the distance soaring into the sky, dyeing the originally dark and gloomy sky red. The roads were full of broken cars and human corpses everywhere, and it looked like it had been completely destroyed. This is Singularity F. Senior. At this moment, Ma Shu's voice appeared again. Duanmu Huai turned around and saw the girl standing not far from him. However, unlike before, the girl was wearing a tight similar to a black one-piece swimsuit, and holding a shield bigger than herself. Can you walk? I have to say that Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised when he saw this. After all, his personal terminal had just detected that this girl had comminuted fractures all over her body and needed to rest. But now you're jumping around with a shield that's bigger than yourself? This is actually... Be careful. Before he finished speaking, Ma Shu seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly turned around and raised his shield. At the same time, Duanmu Huai saw a ray of red flash passing through the burning night sky, and then turned into a whistling rainstorm that enveloped him and others. Master! Ma Shu hurriedly raised her shield towards the sky, and then Duanmu Huai saw something like a magic barrier unfold, wrapping the two of them. Then, countless arrow storms whistled down, but were completely blocked by Ma Shu's unfolded shield. But, this won't work. Long-range attacks? I hate long-range attacks the most. Duanmu Huai didn't just stare blankly. He flicked his right hand, and the next moment, the power armor appeared out of thin air and covered him. Seeing Duanmu Huai suddenly change his clothes with one click, Ma Shu was also surprised. However, at the moment when the opponent's attack stopped, Duanmu Huai reached out, grabbed Ma Shu and lifted her up. Master? I don't like being beaten passively. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai clenched the thunder hammer in one hand and looked at the red steel tower in the distance. He was sure that the opponent's attack just now came from there. It's rude not to reciprocate. Hold on tight. Before he finished speaking, the jetpack behind Duanmu Huai instantly ejected a strong airflow, And the next moment Duanmu Huai flew up from the ground like a missile, and rushed directly towards the steel tower in the distance. Rushing into the air, Duanmu Huai immediately saw that at the top of the tower stood a man with black skin and white hair, who looked like a drow elf. The white-haired black man was a little surprised to see Duanmu Huai. Then Duanmu Huai saw him bend the bow and arrow again, aim at himself, and then shoot an arrow. Hack you. Although Duanmu Huai was not good at long-range shooting, it did not mean that he liked to be kite-followed. When the white-haired black man shot an arrow, Duanmu Huai also cursed angrily, and threw the thunder hammer in his hand directly towards the steel tower. At the same time, Ma Shu also raised the shield in his hand to protect Duanmu Huai. Boom! The moment the arrow of the white-haired black ghost hit Ma Shu's shield, it exploded and turned into a ball of fireworks that engulfed the two of them. At the same time, the hammer shining with thunder also crashed into the steel tower. For a moment, lightning flashed, and the entire tower exploded on the spot, completely engulfing the white-haired black ghost. The fireball shrank and expanded, then exploded. Duanmu Huai and Ma Shu fell from the sky and landed directly under the wreckage of the steel tower that had been blown to pieces. That bastard ran away. Ugh! Duanmu Huai looked around, and the divination instrument showed that there was no sign of life around, which meant that the white-haired black man was running very fast. Senior, what are you doing? Ma Shu, who was put down by Duanmu Huai at this moment, looked at Duanmu Huai in surprise, and couldn't help asking. After all, Duanmu Huai's armor was too eye-catching. Is this your magic outfit? Roughly the same. Although Duanmu Huai didn't know what Ma Shu was talking about, he just thought that it was what she said. By the way, where are we? Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaints, Ma Shu looked around and then pondered for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, then we have now arrived at Singularity F through soul transfer. Is this the node of human destruction that Olga Marie mentioned? Duanmu Huai thought about it for a moment, and quickly remembered what Olga Marie had said before. Remember? We were asked to repair or destroy. The question is, what should we do now? This place looks like it's in such dilapidated condition that there are probably not many people left alive. How can we repair it? And at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. In that case, would you like me to lend you a hand? Who is it? Hearing this voice, Ma Shu hurriedly raised her shield, blocking Duanmu Huai and looking towards the place where the voice came from. Then, they saw a man with blue hair, wearing a robe and holding a staff, smiling and walking out from the shadow of the ruins. Meeting his fate. Since it seems that your enemy is also my enemy, then how about we join forces? Facing Duanmu Huai, the blue-haired man smiled and spoke. Chapter 739 Holy Grail War. Who are you? Looking at the blue-haired man in front of him, Duanmu Huai asked, and the latter laughed. I am a heroic spirit participating in this Holy Grail War. Caster, please give me your guidance. Both of you. Holy Grail War? What is that? Don't you know? Master? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Ma Shu looked at him in surprise. The so-called Holy Grail War is a war in which 7 magician masters summon the souls of heroes from history to fight each other for the Holy Grail. What kind of Pokemon contest is this? After listening to Ma Shu's introduction, Duanmu Huai curled his lips. It was really boring to fight to the death for a Holy Grail that could fulfill any wish. Besides, he didn't believe that anything could have such ability and fulfill any wish. I would believe it if you could let me beat the Emperor's dog head. So the ones who attacked us just now were also heroic spirits? That's right. The blue-haired man nodded. Originally this was a normal Holy Grail War, but I don't know when it started. But this Holy Grail War has changed its nature. It's changed. I don't know the details. But as you saw, the entire city was engulfed in fire overnight. All humans disappeared, leaving only the servants. Even the masters disappeared. Then it was Saber who started the fight again. She successively eliminated Archer, Lancer, Rider, Berserker, and Assassin. The servants she defeated were like Archer who attacked you just now. They seemed to be contaminated by something and became Saber's servants. Having said that, the blue-haired man spread out his hands. Before I met you, Rider and Assassin had already been dealt with. Only Archer, Berserker, and Lancer are still on Saber's side. As long as we defeat them, the Holy Grail War will be over. So, if we kill that Saber, the troubles of this world will be solved? Duanmu Huai had no interest in those magic theories. In short, it was enough to know this. That's about right. That's why we say we are equally powerful companions. So do you know where Saber is? Certainly. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the blue-haired man nodded. You will find out if you follow me. It seems we have no choice. Duanmu Huai swung the war hammer and carried it on his shoulder. Okay. Lead the way. In this way, under the leadership of the blue-haired man, Duanmu Huai and Mashu moved forward along the dilapidated road. And along the way, the blue-haired man kept chattering and couldn't stop at all. But then again, the combination of you two is really a rare one. The lady here is a subservient. And you are, a master? I think you look more like a berserker. What are subservients? Duanmu Huai looked at Mashu, who was a little hesitant. Ah. Sorry, senior. I haven't explained this to you before. Actually, Chaldea has prepared a heroic spirit in advance for the investigation of the singularity. And when we were transferring our spirit particles, that heroic spirit appeared in front of me and asked me to sign a contract. He wanted me to transfer his abilities and noble phantasms as a heroic spirit to me. In exchange, he hoped that I could eliminate the cause of the singularity. It was because of his power that I was able to return to my original state. I thought, you were asking for a spirit to possess you. Hearing Mashu's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded. He had been curious before. Mashu looked half dead at that time. But how come she was so energetic all of a sudden? Could it be that she signed a contract to become a magical girl? But? I'm sorry, senior. I can't use my noble phantasm yet. What is a treasure? It's the weapon used by the heroic spirits. Hearing this, the blue-haired man couldn't help but explain. Weapon? Isn't it in her hand? It's such a big shield. I think she uses it quite skillfully. No. Mash shook her head. This shield has not yet revealed its true form. In short, it has not yet activated its ability as a noble phantasm. It is just a simple shield. You mean something like a big move? Right. After hearing Mashu's explanation, Duanmu Huai immediately understood. It doesn't matter. Just take your time. It's not a big deal, huh? As he was speaking, Duanmu Huai suddenly felt something blocking his way. He turned around and saw that several iron chains had appeared in front of him, completely blocking their way. What the hell is this? Duanmu Huai looked at the chain in confusion, then grabbed it and tried to tear it apart. Seeing this, the blue-haired man and Mash's faces suddenly changed. Wait! Don't touch it! Crash! However, before the two of them could finish their words, the chain suddenly sprang up like a poisonous snake and wrapped itself tightly around Duanmu Huai's arm. At the same time, a deep voice sounded. Oh my goodness. I never thought I'd be able to capture new prey. This is really fun. Haha. It's still unclear who the prey is. Faced with the iron chain entangled with his arm, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. On the contrary, he grabbed the chain with his backhand and pulled it hard. Oh! Accompanied by a scream, a woman wrapped in a cloak was suddenly pulled out of thin air by Duanmu Huai, and then smashed to the ground like a swinging meteor hammer. Then Duanmu Huai jumped up, clenched his right fist, and punched the woman on the head. Boom! The next moment, Duanmu Huai's iron fist slammed directly into the ground. When he raised his fist again, it was stained with scarlet blood. The headless body of the woman just twitched a few times, and then turned into light particles and disappeared. Is this the so-called heroic spirit? Duanmu Huai raised his fist, looked at the woman's body gradually disappearing in front of him, then turned to look at Mashu and the blue-haired man. That's it? Looking at the scene before them, Mashu and the blue-haired man were completely speechless. You have to know that the heroic spirits are the projections of heroes from the past. The powerful fighting power brought by their existence is not something that modern masters can fight against. After all, the magic and fighting strength of ancient times far exceeded that of modern times. However, Duanmu Huai in front of them completely overturned their ideas. Although they thought he was very good at fighting when they saw him at first sight, they did not expect him to be so good at fighting. Although Lancer was the weakest in frontal combat among them, they did not expect that the other party would kill her with just one punch. Okay? What kind of monster is this? Careful. However, before they could express their feelings, Duanmu Huai saw a half-naked man, who was almost as tall as himself and full of muscles, rushing towards him with a stone axe in his hand, accompanied by a roar. Master! Seeing this scene, Mashu also screamed, but facing the sudden enemy in front of him, Duanmu Huai was not afraid at all. He didn't even care about the stone axe that the other party swung at his body, but directly raised the thunder hammer and smashed it hard on the man's head. Boom! The stone axe, which was powerful enough to chop down a big tree, hit Duanmu Huai's waist directly. However, Duanmu Huai stood still like a mountain. The thunder hammer in his hand whistled and smashed down hard, hitting Berserker directly on the forehead, and then continued to move downwards, knocking the burly man to the ground. Then Duanmu Huai raised his right foot and stepped hard on Berserker's head. Puff! The huge head exploded and shattered completely under Duanmu Huai's feet, turning into a pool of mud. But this was not the end. On the contrary, the headless corpse suddenly stretched out its hand and grabbed Duanmu Huai's leg. At the same time, the burly body suddenly stood up again, and the head that was originally crushed by Duanmu Huai also recovered at an unimaginable speed. Watch out! He's Hercules! At this time, the blue-haired man also shouted hurriedly. His treasure is the 12 trials. Unless you kill him 12 times, he will never die. You won't die? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai grinned grimly. I want to see if it really won't die. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai's body trembled, and he broke free from Berserker's restraints. Berserker roared wildly, jumped high again, and chopped Duanmu Huai with the stone axe in his hand. Duanmu Huai shouted and raised his thunder hammer to meet him. This was like a duel between a hurricane and a mountain. Berserker wielding a stone axe was like a violent tornado, tearing everything caught in it into pieces. Duanmu Huai was like a towering mountain. No matter how the hurricane attacked, he still wielded the thunder hammer and never retreated. The stone axe and the hammer collided with each other, making a sound that was shocking enough. Bang! The two sides collided again, and the stone axe in Berserker's hand shattered, while Duanmu Huai continued to swing forward while shouting. However, facing the warhammer thrown by Duanmu Huai, Berserker unexpectedly chose to stretch out his hands. He grabbed and flipped his hands, and actually grabbed the warhammer tightly. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Although Berserker's fighting style was quite unexpected, Duanmu Huai seemed not to care at all. On the contrary, he threw down the warhammer in his hand almost without hesitation, reached behind his back with his left hand, and with a violent roar, the rotating chainsaw sword stabbed forward, directly tearing Berserker's flesh and blood and piercing its chest. Immediately following, buzz! Black flames burst out from it, and the chainsaw spun wildly, roaring and cutting through Berserker's body. Duanmu Huai roared, and suddenly pressed down with the chainsaw sword in his hand, splitting Berserker in half. The exploding black flame shot up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it completely devoured Berserker. Only then did Duanmu Huai pick up the warhammer that fell on the ground and spread his hands towards the stunned Mashu and the blue-haired man behind him. This is ordinary. Nothing special. Then, he spoke. Chapter 740 Fierce Battle. Along the way, Duanmu Huai also received a lot of literacy training from Mashu, and he did learn some characteristics of heroic spirits. For example, among the 7 classes of heroic spirits, Saber is the strongest on average. Rider is mainly for mobility. Caster is good at spells. Assassin is good at assassination. Archer is good at long-range attack. Berserker gains the strongest attack power at the cost of losing rationality, etc. According to the two heroic spirits he had killed before seemed to be Lancer and Berserker. How should I put it? If Duanmu Huai were to say it, it would be, it's kind of interesting, but not very strong. That's right. Even a Berserker, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, is just a Chaos Egg. And that's it. Basically, he can wrestle his own Night Guard. And that's it. As for the 12 trials and such, who cares? It's just killing it 12 times. What's so difficult about that? Not to mention Duanmu Huai. If these heroes were thrown to the continent of Faerun, there would be plenty of people who could deal with them. In the final analysis, it is because the level of civilization of this world itself is stuck at this node. If it develops further, once it leaves the Earth and enters the universe, then with the advancement of science and the development of civilization, the power of individuals will gradually increase. Although the tricks of these servants seem to be a bit interesting, they are just a bit interesting. For example, the fireball of the blue-haired man couldn't even break Duanmu Huai's power armor. This is a case of technological dominance. So after killing 2 heroes in succession, Duanmu Huai came to the conclusion that this so-called hero might be a bit of a threat to the less mature technological or magical world. or the fledgling civilization that has just stepped into the universe. But if it encounters a mature magic and technological civilization, it will only have a dead end. I don't know if they can upgrade. If not, it would be a bit useless. The only thing that made Duanmu Huai feel a little interesting was these heroic spirits and the Hall of Valor. According to what Mashu said, he always felt that this was very similar to his own soul card. Could it be that the so-called Hall of Valor was also a soul fragment? Since it was said that getting the Holy Grail could make wishes come true. Why not just give me the Hall of Valor? On the contrary, the blue-haired man and Mashu were quite shocked by Duanmu Huai's extraordinary fighting ability. Hello, miss. Walking behind Duanmu Huai, the blue-haired man approached Mashu and whispered, I'm not sure, but are all the masters of your era so good at fighting? No, that's not the case. Senior is just an exception. This is really a strange exception. The murderous aura and fighting spirit coming from that guy are something I have never seen in my time. If he is a heroic spirit, it is understandable. But a master can easily kill 2 heroic spirits, including Berserker, who is best at frontal attacks. If I couldn't feel the command seals on him, I would have thought he was also a heroic spirit. Ah ha 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 ha. After hearing what the blue-haired man said, Mashu didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, Duanmu Huai's fighting ability was beyond her imagination. Although Mashu has become a subservient now, she can be sure that even she is not Duanmu Huai's opponent. Clang. At this moment, Duanmu Huai, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. A slight sound came from his helmet, and then everyone saw an arrow falling to the ground. That's enough. It's that shameless black bastard again. Duanmu Huai touched his head, almost going mad with anger. He hated this kind of bastard flying kites from a distance the most. Although his attack could not break Duanmu Huai's defense, it was as annoying as a mosquito. Leave Archer to me. Just when Duanmu Huai began to think about whether to set fire to the mountain directly, the blue-haired man spoke. The location of Saber is in front of us. You will arrive after you go in. It was then that everyone discovered that there was a dark cave not far in front of them. Although they could not see what was inside, they could feel the strong magical aura coming from it. Oh, right. Gripping the staff tightly, the blue-haired man turned his head and looked towards the cliff in the distance. Finally, I'll give you a little extra service. And that's Saber's true identity. Why? Mashu's eyes widened in surprise when she heard the blue-haired man's words. Do you already know Saber's true identity? Ah, that's right. Any heroic spirit who has seen that guy's noble phantasm will definitely recognize it. It is Excalibur, the sword of King Arthur, the world-renowned king of knights. What? It's King Arthur? Mashu was shocked to hear the blue-haired man's answer. But Duanmu Huai was not moved at all. After all, he was not familiar with King Arthur. So it was good to know that there was such a person. Besides, foreign heroes have nothing to do with him. Then let's go! As soon as he finished speaking, the blue-haired man disappeared into the air in the blink of an eye, and Duanmu Huai and Mashu quickly rushed into the cave. But then again, what's the big deal if you know the guy's name? It's just King Arthur. Right? What's the big deal? Seeing Mashu's serious expression, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but ask in confusion, and Mashu shook her head. That's different. Senior, heroic spirits need to conceal their real names, because their deeds are very famous in history. Their weaknesses are naturally recorded as well. As long as you know their real names, you know their weaknesses. So what? I don't know what King Arthur's weakness is. Do you want to find a spear and stab him to death now? Duanmu Huai complained. Don't worry about it. He's just an unknown person on a small island. Just kill him and that's it. There's no need to think too much. King Arthur is just a mere figure. If you pick any famous general from the 3 kingdoms, who would be better than him? What's the point of bragging? To put it bluntly, it's because the island country is poor and sparsely populated. There are not many famous figures in thousands of years. If you find one, you just brag about it. For example, the group of idiots in the West either brag about Napoleon or Caesar, but they only talk about these few people. What does it mean? This just shows that their history is poor. In thousands of years, there are only a few people who can brag about their fame. It's really pitiful. Not to mention that King Arthur is just a legend and does not really exist. Who knows what kind of monsters and demons are in it? As they were talking, the two had already passed through the passage and came to a wide cave. In the center of the cave, A huge thing similar to a crater appeared in front of Duanmu Huai and Mashu, shining with purple magical light. What the hell is this? A glowing hot spring? Oh! At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and then the two saw a petite woman wearing black armor and holding a long sword appear from above, staring down at Duanmu Huai and Mashu in front of him. What an interesting combination of master and heroic spirit. However, looking at the girl in front of him, Duanmu Huai was completely speechless. Hey, Mash. What is it? Master? Mashu raised her shield, looked at the woman on it nervously, and responded. Is the King Arthur in your legend a woman? How is that possible? The King Arthur in the legend was indeed a man. No matter how you look at it, she looks like a woman. Could it be that she is also following Mulan's example, and has served in the army for more than 10 years without anyone noticing she is a woman? It can't be that exaggerated. Right? Duanmu Huai looked the woman in front of him carefully from head to toe. Yes. Yes. It is a female. Right? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Although Duanmu Huai was a little surprised that King Arthur was a woman. It only lasted for a moment. The next moment, he raised his warhammer and aimed at Saber. I am a feminist. If men can beat women, so can women. Prepare to die? That depends on whether you have the ability. The next moment, the battle began. In the dim cave, Duanmu Huai and Saber were fighting. Duanmu Huai's fighting style was as wild as ever, protected by the power armor. He didn't care about the black sword in the opponent's hand at all. He just swung the thunder hammer and smashed it down again and again at the petite girl in front of him, like playing whack-a-mole or hammering nails, without any intention of showing mercy. The strong wind and shock wave even made the earth tremble and crack, as if it reminded people of a pouring mountain torrent, which was unstoppable. SBR tightly grasped the long sword and maneuvered in this violent cyclone. In just a moment of fighting, the offense and defense were reversed. Duanmu Huai didn't care about Spare's weapon at all. His crazy attack completely suppressed Spare's momentum and knocked her down so hard that she couldn't raise her head. Amazing. Mashu, who was standing next to him, could only stand there blankly, watching the battle in front of her, unable to look away. She should have gone up to fight and cooperated with Duanmu Huai to defeat the enemy in front of her. But Mashu couldn't join in at all. The duel between the two had no room for her to intervene. Even if she joined, she would only be a hindrance. For the first time, Mashu felt unwilling. Obviously, she was now a subservient and should stand in front of the master, protecting him from the wind and rain, blocking attacks, and guarding his shield. But now, she has become a hindrance. Not only does she fail to do what a subservient should do, she can only stand by. Drink. Saber waved his sword to block Duanmu Huai's attack, then quickly stepped forward. The sword in his hand burst out with amazing magic power, turning into a roaring torrent and blasting towards Duanmu Huai. It's useless. Just die. In Duanmu Huai's eyes, Saber's fierce torrent of magic power was no different from a gentle breeze. He didn't even bother to dodge. He simply smashed Saber's magic burst with a hammer, and then struck out with a backhand hammer. Saber hurriedly raised her sword to block in front of her. But even so, she still flew high into the sky like a golf ball that was hit away. Little mice running around, looking at Saber in front of him. Duanmu Huai's face darkened slightly, and then his eyes turned slightly. That's right. Use this trick. Saber turned again in the air, and then fell to the ground. However, to Saber's surprise, the moment she landed, the ground beneath her feet suddenly cracked open, and then a sharp spear made of earth and stone suddenly emerged from it and pierced directly into Saber's chest. The majestic gun. Woo! This sudden attack also surprised Saber. She quickly chopped the hard spear with her backhand, and then used the force to dodge backwards. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared, descending from the sky and covering Saber. Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer and smashed it hard. This time, Saber finally had no way to avoid it, and had to raise her spear in front of her to face the upcoming attack. Boom! The thunder hammer hit Saber's chest directly, knocking her to the ground. Earth and rocks flew up, and Saber rolled out. She didn't even have time to adjust her posture, and she jumped up again in a hurry, avoiding Duanmu Huai's bombardment that almost killed her. But unfortunately, this was not the case, because the next moment, a violent explosion fireball completely engulfed Saber, forcing her to fall to the ground again with a wail. Seeing this, Mashu was stunned. That's magic? Although it is not surprising that Duanmu Huai, as the master, can use magic. But, is this true? Looking at the battlefield in front of her, Mashu felt that it was unreal. Duanmu Huai had already attacked with magic and hammer, leaving Saber no room to dodge. To be honest, Mashu had never thought that Duanmu Huai could use such powerful magic. You know, Saber is resistant to magic, and ordinary magic can't break her defense at all. But the senior was able to beat Saber with both magic and close combat at the same time. Boom! At this time, the battle came to an end. Duanmu Huai did not give Saber any chance to distance himself. Once Saber retreated, he would immediately cast magic to restrict the opponent's movements, and then rush over to fight in close combat. Facing Duanmu Huai's fierce attack, Saber finally could not hold on any longer, and Duanmu Huai's hammer knocked the long sword in his hand away. Then the next moment, Duanmu Huai roared and swung the hammer in his hand hard. Boom! The earth trembled suddenly, and the dark swordsman became a dead soul under Duanmu Huai's hammer.